This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Doping City No. 2 Middle School, Senior 317 Class. Name, Pei. Super Gene, none. Chi and blood value, 0.81. Card average level for peers, 0.8. Skills, basic breathing method LV1 25%. Pei looked at his attribute panel. He sighed helplessly. There's no going back now. I had promised the editor that I would publish the book by the end of the month, but readers can't call me a dead eunuch if I didn't publish the book. Pei is not from this world. He was originally a street writer on Blue Star. He had a dismal income. Occasionally, he had to rely on the red envelopes from the great gods in the group. Half a month ago, he vowed to become a god with one book. As a result, the beginning was rejected 23 times. When he was staying up late to revise the manuscript for the 24th time, he suddenly lost consciousness. Wake up and appear in this world. According to the information we have now, it is the 403rd year of the star calendar. The artificial intelligence named Star Ring connects the 5 continents of the world, becomes a barrier for mankind, and leads the rapid development of human civilization. More importantly, under the guidance of Star Ring, mankind has obtained a way to transcendence. As long as the awakening is successful, it means that you can understand the sequence of transcendence and become a superior person. Pei is lucky. He was not an illegal resident when he crossed over. Now he is a high school student from Doping City No. 2 Middle School. Fortunately, his previous life was low-key and inconspicuous, so he didn't have to worry about becoming an outlier and being identified by the artificial intelligence here. In the past half-month, Pei has been attending classes honestly on weekdays, absorbing as much common sense as possible from this world. More importantly, he didn't dare to miss the breathing method course, which was listed as a key examination course. In this world, if you want to awaken, you either have to spend money to hire a high-level extraordinary person to assist in awakening, otherwise, he could only practice the basic breathing method to a high level and awaken the extraordinary genes in his body. Unfortunately, Pei family sold their house last week to raise money, and finally invited a supernatural person to help. But it was unsuccessful. Unless he awakens successfully now, he can immediately ask the Federation to distribute houses and solve the survival problem of the whole family. But it is obvious that the first way is not achievable, and he can only take the second way. Maybe God rewards hard work. Through the unremitting practice in the past half-month, his basic breathing method was successfully upgraded from 24.8% to 25%. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take about 100 years to reach the conditions for awakening the extraordinary. I thought I started out as a useless person, but ended up being an emperor in his later years. I'm a little optimistic, but not much. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. Sister Bing is here, someone in the classroom shouted, and everyone rushed back to their seats, and the noise in the classroom disappeared instantly. 3 seconds later, a tall and graceful woman appeared at the door of the classroom. She looked around with a sharp gaze, and everyone shrank their heads like quails, not daring to breathe. Pei sat in the last row, but secretly looked at this legendary female devil. According to her appearance, this sister is indeed a beauty, but her temperament is too cold, really like an iceberg. When he first crossed over, this sister asked for leave from school, just missed it. I heard that she was a soldier in the past, and she was also an awakener, so she must be an ice-type extraordinary person. In the past half-month, has anyone successfully entered a state of meditation? Sister Bing looked around at the podium. No one dared to speak, but at this time, a girl with a ponytail near the door raised her hand tremblingly. Teacher, I. Sister Bing looked around. Where are the others? No one answered. Sister Bing motioned the girl with a ponytail to come up. Come up and demonstrate the process of entering a state of meditation to everyone. When you really master the state of meditation, you can awaken the extraordinary gene. The girl was a little embarrassed. Pei was originally curious about what it felt like to be in a state of meditation, but his face suddenly changed. Wait. What is that? He had a strange expression on his face, and his eyes were fixed on the aisle where Sister Bing was standing. A white ball of light similar to the size of a tangerine appeared. If you didn't look down, you really couldn't notice it. Is it an illusion? Pei wiped his eyes hurriedly and looked again. The white ball of light did not disappear. It not an illusion. Pei was surprised, and suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to look at the people on both sides of the aisle, but found that no one seemed to notice the white light. Am I the only one who can see it? He was moved, and hurriedly touched his deskmate, and whispered, Did you see it? Yes. Pei Jinya looked at him in surprise. Who knew that his deskmate whispered, Brother Yi, you are still awesome. Everyone is concerned about how to enter meditation. You are concerned about Sister Bing black stockings. To be honest, I don't even dare to look at them, for fear of being beaten to death by her. Pei Jinya cursed him secretly, and simply ignored him, staring intently at the white ball of light in the corridor. It would be a lie to say that he was not curious. He wanted to reach out and try, but he was actually more worried about whether the ball of light would disappear immediately. Unexpectedly, his deskmate suddenly kicked under the table. Pei Jinya turned his head and looked at him in confusion, but found that his deskmate lowered his head, covered his mouth. Like a quail, a voice as soft as a mosquito reminded, Brother Yi, stop looking. Sister Bing has noticed you. Pei Jinya looked up. He just met a pair of cold eyes. The air froze for a second. Sister Bing's calm eyes did not stay for long. What she said was simple and straightforward. Pei Jinya, you come up too. Go up? Everyone looked at Pei Jinya. Their eyes were stunned. Did he raise his hand just now? Pei Jinya heart jumped, and he glanced at him. The opportunity has come. He quietly reached out and touched his shoes, then walked up to the podium under everyone's gaze. Just in front of the small white light ball, he suddenly squatted down. I tie my shoelaces. Everyone laughed softly. Sister Bing had already moved her eyes away and looked at the girl in front of her, whispering something. Only his deskmate was amazed. From this angle, Brother Yi is really too brave. Spiritual Gene Fragment +1. The moment his fingers touched the white light ball, Pei Jinya's pupil shrank suddenly, and a message flashed through his mind. Is this a super gene? I can actually capture super genes directly. The house is saved. Noticing Sister Bing looking over, Pei Jinya quickly suppressed his ecstasy, walked over quickly, and stood in front of Sister Bing and the girl with a ponytail. He is now even taller than Sister Bing. Sister Bing looked up at him, stared at him for a while, then took it back, and said nonchalantly, Sit cross-legged, breathe according to the movements taught in the previous class. Pay attention to the changes in my chi. I will guide you in your practice. It is better if you can enter into a state of concentration. Don't be discouraged if you can't. Now, everyone else should keep quiet. Pei Jinya didn't know what she was talking about at all. He was completely focused on the attribute panel. At this moment, a line of words appeared on the super gene column. Spiritual System 1/3 Fusion Gene. 0. Pei Jinya was pleasantly surprised. There were also some surprises. Fusion? Although he had some guesses in his mind, he still needed to wait for an opportunity to verify. Are you ready? Pei Jinya? Sister Bing's cold voice suddenly came to his ears. Pei Jinya smiled awkwardly and came back to his senses. Looking at the ponytail sitting next to him, he also hurriedly followed suit. Start running. Everyone, pay attention to Wang Jing movements. Pei Jinya? Are you polite? He glanced at the devil woman and said nothing. He closed his eyes and started running the basic breathing method. 3 spiritual gene fragments can synthesize a supernatural gene. If I absorb it, does it mean that I can obtain the corresponding supernatural ability? If I encounter other supernatural genes, can they also be fused? If they can all be fused, how strong can I be in the future? Pei Jinya's heart suddenly became hot. He knew very well what fusion meant. As long as he encountered more light balls, his strength would be stronger. The more extraordinary you master, the stronger you will be. The most urgent thing at the moment is to solve the survival problem of the whole family. If it weren't for his awakening, the family wouldn't have sold their only house, and they wouldn't have to live in a small, broken house of 10 square meters and tighten their belts. After feeling guilty for so many days, Pei Jinya finally had confidence today. I want the house. I want the extraordinary too. He exhaled lightly, suppressed the enthusiasm in his heart, and after Pei Jinya shook off the distracting thoughts, start to practice basic breathing. He made a decision in his heart. After finishing this class, he will take a good look around number 2 middle school to see if there are any hidden and untriggered fragments of light. At this time, there was a silence in the classroom. Almost everyone held their breath and stared at the girl with ponytails, just waiting for her to enter the state of concentration to observe a little. In today's world, the training of entering the state of concentration can be said to be more important than physical fitness. Although physical fitness can enhance physical fitness, It cannot make people touch the extraordinary like entering the state of concentration. Because the awakening of the extraordinary gene itself depends on the degree of meditation. Even after awakening, the benefits of meditation are particularly considerable. Sister Bing pointed her finger, a frost flashed, isolating Pei Jinya and the girl with ponytails in a small space, to prevent the conversation from disturbing their operation. Anyone who has memorized the textbook knows that meditation is divided into 4 stages. The first stage is small meditation, to concentrate the spiritual will, to immerse oneself in the spiritual world, to cleanse the impurities in the heart. If you can easily reach this stage, then congratulations, your spiritual will is far superior to that of ordinary people. The second stage is the great stability. Compared to the small stability, the speed of concentrating the spirit in this stage is faster. Your will be strengthened several times. At this stage, the psychic transcendent of sequence 1 level basically cannot cause harm to you. As for the 2 realms of constant stability and true stability, some people will say it when you are admitted to Wuhan University. I will not say it here. If you can reach the second stage now, you are already very talented. Everyone felt sorry, and yearned at the same time, and stared at Wang Jing. Everyone couldn't help but be curious, whether she had entered the state of meditation now. But suddenly, Sister Bing said softly, and everyone looked at her. Following Sister Bing's gaze, the person she was looking at was Pei Jinya. Everyone was a little surprised. Sister Bing raised her eyebrows with interest. I was wrong. This kid quietly entered the state of meditation faster than Wang Jing. Noticing that Wang Jing had not yet successfully entered the state of meditation, Sister Bing waved to the students to look at Pei Jinya inside the barrier. Pay attention to Pei Jinya breathing frequency. He is now in the state of meditation. His breathing frequency is at least 3 seconds slower than normal breathing. Well, it is 9 seconds. His state of meditation is perfect. Look carefully. As Sister Bing introduced, many students looked at Pei Jinya in surprise. He can actually enter the state of meditation? I didn't realize it before. Pei Jinya seems to be quite handsome. He is trying to surprise everyone quietly. The last row. Pei Jinya deskmate was shocked at this moment. I thought Brother Yi was going up there to be a background wall. It turns out that Brother Yi is so fierce. Pei Jinya didn't know what happened in the outside world. At this moment, he just followed the power in his body, and was completely immersed in his sleep. It was more comfortable than ever before. In his dream, he saw a white ball of light. The ball of light emitted a soft light. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, and the moment his fingertips triggered the ball of light, in his spiritual world, a large number of tender green grass sprouts broke free from the shackles of the earth and broke into this gray and desolate world. He had never discovered that practicing breathing techniques could actually lead to such a strange scene. New grass sprouts continued to cover the wasteland, and everything was revived at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Pei Jinya gradually regained consciousness. He had a sudden realization that everything in his dream, just now, was related to that gene fragment. I don't know how strong he will become after fusing with other genes. After the dream was broken, Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. The girl with the ponytail woke up at some point, and was sitting in her seat, staring at him with a gloomy look. Pei Jinya didn't know what she was talking about, so he ignored her, and turned to look at Sister Bing. So, what should we do next? He was embarrassed to say that he had slept too soundly just now, and had a very long dream. Sister Bing looked at him meaningfully. You did a good job. You can leave now, Pei Jinya said innocently. And when he walked back to his seat, more than 50 eyes in the classroom followed him closely. He was a little puzzled, especially the one with the ponytail who looked unconvinced. Pei Jinya just sat down when his deskmate came over and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Yi, you are awesome. Pei Jinya? The deskmate glanced at the ponytail and said slyly, Wang Jing only entered the state of meditation for 2 minutes. You entered into a state of meditation for an hour. This duration shocked everyone. Also, it is the second class now. Originally, this class was taught by the geography teacher, but Sister Bing came forward and asked him to change the class on the spot, just to avoid disturbing your meditation. Pei Jinya was stunned after hearing this. 1 hour. He himself could not have imagined it. But he really had never entered into a state of meditation before. To be honest, today was his first time. Could it be because he obtained the fragments of the extraordinary gene, so it triggered the state of meditation? Pei Jinya quickly called up his attribute panel. Pei Jinya's expression was delighted. Breakthrough. The blood value that only increased by 0.1 card after 3 years of practice broke through 1. The basic breathing method was also successfully upgraded on the spot. Pei Jinya never thought that the benefits of meditation would be so many. He couldn't help but start to wonder whether picking up more gene fragments would bring greater benefits. Thinking of this, he looked up at the ponytail. I don't know how much blood value this little girl has increased. It is said that the health value of the top student in the grade is less than 1. However, the other party does not have an attribute panel. If you want to know the subtle changes, you can only go to check it specially. The cost of checking it once is not low. Pei Jinya thought it was a pity. Without a reference, he can only seek defeat alone. Just thinking about it, Pei Jinya's expression changed slightly. He clearly felt that the atmosphere in the classroom had changed. Everyone's eyes would always intersect with him tacitly, intentionally or unintentionally. And even Sister Bing would glance at him from time to time. If he knew that absorbing the gene fragments would make such a big splash, he would definitely choose to keep a low profile. Fortunately, this is just a state of concentration, not awakening. So it won't make a fuss. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang. Sister Bing said the get out of class was over. And before leaving, she still glanced at Pei Jinya, which made someone feel guilty. As soon as she left, many students in the classroom stood up. But there were a few groups of men and women surrounding Pei Jinya. At this moment, they didn't have the same 800 minds as adults. And they spoke more directly. Most of them came to learn from him, asking him how to be as long-lasting as him. Pei Jinya accompanied some boys and girls to sprinkle some chicken soup, and then saw an opportunity to quickly leave the classroom and start a carpet search. From time to time, the corridor was filled with the sound of reading aloud, and the teacher scolding. In the corridor of the gymnasium, a figure passed quickly, but suddenly saw someone at the corner, stopped on the spot, and turned to run. Pei Jinya? Pei Jinya almost sprained his waist. Pretending to be stupid, Sister Bing. You haven't finished get off work yet? After Sister Bing greeted her colleagues, the teacher opposite also looked at Pei Jinya suspiciously, smiled politely at Sister Bing, and left. Only Pei Jinya and Sister Bing were left in the corridor. At this moment, the latter looked at him with interest. If I remember correctly, isn't this class in your class a physical education class? Isn't it a physical education class? Pei Jinya continued to play dumb. Sister Bing sneered. You usually look so honest. I didn't expect you were pretending. Pei Jinya smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. It's just that after entering into meditation, I feel a sense of panic in my heart. Sister Bing raised her eyebrows and looked at him, grabbed Pei Jinya's wrist, and her eyes slightly focused. This blood and chi fluctuation has obviously exceeded 1. She remembered that this boy just passed the test last month and hit it well. Then he looked up and asked, how many times have you entered into meditation today? The first time. Pei Jinya answered honestly. Sister Bing looked at him with obvious surprise and pondered, if it's the first time, I can understand it. But next time someone asks you, don't say it the first time. The last meaningful sentence made Pei Jinya stunned for a moment. He looked over. Actually, he was eager to know the answer, but he didn't dare to show it openly. After all, he didn't know the hidden ways of entering into meditation. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. The property fragments must not be exposed. Sister Bing let go of her hand and said calmly, your current state is like an ordinary person who suddenly became rich, and his blood and chi surged a lot, so it was difficult to adapt for a while. You gained a lot from entering into meditation this morning. Did you see anything? What did you see? Pei Jinya was suspicious, but his attitude was sincere. I'm not sure if I had a dream. There is a gray world in a dream. Sister Bing was not surprised, and explained, this is your spiritual world. Generally speaking, people who are familiar with the first stage of meditation can see it. It's not uncommon for you to see it the first time you enter meditation. This shows that your mental strength is much stronger than your physical body. Sister Bing said and looked at Pei Jinya again. Turning around, follow me. Pei Jinya didn't understand. But Sister Bing was quick to speak, and he didn't bother to explain. So he just followed her to the playground. Run first. Look at what I'm doing. Running. It's a good thing to have a surge of blood and chi. But if you can't channel them in time, and keep them in an excited state, you will only damage your own body functions. Pei Jinya was stunned, but he didn't think there would be such a thing. But he opened his mouth and said, Pei Jinya stretched his muscles and bones, and turned to look at Sister Bing. Sister Bing was sitting on the side, looking down at her phone, writing something. After shaking off his distracting thoughts, he took a deep breath and started running in circles. He increased his speed little by little, keeping himself in a stable state. Pei Jinya did not lie to Sister Bing. His blood and chi did fluctuate before. He did not know if it was because he did not find the attribute light ball. Anyway, he was restless, now running against the wind. It was like a flood, and the negative emotions found a way to vent. Sister Bing looked away from the phone screen and raised her head. The breeze blew her long hair, and her calm eyes followed a figure sprinting on the track. At a certain moment, this calmness was a bit more thoughtful. Sister Bing, I'm done running. Pei Jinya held his legs, panting. Sister Bing's voice was as cold as ever. This can only relieve your temporary fluctuations. You can practice breathing methods, but don't enter into a state of concentration for the time being. However, with your current ability, it may be difficult to control your state. Pei Jinya gathered his thoughts, looking up. You mean, I can't do anything now? Sister Bing shook her head. No, what you need to do now is to improve the strength of your body, so that the container is hard enough you can hold all the blood and chi. If you can spend a little more money to hire a superhuman to help you stabilize your blood and chi. Pei Jinya pulled the corner of his mouth. Now when he heard that he had to hire a superhuman, his scalp went numb. The house at home has not been settled yet. Sister Bing noticed the change in his expression, and continued calmly. Or you can prepare some oral nutrient solution yourself. Combined with high-intensity fitness, Pei Jinya fell into thought. Oral nutrient solution is not expensive. 500 yuan for a small bottle. He is afraid that he will have to sell it in large quantities. He is too embarrassed to ask his family for help with money. If the family sold the house before he crossed over, perhaps he would feel less guilty at this moment. But now, the family has lost the house and owes millions of foreign debts. The old couple has several jobs, but never says tired in front of him. Pei Jinya sighed in his heart and asked, if you drink nutrient solution, how long do you think it will take me to reach normal state? Based on your physical condition, 1 small bottle a day, for a month. 15,000. And this is only the demand at this stage. His blood value will increase in the future, and the cost will be even greater. Pei Jinya was silent. The average wage standard in Dapeng City is only 1. It a pity that he is not an awakener yet. If he successfully awakens, at least the country will reward him with a house, and then he can use the identity of an awakener, easily get involved in money-making activities. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang throughout the campus at this time. Pei Jinya came back to his senses, and gave Sister Bing a sincere smile. Thank you. If Sister Bing hadn't told him, he might not have known the situation on his body for a while. Sister Bing didn't care about his thanks, and noticed the crowd walking out of the school gate in the distance, so she let Pei Jinya go. The phone suddenly vibrated, and after she answered it, she paused for a moment. He said coldly, I've already left the club. If you have nothing to do, don't bother me. Then he hung up the phone. He glanced at the direction Pei Jinya left again, and left in the opposite direction. When Pei Jinya returned to the classroom, most people had left, but his desk mate was still there, standing on the podium in distress and accepting the teacher care. When his desk mate saw him, he looked over for help, but Pei Jinya ignored him. The teacher also noticed Pei Jinya, paused, seemed to think of something, and waved his hand impatiently at the fat boy in front of him. Okay. Go back and copy the common sense 100 times. And give it to me. Pei Jinya. Tomorrow. You can do that. The classmate looked over with gloating eyes. Are you feeling better? The teacher was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a burly figure and dark skin. If he had a pair of bull horns, he would definitely be the Bull Demon King. Coincidentally, his last name is Neo. Teacher Neo smiled amiably and said, Teacher Xiao greeted me. It a good thing to be in a trance. It rare to reach this level in our number 2 middle school. By the way, is this your first time in a trance? Teacher Xiao? Oh, yes, Sister Bing's last name is Xiao. Pei Jinya thought of Sister Bing's reminder, and said honestly, No. No. Teacher Neo felt a little sorry, and then smiled faintly. It okay, go back and rest early. Pei Jinya watched the other party leave, and thought about something. His deskmate came up and hugged him. Brother Yi, you are too strong. You dare to steal the class of the Demon King Yo. Tell me where you went to have a tryst. Nothing. I just accompanied Sister Bing to the playground to have a good time. Behind the station opposite number 2 middle school. Pei Jinya looked at Sister Bing with a look of surprise. He had never expected that she would wait for him here. What is this? He was holding a bronze crescent moon in his hand, with a serial number 11 and a line of small address written on it. Pei Jinya looked up in confusion. In this world, there are always some secret training halls, where both extraordinary people and unawakened little guys can go to practice. What you have in your hand is the admission ticket to the Bronze Club. You can start practicing with it. You can go anytime you want. But you still have 5 months left before the final exam. You should make your own decisions. In addition, the master of this guild has a skill called blood drawing technique, which can help you better control your blood and chi, and strengthen your body. Hearing Sister Bing's words, Pei Jinya was stunned for a moment. Practice guild? No matter the memory of his previous life, or the information he searched for, he had never found any practice guild. Unheard of. As expected, I was too weak to know anything. But, is this thing very expensive? Pei Jinya held the crescent moon, and was a little unsure. After all, there is no good without reason. Sister Bing frowned slightly, and didn't want to explain, but still said, "This thing is just a piece of scrap metal in my hand, so I give it to you. Why so much nonsense? Do you want it or not?" "Yes." Pei Jinya grinned and thanked. But the words of thanks were not spoken. Sister Bing waved her hands impatiently. "Don't talk about repaying me, you are too weak. Wait until you awaken first." Pei Jinya twitched the corner of his mouth. This sister is really straightforward. But what she said is not wrong. I haven't even awakened yet. Saying anything about repaying is no different from farting. But now he has a trump card. Awakening is imperative. Sister Bing turned to leave. Pei Jinya's voice suddenly came. "Sister Bing, thank you." Sister Bing didn't even turn her head. Waved her hand. Got on the car on the side of the road. And quickly disappeared in the busy traffic. Pei Jinya retracted his gaze. His heart warmed. Looking at the bronze crescent in his hand. Muttering to himself. There are still many good people in this world. 5 minutes later. The light rail train departed. Pei Jinya walked through the carriage. But didn't find the ball of light. He could only sit in the corner with regret. Then he called home on his mobile phone. Saying hello in advance and saying he would be back later. Lest the two elders worry. He planned to go to the Bronze Club right now. The distance was not too close. At the speed of the light rail train, it took more than 20 minutes. During this period, his blood and chi were still increasing slowly, and it seemed to break through 1.5 calories. Number 178. Mujin Lane. Xuanjiu District. Pei Jinya asked 2 passers-by and finally found the real entrance to the Bronze Club. I have to say, it is hidden very deep. After going through at least 7 different alleys, there are not many surveillance cameras nearby. I think even the intelligent computer can't monitor this place. Pei Jinya pulled the door knocker and knocked. Not long after, the vermilion door opened, and a round head poked out. He was not very old. In his early 20s. With a face full of flesh. And spoke politely, "Excuse me. Who are you looking for?" Pei Jinya took out the crescent moon. "Hello. I'm here to join the club." The other party was a little surprised. Looked at Pei Jinya suspiciously. And then looked at the crescent moon. "Are you alone?" Pei Jinya nodded. The other party looked at him strangely, and then quietly looked him over. Without any nonsense, he opened the door and motioned him to come in. Without any nonsense, he did not touch the bronze crescent moon. He led Pei Jinya through the corridor in silence and headed for the back courtyard. On the way, Pei Jinya also saw a few young men in blue martial arts robes. The other party also noticed him, and looked him up and down without any hesitation. "A newcomer?" "Right. But why did he come alone? Didn't your family send someone to accompany you?" "I don't know him." "Which family is he from outside? Or did he get in through the back door?" The voices of whispering reached Pei Jinya, but he remained calm. Before coming here, he already knew that cultivation is inseparable from money. Those who can come to such a place to cultivate must have some money at home. But what does this have to do with him? He is here to cultivate. We are here. Wait for me. I will go and report. Thank you. Pei Jinya stood quietly at the door, looking at the huge courtyard that imitated the ancient courtyard. The courtyard alone was bigger than his previous house. Rich. Just thinking. The door opened, and the fat man came out. "Master Chong called you in. Just answer any questions you have." "Understood. Thank you." The fat man shook his head and left without saying anything. Pei Jinya stood at the door and took a deep breath. Pushed the door open and gently closed it. A gray-haired old man lying in front of him squinted his eyes, holding a pipe in his hand, and took a puff. "Where the crescent moon order?" Pei Jinya handed it over with both hands. The gray-haired old man took it in his hand without caring, looked at it from both sides, and then smiled softly. "It really hers." Quite interesting. He looked up and sized Pei Jinya up and down, looking at you. You haven't practiced anything else except the breathing method in school, right? Yes, Master Chong. Pei Jinya replied dutifully. The gray-haired old man took another puff lazily. And the smoke was lingering. The pungent smell of smoke was a bit choking. But Pei Jinya seemed not to notice it at all. The gray-haired old man said slowly, "Did she tell you clearly that it is not free to study here?" Pei Jinya's heart tightened. And he said in a deep voice, "I don't know. Please let Master Chong know clearly." The gray-haired old man seemed not surprised. "You have to pay to practice here. I will teach you the blood drawing technique, a daily portion of medicinal soup, and if you practice the blood drawing technique well, I will also teach you the techniques. Of course the tuition fee is not low." Pei Jinya said nothing. Since Sister Bing saw his embarrassment, it is impossible for him to hit a wall on purpose. The gray-haired old man smiled. "Of course, since she personally pushed you in, the tuition fee can be waived, but there is one thing I need to make clear. This Crescent Moon Order can indeed recommend people, but there is a time limit. I can't support someone for nothing." "Master Chong, please speak." Pei Jinya looked calm. The gray-haired old man said calmly, "After a month, if you can't pass the test of the skills, you will go back to where you came from." Pei Jinya's heart was moved for a moment, and he asked carefully, "What if you pass?" The gray-haired old man was stunned, looked at him, then smiled softly, didn't answer, but pressed the landline in front of him. "Xiaoyong, come here." It took almost 2 seconds. There was a knock on the door. The gray-haired old man said calmly, "Come in." Pei Jinya turned his head to look. A tall young woman came in, with dark skin, a stout figure, but she looked completely fat-free, all muscle. "Master Chong." Li Xiaoyong walked into the room expressionlessly, as if he did not see Pei Jinya at all, and just respectfully greeted the old man smoking at the table. The gray-haired old man gestured to Pei Jinya. "This is the new student. You will be responsible for teaching the blood-drawing technique in the hall. First, sharpen your body, and then teach it." "Yes, Master Chong." Li Xiaoyong looked at Pei Jinya, and said simply, "You follow me." Pei Jinya looked at Master Chong, and respectfully clasped his fists, and then followed Li Xiaoyong out. In the room, Master Chong held a pipe in one hand, puffing, and played with the Crescent Moon Order with the other hand. "Just for this little guy, are you willing to use this favor?" There was no one in the martial arts arena at the moment. Pei Jinya didn't know whether the others didn't come, or whether they were practicing in another place. He took a curious look, and then honestly withdrew. Then he heard Li Xiaoyong say, "You hit me first." Pei Jinya was stunned, looked at the other party tall and strong body, and then looked at his big white fist. He didn't ask crazy if it was okay, but took a deep breath, then "Sister, I'm here. You are ready." Li Xiaoyong was indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. "Huh?" He swung his fist. The next moment, "Pa!" Li Xiaoyong blocked it with one hand. Pei Jinya took 3 or 4 steps back, and his expression was shocked. "This power. Hiss, it harder than me." He covered his hand, and looked over in disbelief. The moment he touched it, he realized that the other person's palm was like a steel wall, and there were many calluses on it. "You are too weak." Li Xiaoyong shook his head. Pei Jinya's expression was stiff. In one day, he was despised by 2 ladies. Li Xiaoyong didn't waste any words. Pointing to the stone in front of him, "You should lift the stone first to strengthen your muscles. Otherwise your small body can't bear the blood-drawing art at all." "Yes." Pei Jinya didn't say much, and picked up the stone on the ground. "Wow." Li Xiaoyong's voice came. "The stone in your hand is 50 kilograms. Do 2 sets of lifting. 20 times each set. Rest for 1 minute, and do another set of 10 squats. If you feel you still have strength left, continue doing it." "Yes." Pei Jinya lifted the stone and exhaled lightly. He was actually a little surprised. It was hard to imagine how difficult it would be for him to lift this 50-pound stone if he hadn't entered a state of meditation before, and his blood and chi value had just surged. He couldn't even lift 20 of the 15-kilogram dumbbells in the school gymnasium. Li Xiaoyong didn't leave either. He picked up another bigger stone, and ran to the opposite side of Pei Jinya to start practicing. Pei Jinya glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. No one said anything, and the two began to practice silently. More than an hour later, the last ray of afterglow in the sky dissipated, and the incandescent lights on the martial arts field were lit. Pei Jinya let out a long breath, and couldn't practice anymore, so he put down the stone. At this moment, his muscles were sore all over, but after a round of exercise, his chi and blood calmed down. Li Xiaoyong's voice came to his ears. It took a little longer than I thought. It okay. Pei Jinya looked up. Li Xiaoyong looked at the time, estimated it and said, you can get a portion of medicine soup to relieve pain every day here. Don't forget it in the cafeteria. Yes, senior sister. Pei Jinya hurriedly thanked him. Li Xiaoyong waved her hand and said nonchalantly, you don't have to call me senior sister. The students here are divided into outer sects and inner sections. The light blue robes are for outer sects, and the dark blue robes are for inner sections. Don't be hasty in the future. Pei Jinya noticed that Li Xiaoyong's clothes were dark blue. He was in awe. He came suddenly, so Li Xiaoyong casually pulled a light blue outer sect student uniform for him, as if he could ignore him if he didn't enter the inner sect. Which school are you from? Pei Jinya was still thinking about the difference between the inner sect and the outer sect. When he suddenly heard the last sentence, he quickly came to his senses and said, I'm from number 2 middle school. Number 2 middle school in Daping City? Yes. Li Xiaoyong heard Pei Jinya answer. His attitude softened a bit, and nodded. I'm also from number 2 middle school, but she graduated early. Pei Jinya's heart moved, and he smiled. So at my senior. Li Xiaoyong hesitated for a while and said, did the person who brought you here introduce you to the situation here? Pei Jinya shook his head, but his heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Is there anything else that needs special attention in this bronze club? Li Xiaoyong lowered his voice a little. People who come to the bronze club to study are basically rich or noble, and some come here through recommendations. And I guess you are one of them. Pei Jinya nodded. Li Xiaoyong whispered, there are only 3 people in the guild who came here through recommendation. Including me? Pei Jinya said in surprise. Li Xiaoyong nodded. It's not bad, but people nowadays are a bit snobbish after all. Dealing with people here often depends on background. Pei Jinya came here simply for cultivation, and it was a pipe dream to think that he could deal with people here by relying on his current status, and he was not qualified at all. Li Xiaoyong said casually, anyway, be careful when you come into contact with the students in the guild. The reason I told you is because you are my junior, and I am afraid that you might offend someone you shouldn't offend. After this contact, she also saw that Pei Jinya was an honest person. If he was a sneaky person, she would not bother to say more. Pei Jinya nodded, thank you, senior sister. Li Xiaoyong shook her head, did not continue the topic, and changed the subject. Have you had dinner? Pei Jinya shook his head, not yet. Then let's go to the cafeteria. I'm hungry, Li Xiaoyong said calmly, and took Pei Jinya to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was not too far from the martial arts field, and it only took 5 minutes to walk there. It was simpler than the school cafeteria. There were 10 tables and chairs inside, except for a middle-aged man who was reading a book. There was no one else. Miss Li. The man heard the noise and stood up hurriedly after seeing that it was Li Xiaoyong. Li Xiaoyong nodded coldly. Old who? This is a new student. In addition, order 2 servings according to my set meal, and give him a bowl of medicinal soup. Okay. Miss Li, please wait a moment. The middle-aged man also looked at Pei Jinya politely, nodded, and took the book to the back kitchen. Pei Jinya sat down with Li Xiaoyong, poured 2 glasses of water from the teapot beside him, and handed one to him. But Li Xiaoyong didn't drink it, but asked casually, I see that your blood and qi are okay. Did you just break through? Yes. Pei Jinya's heart skipped a beat. Still too weak. Now it feels like everyone can feel his blood. Li Xiaoyong seemed to see his concerns, and smiled softly. You haven't practiced the blood drawing art yet. Wait 2 more days, and after practicing, you will know how to hide the fluctuations of blood. Pei Jinya suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked, by the way, senior sister, I heard from Master Chong that there will be an assessment in a month. Do you know what the content of the assessment is? Li Xiaoyong shook his head slightly. This kind of assessment is only for people with connections. She naturally didn't care. But Pei Jinya was her junior after all, so she comforted him. It's nothing more than the practice of the blood drawing technique, or seeing how your blood and qi are, whether you have broken through the first level of strength training, but as long as you prove your potential, Master Chong will naturally not drive you away. Potential. Pei Jinya felt a little relieved. As long as he could get more attribute light balls, his potential was naturally not a problem. Gratefully, thank you, senior sister. Li Xiaoyong waved his hand. Nothing. When you come here these 2 days, you should practice your strength first. Practice has 2 stages. When you reach the first stage, I will teach you the blood drawing technique. Pei Jinya nodded, not quite understanding. Not long after, old who came up with 2 bowls of fried rice and a bowl of medicinal soup. Li Xiaoyong gestured to Pei Jinya to drink the medicinal soup first, then said, "It contains a mixture of medicinal materials, so don't think it bitter, it also good for your physique." Pei Jinya was a little surprised. But what surprised him even more was, this medicinal soup was so magical that after drinking a bowl of it, the pain in his body disappeared in an instant. He looked at Li Xiaoyong in shock. Li Xiaoyong just smiled lightly, as if he had seen this many times before. He casually mentioned, "The effect of this medicinal soup can last for 2 hours." Pei Jinya ate a little faster. After dinner, Li Xiaoyong had something to do and left first. Pei Jinya stayed alone in the Bronze Club to continue practicing. During this time, several people came to the martial arts field. But no one paid attention to each other, everyone was busy with their own things. As time went by, Pei Jinya was the only one left on the martial arts field. It was not until after 8 o'clock in the evening, when the effect of the medicine soup dissipated, that he set out to go home. But before leaving, he suddenly felt strange, as if something was guiding him. The next second, he fixed his eyes. In the night, a small white ball of light was floating in the corner of the backyard. Pei Jinya recalled his previous state, and was delighted. "Do I have a built-in sensor scanner? It will be much easier to find the light ball in the future." Suppressing his joy, Pei Jinya secretly looked around, and saw that there was no one around. So he walked over calmly. The moment his fingers touched, a group of information appeared in his mind. Physical strength limit +1, he was stunned. Physical strength limit? Not a gene fragment? He quickly pulled out the attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Super gene. Spiritual system 1/3. The chi and blood value increased a bit, and there was a change. Added physical strength attribute. Chi and blood and physical strength are not the same concept, but after the physical strength increases, it is understandable that chi and blood fluctuate. The words behind the breathing method have changed with Pei Jinya will. Pei Jinya looked thoughtful for a moment. It seems that I thought too narrowly before. Having physical strength, maybe there will be special attributes such as strength in the future, after such fusion. Wouldn't I be stronger than the gods? The fluctuation of physical strength relieved a lot of fatigue. Pei Jinya looked down at his fist, thoughtfully, and returned to the martial arts field. There was no one around. Although he was not sure whether Lao Go was secretly spying, Pei Jinya didn't care. He didn't show any abnormal behavior. He picked up the stone he practiced in the afternoon as if nothing had happened. Sure enough, the 50 gene stone was much lighter in his hand. It's just a 1-point increase in the upper limit of physical strength. This effect is too obvious. If it a little more, wouldn't it be? Pei Jinya's heart was burning. He tried the 60 gene stone again. It was still heavy, but it didn't feel like it was in the afternoon. After practicing for a while, and adapting to his own limit, Pei Jinya left with satisfaction. After he left, a figure slowly walked out of the martial arts field, and the person took a puff of his pipe. It good to be young. I don't know if this freshness can last for 2 or 3 days. He took a knock on his pipe. Old man Chong put his hands behind his back and left slowly. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, Pei Jinya stepped onto the light rail train in the night wind, feeling more cheerful than ever before. Originally, in the past half-month, he was still confused about his future, and even felt guilty for causing trouble for his family. But now, his mentality has changed. The golden finger awakens, with the help of a noble person. Awakening is a foregone conclusion. There are still many good people in this world. The light rail train entered the tunnel and whizzed past. The body of the train shook for a moment. Pei Jinya inspected the train as usual. There was no coast, and the strange perception was not triggered. It seemed that he could not find it. He did not figure out for a while what the triggering conditions of the attribute light group were. Was it random or related to him? Since he couldn't come up with any results, Pei Jinya would not waste his time. For him now, the Bronze Club was like an untapped treasure, waiting for him to dig. The blood drawing technique must be practiced. Whether it was Sister Bing or Li Xiaoyong, their words were mostly optimistic about the blood drawing technique, which was enough to show the effectiveness of this technique. In addition, since Master Chong said he was willing to teach the technique, if he could show his potential in the future, you may get some good skills. As for skills, Pei Jinya searched online, and found that the price of ordinary skills, whether swords or knives, is basically over 10,000. But the real price is not the skills themselves, but the ridiculously expensive cost of teaching. In the final analysis, it because of money. Pei Jinya sat in the seat of the light rail train, and his shadow reflected on the opposite window was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Awaken first, and earn the rewards for the awakeners. Then take one step at a time. 2147. Pei Jinya finally rushed back to his small home of only 10 square meters. Pei father and Pei mother were sitting together, busy with work. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two elders turned around and looked. Pei mother stood up immediately, secretly took a look at Pei Jinya's face, and asked about his well-being. Have you eaten a bowl of rice? There are some leftovers at home. I will go and heat them up for you. Pei Jinya sighed in his heart. The more Pei mother acted like this, the more guilty he felt. Pretending to say casually, before coming back, I have eaten it. Then go wash up. There is hot water in the teapot. Mother Pei watched Pei Jinya wash up, and sat back on the low stool. The two elders looked at each other. Mother Pei pouted and shook her head. Father Pei suddenly spoke, and asked tentatively with a smile, Xiao Yi, are you eating at home this week? I see that the big carp on the street is very big. How about making braised fish for you on the weekend? Put some peppercorns, it will be delicious. Pei Jinya paused while bending down to find the basin. Turning back, with a smile on his face, he said, That was a long time ago. I don't like fish now. What about the braised spare ribs? Pei mother asked carefully beside him. Pei Jinya pretended not to feel the temptation of the two elders. They probably thought that he had encountered some problems in school. In addition, he owed a huge debt after selling the house. The two elders were also worried that he would be depressed, so they always asked about his well-being during this period. Pei Jinya also sat down after washing up. Facing Pei father, Pei mother probing eyes, he smiled and said, I may not eat at home on weekends. Is it an appointment? The two elders looked over carefully, and paused in their actions appealing edamame. Pei Jinya also grabbed a handful to help, and said casually, I accidentally entered a state of meditation today. The school teacher said that I have good aptitude, and I will be given extra training during this period, for free. Father Pei, Mother Pei looked at each other. Good aptitude? Pei Jinya pretended not to see it. I want to try it. Father Pei, Mother Pei looked at each other. Father Pei pondered for a while, and finally made the decision, okay. You decide on this matter yourself. But I still say that. Do what you can. And don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm not that old yet. And I won't starve you and your mother to death. So don't feel burdened. You must have a calm attitude when practicing. And you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Pei Jinya nodded, and responded with a sensible smile, I know. Dad. It was a little after 10 o'clock in the evening. After turning off the lights, Pei Jinya went to the compartment to rest. A small house of more than 10 square meters, leaving him nearly half of the space. He rested his head on his arms, looking at the bright moon in the window, which was mostly covered by dark clouds. He could only remember the kindness of the two elders in his heart. Become stronger? You must become stronger. The next morning, at 7:10 in the morning, when Pei Jinya returned home after his morning run, the breakfast prepared by Pei mother was already on the table. The two elders had already set out to sell breakfast at about 6 o'clock. After running for more than an hour in the morning, he was not very tired, but he was a little hungry. After drinking a few sips of warm water to relieve his stomach, Pei Jinya opened the burrito and devoured it. Dapeng City No. 2 Middle School, Senior 317 class. Pei Jinya deliberately took a long detour, just to see if he could trigger the strange perception he had last night. But unfortunately it didn't happen. He stepped into the classroom as the bell rang. Brother Yi. The fat boy at the same table waved his hand. Pei Jinya walked over, and just as he sat down, the fat boy suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Brother Yi. Why do I feel that you are a little different? Really? Pei Jinya looked over without any expression. The fat boy looked at him from a distance, shaking his head. I can't tell. I thought you were a little depressed before, but today I feel much more energetic. I can be so strong when I enter the state of meditation. Pei Jinya. I guess it may be because of the increase in blood and energy, which has led to a lot of changes in the spirit of the whole person. In the past life, there was a saying that relying on fitness to strengthen the body organs, and thus become younger. It stands to reason that he did so much exercise in one day. It is impossible to see the effect so quickly, however. With the fusion of the two attribute light balls, his body is also undergoing special changes. Brother Yi, are you free tomorrow Saturday? Wang Jing is having a birthday. She is embarrassed to ask you, so let me ask her. The little fat man said slyly, I can guarantee that the girl is interested in you. Pei Jinya looked up, and the ponytail in front of him immediately turned his head and retracted his gaze, sitting straight. He shook his head and said nonchalantly, I have something to do tomorrow, I can't go. The little fat boy heard it. And it was a pity. After the first class, the little fat boy went to Wang Jing. The two talked in a low voice for a while. Wang Jing immediately turned her head to look at Pei Jinya. But Pei Jinya was lying on the table to gather his strength. Not long after, the little fat boy came back and whispered in Pei Jinya's ear, I told her. But are you really not coming? She really seems to be interested in you. Pei Jinya didn't even turn his head. I'm busy. The little fat boy sighed with regret. Pei Jinya went to Sister Bing's office after class. The more he knew about the Bronze Club, the more he knew how precious this opportunity was. Even if Sister Bing didn't care, Pei Jinya couldn't be ignorant. It was a pity that Sister Bing didn't come to school, and I didn't know where she went this time. This went on until about 10:40 in the morning. Before the fourth class started, there was a sudden noise outside the classroom, and many students in class 17 were startled, and they all looked over. Soon someone ran back from outside. His face was flushed, and he didn't know if he ran too fast, or the news was too shocking. As soon as he returned to the classroom, he shouted, Brothers! Shot for 10,000 years. Fong Hai from class 1 awakened his extraordinary gene when he was in meditation this morning. Boom! The whole class was in an uproar. Is it true? Really? The principal took him away personally. What ability did he awaken? I didn't see it. But I heard from the students in their class that when he awakened, all the metal objects in the classroom were shaking. It was suspected to be a metal type extraordinary. Awesome. If it is not unexpected that he awakens before the big exam, he will definitely get into Wuhan University. Indy, I got a house. More than a house, my brother-in-law works at the city hall. He said that a new system will be implemented this year, in addition to a house. There will also be a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Fuck, is it true? Really, you can log into the official website later, I have checked it. Pei Jinya suddenly became interested, and was shocked when he heard the content clearly. 100,000? The Doping Finance Department is indeed rich, and it turns out that I am the only one without money. Although 100,000 is not much, it can at least make my family feel relieved in the near future. Pei Jinya listened with some envy. Awakening seems to be because of Fong Hai awakening in class 1. Today, the atmosphere of the entire campus of number 2 middle school has become a little different. The teacher would mention Fong Hai awakening from time to time. During the break, there are always many figures inexplicably gathered at the door of class 1, trying to find out more information. The whole number 2 middle school was completely lively. The little fat boy at the same table got the news from somewhere, and came to Pei Jinya with a nervous look on his face. Brother Yi, Fong Hai will not come to school anymore. Pei Jinya was stunned. What do you mean? The little fat boy sighed. Damn. Awakened people are so comfortable. The principal personally sent a car to take me home. The school will arrange for teachers to teach at home, and I heard that our number 2 middle school will help Fong Hai contact a supernatural person with relevant attributes to solve his doubts. This is simply the treatment of the prince of number 2 middle school. Pei Jinya was also a little surprised. Number 2 middle school is really willing to spend. However, if number 2 middle school can really produce a champion in the exam, it will give more. Let out a sigh. Pei Jinya immediately threw away these distracting thoughts. For him, it is better to seize the time to practice strength than to think about these unrealistic things. Finally, school was over. Pei Jinya headed straight to the Bronze Club without looking back. Because he had come here yesterday, he didn't spend much time on the road today. He soon arrived at the Bronze Club. There were many more people wearing light blue martial arts robes in the club today, in groups of 3 or 5, chatting while walking. After Pei Jinya entered the club, he quickly took out the martial arts robe from his package and put it on, and hurried to the martial arts arena. 3 burly young men in the corridor glanced at him. The boy in the middle with slightly curly hair gestured. Who is that guy? Is he new here? I came here yesterday evening, and you had already left by then. Who is he? He got in through connections. Pound said this guy doesn't have any background. Yesterday I watched him train. He just started training. I guess he has never been exposed to cultivation except what he learned in school. He is not from our circle. The curly-haired guy looked strange. How could a white paper like this get in? Who knows how he got the Crescent Moon Order? Maybe he stole it. But let him be. There is no shortage of people who dream of rising to the top after coming in. The 3 of them walked and talked. and soon forgot about Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya went to the martial arts field. Li Xiaoyong was not there. He practiced lifting stones alone. This time he lifted a 60 gene stone and didn't know how long he had practiced. Just as he put down the stone and prepared to rest, a voice suddenly came from behind. 60 gene? Pei Jinya looked back and saw that it was Li Xiaoyong. He smiled and said, "Senior." Li Xiaoyong came over, weighed the stone, and said in surprise, "You have been practicing with 60 kilograms today?" Pei Jinya smiled and said, "No. I practiced with 50 kilograms today. I felt that it was enough, so I changed it." Li Xiaoyong seemed to be thinking about something, thinking that Pei Jinya had swallowed some pills to improve his physical fitness, and nodded. "Your progress is faster than I thought." She reached out and pinched Pei Jinya's arm, and warned him, "It's okay to take pills occasionally, but taking too much will easily accumulate toxins in the body. You should be more careful in the future." "Yes, senior sister." Pei Jinya knew that she had misunderstood, but he nodded in accordance with her meaning, and did not explain anything. Li Xiaoyong nodded and pinched Pei Jinya's arm. "It's harder than I thought. I can teach you the blood drawing technique." Pei Jinya was delighted. Li Xiaoyong motioned him to follow him to an open space in the corner, and said as he walked, "The blood drawing art can be practiced in conjunction with breathing techniques. It emphasizes the circulation of the small and large cycles. After strengthening the meridians and practicing to a certain level, it can prolong life. At that time, your blood and qi will be stably improved, and your physical fitness will be greatly optimized. The key lies in stability." "Senior sister, is there a limit to the improvement of blood and qi?" Pei Jinya couldn't help asking. Li Xiaoyong nodded. "It's natural. It's like you use a 30 milliliters cup and a 500 milliliters cup to collect water. Your physique determines the upper limit." Pei Jinya asked curiously, "Practicing this, can it accelerate your transformation into a superhuman?" Li Xiaoyong smiled and said, "I asked you this question back then. Let's put it this way. Whether you can awaken the superhuman depends on your own genetic condition. The blood drawing art can help you improve your blood and strengthen your physique. As for whether it can improve your genes, I have never heard of it so far. I show you the blood drawing technique first." Li Xiaoyong sat cross-legged opposite Pei Jinya. Her body straightened up, and her chest curve was very beautiful. The key to the blood drawing technique is to feel your own blood and guide it. You need to empty yourself. Breathe naturally, and it would be better if you can enter a state of concentration. Pei Jinya listened carefully. He had attribute light balls to pick up, so he didn't have to worry about awakening, and was more concerned about how to become stronger. After all, there are also strong and weak people among the extraordinary, and he is only a little bit stronger than ordinary people now, but that is not enough. Soon, under the instruction of Li Xiaoyong, Pei Jinya began to practice a set of blood drawing techniques, and was corrected several times by Li Xiaoyong during the period. It took more than an hour, and Pei Jinya finally remembered all the key points. This was also the first time that the two were so close. Pei Jinya found that Li Xiaoyong was even stronger than him. Any other questions? Li Xiaoyong did not notice Pei Jinya's gaze, and raised her head to ask. Pei Jinya pondered for a while and asked, "Senior sister, I have a question. When practicing breathing methods, you can enter a state of concentration. If you also enter a state of concentration when practicing the blood drawing technique, what will the impact be? If you enter a state of concentration." Li Xiaoyong did not say that it was difficult to enter a state of concentration at the first time. She thought for a while and said, "I practiced the blood drawing technique after awakening, so I don't know what the effect was before awakening. I only know that if I practice meditation now, the increased speed will be much faster." Pei Jinya was stunned. "Senior sister, are you a superhuman?" Li Xiaoyong nodded casually. "There are many superhumans in the Bronze Club, but they rarely show up." Pei Jinya's heart skipped a beat. It seems that he underestimated the Bronze Club. But what he didn't understand was, why would the superhuman stay in the Bronze Club? Does Master Chong have any unique skills? "Senior sister, I have one last question. How much blood value should be reached before you have a chance to touch the extraordinary?" Li Xiaoyong looked at him and pondered. It's not just a matter of blood and qi. The most important thing is personal genes. Of course, in theory, everyone can awaken extraordinary genes. If this is the case, then the blood value should be at least 1.2 cards. There is no scientific basis for this number. I just have precedents around me. But I awakened the extraordinary gene when I broke 2 cards. Pei Jinya was stunned when he heard this. 1.2 card has the opportunity to touch the extraordinary. He is now 1.4 card. Except for that time of entering into a state of concentration, there is nothing wrong. It seems that the qualifications of this body are still too poor. If there is no attribute light ball, it is difficult for him to imagine his future. But thinking that Li Xiaoyong also successfully awakened at the time of 2 card, Pei Jinya felt a little relieved. Then he practiced the blood drawing art on his own. Unfortunately, he failed to enter into a state of concentration this time, but the effect was still quite intuitive. After practicing for a while, he decisively pulled out the attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene. Spiritual system 1/3 after practicing blood drawing technique once. The blood value will increase by 0.05 calories on average. And the upper limit of physical strength will increase by 0.01. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Pei Jinya let out a long breath. This blood drawing technique is indeed very helpful to him. After the practice, Pei Jinya got up and went to the cafeteria. After Li Xiaoyong finished teaching, he left for something. We agreed to give guidance tomorrow morning. On his way to the cafeteria alone, Pei Jinya was quickly attracted by a small white ball of light. This ancestor is finally here. In the corridor where people were coming and going, Pei Jinya approached calmly. After his finger touched it, a message flashed. Skill proficiency plus 50%. Pei Jinya was very surprised. This ball of light was equivalent to his several months of hard training. He added it to the blood-inducing technique without thinking. There were very few students eating in the cafeteria. Pei Jinya glanced at the menu. Yesterday, Li Xiaoyong treated him, so he didn't know the price. But when he saw the prices on the menu today, he was shocked. A plate of yesterday egg fried rice costs 500. If you order a meat dish, the cost will easily exceed 1,000. This is too much. Noticing the middle-aged man looking at him, Pei Jinya retracted his gaze and said calmly, "Give me a bowl of medicinal soup. Only the medicinal soup is free, and only 1 bowl is provided per day." The middle-aged man paused. "Do you want to order anything else?" Pei Jinya shook his head. He didn't have much money. "Can I buy on credit?" Sitting in the corner, Pei Jinya swallowed the medicine slowly. The pain in his body gradually receded. He exhaled lightly. But the next second, a figure sat opposite him. "Friend, new here?" Pei Jinya looked up. The boy opposite had a buzz-cut, slim body, but had dimples when he smiled. He just nodded. The man smiled, came closer and whispered, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Zhang. I heard that you also got in with the Crescent Moon Order?" Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. "Do you mean you too?" Zhang awkward smile eased a little, nodded and said, "Including you, now we have 3 people. That person is Li Jun, but he didn't come today." Pei Jinya nodded, alert in his heart. He didn't know what this guy was going to do suddenly. He glanced at the other party, and found that he just asked for a bowl of medicine soup. Zhang smiled politely, and asked tentatively, "I saw Senior Sister Li talking to you today. Are you familiar with each other?" Pei Jinya shook his head calmly. "No. Master Chong arranged for Senior Sister to guide me in my practice." Zhang nodded, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. He said, "Although Senior Sister Li has a weaker background, she is also in the 2nd echelon. What are your thoughts in the future?" Pei Jinya shook his head. "What other thoughts can I have? Let's talk about it after passing the assessment. By the way, did you pass the assessment?" Zhang seemed to be touched in a sore spot, and his smile gradually froze. "The exam will be held next week." Pei Jinya saw that he looked unhappy, and guessed something. He drank the medicine in the bowl silently, and stood up and said, "Let's talk later." Zhang did not leave, but just watched him for a while, retracted his gaze, and frowned. This kid is also a poor guy. It a pity. If he really has a good relationship with Senior Sister Li, maybe I can take the opportunity to get some benefits and observe him for 2 more days. Pei Jinya didn't take Zhang seriously at all. I don't know if it was because of the fusion of a spiritual fragment. When Zhang was very close to him, he could clearly sense a sense of malice. It was not a killing intention, but a feeling of ill intention. He didn't care what the other party wanted to do, anyway. He would improve his strength first. Practice strength, practice blood drawing art, look for attribute light balls. He only did these 3 things a day. After Pei Jinya stretched his muscles and bones, he began to practice strength by lifting stones in the martial arts arena. During this time, Zhang also came over, also holding a stone in his arms, as if nothing had happened. "Isn't Senior Li here?" Pei Jinya was resting with his eyes closed, and replied casually, "She gone." After saying that, he continued to lift the stone, and practice with the blood-drawing technique. But obviously, after hearing this, Chong paused in his lifting. Perhaps because he didn't believe Pei Jinya's words, he just sat and waited for a while, but when no one showed up, he watched Pei Jinya frantically train his strength, which was very frustrating. He finally couldn't stand it and left. Pei Jinya was so focused on training that he didn't even notice when he left. He didn't stop until he completely absorbed the effect of the medicine. He put down the stone with a bang, wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the empty hall, strolled around aimlessly, and then went home. Old man Chong saw Pei Jinya leaving alone again tonight. He was slightly stunned and took a puff of his cigarette. He said nothing, turned around, and slowly disappeared into the night. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Pei Jinya sat cross-legged in his small room. After returning home to eat, his physical strength recovered a little, and he did not delay continuing to practice the blood-drawing art. This time, he found the feeling of entering into a state of meditation again. Entering his own spiritual world again. Compared to the previous grayness and silence, now there is a green shade. Gradually, the sound of blood rushing in his body came into his ears. A strange feeling emerged in his heart. It was as if the cells were burning. And the feeling of the whole body boiling was almost exactly the same as the feeling that the extraordinary person had when he guided the awakening. He tried his best to amplify this feeling. But unfortunately, it only lasted for less than 3 seconds. And then the feeling faded away. Pei Jinya looked regretful. It's still not enough. Last time, the extraordinary person used his extraordinary power to help guide. But this time he really relied on himself. Pei Jinya fell into thought, recalling that feeling. Is all this because of the fragments of the extraordinary gene? He quickly swiped out the attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Extraordinary gene. Spiritual system 1/3. After entering into a state of concentration once, the blood value increased a little, but it was not enough. Pei Jinya sighed. Without the attribute light ball, it would take a long time to cultivate. I'm too sleepy, I sleep first. He was exhausted from the physical consumption, and fell asleep. The next morning, Pei Jinya got up early for a morning run. After a night of rest and recuperation, his physical strength had recovered from 0.5 last night to 0.97. When he was having breakfast, he found that Pei Mother had put 100 yuan under the table, leaving a note for him to have a good meal outside. Pei Jinya sighed in his heart. The food at the Bronze Club was too expensive, so he would have to go out to eat. In the morning, 7:50. In the martial arts arena. Chong was there too. After seeing Pei Jinya, he immediately put on a smile and waved, "Brother Pei." Pei Jinya remained calm, glanced at him and the tall figure beside him, and nodded, "Good morning." Chong pulled the people around him and introduced them. "This is Li Jun. Li Jun. And this is Pei Jinya." The tall, pale boy next to him looked at Pei Jinya and just nodded calmly. Pei Jinya was not polite either. He came here to practice, not to make friends. He picked up a stone on the ground, started training. Chong stood there awkwardly. Li Jun looked at Chong with some impatience. He was originally practicing the blood-drawing art. Who knew this guy would pester him? He wanted to take him to meet new people. What would he do after meeting them? He ignored Chong and went to the other side to train. Chong approached Pei Jinya and asked in a low voice, "Brother Pei, is Senior Li coming today?" Pei Jinya didn't even turn his head. He was squatting with a stone in his arms. Ignored. Chong was turned away and could only stand aside in dismay. After waiting for 10 minutes, when he could not wait any longer, Pei Jinya finally finished his set of actions, and Chong looked over quickly. Pei Jinya said calmly, "Do you have anything to do? When will the senior sister come? You don't even know, how do you expect a newcomer like me to know?" Pei Jinya finished speaking, and picked up the stone again. Chong sighed, and said in a low voice, "Brother Pei, you must know now how expensive it is to practice in the Bronze Club. But do you know that some people here will not eat the food in the cafeteria at all? They eat specially prepared nutritious meals to replenish blood and strengthen the body, which are even better than those food supplements in the cafeteria." "None of my business." Pei Jinya did not even turn his head. Chong looked slightly annoyed. Why is this guy so stubborn? Suddenly someone came to the door, his eyes lit up, and he hurried forward. "Senior Li." Li Xiaong frowned. He looked at Chong who was jogging over, and then looked at Pei Jinya and Li Jun who were practicing, and said coldly, "Is there something?" Zhang He said quickly, I heard that you are instructing old Pei. I want to follow you and listen to your class. Everyone in the Bronze Club knows that your practice strength is the strongest. Senior sister. Pei Jinya came over at this time. Li Xiaoyong nodded coldly. He continued to stare at Zhang He and scolded him unceremoniously. Don't think about messy things all day long. I know everything about you. Don't bother me anymore. Zhang He's face turned blue and white. After walking out of the courtyard, he cursed inwardly and kicked a stone hard. This bitch. Bang! Suddenly a fist came, and half of Zhang He's face sunken, and his teeth were broken, and blood gushed out, and he flew backwards. Li Xiaoyong stood at the door, and said coldly, If you say something rude next time, I won't just hit you with one punch. Zhang He fell to the ground, covering his mouth, and apologizing repeatedly. Pei Jinya stood in the courtyard, recalling the scene of the senior sister disappearing in an instant, and goosebumps immediately appeared all over his body. Senior sister is so strong. Is this the strength of a superhuman? Get lost. Li Xiaoyong scolded. Zhang He crawled away. Li Jun in the courtyard hesitated for a while, silently put down the stone, and chose to leave. After everyone left, Li Xiaoyong turned around, and also gave Pei Jinya a cold look. Pei Jinya felt nervous. The seemingly peaceful Bronze Club was actually very strict in class. The courtyard was silent for a while, and Li Xiaoyong stared at him with a sharp gaze, and said, Do you know Zhang He? Pei Jinya shook his head, and said frankly, No. Then he told him about Zhang He's intentional contact, and mention of Li Xiaoyong yesterday. Li Xiaoyong stared at him for a while, and then softened his attitude a little. In the future, have less contact with such bad people. Since you have come to the Bronze Club, you should seize the time to practice. Don't learn from him to think of unorthodox methods. A warrior who loses his dignity is worse than a rotten dog. It was the first time Pei Jinya saw the senior sister so angry, but Li Xiaoyong didn't say what happened. She just pointed to the stone on the ground. Practice. Pei Jinya didn't say a word about the hard work, and practiced in silence. Under Li Xiaoyong's plan, he practiced the blood-drawing art. The weekend passed in just 2 days. The stone for Pei Jinya practice has now risen to 70 kilograms. Even Li Xiaoyong was somewhat amazed. Your power is quite good, maybe you will have the opportunity to awaken the extraordinary gene of power in the future. Pei Jinya saw that Li Xiaoyong was in a good mood, so he quickly asked, Senior sister, after awakening the extraordinary, how did you practice? Li Xiaoyong smiled. You think too early. But he still said, if you high school students awaken, you will either choose Wuda at that time, or be picked by the military. Each extraordinary gene only has basic extraordinary power after awakening, so don't think you can do whatever you want after awakening. You will have to choose the corresponding system of practice. For example, for the extraordinary gene of the power system, you can choose the way of Diamond Shield, or you can choose the practice of attack system. Pei Jinya said unexpectedly, Can't we practice together? Or awaken other extraordinary? Li Xiaoyong looked at him. I thought so before, but I have to admit that people energy is limited. When you choose a route, it's hard to say whether you can complete it in your lifetime, let alone choose another route. And I have never heard of it. It seems that there is no second awakening. Pei Jinya was thoughtful. He didn't seem to worry about this problem. If there is anything that fusion can't solve, then merge it again. Sunday, at 9 p.m., the moon was like flowing water. After entering October, the weather has begun to get colder. Pei Jinya stepped out of the gate of the martial arts arena, let out a long breath. His martial arts robe fluttered in the wind. Under the light, his originally fair skin had a healthier color, and he looked much stronger than before. Unconsciously, he had been in the Bronze Club for a few days. With the help of blood-drawing art, his understanding of qi and blood has deepened a lot. Now his qi and blood have successfully broken through the 2-card barrier. But unfortunately, he still couldn't touch the extraordinary. Pei Jinya knew that it was useless to worry, so he could only improve his qi and blood step by step, and his physical strength. It must be said that he is much stronger now than 3 days ago. The night lights were yellow, and the cool breeze rolled up a few fallen leaves on the side of the corridor. Pei Jinya was about to leave, but suddenly he paused, as if on a whim. A strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Wait, this is it! Pei Jinya was delighted. This feeling came again. He looked around in a hurry, and followed the feeling in his heart step by step to the side corridor. 3 miles behind the martial arts field is a forest open to the public. There is a small pavilion inside, but few people come here. Now it is overgrown with weeds. In the hazy white fog at night, it looks a bit strange and gloomy. Pei Jinya touched along the wall. Behind the wall is the forest. At this moment, he has walked out. Sure enough, a small white ball of light was emerging at the corner, which was particularly obvious in the night. Pei Jinya was delighted, and hurriedly tried to touch it. But he suddenly stopped. There was a faint sound in the wind. He raised his head. The sound came from the forest. Someone is still chatting at night so late. This thing works very well. Finish it as soon as possible. The target has taken the bait recently. Wait for me to add some heat. But will Chong find out? Don't worry, he will be very busy next. And he has no time to pay attention to you. After hearing these intermittent conversations, Pei Jinya realized something was wrong. He gradually lowered his body, fearing that he would be exposed, and slowly reached out to touch the light ball. After touching it, he did not dare to investigate at this time, and could only slowly retreat. When he could no longer hear any sound, he retreated all the way to the martial arts field, and then left quietly and quickly. 3 minutes later, a figure came down from the corner of the wall, and he looked around. Then another taller figure walked out of the mist, whispering, "What wrong?" The previous man said in a deep voice, "I feel something is wrong. It seems that there is someone else in it. This matter cannot be discovered by others. Otherwise, with the ability of the Jiang family, this plan cannot be completed at all." Seeing this, the tall figure quickly formed seals with both hands. Retrace. A halo emerged from under his feet. Dense silver threads emerged. Quickly forming a picture scroll, time began to go back, the scene nearby. In the scroll, a blurry figure walked out of the darkness, crouched in the corner. Almost instantly, the two looked at each other, and saw the shock and anger in their eyes. Sure enough, there is someone. Can you see it more clearly? The man next to him asked hurriedly. The tall man shook his head. This is all I can do now. Damn it, find him quickly. The two left quickly, each in a different direction. 10 minutes later, the two of them met, both with surprised faces. No! Who could it be? I can see that his clothes are blurry, but they are definitely those of an outer disciple of the Bronze Society. Be ready to leave at any time tonight. I will keep an eye on the Jiang family movements. If there is no movement, it may be that the other party just stumbled upon him by mistake. No matter what, you must find him. If the Jiang family knows, you and I will be in trouble. I know, I will get rid of this person as soon as possible. The light rail train roared through the tunnel. Pei Jinya calmed down. He didn't know that he had avoided a fatal disaster because he ran fast. However, he didn't know who the target was. Moreover, if the other party was extraordinary, he didn't want to get involved at all. Would he, an ordinary person, run over to die? He had two elderly people at home, who would protect them. It's human nature to be afraid of death. It all comes down to being too weak. Pei Jinya sighed inwardly. Then he collected his thoughts, and began to check his attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene. Spiritual System February 3rd. Pei Jinya paused for breath. The second fragment is in hand. Only the last one is missing. What is the triggering condition? Pei Jinya sat on the bench, and closed his eyes in thought, thinking back to what he had done in the past few days. Could it be? Pei Jinya was shocked. Is it because of the blood? If I remember correctly, when the blood breaks through 1.5 cards, the physical strength light ball will appear at bronze level. And then the proficiency light ball will appear at 1.75 cards. When the blood breaks through 2 cards, a new spirit fragment light ball will appear. Then the next time, the trigger value is 2.25 cards. Pei Jinya's eyes lit up slightly. He is now practicing blood drawing art once. And the blood value increases up and down. And the average daily gain is 0.2 cards. If he can enter into a state of concentration, you will gain more. Of course, these are just his guesses. At 10:10 p.m., Pei Jinya returned home, washed up and returned to his cubicle, sitting cross-legged and began to practice. Sure enough, after gaining the spiritual gene fragments, entering meditation became much easier. Outside the window, the cold night wind whistled past. A figure in the room was maintaining a mysterious state, 1 inhalation and 9 exhalations. This time, Pei Jinya didn't know how long he had slept. But in his spiritual world, the scene of the revival of all things appeared again. And Pei Jinya clearly realized that his mental state had been greatly improved. It was like this the first time. And it was like this the second time. I think when the third time comes, the 3 fragments will be completely fused and formed. And it will be a qualitative evolution. When Pei Jinya woke up, it was already past 1 in the morning. He forgot when he started to enter the state of meditation. But it was probably about 2 hours. Can this time length continue to increase? Pull out the attribute panel with some surprise. This time, with the bonus of the extraordinary gene fragment. Qi and blood value sharply increased by 0.7 calories. Pei Jinya heart jumped. Qi and blood value column clearly showed 2.71 calories. Get up and walk to the window. The evening breeze blew the broken hair on Pei Jinya forehead, and he began to try to sense the whereabouts of the third spiritual fragment. Is there any movement from the Jiang family? Not yet. Could it be deliberately confusing us? It is possible that the guy from the Bronze Club has been found? There are too many alleys in Mujin Lane. I can't check them all at once. Make sure to catch him. No. Pei Jinya frowned. Somewhat puzzled. Did I guess wrong? Pei Jinya faced the night wind and exhaled lightly. The hope that had finally risen was drowned again. But now, he was much stronger than his peers in number 2 middle school. At the beginning of a new week, Pei Jinya did not give up his habit of morning jogging. His physical fitness had been greatly improved recently, and he could easily complete the exercise according to last week. After breakfast, Pei Jinya went to the platform near his home. He didn't know why there were so many people waiting for the train this morning. The North Ring Road was closed in the early morning, and the car couldn't drive through it all. What happened? Who knows? The investigation team is guarding with guns. Who dares to go through? It is said that there is a gang fight. Pei Jinya stood in the crowd, listening to the voices around him silently. Soon, the light rail train arrived at the station. Pei Jinya followed the crowd and slowly got on the train. You have paid successfully. Please get on the bus. You have paid successfully. Please get on the bus. You have paid successfully. Scan your face, pay directly. Find a seat and sit down. Pei Jinya began to close his eyes and rest. The people around him were discussing the North Ring Road. They were talking about the extraordinary people also joining the war, and there were more and more outrageous statements. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the classroom. It seemed that everyone also knew about the North Ring Road, and they were talking about it in whispers. When his desk mate saw Pei Jinya sitting down, he came over. Brother Yi, it's a pity that you didn't come on Saturday, you missed a big show. Pei Jinya didn't understand. The little fat man lowered his voice and said, Fong Hai is here too, his parents know Wang Jing parents, it's a pity that you could have been the first to get the moon and the beauty. Bullshit. Pei Jinya didn't take it to heart. Now his mind was full of when the third extraordinary gene fragment would appear. 8:41 a.m. Bronze Club. Senior, good morning. The cool breeze of the early morning poured into the corridor of the Bronze Club. Many students who came to practice couldn't help but wrap up their collars, and didn't forget to greet the tall young man in front of them. The other party nodded in response, and his eyes swept over the backs of the crowd from time to time. After waiting for a while, someone came by and said with a chuckle, Old Lon, you are not going to accompany Miss Jiang today. What are you doing in the club? Lon Fong had a warm smile on his face. After all, I am also a student of the club. If you don't come again, Master Chong will probably forget me. The other party chuckled. He went to the backyard with Lon Fong, chatting and laughing. The students in the corridor made way for him. After Lon Fong left, someone asked in a low voice, Who is he? Others were surprised. You don't know? Should I know? You may not know him, but you must know his sister, the 7th concubine of Lin from Tianshan International. Is it her? Damn. I remember, the Lon family has been gaining momentum recently. Yes, the new elite of Dapeng City. Are all the people in the guild here? After hearing what Lon Fong said, the companion was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at his younger brother. The younger brother took a quick look and quickly replied, All are here. He had forgotten about Pei Jinya's existence. He was mainly in their circle. There was no reason to make friends with people from lower levels. Besides, Pei Jinya was not in the guild all day, and when he came, it was late. There were not many people in the guild. Moreover, he started practicing as soon as he arrived, and did not do anything to pay respect to the leader of the mountain. Naturally, no one looked down on him, and he became the most insignificant person in the Bronze Club. Lon Fong looked around without any expression, but his companion suddenly asked, Who are you looking for? Lon Fong retracted his gaze. I haven't been here for a while, and I found a lot of new faces. The curly-haired companion said indifferently, People come to the club every year, but not many can stay. However, the current seedlings are really useless. When we were in the class, we fought our way through the difficult assessment. Now the difficulty has been lowered several times. But some people still can't make it. Mr. Bai and Mr. Lan are the pride of the Emperor. We are naturally inferior to them. Someone was flattering him. The curly-haired man ignored him. Lan Fong smiled softly. I can't compare to this Mr. Bai. Don't come on. Your awakened transcendence is rare. The curly-haired man laughed and scolded. And was a little envious. The spiritual supernatural gene itself is not a common system, not to mention that Lan Fong awakened a rare system in the spiritual system. Lan Fong changed the subject and said, I heard that a little cousin of your family has awakened recently. The curly-haired man smiled casually. That right, he is from a collateral family. The family is doing a potential test for him recently. If he fails, he will go back to where he came from. By the way, how are you and Miss Jiang getting along? I heard that Miss Jiang has agreed to let you go to the exhibition. Lan Fong laughed and changed the subject. That evening, Pei Jinya appeared at the Bronze Club. There were a lot more people in the club today. Everyone seemed to be talking about someone with the surname Lan. But he didn't take it seriously. He went to the martial arts field alone to start practicing. Li Xiaoyong helped to guide him a few times in the past 2 days, but found that there was nothing worth correcting, so he let him practice on his own. She had taught him everything she should teach, and the next step was up to Pei Jinya himself. At dusk, the years are peaceful. In another corner of the martial arts arena, Li Jun was also there. This boy with a bitter face didn't seem to like talking to people, and he was busy practicing all day. It is worth mentioning that Chong he never dared to show up again after being taught a lesson by Li Xiaoyong last time, and Pei Jinya's ears were much quieter. It was 8:10 in the evening. The martial arts arena seemed particularly quiet. Li Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead and was getting ready, but suddenly stopped. In his field of vision, in the opposite corner, Pei Jinya was holding a stone and doing horse stance. He was slightly stunned. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could this guy have been practicing until now? After watching for 3 seconds, Li Jun silently retracted his gaze, put down the water cup in his hand, and returned to his own field to practice again. It was 8:40. Li Jun could already feel his arms starting to ache. He turned his head and saw that the figure opposite him had been doing push-ups for 30 minutes in one breath. 8:50. Li Jun's cheeks flushed, the veins on his neck bulged, he gritted his teeth and held the stone. He glanced at the side of his eyes. The figure on the opposite side stood upside down with 2 fingers poking the ground. Fuck. Too cool. 9 o'clock. There was a sound of footsteps on the opposite side suddenly. Li Jun turned his head with difficulty and finally saw that it was over. He sat down on the sand weakly. His eyes were dull. It took him a long time to get up with difficulty. But he didn't leave, but turned back to the place where Pei Jinya had just practiced, staring at the half-man-high stone in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, and then bent down to lift it. As a result, his face flushed and he groaned. He actually failed to lift it for a while. I must have practiced too much and was exhausted. He comforted himself and left in a hurry. You have paid successfully. Please get on the train. The female voice of the robot sounded in his ears. And Pei Jinya came back to his senses and boarded the train home. Suddenly, his eyes blurred and he stared at the light ball not far away. You finally came out? Universal Gene Fragment +1. Pei Jinya was stunned. What the hell is universal? The next second, he learned the relevant information. Universal gene can be used as any extraordinary gene for fusion. Pei Jinya was shocked after reading the explanation. He wanted to fuse it right now, but he was still in the car. For safety reasons, he could only suppress his inner restlessness. Looking at the attribute panel again. Extraordinary gene. Spiritual gene 2/3 fusible gene. Universal gene fragment X1. It can really be fused. Pei Jinya took a deep breath. He knew that some things depended on his own thoughts. Hold on. 20 minutes later, Pei Jinya hurriedly got off the car. He did not go home immediately, but turned to go to a nearby park. He kept looking at the nearby cameras. After the reconnaissance, he found a hidden place. Although the place was a bit gloomy, it was good that no one would disturb him. And it was not easy to expose his tracks. After sitting down on the spot, Pei Jinya reopened the attribute panel. He stared at the word fusion with burning eyes. His mind moved. Instantly, the whole screen seemed to form a black hole. Pei Jinya felt that something was trying to break through his head. The next second, his eyes widened, bloodshot on his face, quickly spread to his front body, and his cells in his body burst out with strange power as if they were burning. Is this awakening? As soon as the words fell, boom, Pei-Jinya mind shook, and he lost consciousness. At this moment, his entire spiritual world was in turmoil. Countless golden rays of light penetrated the void, condensed together, and gradually formed a golden spear. I don't know how long it took. The golden spear soared into the sky and stopped in midair. However, the sky suddenly turned red, swallowed the golden spear, and turned into a blood-red spear, emitting boundless murderous aura. Pei-Jinya slowly opened his eyes. Have I awakened successfully? He felt more awake than ever before. His thoughts became very fast, as if he had become much lighter. He quickly swiped out the attribute panel. Name, Pei-Jinya. Super Gene. Spirit Spear 1/3. His eyes fell on the Super Gene column, and Pei-Jinya let out a long breath. Finally succeeded. However, when he saw the words 1/3, Pei-Jinya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he could continue to synthesize a higher level? He glanced at the other values. All of them had undergone earth-shaking changes. The blood value soared by 2 times. The upper limit of physical strength soared by nearly 5 times. And Pei-Jinya clearly felt that his body was completely different from before awakening. It felt like a 30 milliliters cup suddenly became 500 milliliters. Maybe even more. You will know something after practicing. Blood Spear. How do I use it? Pei-Jinya looked strange, and for a moment, he didn't know how to use his extraordinary ability. No wonder Fong arranged for professionals to accompany and guide him immediately after awakening, concentrating his mind and calming his breath. Pei-Jinya carefully felt the information brought by Blood Spear. This is an offensive superpower that combines mental power and blood. In other words, activating the Blood Spear requires consuming one's own blood. Fortunately, he can now continuously improve through the blood drawing art. Pei-Jinya stretched out his hand and tried to activate the tree in front of him. Blood Spear. Borrowing the breathing method of blood drawing art. Under the activation, the blood and she pulled out a spear shadow. Buzz. The void trembled. A blood spear in front of him condensed and flew, blasting towards the tree in front of him that could be hugged by 5 people. But the next moment, Pei-Jinya's face changed slightly. He quickly withdrew his hand. The redness on his face turned pale. Damn, this move consumes too much blood. He quickly swiped out the attribute panel. In the column of chi and blood value, the original amount of 4.9 points was only 0.7. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have been killed in one wave. Pei-Jinya couldn't help but think about it. If I can obtain the relevant cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, I know nothing about supernatural things. Who should I ask? It was past 11 o'clock in the evening. There were not many people on the street. The downtown building in the distance was still projecting beautiful virtual celebrity advertisements. In order to get home earlier, Pei-Jinya took a shortcut, but he didn't expect to be surrounded by a drunkard at the narrow alley. Boy, hand over the money. Listen, I don't want to hurt you, just give me the money. The drunkard held a dagger in his hand and said fiercely. Pei-Jinya raised his hand and said helplessly, I am a student. I really have no money. I don't believe it. Give me the money. The drunkard waved the dagger in the air a few times and said viciously. Pei-Jinya raised his hand and looked around with his peripheral vision to determine whether there was any surveillance equipment here. Before he could say anything else, suddenly, an electronic voice came from the camera behind him. Federal 4th Class Citizen Zhao Dahai, you are committing a crime. Please put down your phone immediately, lie on the ground, and wait for punishment. Fuck you. AI? Fuck you. Federation. You fired me because of a big idiot like you. Why? Why do you control our fate with your AI? Why? The drunkard shouted excitedly, waving the knife in his hand. Pei-Jinya tried to retreat and escape, but he suddenly pounced on him. Pei-Jinya's expression turned cold. He punched at the opponent's wrist. But the tip of the dagger was very fast, and was about to cut his arm, but was caught by a big hand in the next second. Bang! With a flash of light, the drunk flew out with the knife. Pei-Jinya was stunned. He turned around subconsciously. A tall man wearing a mechanical mask stood beside Pei-Jinya with a gun, and the instrument on his wrist swept towards him. Pei-Jinya, 3rd Class Citizen of the Federation. Student, no criminal behavior, night patrol. The other party identity emerged in Pei-Jinya's mind. A public official responsible for night patrols to protect the city safety. It is said that these people never show their true faces, and they all practice fighting techniques. Before Pei-Jinya could react, the drunkard had been taken away by the other party and put on the police car. Do you want free transportation? A deep voice suddenly came from the alley. Petunia looked at it calmly. 5 minutes later, Petunia took the floating police car back to his residence. Everything he had just experienced seemed like a dream. It really outrageous. His mother opened the door to outrageous things. Took out the key and opened the door. The room was dark. He quietly entered, changed his shoes, unexpectedly. The light on the sofa came on. Father Pei got up and asked softly, "Is it Shuya?" Petunia closed the door gently. Practicing martial arts took up some time. "Dad? Are you still awake?" Father Pei lowered his voice and said, "I let your mother sleep first. You should wash up and have a rest soon." After saying that, he got up from the sofa, used the light of his mobile phone to light the way for Petunia. Petunia looked at him yawning repeatedly, and swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Anyway, he has succeeded, so there is no need to rush for a while. The two elders have been busy all day, and no matter how important awakening is, it is not as important as the health of parents. Petunia came in quietly, and after a simple wash, he returned to his small compartment, and lay down slowly, and there was no movement outside the door. The small house of more than 10 square meters soon fell into silence. Petunia lay on the simple little bed. The dim moonlight outside the window just fell on the left half of his face. He didn't sleep. Instead, he was thinking about what would happen after awakening. A cash reward of 100,000. And a house. He didn't want to be known to everyone like Fong Hai. It would be better if he could keep a low profile. But who should he find? Time flies. The next morning at 8:40. In the senior 317 class, Petunia was absent-mindedly attending class. Last night, he had specifically looked up some mental techniques, and found that they cost 300,000, and even more expensive ones could not be bought for millions, which was simply outrageous. "I'm short of money." "Oh, soon." As the bell rang, he immediately rushed to Sister Bing's office, wanting to learn some extraordinary information. "Sister Bing," Petunia called out. Sister Bing turned her head and looked at him. The next second, she raised her eyebrows slightly. "This kid. There is a rockery behind the second middle school literature and history museum, and there is a pavilion in front of the rockery." Petunia stretched out his hand. Sister Bing felt it carefully, and said in amazement, "Your chi and blood are well restrained, and your body is much stronger. I almost didn't recognize you." Petunia smiled sincerely. "Thanks to Sister Bing for giving me this opportunity." Sister Bing shook her head. Just as she was about to say something, a middle-aged teacher suddenly ran over from outside the pavilion. "Teacher Xiao, something big happened. Just got the news, Fong Hai was assassinated this morning." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly saw Petunia and realized that she had said too much. Sister Bing said calmly, "Where is he now?" "In the hospital, still being rescued. The principal is on the way. He asked me to inform you. Let go together." The middle-aged teacher didn't care about Petunia anymore, and said quickly. Sister Bing nodded, turned her head and looked at Petunia. "I tell you about your matter later. Keep a low profile recently. Duping City is not peaceful." Petunia nodded, watched the two people leave. Fong Hai. Assassinated? Is it because he is too high profile? Or revenge? Petunia's face was ugly. Sister Bing's last sentence obviously had a deep meaning. When we returned to class 17, everyone was still arguing. The topic about Fong Hai was not over, but the news of Fong Hai assassination had not been spread at this time. Until the end of the afternoon, Petunia did not see Sister Bing. I think Fong Hai matter must have been very serious. At 4:40 in the afternoon, Petunia did not go to the Bronze Club immediately, but packed up and went to the education department to register for awakening. He just filled out a chapter of the registration form: name, school, home address, contact information, awakening system. Petunia frowned after reading it. This information is too detailed. A villain can find him in minutes. The lady at the front desk seemed to see Petunia's worries, and patiently explained, "These are strictly confidential. After you fill in the information will be reported to the think tank immediately. You can rest assured about the security of the think tank. After the think tank completes the verification, you will be notified to come to the ability test." Petunia only cares about one question: when can the awakening reward be collected? In principle, it has to wait until the ability test is settled. In principle? The lady at the front desk just smiled, and did not explain. Some things should be known. Petunia frowned and asked, "How long will the test take?" The young lady smiled and said, "The fastest is 3 days. The latest is 15 days. If you want to expedite it, you can pay more. If you want to advance it to 3 days, it only costs 1,000 yuan. The reason why we have to wait so long is that we need to integrate the list of all the people nearby. Not only you students, but also some people in society who have just awakened. The test time will be arranged uniformly at that time. Pei Jinya. You can obviously rob the money directly, but you have to set a rule. He suddenly asked uncertainly. So it is a 100 square meter house plus 100,000 cash. The house is, the cash depends on the potential level, only awakeners above level A can get the 100,000 cash. Sure enough. It's so dark. Pei Jinya cursed in his heart, if you don't want to give it, just say it. Although the cash is not easy to get, but the house can probably be confirmed. After watching the other party seal the information, he left. At 5:21 p.m., Pei Jinya arrived at the Bronze Club. When changing clothes, he heard these elite students in the club talking about the big events in Dapeng City today. I heard that the kid from the Fong family was crippled. It's hard to say whether he can survive. It's his own fault. He should have practiced in a low-key manner. He thought he was a great man. But he was targeted. He is going to be badly hurt if he doesn't die. I heard that their master was going to assess his potential. But now, he has gone back. If no miracle happens, he will be a cripple for the rest of his life. The voices talking were not deliberately avoided. I think this news has spread in these small circles. Pei Jinya sighed in his heart. Is this the background? Those people in the school don't know the truth about what happened in the outside world. But the people here just treat it as a topic of conversation. He calmed down and turned to the martial arts field to continue practicing. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Sister Bing still didn't come to school. Pei Jinya was the same every day. After school, he went to the Bronze Club to practice. The education department still didn't give a confirmation message. Since he awakened, his physical fitness has been greatly improved. Now, using 70 kilograms of stone to train his strength is not very effective. So he simply changed to 80 kilograms of stone. Moreover, when practicing blood drawing technique, the effect is obviously doubled. The increase in blood value after practicing is 0.2 calories, and the increase in the upper limit of physical strength is 0.03. Although the amount is small, Pei Jinya enjoys it. As long as he walks crazy, his blood will grow fast. And the more times he uses the blood spear in the future, the stronger the ability to protect oneself. Li Jun stood aside hesitantly, holding a stone, very hesitant. After Pei Jinya finished his training, he noticed him, and asked, "What the matter?" Li Jun walked over awkwardly. "Excuse me. Pei, I want to ask you some training techniques." These days, he has noticed Pei Jinya training, and his progress is much faster than his, which makes him astonished. He asked Pei Jinya, a new student who has been here for almost 2 months, to teach him. It was somewhat embarrassing. Besides, he was a repeater, and was older than Pei Jinya. But Li Jun wanted to become stronger. The elite students in the hall ignored him, so he could only ask questions. Pei Jinya didn't dislike him. But there was really no technique to this strength training. You just have to slow down. Move slowly. Feel the explosion of your muscles. Over time, you can improve quickly. Li Jun asked curiously, "Junior, have you heard of blood coagulation powder?" Pei Jinya couldn't help but look over. Li Jun hurriedly said, "It's a drug that can quickly enhance blood and qi. I thought you had taken it before, but it seems I thought too much." Pei Jinya seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing that Li Jun knew more than he did, he felt moved. After chatting for a few words, he followed the topic and asked, "By the way, Senior Li, I see that there are some very strong seniors in the club. Are they extraordinary people?" Li Jun looked around carefully, nodded. "Yes, people like them with family background. He has been taking herbs that strengthen his qi and blood since he was young. And he has been training since he was young. So his body has been stronger than ours from the beginning." When speaking, Li Jun couldn't help showing envy. Then why do they still come to the Bronze Club? Li Jun looked over and smiled. "You may not know Master Chong. He used to be an instructor of the Night Patrol Division. He can be the instructor of those night patrols. And his strength is evident. Does Senior Li know the essential difference between awakening and non-awakening? I observed those seniors. Some looked strong, but some seemed not so obvious." Pei Jinya had a humble attitude of learning. Li Jun paused. It seemed that he came to learn, but now he was explaining. However, after this conversation, Pei Jinya made him feel very comfortable, not as arrogant as others, or as calculating as Zhang He who harmed others for his own benefit. He pondered for a while, and said, "How should I put it? Awakening is to revive the extraordinary gene. Genes support the basic structure and performance of life, while extraordinary genes are endowed with extraordinary abilities. I heard that after awakening, the human body will be fundamentally improved. For example, if a person awakens the extraordinary gene of the fire element, he can activate flames, fireballs, or cannons. How strong it is depends on his genetic potential. In addition, the power can be increased through later practice. Moreover, from now on, their physique will be close to fire in the future. Practicing the techniques or skills of fire elements, you will get twice the result with half the effort. And you can also exert power that others cannot exert." Peijia was thoughtful. To put it in the old words of their hometown, his bones have been improved, his qualifications have been improved, and his spiritual roots of certain attributes have been awakened. Now all he needs is the skills. For example, he can now use the spear condensed by his mental power. But if he practices the corresponding skills, the power will be even stronger. But where can he find the mental power-related techniques? You can't just rob them. Whose are you robbing? Senior, are those extraordinary people in the guild here to learn the blood-drawing technique? Li Jun shook his head, not entirely. At their level, they will buy the technique courses from Master Chong. Extraordinary is just extraordinary ability, but whether the strength is strong or not also depends on the technique bonus. Then where did they get the awakened skills? You have to figure it out yourself. No matter how strong Master Chong is, he only awakened one kind of extraordinary. If you happen to meet him, you can learn from him. As for other types of supernatural beings, you can either go to a merchant to buy them, or wait until you go to Wuda to learn. Li Jun sighed. Outsiders think that traveling the world with a sword is a very glorious thing. But in fact, no one knows how much money it will cost along the way. Without money and background, you can only follow the routine, and then watch others surpass you. Peijin's ambitions were dashed. He thought he would be able to make a big splash after awakening. But now it seems that background is completely linked to resources. He can't do this with his current family background. Peijia and Li Jun chatted for a while, and then went to the cafeteria together. The two had similar body shapes, but Peijia looked stronger now. If it were a few days ago, Peijia would have looked thinner. From a distance, he saw a group of people coming towards him. Peijia looked up and didn't care. Li Jun quickly pulled Peijia over, and led him to make way, and said in a low voice, "The person in front is Senior Fong Tianjin, the young master of the Fong family. Awakener. The one on the left is Senior Lan Fong. I heard he just awakened 2 months ago. His sister is very powerful. The Lan family is very powerful in Daping now." Peijia realized that he had been a member for a while, but he didn't know the members of the Bronze Club at all. The other group didn't even look at Peijia and Li Jun. They were chatting and laughing. "Didn't you make an appointment with Miss Jiang to go out? Why didn't you go?" "Miss Jiang?" Peijia looked over hesitantly. Lan Fong replied helplessly, "How can you be more gossipy than me?" The group walked further and further away. Peijia looked at Lan Fong, feeling as if he had heard this voice somewhere before. "What wrong?" Li Jun looked at him. Peijia retracted his gaze and changed the subject. "What abilities did they awaken?" Li Jun thought for a while and said, "Senior Fong seems to have enhanced attack speed. Senior Lan is mental strength. I don't know what it is exactly, but I heard it is a relatively rare type." Peijia suddenly became interested. "La Feng's spiritual department?" 9 o'clock in the evening. Li Jun and Peijia parted at the Bronze Club. After an afternoon of contact, the relationship between the two became much closer than before. Peijia walked all the way, always feeling like someone was staring at him from behind. He looked back several times but found nothing. He frowned slightly. Was it an illusion? He suddenly turned into the alley, and after a few sounds of running, everything became quiet. Peijia leaned against the wall, holding his breath, waiting quietly, holding a switchblade in his hand, which was one of his equipment since he met the drunk. A few seconds passed like this. There was no movement. Is it an illusion? Peijia frowned. But he did not doubt his feelings. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Taking a deep breath, he did not look over, but slowly walked a few steps in the other direction of the alley. Then he ran away quickly with all his strength. Slowly, a tall figure walked out of the darkness, and looked at the surveillance camera not far away with some fear. This kid. Buzz. The phone vibrated. The tall figure turned around, left the alley, and answered the phone. "It me. Why haven't you informed me to execute the plan? Did you forget? It not time yet. The Jiang family is very vigilant. For some reason, that girl hasn't been out recently. In addition, I may have found the kid from last time. Did you catch him? 2 targets, 1 escaped, but there is still 1, you just wait for my news." Put down the phone. Fong lowered the brim of his hat as he walked out of the alley, mixed into the crowd. The next evening, after Pei Jinya arrived at the Bronze Club, he was shocked to learn that Li Jun was dead. Dead? It was said that he fell down, but it cannot be ruled out that he was murdered. There are more gangs in the South District, so it is not uncommon for someone to die. Li Xiaoyong just shook his head, as if he was used to this kind of thing. Pei Jinya's heart skipped a beat. The person died just like that? Li Xiaoyong glanced at him. What else? Use the authority of the intelligent brain to solve this case? A small person with no background and no potential. No one would use the authority to investigate. Because it's not worth it. Pei Jinya was silent. He exhaled lightly. This world is really cruel and ruthless. Li Xiaoyong stared at him and said, "Have you heard about Fong Hai matter?" Pei Jinya nodded. Li Xiaoyong whispered, "The people of the Old God Society have revived in the city. They are the ones who did what Fong Hai did. They specially selected some awakened people with potential and hunted their extraordinary genes." Pei Jinya heard this, and did not even pay attention to what kind of organization the Old God Society was. Instead, he was stunned and said, "Extraordinary genes can be taken?" Li Xiaoyong nodded, "But it's not what you think. You can think of it as cloning genes. But in this process, the origin will be destroyed. And the ability will definitely be affected. I just don't know how much of the origin that little guy has been affected. Maybe he can only be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Senior sister, the Old God Association is." Li Xiaoyong was stunned. "You don't know?" Pei Jinya shook his head. Li Xiaoyong looked strange. "Senior sister Xiao recommended you here. Didn't she tell you anything?" Pei Jinya said in surprise. "Sister Bing is also a member of the Bronze Association?" Li Xiaoyong. You said, "What is your relationship with senior sister Xiao? If Master Chong hadn't greeted me, I wouldn't have known that you were recommended by her." Pei Jinya finally understood why senior sister Li would take such good care of him. It turned out that he was benefiting from Sister Bing. If I said that Sister Bing thought I was a good seedling with unlimited potential, so she gave me a hand, would you believe it? Li Xiaoyong laughed. "Forget it. Since you don't want to say it, forget it. How could the famous senior sister Xiao recommend someone casually?" Pei Jinya was also helpless. He had said everything that needed to be said. Li Xiaoyong motioned him to follow him, and the two quickly went to a tea house near the Bronze Club. The manager of the tea house personally greeted them. It seemed that Li Xiaoyong was a frequent visitor here, so he led them directly to her exclusive VIP room. The waiter skillfully served 2 cups of tea, and did not dare to look around, and respectfully left the room. Li Xiaoyong took a silver needle, and tested the 2 cups of tea. After confirming that it was non-toxic, he said nonchalantly, "I can't say more about the Old God Club. You just need to know that they are a group of complete lunatics. The reason I asked you to come here today is actually to ask for your help." Pei Jinya was a little surprised, but thinking about what he had heard in the past 2 days, he secretly thought that he still had a lot to learn. But facing Li Xiaoyong's gaze, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Senior sister, I may disappoint you." He knew who he was. Since Li Xiaoyong came to ask for help, what else could it be for? He sighed in his heart. He and Sister Bing were really innocent. Li Xiaoyong just smiled faintly, picked up the teacup, and gestured, "Drink some tea first. There is no rush for a while." Pei Jinya paused, and suddenly felt that the tea was very hot. But he still took a sip. Suddenly his expression was stunned. "This tea?" He quickly pulled out the attribute panel. Qi and blood did not change. Physical strength limit +1. More importantly, he realized that his mental power seemed to be much more solid. Li Xiaoyong just smiled, took a sip of his tea, and said calmly, "This kind of spiritual tea is planted by extraordinary people, watered with selected spiritual water, and can improve physical fitness and strengthen the mind. Is it expensive?" Li Xiaoyong was amused by Pei Jinya's question. "It okay. Only 28,000 yuan per cup." Pei Jinya shook his head and said nothing. It not that there is no chance to break this class gap, but it just that ordinary people can't break it. This sip costs 1,000 yuan. Pei Jinya drank it all in one gulp. "Senior sister, go ahead." Li Xiaoyong smiled lightly. "Don't be embarrassed. I just want you to tell me a message. Just one message? Yes. Pei Jinya was very curious. What kind of words could be worth 28,000 yuan? Li Xiaoyong left. Pei Jinya returned to the Bronze Club to continue his practice. It was just a sentence, but Li Xiaoyong did not dare to go there in person, but asked himself to do it. He could not figure out the key point, so he did not continue to trouble himself. The evening wind was bleak. He stood alone in the martial arts arena, and the action of preparing to practice stopped, and he looked up at a certain place. That was where Li Jun often practiced, but he was gone now. He disappeared without anyone noticing. Pei Jinya sighed. If you become stronger and don't even have the ability to protect yourself, what future can you talk about? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Pei Jinya let out a long breath. After this training, his qi and blood increased by 0.24 calories, not bad. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a figure in front of him, leisurely puffing on a pipe. Pei Jinya's whole back was cold. He didn't even know when this Master Chong appeared. His face tightened, and he hurriedly greeted respectfully, Master Chong. Old man Chong blew out a smoke ring. What your name? Student Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya answered honestly. Old man Chong knocked on his pipe. I used to close the shop at around 8 o'clock, but now it always 90 o'clock. Some people are really too much. Pei Jinya pulled the corner of his mouth. Master Chong, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Otherwise, I would close the shop in the future. Old man Chong paused, and swept his turbid eyes away. For a while, he turned around, he cursed. Why don't young people nowadays follow the routine? Pei Jinya. Before he could come to his senses, there was a sound of breaking air in front of him, and a black shadow flashed by. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand, and found that it was a booklet. Old man Chong said without turning his head, if you can master this boxing in 3 days, I will accept you into the inner sect. Pei Jinya was shocked. Thank you, Master Chong. Old man Chong said impatiently, hurry up. I want to close the door and go to sleep. Pei Jinya picked up his clothes, closed the door, left, after leaving the bronze door, looked at the booklet in his hand. Techniques? This happiness came too suddenly. Inside the door. In the martial arts arena, old man Chong stepped on the 100 gene stone with his foot, turned his head, and looked at the stone that Pei Jinya had lifted before, with a strange look on his face. Did this kid hide his incompetence before coming? It's not a bad thing to be a little cunning in this world. In front of the station, Pei Jinya was full of surprises. Technique. Although it is not a spiritual technique, he is in urgent need of a way to become stronger. Pei Jinya suddenly frowned. The feeling of being watched came again. Who is it? He looked around calmly. There were still more than 10 people waiting for the train in the station. The light rail came. The door opened. Passengers got on and off one after another. Pei Jinya got on the train. The feeling of being watched was still there. He pretended not to know, and thought about what to do. Take out your phone. Call the police? What if it's a misunderstanding? What if the person following you is Lan Fong? What if they are covering up for each other? Damn. I'm really too weak. Pei Jinya sat on the far left of the bench. Fumbled for his phone. Sister Bing, I'm Pei % you and I felt a chill on my back. Pei Jinya sent the unfinished message as quickly as possible. A voice just came to my ear. You seem very reluctant to contact me? Pei Jinya tried to turn his head to look, but found that he couldn't move at all. The light reflected from the opposite car window was particularly dazzling the next second. A tall man in a black windbreaker sat beside Pei Jinya and said with interest, I think you know something. So you are afraid to see me? Before Pei Jinya could speak, a hand patted his shoulder. Dream. The whistling sound of the car seemed to be frozen in his mind. The two sat side by side on the bench, motionless, like a stone sculpture. Pei Jinya vaguely remembered the sound of a car whizzing past, and he subconsciously opened his eyes. He had only one thought. It's so dark. He looked down at his palm. Like a virtual spirit, he had lost his body at this moment, like a lonely drifting soul appearing in this dark hole. This is Lan Fong dream. Pei Jinya hesitated for only a moment, and reacted instantly. If he hadn't awakened the spiritual system, I'm afraid he's still sinking. White light slowly appeared in the dark world in front of him. Pei Jinya subconsciously looked up. A tall figure looked down at him. Lan Fong just bent a finger. Pei Jinya immediately felt a pressure coming from all directions. This method must be a technique. He was jealous. But at this moment, he looked up in panic. Who are you? Pei Jinya, a senior high school student in Daping City No. 2 Middle School. I don't know where I got the Crescent Moon order from. 9 days ago, I joined the Bronze Society, and was originally on the track of an ordinary person. But because of an accident, I heard something I shouldn't have heard. I'm sorry that your good luck may have run out. Lan Fong said softly. So, tell me first, have you told others what you overheard? I forgot to say, in my dream, everyone will tell the truth. Somewhere in Daping City, Sister Bing got on the big iron horse, and said without looking back, send me the location of that mobile number. Where are you going? Boss? Behind him, a girl with a watermelon head said in astonishment. Human lives are at stake. After saying that, Sister Bing had already was past. The girl with the watermelon head was stunned, and quickly retracted her gaze, and stretched out her hand. Countless silver threads connected to the computer in front of her, and a large amount of data was scrolling. 1 second later, the voice of the watermelon head came from Sister Bing helmet. The target is on the S1 light rail. The next stop is Chuanliang. The best route has been planned for you. It will take about 1 minute and 11 seconds for me to check the surveillance. Hey! The other party exclaimed in surprise, and said quickly, he has a supernatural person with him, who should be carrying special items, and his identity cannot be identified. I can't hear what they are saying, and the surveillance is disturbed. There are still people on the light rail now, and the other party should not mess around. However, the next stop will arrive in 38 seconds. Boss, you may not be able to catch up. Sister Bing said nothing, stepped on the accelerator, and boom flew from the suburbs to the city. Pei Jinya felt the pressure from all sides, calm in the heart. The good news is that the other party awakened only 2 months earlier than him. The bad news is that this guy's methods are far more sophisticated than his. He looked at his attribute panel. Health, 6.1 card. If blood spear is used. Tell me the truth. Lan Fong voice came, his eyes were urgent. If this little bastard really told the Jiang family, then things would be a big deal. But no matter what, this little bastard will not survive. He had already decided to take him away at the next stop, killed silently. I didn't say that. Pei Jinya found that he couldn't lie at all. This was probably the ability that Lan Fong mentioned. He was very excited. Mental power could be used in this way. Very good. Lan Fong breathed a sigh of relief and showed a hypocritical and kind smile. Then don't blame me. Blame yourself if you want to blame someone. Before he finished speaking. Puff! Lan Fong's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the blood spear that pierced his chest in disbelief. You? This kid is also extraordinary. Lan Fong was stunned. The galloping cavalry was like a beast in the middle of the night, speeding through the city. Sister Bing heard the watermelon-headed man exclamation again. It bad. Boss. I don't know what device the other party is carrying. The monitoring equipment on the light rail is affected. It exploded. Sister Bing didn't say anything. The throttle was already at the maximum. Lan Fong dream. This was the first time Pei Jinya summoned the blood spear in the form of a spirit. The scene was much more shocking than reality. Boom. With a sound, Lan Fong's spirit body seemed to explode. But strangely it did not dissipate, but remained in a state of disintegration. The blood spear was suspended in the air, and countless blood threads connected his spirit fragments. To be more precise, it was swallowed. Lan Fong screamed in horror. How is this possible? Who are you? He felt that his spirit body was shrinking little by little, and he was horrified and tried his best to control the recovery of his spirit body. The spirit body was related to his soul. If the spirit body collapsed, then to the outside world, he would become an empty shell without a soul. Lan Fong found that he couldn't control his spirit at all. The opponent methods were more domineering than his. This was clearly his dream. But now he felt that the other party was the master of this dream. In fact, Pei Jinya was also surprised. Just when the blood spear condensed, this dream created by mental power seemed to be about to be shattered. He never thought that his extraordinary ability could be so terrifying. Doesn't that mean that dreams will be invincible in the future? Lan Feng's face was full of horror. What kind of monster is this guy in front of me? How can there be such a terrifying ability in this world? Didn't the intelligence say that he was just an ordinary person? How can this be called ordinary? In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of his spirit body had melted away. Lan Feng turned around frantically, and wanted to return to reality. However, Pei Jinya suddenly stretched out his hand, and grasped the blood spear at this moment, and the next second, the blood-colored light that no one expected instantly bloomed, piercing Lan Feng's entire dream. No! Lan Feng screamed in horror. The last bit of his spirit was completely devoured. A dark world. Pei Jinya held the blood spear in his hand, with a look of surprise on his face. Because at the moment he held the blood spear, countless memories from Lan Fong rushed into his mind. Sister, where are you? The 3-year-old boy stood in the bloody pile of corpses, crying loudly. That year he and his sister parted ways. Not long after, he was sent to an orphanage. When he was 9 years old, he was taken away from his hometown and met a strange woman. From today on, you call me sister. If he refused to call me sister, he would be whipped. After that, he watched his sister constantly changing male partners. 12 years old, he participated in the training camp, worked out every day, and lived an ascetic life. 13 years old, he killed someone for the first time, and he trembled all over when he saw the blood on the ground. It was his sister who covered up the truth for him. 17 years old, he came into contact with an organization called Old God Society. He met a master with a faceless mask, and he respected him very much. Child, do you want to listen to God instructions? Then he followed the instructions of the oracle and joined the Old God Society. Everything for the dawn. At the age of 19, he successfully awakened. The Old God Society sent him the practice techniques. 2 months later, he received a task to collect Jiang Nanhan extraordinary genes. However, when he was coordinating the task with the organization, he found that someone had overheard the content. Find him as soon as possible, and get rid of him. October 18, just yesterday, he lost one target, and went to another target home. Don't kill me. Please, I don't know anything. Li Jun's cry for help was heartbreaking, but Lan Fong still killed him. He skillfully arranged the scene, pretending to fall from the building, and then avoided the surveillance and left quietly. Pei Jinya gradually came back to his senses from Lan Fong memory. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face. Sister Bing? He was stunned. Just as he was about to get up, he found that his whole body was tingling. He took a deep breath and lay down again. Only then did he realize that he was lying in a semi-sealed nutrition cabin. Where am I? Oh, where is Lan Fong? Pei Jinya's expression froze. After he devoured the other party's soul and all his memories, he also lost all his perception. Sister Bing said calmly, "You are in my safe house, very safe." Pei Jinya paused. Where is he? Dead. Sister Bing's concise words made Pei Jinya stunned. The screen in front of him suddenly showed a girl face. The watermelon-headed man jumped and waved at the two of them. Boss, can you see me? Sister Bing said nothing. Pei Jinya couldn't help but look over. The watermelon-headed man leaned close to the screen, seemingly trying to identify something. Boss, is this the person you want to save? He looked so small. Pei Jinya looked at Sister Bing. Sister Bing reached out and turned off the screen, with a calm face. Don't pay attention to her. After that, a line of words appeared on the screen in Pei Jinya's nutrient tank. Boss, you are destroying the bridge after crossing the river. I spent so much effort to help you avoid that guy pursuit. You are done with it, and he just throws it away. Cry. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Sister Bing. Trace? Another line of words appeared on the screen. It is the city security system Xing Tian. It is also a subsystem of the Star Ring. You did something with that guy on the light rail, which caused the monitor to be abnormal, and then attracted the attention of the authorities. Before the other party arrived, the boss rescued you. To prevent Xing Tian from noticing your whereabouts, I designed an escape route. Thank you. Pei Jinya said softly. A character's smiley face appeared on the screen. Sister Bing asked, what happened? Pei Jinya took a deep breath. This is a long story. I finished my training that day. I accidentally heard his conversation with the members of the Old God Society. He used his ability to trace back to find me. So he wanted to silence me. The screen popped up an exclamation mark. The Old God Society. This guy is actually a member of the Old God Society. Sister Bing ignored the exclamation mark on the screen and looked at Pei Jinya. What did you hear? Pei Jinya fell into thought. I didn't hear it clearly at the time. It seems that he wanted to deliberately contact a person named Jiang Nan. I forgot what her name was. It seems that he called her Miss Jiang. The screen showed an exclamation mark again. Jiang Nanhan. It was her. After the Old God Society was exposed for arresting Fong Hai, she dared to arrest the daughter of the Jiang family. She is so bold. Pei Jinya also saw the text on the screen. He turned his head and looked at Sister Bing. Sister Bing, what should I do now? I heard that Lan Fong has a strong background. If his family knew that he died because of me, they would definitely not let me go. Sister Bing fell into deep thought. The key is that there is no evidence to prove that he is a member of the Old God Society. So once the matter is exposed, the Lon family will definitely put pressure on you. Are you willing to join the military? Peijia was stunned. The screen showed text. The boss has someone in the Northern Legion. If you go there, the Lon family will never dare to touch you. Now all the surveillance shows that he was following you. But how he died in the end. There was no surveillance video left. And there was no evidence to convict him. With the means of the Lon family, they can easily turn you into a murderer. And then put you in jail and torture you to death. The screen showed characters again. Friend, you have to make a decision as soon as possible. The Lon family will find something strange tomorrow at the latest. Lon Fong fellow old gods will also find something strange. And it will be difficult for you to escape. Peijia was silent. Is there really no law in this world? Sister Bing looked at him unexpectedly. A sentence flashed across the screen. It depends on the value. If you go to the military, maybe in a few years you will be appreciated by a big boss, lead the team back, and directly flatten the Lon family, and no one will dare to say a word against you. Peijia sighed in his heart. In this world, how can good people live? Recalling the memory. Peijia saw a memory of Lon Fong being followed by the investigation team after being disguised. Will this guy be exposed soon? Otherwise, go with the flow. He pondered for a while. Maybe I know something. Lon Fong has a habit of writing down his own deeds as short stories and collecting them in folders for his own enjoyment. Peijia did not explain too much, but just said that this was Lon Fong enjoying the joke before killing someone, and took the initiative to tell him about it. It took less than 3 minutes for Watermelon Head to jump out again. Good fellow. The things in this folder are almost related to the murders in the past 2 years. This guy is really bold. He has committed 19 murders at the age of 19. The other 5 are ordinary people who are powerless. Sister Bing needs to retrieve the files of these murders to find clues. So she asked Peijia to have a good rest in the next 2 days. She has already informed the family and the school. So he doesn't need to go to school for the time being. By the way, Sister Bing, Senior Sister Li Xiaoyong from the Bronze Club came to me yesterday and wanted me to bring you a message. She said someone has been waiting for you. Sister Bing simply said and turned to leave. Peijia was hesitant. Did Sister Bing make sure she heard it just now? Not long after Sister Bing left, Watermelon Head appeared from nowhere again, or to be more precise, he was still trying to chat with Peijia through the screen. What happened between you and Lon Fong at the last moment? If you don't want to tell me, just tell me. I don't remember it either. Peijia was lying in the nutrition cabin. His thoughts drifted away. He could no longer hear what Watermelon Head said. Everything that happened a few hours ago was rolling in his mind. He devoured all of Lon Fong memories, including cultivation, including the affairs of the old gods, including the capital account. This old guy once received a sum of 1 million from the old gods. Damn. He is so rich. Peijia suppressed the ripples in his heart. First, pull out the attribute panel, observe his own changes. Name, Peijia. Super Gene. Spirit Spear 1-3 can be fused with Super Gene. Spirit Dream. Peijia was shocked the first time he saw the attribute panel. There is an extra Super Gene. This is clearly Lon Fong Super Gene. He could actually peel it off and devour it. He remembered this more than once. Both Li Xiaoyong and Li Jun mentioned that each person can only awaken one extraordinary gene at most, and there is no such thing as dual system. If what happened to him now were to be spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Can't say it. Absolutely can't say it. The more he realized the cruelty of this world, the more Peijia understood that if this kind of thing was exposed, it would not be as simple as having good potential. That is a monster. A monster that can devour other people's extraordinary genes. If this gets out, I'm afraid the value of living is to be locked up for research. Peijia took a deep breath and calmed down. With a thought, the 2 extraordinary genes merged together. The words in the column extraordinary gene changed. Spirit Shadow Spear. The other values did not change. Peijia breathed a sigh of relief and lay quietly in the nutrition cabin. Because of the battle with Lon Fong, his chi and blood value dropped a lot. Not to mention his physical strength. If it weren't for Sister Bing nutrition cabin, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly now. I owe Sister Bing more and more debts. He began to study his current abilities. Recall, as the name suggests, restores the scene around you in a small range. Through Lon Fong memory, Peijia already understood how the other party discovered him. He stroked his chin. How about becoming a detective after graduation? As for the skill of dream hypnosis, Pei Jinya was very surprised. He knew very well that when Lan Feng used it on him, he felt deeply controlled. Of course, this skill has a loophole. The opponent's mental strength must be weaker than his own. Otherwise Lan Feng, the initiator, will be killed by Pei Jinya. The breathing method and blood drawing technique have been slightly improved, which is also due to the experience pack brought by Lan Feng. Pei Jinya even felt that he was too weak now. He couldn't absorb all the essence of Lan Feng memory. Otherwise his proficiency would be much higher than what he saw now. Suddenly, he was looking forward to the future. But the next second, Pei Jinya woke up. What was he looking forward to? Looking forward to killing people? He didn't feel excited at all after killing people. Although his heartbeat accelerated, it didn't seem to have much of an impact. Am I born to be a demon who kills without blinking an eye? Pei Jinya shook his head and shook off his distracting thoughts. He just wanted to live well. In this cruel and cold-blooded world, survive and become stronger. Have you thought about what to do next? The watermelon head interrupted Pei Jinya's thoughts at this time. Pei Jinya looked subconsciously. What suggestions do you have? The watermelon head. You said faintly, you are really big. So he began to explain patiently. There are two ways now. First, hide this matter forever, but the truth cannot be hidden. Lan Feng's sister Lan Hua has a relationship with Tianshan International. The other party has a master around him. And there is a 70% chance of finding you. At that time, you hide the facts and wait for the official to intervene. This is not friendly to you. Pei Jinya looked at the screen. What about the second way? The watermelon head said inexplicably. Before Lan Hua takes the initiative to attack you, expose the matter first. Report Lan Feng collusion with the Old God Society. Let the official intervene. And then the boss power intervenes to back you up. Pei Jinya suddenly jumped and asked, what are your and Sister Bing identities? Watermelon head paused. I dare not say. Pei Jinya? Watermelon head pondered. I obey the boss, I can tell you that. We have some relationship with the military. A secret team to maintain world peace? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Watermelon head was stunned, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That what I mean. By the way, you are awake now. Right? Maybe the boss will absorb you in. And you have fought with the old gods before, and you can kill them right away. This record is great. Pei Jinya suddenly softened his tone. By the way, can I ask you? Can you urge the education department to send the awakened rewards? Watermelon head didn't even think about it. What's so difficult about this? Pei Jinya asked curiously. Don't you need to take the assessment? Watermelon head tilted his head and said, the assessment is indeed required, which cannot be avoided. But the boss has guaranteed it. And we all witnessed the fact that you awakened. So the reward can be issued in advance, but you must go for the assessment. Otherwise it will be very troublesome later. Pei Jinya was pleasantly surprised. Based on his contact with the education department, he estimated that he would have to wait until the assessment was over to get the 100,000 yuan, because he could not determine the potential standard. However, he wanted to settle the house issue as soon as possible, so that the two elders in the family could feel at ease. Besides, Lan Feng money would be wasted if it was not spent. It not his own. Why should he feel sorry for it? Watermelon head was suddenly stunned. No. Aren't we talking about what to do next? Why did the topic turn to rewards? Have you figured out what to do? Pei Jinya was not as panicked as he had imagined, but asked curiously, is your ability related to calculation? Watermelon head did not hide it. It almost like an artificial intelligence brain, but it can't reach the level of Star Ring at present. Pei Jinya nodded, and said softly, according to your calculation, how long will it take for the Lan family to find out about Lan Feng? Lan Feng calls his sister every afternoon at 5 o'clock. That means after 5 o'clock. His sister will immediately activate the authority to track down Lan Feng whereabouts. Pei Jinya was silent. He was not used to Lan Feng memory. Is this brother control? Or sister control? By the way, I have another question. Is there an instrument in the world that can detect other people's extraordinary abilities? Pei Jinya asked seriously. The watermelon head tilted his head. Are you talking about the gene detector? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Soon. The watermelon head sent the relevant information. Pei Jinya breathed a sigh of relief after reading it. The instrument can only detect what system it is, and it cannot be detailed to what ability it is, unless it is shown. Pei Jinya can show whatever he wants. Of course, in order to avoid being associated with people around Lan Feng. His extraordinary abilities cannot be easily shown. At around 2 a.m., Pei Jinya left Sister Bing's safe house. He had almost recovered both his blood and physical strength. The nutrition capsule worth 200,000 yuan allowed Pei Jinya to personally experience the power of wealth. This was 100 times more effective than the medicinal soup of the Bronze Club. Pei Jinya put on a hat and disguised himself according to the method he remembered. The voice of the watermelon-headed man came from his ear. "Can you hear me?" "Yes." "Okay, now walk 20 meters to the left, stand in the shadow. A night patrolman will pass by in 4 seconds." Pei Jinya was silent, turned decisively to the left. 4 seconds later, a night patrolman police car flashed by. At this point, if he was still wandering on the road, he would only be questioned, but what Pei Jinya was going to do now, he didn't want to be captured by the surveillance camera at all. "There is a wall at 3 o'clock, climb over it. Walk straight for 20 meters. The 9 o'clock direction is a blind spot for surveillance." "Okay. It's safe here. However, there are interference facilities in this building. I can't determine the situation. Nor can I contact you in time. What are you going to do?" Pei Jinya said calmly. "I contact you later." After cutting off the signal, he quietly climbed into Lan Feng's secret room. Through memory, he quickly found the safe hidden behind the portrait of Lan Feng. With a click sound, the safe opened. What came into view was a pile of brand new banknotes. A quick scan revealed at least 200,000. On the piles of banknotes were more than a dozen gold bars, a few blue potion bottles, and an old-fashioned cell phone. Pei Jinya was pleasantly surprised. Buzz! 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 The cell phone suddenly vibrated on the banknotes. The light on the screen broke the darkness. This moment was struck. Pei Jinya mind flashed with memories. He squatted quietly in front of the safe, staring at the cell phone. This is the internal cell phone of the Old God Society. He narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed with dangerous light. A bold idea came up. He answered the phone. No one spoke on the line, very cautious. Pei Jinya lowered his voice, said a secret code between them. The abyss will never fall. The other party vigilance subsided, and he said angrily, "What are you doing? Why did no one answer your phone? Has the person been dealt with?" Pei Jinya stroked the gold nugget in his hand. There was a small problem. "What happened? Did the Jiang family find you?" "No, I can't tell you clearly." "Then let's talk about it when we meet." "I'm already here." Pei Jinya heart tightened. "You came so fast." The plan to inform Sister Bing, to catch them all in one fell swoop, was thwarted on the spot. He hurriedly put the gold nugget back in his hand, replaced it, and picked up the spare mask that Lan Feng often used in the bedside table. 5 minutes later, in the living room, a mysterious man wearing a silver mask could be seen through the mask. The moment was a mess. "Why do you look like this?" The Lan Feng in front of him had changed a lot. If he hadn't said their internal secret language, he would have almost thought that the teammate in front of him was someone else fake. In just 10 seconds, Pei Jinya had already thought of the best solution at the moment. In the Old Gods meeting, everyone wore masks, so no one knew each other's identity. "You ask me. Who should I ask?" The silver mask scratched his hair. "Wait a minute, my mind is a bit confused now. Sorry, I have never experienced this kind of thing before. What are you going to do now? I mean, do you have any way to recover?" Pei Jinya was silent. The silver mask opened his mouth. "Why did this happen? What happened at that time? Damn, my head hurts so much. Why do you want me to think about such a complicated problem?" "So what happened?" Pei Jinya said woodenly. "I don't know. At that time, I was hypnotizing that kid. I was questioning whether the news had leaked out, and it triggered some kind of medium. I can't explain it, but it was a bit like the special ability of the cursed object. Anyway, when I woke up, it became like this. According to Lan Feng memory, there are all kinds of cursed objects in this world. Those who touch them will be unlucky at best, and die at worst. The higher the level of the cursed object, the wider the scope of influence. If Lan Feng had not really touched it before, Pei Jinya would not dare to mention it rashly. Cursed object? The silver-masked man was startled, and took a step back in fear, saying, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Pei Jinya shook his head. "No." The room was silent for a moment. Pei Jinya looked up at the masked man, who seemed to be in a state of collapse. "But the plan may have to be postponed. In addition, given my current situation, I haven't figured out what to do with my sister. How will I explain it then? What if she knows about the Old God Society?" Silver Mask pulled the corner of his mouth. This matter is beyond my ability. I need to consult Black Shark. If nothing unexpected happens, you may have to undergo an examination. Peijinha nodded. His heart tightened. If he was examined, he would not be exposed. Silver Mask did not avoid Peijinha. He pressed on his arm. And soon a projection appeared. Black Shark, who was in his early 40s, looked at him calmly. What the matter? Why do you have to contact me at this time? Silver Mask quickly reported. The room fell silent for a moment. Black Shark frowned. Perhaps you have touched the curse. The curse has untraceable powers. There have been cases of soul swapping. So, I will arrange for a doctor to do an appraisal for you to determine if you have the ominous aura left by the curse. As for the mission, Pride, you should withdraw first. Inshu, during this period, you should be responsible for Pride original affairs. His affairs will be kept secret for the time being. Only the three of us will know. Yes. Arrogant is Lan Fong code name in the Old God Society. Inshu, that is. The man in front of him wearing a silver mask is also Lan Fong teammate during this period. Doctor is just a code name. Superhuman can be identified unknown. The projection ends. The room fell into silence. Inshu and Peijinha kept a safe distance, looking at him hesitantly, very taboo. Neither of them spoke. One didn't want to say it, the other didn't dare to say it. 10 minutes later, someone knocked on the door 3 times. Inshu hurried to open the door, and a middle-aged man wearing a mask and a hat came in, wearing gloves, and a small medicine box on his shoulder. Where is it? He asked in a low voice. Inshu pointed to the house. The doctor nodded, and immediately gave Inshu a baptism with a spray. Inshu? The doctor said expressionlessly, you have been in contact with him. Also, stay away from me. Inshu. Shua, I really want to curse. The doctor ignored him, looked down at the instrument, confirmed that there was no magnetic field reaction, then walked in. He met Peijinha side head-on. The doctor quickly sprayed the special potion in the room, then looked down at the instrument. It jumped slightly. Inshu approached and said, How is it? Are there any traces of the curse? Yes, but it's very weak now. It should be thin after the power is activated. The doctor said in a deep voice. Inshu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly kept his distance from Peijinha. This guy was indeed cursed. Peijinha was also confused. Could there really be a curse? Inshu whispered from behind, Doctor, what should we do now? Don't make a noise. The doctor took out a white spider from his pocket, placed it next to Peijinha, and whispered, Don't be nervous. This is a curse-eating spider. Fortunately, the ominous aura on your body is relatively weak now, so it can be solved. If it was before, I'm afraid I can't do anything. Inshu said nervously, Then am I okay? I've been in contact with Pride several times. I don't want to die. The doctor said unhappily, I can't die. Why can't I die? Inshu didn't believe it. The doctor was furious. This annoying guy. He simply ignored him. He raised his head and looked at Peijinha again. Maybe you still remember what the cursed object you touched looked like? Note, Inshu mask can change body shape. The doctor left, leaving only Inshu to accompany Peijinha in the room. Arrogant. Peijinha looked up. Inshu stood in the shadow of the corner and said shyly, I have nothing to do recently, so I won't come to see you. I will come to see you after the doctor finishes the examination in a few days. Peijinha glanced at his cautious look and thought, Are you so afraid of curses? Inshu said weakly, Not really. I can only say that you are lucky. When my last teammate went to the tomb, he was cursed and turned into a monster. He was killed by Black Shark himself. Peijinha. What should I do next? It can't always be like this. Right? Peijinha was sure of his opponent and threw the problem to him. Inshu paused, pulled his mouth several times, and finally said, I don't know. Give Black Shark some time. He has a good brain. Peijinha suddenly felt that this member of the Old God Society looks like he not in a good mind. Peijinha said coldly, Be careful when you contact me next time. I can't use my public identity now. Inshu was stunned. Then how can I contact you? Stupid SMS? Oh! Inshu nodded in sudden realization, and said in a deep voice before leaving, Take care. Under the mask, Peijinha pulled the corner of his mouth, but he was also relieved. This stage is considered past, fortunately. Everyone doesn't know each other's identity. After everyone left, Peijinha turned around and emptied the safe. He was not afraid of being exposed. What wrong with me moving my own small vault? 10 minutes later. On the street. What did you do just now? After Pei Jinya put on the headset again, he walked out of Lan Feng's secret room, and the voice of the watermelon head came from the headset immediately. Take some money, I give you some. The watermelon head was shocked. Brother, you are so brave. Are you really not afraid of running into someone from the Lan family? Pei Jinya didn't intend to explain. Do you want this money? Whether it was this operation, or the awakening reward, Ms. Little Watermelon had contributed a lot. Pei Jinya was not a stingy person. Besides, now he was related to the old gods. He thought he could get some money later. Yes. Watermelon Head reported the location. 20 minutes later, Pei Jinya appeared in a car repair shop. Little Watermelon looked at Pei Jinya shyly, as if they were friends in person. You are so small. Pei Jinya looked down at the petite figure, who was only as tall as his chest with an expressionless face. He opened his school bag and said, Take as much as you want. Little Watermelon was shocked to see so much money. He said in amazement, Did you empty the vault? But I am joking. If you really give it to me, will I really take it? Pei Jinya did not mean to feel sorry. Little Watermelon looked at him seriously and smiled softly. You are very interesting. He drew a card. Just treat it as a dinner for my sister. Sister? Pei Jinya looked at the little girl. He didn't bother with her. He picked up his bag and was about to leave. Where are you going? Home. Aren't you afraid that the Lan family will cause you trouble? Pei Jinya had already thrown the Lan family problem to the Old Gods Association. After this contact, the other party did not intend to give up on himself. I think they will help find a solution. But Pei Jinya whispered, What are you going to do with Lan Feng body? Little Watermelon shook his head. The boss didn't say, I guess I should give it back to the Lan family. The dead are the greatest. Pei Jinya was silent for a while. When Lan Feng followed me, he was in disguise. Do you think anyone can find him through the surveillance video? Xiao Shiguo was stunned. He is very cunning. The surveillance video cannot see his face clearly. Pei Jinya said again, So who can prove that Lan Feng is dead? This. Xiao Shiguo was stunned. It seems to be the truth. He tilted his head and thought for a while, and soon looked at Pei Jinya with disbelief. Are you saying that Lan Feng disappeared? Cover up the truth? But Lan Hua is a criminal who colluded with the Old God Society. I don't believe she dares to look for him openly. Pei Jinya said lightly. Little Watermelon was speechless for a long time. Are you really only 17 years old? Are you an old monster who concealed your age? In the secret compartment of the Red Rose Bar. Black Shark looked at the doctor. How is it? Are you sure it pried himself? The doctor was confused for a moment. He nodded again. The mental imprint confirms that it is him. Should we report to the headquarters at this time? Do you think there is a risk of forgery in the mental imprint? Black Shark asked back. The doctor shook his head. That not the case, but... But what? Is there something wrong? Black Shark expression became more serious. The doctor shook his head and said, No. No. No, it's just that based on his description, I can't think of what curse it is for the time being. Black Shark said calmly, It is not uncommon for the physical body to change. I only believe in data. Since it is confirmed that he is pride. That enough. If nothing else, this meeting will end here. The doctor said quickly, Master Black Shark, I have a request. If you can use him as an experimental subject, maybe I can find something. Black Shark decisively rejected this proposal. Pride. Don't move. This is an order. The doctor could only give up, with a face full of regret. Yes. After he left, Black Shark rubbed his brows, lost in thought. His brows relaxed after a moment. There is something wrong with Ao Wang body. The Jiang family plan may have to change. Fortunately, the Fong family specimen was obtained, otherwise, the higher-ups would punish us. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines on the earth, and everything revives. It seems that no one knows what happened last night. As time goes by, the breakfast shops on the street gradually come to the bustling and lively sounds. Pei Jinya seems to be fine. He got up early for a morning run, then he received a phone call from the education department, and agreed to go through the house transfer procedures at a certain time. Pei Jinya called his father as soon as possible. The two elders seemed to be busy. When they answered the phone, they spoke in a hurry, and hung up the phone without saying a word. Pei Jinya planned to go and handle it first. The watermelon-headed girl walked out of another room, and said with a smile, Congratulations. Pei Jinya said in surprise, You know everything? The watermelon-headed girl pointed to her head. Pei Jinya suddenly realized, what other news could be hidden from this humanoid computer? Let go, I take you there. The watermelon-headed girl searched in the drawer for a while, finally found the car keys, and waved her hand. Can you drive? What a joke, I'm also an experienced driver. Okay. Wait, what your tone? You little brat? You actually questioned me. The watermelon-headed girl was furious. Petunia picked up the bag and smiled. I thought you were very young, I like your natural beauty. The watermelon-headed girl heard this, and her face lightened up a little. She hummed and groaned. A little proud? Petunia saw the driver license on the table. Name, Zhao Xuxi. Age. Then he looked at the watermelon-headed girl opposite him. With a snap, Zhao Xuxi quickly snatched the ID back, as if she was afraid that someone would see her ID photo. Petunia. Coming back to the education department. It was still the same front desk lady. Zhao Xuxi didn't say anything nonsense, directly throwing out the ID. The young lady face changed, and she stood up in a hurry. It seemed that Zhao Xuxi was very important. Petunia looked over in astonishment. Zhao Xuxi gave him a confident and arrogant look. In less than 10 minutes, the transfer procedures were all completed, and the house was in the city center. It was more than twice as expensive as the house Petunia lived in before. Petunia looked at the small notebook in his hand, and sighed for a while. I still felt like I was dreaming after leaving the hall. Sister Shi, does your team still need a mascot? Petunia sat in Zhao Xuxi's car, and went to the new house. It a pity that it not fully decorated. The award from the education department was a rough house of 120 square meters, which would take some time to decorate. But fortunately, it settled. After the decoration, we don't have to rent that small bungalow anymore. When the property certificate was placed in front of Pei father and mother, they were all stunned and asked several times. Is this true? Petunia asked them to rest for a day. There is no need to set up a stall today. The old couple was a little hesitant. After much persuasion, Petunia took them to the new house to have a look, and took out. Pei father was stunned. He and Pei mother looked at each other, having no idea what was going on. Where did you get so much money? Awakening reward. Pei father was stunned. Do you still give out money for rewards now? Of course, but there are conditions. I am good enough to have money, but don't tell others that Fong Hai in our school is too high profile. As a result, he was robbed and killed on the way. Petunia said this in a mixed tone. The two elders had seen many schemes at the bottom, and now they heard that a young master of the Fong family was robbed and killed because he was too high profile. The joy on their faces disappeared. Petunia comforted him again. Don't worry too much. I already have a master in cultivation. I will only become stronger in the future, and our family will live better and better. He pointed to the cash in the bag. I am a transcendent now, and there are many opportunities to make money. So please don't save money for me, and tell me when it's not enough. Mother Pei looked at Father Pei. Father Pei smiled honestly. Petunia sighed in his heart. This is just the beginning. But it also means that he has entered the game now, and the things he will face will become more and more dangerous. He said goodbye to the two elders. Petunia transferred all of Lan Feng assets, and spent half a day going to the black market and dealing with the gold bars in his hand. And he spent 20,000 yuan to open an anonymous bank account. Income, 357,000. In addition, Lan Feng also left him 4 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution to strengthen his body, each worth 50,000. Overnight, the rapid increase in his net worth made Petunia feel outrageous. After dealing with Lan Feng inheritance, he did not delay any longer, and took the light rail train to the Bronze Club. As for the money left by the Lan family to Lan Feng, Petunia did not touch a penny. This money was not like the money that had been laundered in the secret account. If it was moved, it would easily reveal the traces. The scenery in front of him whizzed by. Petunia sat quietly in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. From the beginning, he was just a little high school student who wanted to awaken and get a house. But now, he became a member of the Old God Society by accident. Petunia calmly thought about his current situation. He replaced Lan Feng and joined the Federation Mortal Enemy Old God Society. At the same time, his current identity is a legal citizen of the Federation. Even Sister Bing and Zhao Xuxi didn't know his plan. Old gods, they even kept their teammates' identities secret, which helped Petunia. Moreover, he mastered Lan Feng's superpowers, and inherited his memories. In a sense, he could indeed become Lan Feng. So he didn't have to worry about the old gods killing him, but he had to be careful not to be targeted by the Federation. The person who might be at risk of exposing his identity now was the faceless master who had recruited Lan Fong into the organization. He was the only one who knew. Lan Fong. All the information. Even Black Shark and Silver Art did not know the true identity of Arrogant. During the contact with him, Lan Fong had always been in disguise and wore a mask. In fact, it is not entirely a bad thing to infiltrate the Old God Society. With the identity of the Old God Society, you can ask them for relevant cultivation resources. In addition, even if the people of the Old God Society really betrayed me, what should I worry about? I am Pei Jinya. Lan Fong is a rebel. What does it have to do with me? Pei Jinya. It's just that the Lan family is like a thorn in my throat. Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. It's still too weak. The train door opened. Pei Jinya walked out into the cold wind. I used to take awakening as my goal. But after I really achieved it, I realized that this was just the beginning. I really just want to practice quietly. Bronze Club Martial Arts Field. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Pei Jinya finally began to practice the technique that Master Chong gave him last night. Shock. 3 days appointment. Seeing that half a day had been wasted, Pei Jinya was not panicked. As for the frequency of the attribute light ball, he had a new discovery. It seemed that it would be triggered every 2 or 3 days. Today was the 3rd day. He wanted to see if it could be triggered. As for the key point of the technique shock, it was to use one's own power to produce a shock amplitude in an instant, and to exert multiple burst damage. Just when Pei Jinya was at a loss, Li Xiaoyong came over with interest. Are you starting to practice the technique? Is this a technique called shock? Pei Jinya looked up. Senior sister. He told everyone about Master Chong's assessment in 3 days. Li Xiaoyong didn't seem surprised. You have a good talent. Master Chong might have thought about accepting a disciple. This shock is not a simple technique. If you can develop a shock feeling within 3 days, it means you are really good. Pei Jinya smiled bitterly. Senior sister. Please don't tease me. It's been a day, and I haven't found any way. Li Xiaoyong smiled softly. I don't know if it was because Master Chong proposed to include the 3-day assessment in the intersect, or because Sister Bing gave feedback. Li Xiaoyong's attitude towards Pei Jinya became closer at this moment. Look, I show you how to generate vibration. Li Xiaoyong gestured. If you use your fist to feel the circulation of qi and blood, then pay attention to your arm. Confirm its force point, qi and blood burst out, and move out instantly. Bang! Li Xiaoyong punched out of thin air with a roar. She looked at Pei Jinya. How is it? Is it clear? Pei Jinya recalled the force of the punch just now, and bent his arm, and his whole shoulder and elbow moved together to punch out. But the sound was not as loud as Li Xiaoyong. However, Li Xiaoyong nodded. Yes. That it. You can make your movements smaller, reduce unnecessary movements, and increase the speed of punching. Li Xiaoyong patiently explained the key points of this technique, and Pei Jinya absorbed them eagerly. Jin, 0.05% entry. An hour later, Li Xiaoyong did not disturb Pei Jinya practice, turned around and left, and went to Master Chong Lounge. Is Lan Fong a member of the Old God Society? Has the news been confirmed? Master Chong looked at Li Xiaoyong. Li Xiaoyong shook his head. Not sure yet. My brother wants me to report to you that the investigation team may come to visit. Now, Lan Fong has disappeared. Master Chong said nothing, and took a puff of his pipe silently. Slowly said, you can come to check, but be quiet. I understand. I will definitely convey your meaning to them. Li Xiaoyong respectfully left the room. Master Chong kept smoking, and his face could not be seen clearly due to the smoke. Proficiency plus 100%. A stream of information entered Pei Jinya's mind, and he was surprised. Sure enough, after walking out of the Bronze Club cafeteria in the evening, he saw a small cyan ball of light in front of him. Is this an upgraded effect? Is it because of the awakening of the extraordinary? Pei Jinya fell into thought. Before, when it was just a white ball of light, the increase in proficiency was only 50%, but now it has increased directly by 100%, which means that the level of a skill can be easily upgraded. But which skill should be improved? Pei Jinya fell into thought. Now he has mastered 4 skills. Basic breathing method, minor success 12.1%. Blood drawing technique, beginner 81%. Dream hypnosis, beginner 1%. Shock, beginner 0.06%. Basic breathing method can be ruled out. Given his current situation, it would be best if it could be directly reflected in combat power. Blood drawing technique can also be ruled out. Now that he has money in his hands, You can buy herbs to improve your blood. So it is ruled out. Then it is dream hypnosis and shock. Dream hypnosis, although it can pull people into dreams, it also has a disadvantage, that is, it can only hypnotize people who are weaker than you. So you still have to become stronger first. The mind moved. Shock. Minor success 0.06%. In an instant, countless memories of practicing shock were poured into Pei Jinya's mind, and his understanding of this technique quickly deepened. He now has only one feeling. Everything can be shocked. 8:30 in the evening. Pei Jinya finished his training. He had mastered the shock feeling completely. That is to say, if the attack power of the punch before was 1, then the attack power after the shock feeling was 2. He had a kind of understanding, the deeper the training, the greater the amplitude of the shock. He did not immediately go to Master Chong to report that he had entered the door. Otherwise, how to explain that he had achieved a small success in training overnight? Disguised as a genius? Then Master Chong would give him a book of skills and let him practice on the spot. Then I can't pretend anymore, and there's no need to pretend to be a genius. After packing up his bag, Pei Jinya turned around and left the Bronze Club. Buzz! The old God Club internal phone suddenly vibrated. Walking to an empty corner, Pei Jinya checked the message. It was from Yin Shu. Be careful recently. The incident on the light rail has attracted the attention of the investigation team. Black Shark asked me to work overtime to clean your ass. Pei Jinya put away his phone expressionlessly. Buzz! The phone vibrated again. A message came. Pei Jinya took out his phone again. Also, Black Shark said, let you rest well these 2 days. Don't act without authorization. Wait for the signal. Now the situation is tense, and you may be exposed at any time. Black Shark plans to use base number 3 to confuse them. So don't tell anyone. Pei Jinya glanced at it, and didn't take it seriously. What does Lan Fong matter have to do with me? Pei Jinya? Buzz? The phone vibrated again. Pei Jinya's face darkened. Will this guy ever stop? Yin Shu, I forgot to say, Haisha also said, don't go to the secret house for now. I'm not sure if it has been targeted by the investigation team. Pei Jinya typed, what else do you have to say? Say it all at once. Yin Shu typed weakly, no more. You are so fierce. Pei Jinya was stunned. He immediately took back the phone with a dark face, and set off to return to the new rental house. The new rental house is located in the city. Originally, the two old people didn't want to move, thinking it was a waste of money. Now the small bungalow they rent is only 150 a month, but this place is too far away. If something really happens, Pei Jinya will not be able to get there in time. So he asked Zhao Xiaoxi to find an area with the most surveillance cameras, and asked the two elders to move there that afternoon. It is a well-decorated rental house with everything you need. Not only is it close to the new house, but if something really happens in the future, Zhao Xiaoxi can notify him immediately. How much does this place cost per month? You just made money, so you can't spend it carelessly. Pei Mother asked in a low voice, a little worried. Pei Jinya reassured her, saying that he could afford 800 yuan a month. I will be practicing outside for a while, so I may not have time to come back. If you have anything, just call me directly or send me a message. You must take good care of yourself when you are alone. Don't worry. I'm leaving. Xiaoli, you are back? The landlady said with a smile on her face. Pei Jinya also nodded and smiled honestly. Are you going to throw away the garbage? Yes. Goodbye. Both parties nodded, which was a polite greeting, and then they went about their own business. Pei Jinya returned to his house, and stood at the door, waiting for a while for the footsteps outside to leave, and then he squatted on the ground, and looked at the traps that had been set up and no one had come. All the anti-reconnaissance capabilities that Lan Fong had trained were taken away by Pei Jinya. He walked into the inner room with a calm face. This residence was a house that he rented alone, but he did not rent the house under his own identity. Instead, through Lan Fong memory, he obtained a fake ID and named himself Li Jun, an ordinary young man who came to Doping City to find a job. The landlord wife is a family of 3. Her husband works away from home and rarely comes home. Her daughter is a high school student. Her family relationship is simple and will not cause him any trouble. Pei Jinya is also very happy to live here. Living alone is more convenient for both practicing and dealing with the affairs of the old god society. Moreover, this place is not far from the Bronze Society. Convenient to travel. Close your eyes and start practicing. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. Time flies by. There are many more night patrols these 2 days, and people are patrolling on the light rail trains. Pei Jinya follows the crowd, as always, being a low-key ordinary person. This afternoon. Bronze Club, Martial Arts Field. Come again. Li Xiaoyong shouted, without even wearing protective gear, stretched out his hand and cut across, hitting Pei Jinya's shoulder. She didn't use any extraordinary abilities at all, it was pure brute force. Pei Jinya was quick-witted and quick-handed. He blocked with his forearm, and at the moment of contact, he clenched his right fist and swung it out, and his blood and energy instantly condensed and exploded. Technique, shock. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the two fought 2 or 3 times. They exchanged positions, and continued to attack quickly. Li Xiaoyong kept feeding him moves, training Pei Jinya to hone his proficiency in the shock feeling. But she didn't know that. Pei Jinya's understanding of shock had already reached a small level of success. I just thought it was because of my own progress in the past 2 or 3 days. After I taught Pei Jinya some moves, I helped him improve quickly. More than 10 minutes later, Li Xiaoyong stopped, looking at Pei Jinya, who was panting in front of him, smiled with satisfaction. You have improved very quickly in the past 2 days, and you have a very good understanding of the shock. If you keep going like this, it won't be long before you can get rid of 90% of the outer disciples in the hall. Pei Jinya just smiled honestly, it all thanks to the guidance of senior sister. Li Xiaoyong waved his hand indifferently. It you who have the potential, when I was learning Zhen. It took me 4 days to find the trick. You have already got the hang of it in less than 3 days. Very good. Li Xiaoyong didn't seem to mind the topic of being better than his teacher. Pei Jinya was very modest. Li Xiaoyong took Pei Jinya to the cafeteria for dinner. They happened to see a group of uniformed personnel entering and leaving the room in the front yard. Pei Jinya paused. Li Xiaoyong thought he didn't know the identities of these mysterious people. So he whispered, they are members of the investigation team. Previously, a student in the club was suspected of having a relationship with the old gods. So I came to ask. Pei Jinya pretended to be enlightened and nodded. Is the evidence conclusive? Li Xiaoyong curled his lips. Once the investigation team is launched, it means that the matter has been settled. However, Lan Fong is actually related to the old gods. I didn't think of it before. I don't know if his sister can hold on after hearing this news. Pei Jinya thought thoughtfully. Is his sister very powerful? Li Xiaoyong glanced at him. But thinking of Pei Jinya's background, he explained in a low voice, as a woman, she is very powerful. As for her character, I won't comment too much. But the momentum of the Lan family should end here. Pei Jinya asked curiously, just because Lan Fong is a member of the Old God Society? Li Xiaoyong smiled softly. You don't understand. There was a leader of the Old God Society who almost destroyed the Federation intelligence brain. So since then, the Old God Society was once uprooted. It was only in the past 2 years that it has revived. The Federation has been very resolute in its attitude towards the Old God Society in recent years. It only because Lan Fong is missing now. Otherwise it is possible to kill him on the spot. The members of the investigation team seemed to know Li Xiaoyong. After the search, one of the tall men came over with a smile and said hello. Who is this? He looked at Pei Jinya, who was looking at Li Xiaoyong, and said hesitantly, my junior. Li Xiaoyong said casually. The other party didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded, and then said goodbye and left. Not long after, the Bronze Conference was discussing. Is Senior Lan really a member of the Old God Society? Senior, the wanted criminals nowadays, are you really not afraid of being related to the other party? I thought Lan Fong was not a good person before, as expected. Someone said in a deliberately loud voice. It no wonder that he wanted to quickly distance himself from Lan Fong. Many of them have already learned that Fong Tianjin, who usually has a good relationship with Lan Fong, was also interrogated by the investigation team. As for whether there is any relationship, no one can say for sure. The Fong family frequently visits, in order to protect one of the heirs of the main family. Pei Jinya was behind the crowd, listening to all this calmly. Of course he knew the truth. But why bother? Li Xiaoyong took Pei Jinya to the cafeteria. During the time, an outer disciple came over. He seemed to be the younger brother of a friend of Li Xiaoyong. He was quite close to Li Xiaoyong. His surname was Tang. Seeing that Li Xiaoyong and Pei Jinya had an unusual relationship, he made some wrong assumptions. But it did not prevent him from showing goodwill to Pei Jinya. In a high-end villa area in Daping City, a slim woman in a black dress, with a look of disbelief on her face, How could Xiaofeng have any connection with the old gods? I raised him. And I know him very well. A middle-aged man in butler clothes in front of him lowered his eyes slightly, not daring to look around, and said in a deep voice, "Madam, according to the information we know now, the investigation team should have the exact information. Otherwise, it would not be possible to issue a wanted order with great fanfare. In addition, the master has already come forward. The city hall won't make things difficult for you. Find him," the lady said coldly. The middle-aged man nodded. "Madam, this matter requires the master authorization. And this matter has to do with the old gods. Whether he is dead or alive, I, as a sister, should know." The lady gritted her teeth. The middle-aged man sighed, then picked up a strand of Lan Fong hair and began to activate his ability. His eyes turned white, as if he could ignore the void. After a while, the middle-aged man opened his eyes again. The lady looked at him. "Have you found it?" The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "Master Lan Fong has not left Daping City." "Is he still alive? Can you sense his specific whereabouts?" the lady asked hurriedly. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "The distance is too far. I can't confirm it." The lady suddenly asked, "If you can find out his whereabouts, does it mean that the people in the investigation team can also find out?" The middle-aged man nodded. "But clearing all the things related to Master Lan Fong at home may delay the time of being found. I just don't know if Master Lan Fong has left any biological traces in other places." Madame frowned. "Why doesn't he leave?" The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "Perhaps Master Lan Fong was threatened by the old gods, but before meeting Master Lan Fong. These are just speculations. But Master Lan Fong must also know that he is wanted, so he dare not contact you." Madame waved tiredly. The middle-aged man bowed and left. That evening at 7:10, Bronze Club. After Pei Jinya finished his training, he saw a green light ball appear in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As expected, Pei Jinya was about to touch it. "Pei Jinya, Master Chong is calling you over." An inter-sect student, wearing a dark blue martial arts robe, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the martial arts arena and called out. The eyes of many outer sect students around him subconsciously focused on him. "Got it." Pei Jinya stood up calmly, pretended to tie his shoelaces, and reached out to touch the green light ball. Instantly, a stream of information flowed into his mind. Proficiency plus 100%, he understood. I didn't add any more for now. I followed the inter-sect student and walked to the front yard. In the corridor, there were many more students today. Maybe the incident of the investigation team coming to collect evidence in the afternoon was too shocking. Even now, the discussion about Lan Fong is still going on. There are many inter-sect students in the hall tonight. Don't look around after you go in, so as not to bump into them. The inter-sect student in front paused, turned his head and whispered. Pei Jinya thanked him. He didn't have much contact with the outer sect students on weekdays, let alone the inter-sect students. The other party reminder was obviously not a whim, and it was probably related to Master Chong's summons this time. "What your name?" "Senior?" "Xia Heng. I entered the academy only half a year earlier than you." The other party smiled. Pei Jinya looked humble. "So it's Senior Xia. Here we are." Xia Heng silently signaled Pei Jinya to tidy up his appearance, then knocked on the door and took him into the room. The two of them respectfully greeted Master Chong, who was sitting. Li Xiaoyong was also in the room, looking at Pei Jinya with a smile. There were 6 men and 2 women beside her, each accompanying Master Chong. All of them were inner disciples of the Bronze Club. Master Chong picked up the teacup, took a sip of water leisurely, looked around with a pair of turbid eyes, and then slowly said, "Pei Jinya, the student is here." Pei Jinya responded quickly. "From today on, are you willing to join the inner sect of my Bronze Club?" Master Chong did not lay any groundwork, and asked directly. Several inner disciples beside him looked over strangely. So suddenly, some people had heard that this new student came from a poor family. Why would Master Chong accept him as an inner disciple so suddenly? "I am willing." Pei Jinya clasped his hands together and bowed. Master Chong nodded. "All of you here are your seniors. If you have any problems in the future, go to them." He seemed to have thought of something, and asked casually, "By the way, what extraordinary system did you awaken?" The people around were stunned. "He is also an awakener?" Li Xiaoyong was even more surprised. She didn't even know Pei Jinya was awakened. She immediately looked at someone with her almond eyes widened. Pei Jinya's scalp tingled. He didn't expect Master Chong to see it, and he didn't expect him to say it to his face. But it was understandable. After all, his background was there. The only reason he could be looked up to by the seniors and seniors here was his potential. In the final analysis, it's still about value. Master Chong is helping him. Spiritual system. Pei Jinya answered honestly. Master Chong smiled and looked at a girl next to him. This girl has fair skin, a rosy face, and a body that is not as strong as Li Xiaoyong, but just right, with a faint sense of being ready to burst out. Jiang Lingsu, your family runs a business, so you have spiritual practice methods, right? Your junior brother will go buy some in the future, and it's okay for him to take care of it, right? Jiang Lingsu smiled. Master, if you don't say so, I will take care of it. She looked at Pei Jinya and said in a friendly way, I came here in a hurry today. I will give you a VIP card of Jiang Trading Company early tomorrow. You can buy it in the Federation at a 15% discount in the future. Pei Jinya thanked her hurriedly. I'm sorry to have cost you money, Senior Jiang. Jiang Lingsu smiled. That's not true. But you have great potential. It's rare to find extraordinary people in the spiritual system. Pei Jinya said modestly. It also luck. Jiang Lingsu shook her head and said, this is not luck. I'm afraid you are the only one who can awaken the spiritual system in the Bronze Club. She suddenly stopped talking. She changed the subject decisively and said, your future is limitless. After a few words, Master Chong waved his hand and asked them to leave. After leaving the room, several seniors surrounded Pei Jinya, saying that they wanted to get to know each other, and they looked kind as if they were all family members in the future. Xia Heng, who had led the way earlier, also became more polite. After this conversation, Pei Jinya shook a handful of business cards. After everyone left, only Li Xiaoyong and Pei Jinya were left. Li Xiaoyong looked at him and said, you have had a hard time hiding this from me, junior brother. After spending so many days together, she didn't even know that this junior in front of her, who was only in the 3rd year of high school and had a simple background, was already an awakener. Pei Jinya shook his head and smiled bitterly. Senior, please don't tease me. I just awakened 2 days ago. I wanted to say it, but I'm sure you know about Fong Hai matter. Sister Bing also asked me to take it easy, so I can only hold it in. Li Xiaoyong could understand it, but he was a little jealous. Sighed. Glancing at the business card in his hand, he said meaningfully, be more careful. Not everyone who smiles at you is a good person. Pei Jinya asked curiously, are these the only inner disciples of the Bronze Club? Of course not. There are others. But there are also differences in closeness. The ones tonight have a good relationship with Master Chong. Li Xiaoyong paused and said, thoughtfully, but in the Bronze Club, except Lan Fong, no one is a spiritualist. If you want to practice in this area, Master Chong probably can't help you. Master Chong is about blood cultivation and combat techniques. Pei Jinya nodded. Thank you for your advice, senior sister. About the Jiang family, Pei Jinya may know more than Li Xiaoyong now. This Jiang Lingsu is the daughter of the Jiang family eldest branch. As for the person the old gods want to capture, it is Jiang Nanhan, the daughter of the Jiang family's 2nd branch. It is worth mentioning that the current head of the Jiang family is Jiang Nanhan father. After leaving the Bronze Club, Pei Jinya was planning to return to his residence. Buzz. The phone vibrates. Pei Jinya investigates calmly. Message from Yin Shu. 10 p.m., Red Rose Bar, there is a mission. Pei Jinya deleted the message after reading it. It took only 2 seconds. Yin Shu sent another message. There is a masked ball at the Red Rose Bar tonight. You go to the bar. Password. The night is so beautiful tonight. A glass of fire. Pei Jinya. Here he comes again. Can't this guy finish a sentence? Buzz. The last message from Yin Shu. I forgive you for what happened last time. Pei Jinya was immediately confused. He checked the whereabouts of the Red Rose Bar. Very good, it not far from where he lives. Pei Jinya went home first, sitting cross-legged on the ground and began to study his attributes. The proficiency plus 100% he had obtained before is not used yet. Basic breathing method is still excluded. Blood drawing technique is now 89% of the entry level. Shock has entered a small stage of success. As for dream hypnosis, it is still 1% of the entry level. 100% proficiency can directly improve the blood drawing technique to a minor success. It is expected that the volume of condensed blood will increase, so the corresponding physical strength must also be improved, otherwise, too much blood will easily damage physical skills. Improved to a major success? Pei Jinya was somewhat tempted. But in the end, he still added 100% proficiency to dream hypnosis. Thinking of how Lan Feng used this technique on him at will, Pei Jinya was envious. Pull into the dream, the blood spear devoured the soul, in one go, so tempting. The next second, the attribute panel was updated. Dream hypnosis, minor success 1%. Countless scenes of practicing this technique, and insights flooded into his mind. Pei Jinya now had a feeling. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could easily make people sink into dreams for a lifetime. But there was a shortcoming that the opponent's mental power must not exceed his own. As for how to distinguish mental power, those who cannot be hypnotized must be strong. It would be nice if I could cultivate a technique to judge the strength of the other party mental power. I wonder if Jian Company has it. That night, 21:50. Pei Jinya appeared in the Red Rose Bar wearing a mask. There was indeed an event tonight. Everyone who enjoyed the music and the unrestrained life here wore a variety of masks on their faces. Under the dynamic music, the dancer was swaying wildly in a bunny girl costume, and several men around her tore off their clothes and swung their arms and screamed. He walked to the bar without noticing anything. The night is so beautiful tonight. Let's have a glass of fire. The bartender who was wiping the wine glass at the bar was also wearing a clown mask. He smiled and gave Pei Jinya a glass of wine. Then he extended his hand to indicate the small door next to him. In the busy passage, Pei Jinya's disappearance did not attract the attention of others. This way, Inshu seemed to have been waiting at the small door early. He was stunned to see Pei Jinya fully armed disguise. This guy even equipped a voice changer. He is a companion worth learning from. Pei Jinya followed silently. Stepping into the secret passage, the restless voice was directly blocked. Inshu whispered, "By the way, arrogant, are you Lan Feng?" Pei Jinya frowned and looked. "What do you mean?" He stopped, as if he was ready to leave at any time. Inshu saw his reaction and hesitated. Now we have received news from the inside. The investigation team has finished collecting evidence this afternoon. The city hall directly ordered to raid Lan Feng's house. He said he was a member of our old god society. And the only person who has been targeted recently is you. Pei Jinya had a blank expression. "You think I am?" "I am?" Inshu was stunned. Scratched his hair. "It seems to be so. But who is Lan Feng?" This guy was exposed. It too miserable. Pei Jinya was silent. Lan Feng's public identity was indeed discovered by the investigation team much earlier than he thought. However, things were indeed going according to his script. Regarding this, he has already discussed it with Sister Bing. Lan Feng's body was frozen and hidden. Sister Bing no longer asked about it because she didn't find much information. The information revealed by Pei Jinya made Sister Bing mistakenly think that Lan Feng was just a small follower of the old god society. Now that Lan Feng is defined as missing, it means that there is a target that attracts everyone's firepower. For Sister Bing and the others, Lan Feng is dead, and they don't know that he has taken Lan Feng's memory. However, for the black shark of the old god society, Inshu is still arrogant. But on the surface, he seems to be a different person. "By the way, Black Shark asked me to tell you something," Inshu said in a low voice. Pei Jinya looked over. Inshu whispered, "He asked you to change your code name. As a new member, you have been making too much noise recently. And Black Shark also suspects that there is a problem inside. In addition, if you show up with arrogance like this, it will be easy for people to notice something. So you will become a secret agent from today. We will cooperate with each other." "Where the doctor?" Pei Jinya looked over. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Black Shark already knew that he was Lan Feng? He has been brainwashed. He has forgotten about the early morning. In addition, we have confirmed that the curse on you has completely failed, so we allowed you to join this operation. By the way, what are you going to call yourself?" "God." "Unfortunately, someone else has taken this code name." "God of War." "Sorry, someone has also taken this code name." Pei Jinya looked over dimly. "Where is the Demon King?" "No, but this title is too big. Do you really want to take it?" Inshu looked over hesitantly. Pei Jinya said indifferently, "It's just a code name. Why is there so much to pay attention to?" "Okay." Inshu whispered, "I wonder if the witch will come to trouble you if she finds out." "What did you say?" "It okay. It okay, let go in, Black Shark is waiting for us." After Inshu finished speaking, he stood in front of the door, confirmed the house number, and then held the door handle. "Biological information has been confirmed." A mechanical sound rang out. and the door opened the next second. Inshu led Pei Jinya in. As soon as he entered the room, he heard someone in the room say in a sarcastic tone, "You came really early. In a while, the meeting will be over." Pei Jinya glanced at the other party. A man wearing a black cat mask was sitting at the end of the long table, playing with a dagger that flashed cold light in his hand. The other party and Pei Jinya exchanged glances. The next second, the man was stunned and said, "Inshu, who is he?" Inshu seemed to have been accustomed to the other party attitude, and said casually, "The Demon King is also a member who came to participate in this battle." The Demon King? What a big tone. Someone at the door chuckled with ill intentions. But just as the voice fell, a huge fist came, and the blue-haired masked man hurriedly raised his hand to block it. With a crack, the chair under his butt exploded. The opponent fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner. Pei Jinya took back his fist without caring, and tried the shock technique for a while. The effect was not bad. "You?" The blue-haired masked man was full of anger. Inshu slowly stood in front of Pei Jinya. "This is the person chosen by Lord Black Shark himself. If anyone has any objection, please go to Lord Black Shark to explain it. If there is no objection, please sit down. The meeting will start soon." The blue-haired masked man was shocked and angry, and went around to the other side to sit down. Pei Jinya clearly felt that someone was looking at him, but he didn't care and kept quiet, saying nothing. He originally planned to keep a low profile, but thinking of the arrogance that Lan Fong always showed in front of Black Shark in his memory, he threw this punch. Black Shark might also be watching in secret. Then the door opened again, and everyone looked over. The first person to come in was a lady dressed like a blooming red rose, petite figure, red patterned skirt, bright red leather shoes against the light, making crisp sounds when stepping on the ground. Hong Qiangwei noticed Pei Jinya as soon as she entered the room, and said with a charming smile, "A newcomer?" Everyone seemed to be very afraid of her, and no one dared to answer rashly. But a bald man like a small hill squeezed in from the door behind her, cursing, "Damn! I'm so annoyed, I've said it so many times. Can we change to a meeting room with a bigger door next time? It's troublesome every time I come in." "Shut up," Red Rose scolded impatiently. The bald giant was aggrieved. "You are a woman who loves the new and hates the old. If you keep talking nonsense, I will make you completely dumb." The bald giant shrank his head, and dared not speak. Red Rose looked at Inshu beside Pei Jinya, and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Perhaps, shouldn't you introduce your new companion? He is the Demon King, participate in this battle." Inshu repeated tirelessly. Hong Qiangwei suddenly asked, "Where is the arrogant man before? By the way, is Lan Fong, who is wanted by Daping City recently?" "The arrogant man?" Inshu shrugged. "I don't know. Teammates also have private space." "Right," the bald giant said in a muffled voice. "Why do I feel that this Demon King is more arrogant than arrogant?" Inshu looked at the silent Pei Jinya, and then looked at the bald giant. "Are you really not afraid of becoming a mute?" Bald giant, looking at someone with fear. Red Rose came close to Pei Jinya. When she bent down, a touch of white appeared in front of her. "Little brother, how about getting to know each other?" She stretched out her jade hand with bright nails. Pei Jinya glanced at her coldly, stretched out his hand, but said two words silently. "Into a dream." In an instant, Red Rose was like a raccoon whose tail was stepped on, with hair all over her body, and instantly moved away from the wall 3 meters away, a face full of speechlessness. "You are a spiritual type." Everyone present was stunned. "Psychic type?" The blue-haired masked man was even more dumbfounded. "What a joke. Just got punched. This is not a physical type but a spiritual type? Where the hell did this monster come from?" Inshu tilted his head and looked at Pei Jinya, but he was not surprised at all. Ao Wang himself is a spiritual type extraordinary person. As for the punch just now, it can also be performed with skills. Why are these people making such a fuss? But arrogance is not right. It is the Demon King, who seems to be stronger. Could it be that after removing the curse, his strength has reached a higher level? Pei Jinya took off the leather glove stained with poison slowly. "You are so rude to poison me when we first meet." Hong Qiangwei narrowed her eyes. What she feared most was the spiritual supernatural beings, because they were specifically designed to counter her. At this time, it was 10 o'clock. The projection dropped the figure of Black Shark on time. He looked around at the people present, after staying in the direction of Pei Jinya for a while. He slowly said, "Everyone, it's rare for us to gather together today. It seems that you have already met the new team member." "Yes, He is the Demon King. He will be in the same team with Yin Shu for the time being. As for the previous pride, there will be other arrangements. This operation is about Sun Lei, a second-level researcher at the Guangming Research Institute. The following is his personal information. As soon as the voice fell, a panel appeared in front of everyone's seat. Detailed information about the target person appeared on it. From now on, everyone hand in all external devices. Everyone skillfully placed their cell phones and other communication tools in the drawer on the table and locked it. Peijia was no exception. This mission, to take the target away, not requiring a living body, but the organs must be intact. Ingong, Tianshuan, you are responsible for providing the opponent route of action and the best escape plan. Yinshu and Mong are responsible for the action. Taiyuan and Hongqiangwei are responsible for attracting the opponent attention. Tianshuan is the one who plays with the dagger. The blue-haired masked man who was beaten away by Peijia was Ingong. Taiyuan and Hongqiangwei were the last two to come in. Hongqiangwei couldn't help but look at Peijia, her brows furrowed, but Tianshuan suddenly said, "Lord Black Shark, is this Demon King reliable?" Everyone looked at him, and then looked at Peijia. Black Shark said calmly, "Of course. I need to emphasize that. If anyone dares to hurt teammates in this operation, I will deal with it personally." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Black Shark tone softened, and he said, "This time the goal is urgent, so we will act in an hour. I got the news, and the target is 11 o'clock. Yes, Lord Black Shark." Tianshuan nodded. Black Shark looked around at everyone and said, "The materials you need are behind the secret door in this room. You can take a rest. I hope I can hear good news from you in 2 hours." Black Shark influence ended. The room fell into silence for a moment. Ingong was the first to get up and went to the secret door. Ding, the secret door opened. He walked in first. Taiyuan's face fell, and he said irritably, "Damn it. This door is smaller. Can I get in?" Target person, Sun Lei. Age, 42 years old. Identity, second-level researcher at Guangming Research Institute. Engaged in species gene mutation. Suspected of being a blood-tainted person. Ability unknown blood-tainted person? Peijia raised his eyebrows slightly. Yin Shu, who was standing with him in the armory and began to select weapons, explained in a low voice, "It is a person whose genes are contaminated. This guy probably cut the monster genes and his own genes together. This kind of experiment is expressly prohibited by the Federation, but there are still people doing it behind the scenes. Sun Lei is probably the first person I know who succeeded, so his genes are very important to us." Peijia nodded, and put 2 high-explosive grenades in his pocket. Yin Shu's scalp tingled, "Demon King. It won't be that bad. We will only be responsible for catching people. And Hongqiangwei and others will be responsible for the rear guard." Peijia didn't even turn his head. "Are you willing to give your head to someone else for safekeeping?" Yin Shu was stunned when he heard it. Damn. It makes sense. He also put a few grenades in his pocket. Not long after, Hongqiangwei came over with a sullen face. "You two guys. I just asked you to arrest people. Why did you take so many grenades? There are only 10 grenades in total. She only has 2 in her hand now. Where are the others?" Taiyuan scratched his head hesitantly, seemingly not caring. Yin Shu blushed a little, and returned another grenades from his pocket. He looked at Peijia. Peijia closed his eyes and rested, ignoring him. "You?" Hongqiangwei was a little annoyed, but Ingong searched 2 grenades from Tianshuan and returned them. Hongqiangwei and Yin Shu looked at Tianshuan at the same time. Tianshuan immediately backed off. "I just think what the Demon King said makes sense." Hongqiangwei looked at him coldly and walked forward. Ingong stood up and said in a deep voice, "Hongqiangwei, don't be impulsive. Tianshuan is still young and ignorant. I have returned the things to you, and you now have 5. Which is enough. The mission should be the most important thing." Hongqiangwei said nothing with a cold face, and turned away. Time flies. An hour later, the 6 people were divided into 3 teams, and left quickly on the hovercraft. Outside the Guangming Research Institute, Peijia and Yin Shu, fully armed, avoided all surveillance and ambushed. Tianshuan's voice came through the headset. "I have hacked into the surveillance equipment of the Target Institute. He is now coming out of Lab 3, and is going to change clothes. He is taking the elevator downstairs, and is expected to arrive at the underground parking lot in 5 seconds. "Wait!" Tianshuan suddenly shouted. Yin Shu frowned. "What wrong?" He was called away. I went to the blind spot of the surveillance. I am trying to adjust the surveillance. Give me some time. Tian Swan tried to adjust the surveillance to find the blind spot. But the most extreme position only saw the corner of Sun Lake close. Inshu looked at Pei Jinya. Are you healthy now? Pei Jinya turned his head and looked at him puzzled. Inshu whispered, I will take the lead in catching people later. And you try to hide behind me. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Inshu didn't know what he was mumbling in a low voice. At this time, Tian Swan's screaming reminder suddenly came from the headset. Not good, the target was attacked. Someone caught him before us. The license plate number is Peng XXX. It about to rush out. Demon King, Inshu is in your direction. Everyone face changed. Hong Qiangwei and Tai Yuan hurried over, but even if they get there now, it will take time. On the roadside tree, Pei Jinya and Inshu saw a modified hovercraft leaving the Research Institute base. Just as Pei Jinya was about to get up, Inshu's voice suddenly came to his ears. I stopped the car, you are responsible for snatching people. As soon as the voice fell, Inshu jumped out from the tree. Under the thin moonlight, there seemed to be a flash of silver-white light. Pei Jinya didn't see it clearly. But the next second, he found that the young man named Inshu had hundreds of silver threads spreading out of his body, and fiercely cut towards the hovercraft speeding through the air. Schwa! The subtle sound was like a thunderclap in the flat ground. The next second, this year's latest model of the Tianshan D3 series hovercraft seemed to be dismembered. Every broken part, big or small, flew in all directions. Two figures in the car fell out of thin air. Pei Jinya woke up from his momentary trance. Even in Lan Fong memory, he had never seen Inshu take action, but he did feel the real strength of this seemingly simple-minded guy. He ran quickly, picked up the target Sun Lei, and rolled on the ground to relieve the force. You're looking for death. A middle-aged man suddenly shouted angrily from behind. Stepping on the broken car body in midair, he suddenly flew towards Pei Jinya, clenched his 5 fingers, and slammed into Pei Jinya's heart. Enter the dream. Pei Jinya tried to drag the other party into the dream, but the other party was indifferent. The other party's mental power was much stronger than his. Oops. Pei Jinya's heart sank. He suddenly turned sideways and used Sun Lei, who was hugged by his right hand, as a human shield to block. At this moment, he didn't care whether the target lived or died. The middle-aged man who rushed over was also shocked. His eyes widened, as if he had never expected that the masked robber in front of him would be so decisive. He quickly changed his tactics. Just as he was stunned, the silver technique came like thunder. He stretched out his fingers and drew them from bottom to top in front of him. A tiny silver light suddenly burst out in the most inconspicuous night, like the sun in the sky. Instantly, a silver light hole spread horizontally. The silver light was dazzling. It was about to devour the middle-aged man. You are the 17th silver technique on the black list. The middle-aged man exclaimed. His right arm was cut by the silver light. Blood gushed out, but at least he saved his arm. He looked across, as if he had come to his senses all of a sudden. His voice was filled with a hint of anger. Inshu had a blank expression on his face, standing in front of Pei Jinya, and the strands of hair on his mask fluttered in the night wind. The middle-aged man was furious. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? King Kong shouted loudly. His body quickly grew taller. The middle-aged man, standing against the wind, was no longer in a state of embarrassment at all. Facing the light that was blooming on Inshu's body, he coldly rebuked. Your edge is much duller now than it was 3 years ago. Do you really have the strength of number 17 on the black list now? The ground beneath his feet trembled. The blood that was originally hidden suddenly jumped out and transformed, like a surging and turbulent ocean wave. The burly figure of more than 3 meters tall even looked more ferocious than the Taiyuan. For a moment, the whole person was like a majestic mountain. His body was like diamond glass, and he was upright and incorruptible, like a golden armored god. Pei Jinya earphones heard Tian Swan exclamation. It him Jin Wuji, one of the 13 guardians of the gods. A body of brute force that reaches the sky. Demon King, run. The fluctuations here are enough to attract Xing Tian attention. Warning! Extraordinary energy fluctuations appear in Shuang District, suspected to be sea level. Please dispatch police to quell the riot as soon as possible. Xing Tian, the intelligent brain of the city hall, suddenly sounded the alarm. Then, the night patrol team was dispatched urgently. I detected that the night patrol has been dispatched, and it is expected to arrive in 3 minutes and 54 seconds. Tian Swan reminder came from the earphone. Then the voice of Black Shark sounded. Red Rose, Tai Yuan helped Inshu to snipe, and the Demon King led his men to evacuate quickly. The other party dared not be caught by the night patrol. Inshu tilted his head. Pei Jinya had already left. Jin Wuji narrowed his eyes. Want to run? He reached out to grab. Inshu had no expression on his face, and the silver light in front of him burst out again to block the attack. Not far away, Tai Yuan roared, looking like an ape, rolling on the ground and rushing to kill. Red Rose disappeared into the darkness, but there seemed to be a strange fragrance in the air surrounding Jin Wuji. Poisonous. Jin Wuji immediately closed his sense of smell. The blood in his body roared, and repelled the 3-inch poisonous fog on his body's surface, and ran forward with big strides, biting Pei Jinya tightly. Pei Jinya's face was extremely calm. This kind of battle was beyond his level. Without hesitation, carrying Sun Lei, running as fast as possible. Behind him, there was a constant roar of skills colliding, the dull sound of flesh and blood fighting, and the sound of grenades exploding. Under the fierce air wave, a hand suddenly grabbed, almost touching Pei Jinya's shoulder. But unexpectedly, he slipped away from Jin Wuji's fingers like a smooth loach in the blink of an eye. Damn it! This guy is so cunning. Jin Wuji was extremely annoyed, bursting with blood, and speeding up again. Keep running to the left. The night patrol team will arrive in 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Tian Xuan hurriedly reported the situation. Luckily, Pei Jinya awakened his spiritual power. At this moment, his attention was highly focused. He kept his eyes and ears open. Get out of the way! Jin Wuji roared from behind. The silver light of the silver technique kept bombarding. Tai Yuan fought with his body. Red Rose jumped out from time to poison, all trying to buy time for Pei Jinya to escape. But no one seemed to expect that Jin Wuji's vitality was so tenacious. His body was covered in blood, but he still held on to Pei Jinya tightly, vowing to catch Sun Lei. I caught you! Jin Wuji had a grim smile on his face, and had already rushed behind Pei Jinya, reaching out to grab him. Pei Jinya turned around in the moment of flying into the air, and threw out 2 black objects from his waist. The technique was activated. Bang! The black object was ejected. He suddenly plunged into a 90-degree corner, turned his head, and ran into the alley on the side. Jin Wuji was stunned. Bang! 2 clear and crisp sounds were clearly heard by his ears. This sound. Fuck! Tai Yuan exclaimed, and hurriedly stopped. The next second. Boom! Boom! 2 balls of fire quickly shot up. The blast directly blew up the 2 walls at the entrance of the alley. Inshu's eyes narrowed slightly. He rushed forward quickly. In the firelight, a tall figure rushed out with a roar, with flames all over his body, and rushed into the alley in a rage. Tai Yuan's scalp tingled. Is this guy a human? He can't be killed even by bombs. Jin Wuji awakened a special physical skill system, and his defense is very strong. However, it is amazing that you can hurt him to this extent. However, before Tian Xuan finished speaking, Black Shark interrupted him directly. Go directly to the southwest. I will meet you there. Shadow Bow. Night patrol is in your hands. Understood. Understood. Pei Jinya could no longer hear the sound of the headset. Jin Wuji was like a fierce demon rushing out of the flames, crossing the rolling flames in midair, grabbing the unconscious Sun Lei desperately. Pei Jinya felt the strong wind behind him. The shadow was approaching. His heart was extremely peaceful. Enter the dream. Blood Spear. At the same time, he launched 2 mental attacks. He didn't believe it. The opponent could still maintain the previous high mental state after the extreme robbery. In an instant, the whistling wind in Pei Jinya's ears stopped. The sudden burst of extraordinary power, like a dazzling fire suddenly splashing out in the darkness at this moment. A prairie fire was formed from a single point. Jin Wuji kept flying forward, like a moth, flying out of the fire. His face was full of the appearance of an evil ghost carved by the fire, and he grabbed down with both hands. Pei Jinya's fingertips fell on his palm. At this moment, successfully entered the dream. Although the means were crude, but the value lies in the effectiveness. This powerful man who was praised as one of the 13 guardians of the gods really became weak, after several rounds of bombing and poison gas entering his body. If he really cultivated himself into the peerless King Kong, he might have been in perfect condition until now. But there are not so many ifs in this world. Get out of here! In the dream, Jin Wuji roared, like the most obvious flame in the darkness. But at the moment of entering the dream, the world in his eyes, time almost froze. Everything around him became completely slow and slow. The flickering flames, the galloping fists, the wildly dancing hair, and the tumbling clothes seemed to be frozen at this moment. On the other hand, the masked boy opposite him was like the king who dominated the world. The blood-red light in front of him suddenly burst out with the most deadly light. Just as decisive as the killing of Lan Fong. The blood-red spear, accompanied by Pei Jinya killing intent, instantly pierced Jin Wuji in the air in front of him. Swish! A huge hole suddenly appeared on the huge spirit body, more than 3 meters high. The next second, Jin Wuji's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. This fatal feeling was beyond his judgment of the weak transcendent in front of him. Especially when he felt his spirit body disappearing. He realized that his power was fading. This time, Jin Wuji was horrified. How could this happen? This method of devouring human spirits. I will expose you. Demons like you must die. Jin Wuji roared. He summoned up all the remaining will in his body, controlled his spirit, wanted to struggle, tear apart the devil-like guy in front of him. The two were less than 1 meter apart at this moment. Pei Jinya saw the burning will in the other party, and also saw the eyes in the other party that were burning hotter than the fire, which were full of fear, anger and hysteria. He raised his hand seemingly slowly. But it only took 0.01 seconds. He then grasped the blood spear that pierced Jin Wuji's spirit. Engulp it to your heart content. The next second, a bright crimson light completely enveloped the two of them. At the same time, in the outside world, the silver light of Yin Shu, Tai Yuan fist, and Hong Qiangwei poisonous arrows simultaneously enveloped Jin Wuji flesh and blood. The voice of Tian Xuan also happened to come. There are only 1 minute and 59 seconds left before the night patrol team arrives. Swish! The sound of flesh and bones being torn apart suddenly rang out, which was particularly clear in the alley shrouded in the night. Bang! Jin Wuji's body flew out. The body that had never been broken was like a deflated balloon at this moment, and suddenly a hole was poked out. In an instant, Jin Wuji's body was torn into pieces and flew backwards. Demon King? Yin Shu quickly broke through the blood mist and rushed to Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya had already fallen into a coma. Yin Shu's expression changed, thinking that he had been beaten to death. There is still breath. Hong Qiangwei's voice came, but she looked vigilantly at the night patrol car with flashing lights in the distance. We have to leave quickly and meet up with Black Shark first. Yin Shu picked up Pei Jinya and signaled Tai Yuan to take the target. Hong Qiangwei threw out a bottle of poisonous water to eliminate the traces here. The group left quickly under the cover of night. Pei Jinya seemed to have slept for a long time. He saw a long movie in his dream. In the 376th year of the star calendar, a baby cried in a laboratory of Tianshan. He was labeled as a test subject TS-111. The laboratory researchers smeared the baby body with special blood every day to stimulate the awakening of potential. In the 390th year of the star calendar, in the hunting ground in the western snow mountain, the 14-year-old Jin Wuji killed an adult bear with his bare hands. From the 391st to the 392nd year of the star calendar, he was sent to the Tianshan headquarters, lost a year of memory, and awakened to the extraordinary after waking up. In the 393rd year of the star calendar, Jin Wuji officially joined the Tianshan group and became a member of the Umbu. He trained and assassinated every day. In just 1 year, he made a name for himself with his extraordinary brute force. In the 399th year of the star calendar, he was ordered to go to the Tianshan branch in Daping City and became one of the 13 guardians. A large number of memories about cultivation and assassination were madly poured into Pei Jinya's mind. Why is he twitching? Somewhere in the room, Black Shark's voice came. It's just that his mental energy is too much. The muscles and nerves have been through high-intensity exercise. Now they are recovering. They're nothing serious. But his blood and chi are weak. The doctor said, and couldn't help saying, Lord Black Shark, this demon king was able to survive Jin Wuji's hands. I think his body and genes have great potential. Can I apply to use him for experiments? I believe it. Black Shark sighed. Why are you so stubborn? Come here, take him away, and brainwash him. Sir! Take him away. After his ears were cleared, Black Shark looked at Pei Jinya in the nutrition cabin. His eyes slowly moved to the mask, stared for a while, turned and left. Not long after, a figure quietly appeared. Looking at Pei Jinya, who was sleeping soundly, reached out his hand, wanted to take off Pei Jinya's mask. Recently, it was rumored that Lan Fong was wanted as a member of the Old God Society. Then could this demon king be him? The moment his fingers touched the mask, Pei Jinya suddenly opened his eyes, and with a snap, he grabbed the other wrist accurately. Hiss, it hurts. The other party felt the pain, and was unable to struggle for a while, and was still panicking at the moment. Pei Jinya's eyes seemed to be able to eat people, and he stared at the figure in front of him, and the picture in his vision was gradually returning to clarity from a blood-red color. After 3 full seconds, Pei Jinya let go. The other party finally struggled out, looking at the red and white finger marks on his wrist with an ugly face. And he didn't know how many times he cursed Pei Jinya in his heart. The door opened at this time. Inshu brought the shadow bow. Tian Swan hurried over, and Tai Yuan squatted at the door and looked out, and said in confusion, "Hong Hong? Why are you here?" Hong Qiangwei covered her wrist that was about to break, and her expression was bright and dark. Pei Jinya said hoarsely, "Where is the person?" Inshu walked forward and looked at Hong Qiangwei suspiciously, then he said, "It has been taken to the laboratory. But if you ask that big guy Jin Wuji, he has already died." Pei Jinya closed his eyes, suppressed the churning memories in his mind, and said hoarsely, "How long have I been unconscious?" Inshu looked at the time. Not bad, including the rush in the middle. It was only more than 30 minutes. Pei Jinya reached out and touched the mask, and then looked at Hong Qiangwei. "If I hadn't woken up just now, what would you want to do?" At this moment, everyone looked at Red Rose. Red Rose panicked. Ingdong said in a deep voice, "Red Rose, you don't want to kill him, do you? Are you a traitor?" "Bullshit, I killed so many lackeys of the Federation, how could I be a traitor?" Red Rose cursed, then her voice became smaller. "I'm just curious about who the Demon King is. You all know that Arrogant is also a psychic. Recently there is another wanted person, Lan Fong, so I wonder if the Demon King is Lan Fong, or if Arrogance is Lan Fong. Aren't you curious?" "No, I'm not curious." The one who spoke was Inshu. He took out an ice cream cone from nowhere, removed the mouth part of the mask, sat on a small stool nearby, and ate the ice cream cone innocently. Hong Qiangwei turned her head and looked at him, choking for a while. In the end, it was Black Shark who came forward to make the final conclusion. Scolded Hong Qiangwei, and dispersed everyone. Only Pei Jinya and Black Shark were left in the room. Black Shark was silent for a while, and said, "You completed this mission very well." Pei Jinya had no extra expression. "It's my job." Black Shark said slowly, "To be honest, if you hadn't passed the identity test, I would have doubted you." Pei Jinya looked over coldly. "Otherwise, you can invite the master and let him judge for himself." Black Shark smiled softly. "I know. You became like this because of the mission. I can understand that you are resentful. You completed this mission very well. I can help you apply for a technique." Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and looked at him. This conflict with Jin Wuji had clearly made him feel his own weakness. If it weren't for Inshu and the others, who were suppressing the opponent's mental power, he would have died. Not to mention devouring the opponent's extraordinary genes. "I need a technique that can detect the strength of the opponent's mental power." Pei Jinya was not polite. Black Shark suddenly realized, "You have practiced dream hypnosis before." I think he saw its weakness. Pei Jinya nodded. Black Shark thought for a while, and nodded slowly. "I remember that the headquarters has similar techniques, but it requires your merits. I will make up for you." Black Shark expression suddenly stiffened. "Why are your merits so few?" Background data. Demon King, 1000. Arrogance 3000. Pei Jinya said faintly. "You don't want to regret it, do you?" Black Shark pulled the corner of his mouth. "A mental power technique starts with at least 10,000 merits. Appraisals may be more expensive." My teeth hurt. Black Shark pretended to be calm and said, "How could that be?" "Wait for my news. The proposal to hold an internal discount event should be put on the agenda." As a member of the Old God Society, Lan Fong had done some tracking and assassination missions before, so he also accumulated some merits. That is, to exchange for dream hypnosis, so there are not many left. In addition, Pei Jinya completed the mission this time, and he can gain another merit. But it is far from enough. Pei Jinya looked at him silently. Black Shark's expression was stiff. He turned around and said, "Take a good rest these 2 days. Don't come to Red Rose if you have nothing to do recently. There was a small mistake in tonight's mission. The night patrol will definitely report it to Xing Tian. The investigation team will definitely intervene at that time." Pei Jinya frowned and said, "Why would the people of the gods also target the target?" Black Shark expression eased a lot when he talked about the business. The gods are just a group of hypocritical villains. On the surface, they follow federal laws. In fact, he was secretly doing something illegal. With Jin Wuji dead, we will be less of a threat in Doping in the future. You should have a good rest. After saying that, he left quickly. Pei Jinya lay quietly in the nutrition cabin, feeling that his body functions were recovering rapidly. He swiped out the attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene. Spirit Shadow Spear 1/3. Body Vidra 1/3. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. The blood spear killed the opponent's spirit. It can indeed devour the other party extraordinary genes. But adverse reactions have also appeared. His upper limit of chi and blood has obviously dropped. It was about to break 5 before, but now it is only 3 cards. His physical strength has also dropped slightly. Pei Jinya said inwardly. As expected. There is really nothing perfect in this world. However, the decline of chi and blood and physical strength did not worry him. He now has money in his hand, and can buy items to replenish blood and physical strength. Notice the column of extraordinary genes. Cannot be fused? Is it because the systems are different? Accumulating 3 can evolve. What if we add universal genes for synthesis? Pei Jinya continued to look at the extraordinary abilities thoughtfully. Golden armor. Thinking back to Jin Wuji's state at that time, Pei Jinya's smile became wider and wider. Big muscle tyrant, I like it. Jin Wuji defense is exactly what Pei Jinya is jealous of. Now that he has absorbed the other party extraordinary genes, this means that as long as he practices well, it will not be a problem for him to have a strong body that is truly indestructible. At that time, he will not be afraid of being stabbed by his own people. Pei Jinya pondered his current state. I need to replenish my blood and energy, so I must practice the blood-drawing art, and I can't save the money I should spend. The technique of entering dreams to kill people and seize extraordinary genes and judging mental strength is expected to bring good news from Black Shark. It a pity that it's just a judgment, not an improvement. Relying solely on dream hypnosis is too slow. This technique itself requires the cooperation of the opponent. Pei Jinya sighed. I can't say before fighting with others, be good, let me check your pulse first. But there is good news. I have swallowed Jin Wuji ability now. I will practice more and strengthen it, so that I won't be afraid of being stabbed from behind in the future. By the way, there are 12 guardians of the gods. I don't know what their abilities are. 2318. Black Mirror Alley. 3 fully armed night patrolmen are scanning the scene for traces. There was a fight here. Import Xingtian. Conduct a scene simulation. Data imported. Estimated 3 minutes. A tall night patrolman suddenly squatted in the corner. I found human hair. Xingtian. Conduct genetic testing. Jin Wuji, male, 27 years old, 3rd-class citizen status. Tianshan Group Security Team Deputy Captain. Xingtian. The voice came again. 22:47 at 22:53. The system of Guangming Research Institute showed signs of intrusion. Researcher Sun Lei was suspected to be kidnapped. The kidnapper body was determined to be Jin Wuji. Possibility 1. Jin Wuji team invaded Guangming Research Institute and was sniped by a mysterious organization on the way. Possibility 2. A mysterious organization invaded Guangming Research Institute, Jin Wuji kidnapped the researcher, and the thieves robbed the thieves. Possibility 3. The detailed process was continuously generated under the analysis of the intelligent brain Xingtian. The 3 night patrols looked at each other. It a big deal. Report immediately. Tianshan Group. In a dark room. The target was taken away. Who did it? According to speculation, it was Yin Shu from the Old God Society, Tai Yuan, Hong Qiangwei, and a guy whose identity is unclear. It the Old God Society again. They must have also set their sights on the genetic mutation experiment. Where is Jin Wuji? Suspected dead? It seems that Yin Shu's strength has not declined, as the legend says. There are no weaklings who can be on the federal blacklist. What should we do next? Call the police? Jin Wuji stole the group experimental data and betrayed the group. Yes. Huh? Pei Jinya walked out of the room, let out a sigh of relief, and his eyes naturally noticed Yin Shu, who was banging against the wall to steal light. You came out? Yin Shu turned his head and saw Pei Jinya, and immediately said excitedly. Pei Jinya said calmly, Are you waiting for me? Yes. Yin Shu said, as a matter of course. Pei Jinya lowered his gaze and walked forward. Is this necessary? You are my teammate. Pei Jinya couldn't help but look at him. Yin Shu seemed to be heartless and said, just like Tian Xuan and Ngong, Taiyuan and Han Qiangwei. They are all teammates. You are the teammate assigned to me by the higher-ups. Of course. I have the responsibility to protect you. Pei Jinya thought of the battle a few hours ago. It was indeed thanks to this guy. Thanks. Yin Shu was stunned. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and looked at him. What is this guy so excited about? Any questions? Inshu scratched his head embarrassedly. This is the first time someone has thanked me. Pei Jinya. This silver-faced warrior, who was so decisive in his actions, sometimes acted like a child, who was ignorant of the world. He wouldn't be mentally ill. Right? By the way, I heard that person say that you were number 17 on the blacklist. What is this? Pei Jinya asked casually. Inshu was still immersed in joy. It's just a wanted order. Whoever the Federation thinks is in danger, whoever name is posted will be posted. I don't know why they posted mine. I was just completing the task seriously. I really didn't kill anyone randomly. Pei Jinya silently retracted his gaze, fully understood. He decisively changed the subject and said, By the way, do you have any way to improve your mental power? Inshu scratched his head. Sorry, I really don't know. But do you really need it? Pei Jinya nodded, and didn't count on him. By the way, what level of extraordinary is Jin Wuji? Inshu thought for a while, and said, probably the peak of the first rank. About to break the level of the second rank. Then you are the second rank? Pei Jinya pondered in his heart. Lan Fong had just entered the industry. At most, he was just entering the first rank. He had 2 buffs, probably in the middle of the first rank. And now he has added a kind of extraordinary. But he has not practiced yet. So he is far from being comparable to Jin Wuji, who is at the peak of the first rank. Inshu scratched his hair. I am not the second rank. Maybe I was before. But I lost my memory. Pei Jinya looked over in surprise. Inshu pulled out 2 bull horns from his hair. The headquarters said that I had been to Dapeng City before, so I applied to come here to try my luck. Maybe I can recover my memory. Pei Jinya was silent. He nodded after a moment. Good luck. He walked out of the back door of the Red Rose Bar. Before parting, Inshu whispered, During this period of time, you must be careful. There are too many things now, and I don't feel well. Pei Jinya nodded. You too, take care. After saying that, the whole person disappeared into the night. Inshu stood at the door and watched for a while, turned around and was about to leave. Black Shark appeared beside him. You seem to like him very much? Inshu pondered for a while, seriously said, Are you trying to steal my teammates? Black Shark glanced at him, turned around and left. The whistling hover police car was particularly diligent tonight. Pei Jinya plunged into the slums. Not long after, a harmless young man wearing a baseball cap came out from another exit. The light was dim, and he couldn't see his face clearly. At 11:51 that night, Pei Jinya arrived at his residence. The first step was to check if anyone else had been in the room. He didn't care what means the other party used to identify his genes. First, Black Shark and his men didn't know the true identity of Arrogant. Second, Black Shark himself would also be held responsible if the matter was reported to the headquarters for identification. Once it was proven that Arrogant was true, he would be held accountable by the headquarters, even have to accept the process baptism, and may even be deprived of leadership position due to lack of ability. This is also the reason why Pei Jinya is not afraid for the time being. The only thing he has to worry about is that the master who dragged Lan Fong into the water in the past remembered that the master had brainwashed Lan Fong in the past, and was very familiar with Lan Fong. It is possible that he did not set up some small devices on Lan Fong. Let's take it one step at a time. Pei Jinya himself did not expect that in just a few days. He went from an ordinary high school student to a 3-series extraordinary. After the weekend is over, it will be time to return to normal school life. Bronze Club, Martial Arts Arena. The sun was blazing hot at this time. The light rain in the morning seemed to have been forgotten, and now it had evaporated completely. Under the wind of the fists, dust was raised. Bang, bang. Both of Pei Jinya punches were blocked. Li Xiaoyong looked surprised. Are you also practicing during this time? Today's strength is much stronger than yesterday. You are really a monster. Pei Jinya laughed. Senior sister, I have only improved a little bit, and I can't beat you at all. Li Xiaoyong also laughed. Come on, I have been practicing for a long time, and you have only been practicing for a long time. He threw a clean towel over. He also took out one and wiped his cheek. At your current level, the average person on the other side has the ability to protect himself, and you can rest assured when I leave. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Senior sister, are you leaving? Li Xiaoyong nodded. I took a 2-month vacation this time to hone my blood and energy, and now it's time to go back. Pei Jinya hesitated and asked, Where are you going? Senior? I'm at Longcheng Wuda. His, a top university, as expected. Senior is senior. Stop flattering me with your potential. If you keep working so hard, you will be able to get into any top university next year. Li Xiaoyong threw down the towel. You are almost done with your strength training now. You should be able to start grinding your skin soon. Grinding your skin? After training your strength, you will grind your skin, and then you will strengthen your muscles, all of which are ways of physical training, although you are a spiritual type. It won't hurt to practice a little. Li Xiaoyong explained tirelessly. He smiled again. With your personality, you shouldn't offend any extraordinary forces. If you really encounter one, go to Master Chong to take the blame. He can handle the general ones. And you shouldn't offend those who can't handle it. Pei Jinya smiled ugly. Li Xiaoyong thought he was reluctant to leave. And he was a little touched in his heart. I am so happy to meet you here. It is also destined by God. I am looking forward to your future achievements. In addition, I found a sparring partner for you. Do you remember Tang Huiyang? He is the guy we met last time. Pei Jinya nodded, having some impression. Li Xiaoyong explained. He is 1 year older than you. He was admitted to Jiang and Wuda, but he repeated a year for his first love. But later he let it go. The extraordinary awakening of this kid is similar to physical strengthening, and he also needs to practice with others. Continuously improve. It just so happens that you also need an equally matched opponent. He doesn't come to the club very often. His family has a mine, and he is generous. Today I will host you two to meet each other. Pei Jinya nodded. I'm sorry for your trouble. Senior sister. Li Xiaoyong waved his hand indifferently. Xiao's senior sister is grateful to you. After all, I owe you a big favor. After that, he took out a sealed cowhide bag from his bag. This contains a spiritual technique. You keep it. Senior sister. This. Pei Jinya was really surprised. If the spiritual technique was cheap, he would have taken action long ago. Li Xiaoyong handed it to him without further ado. You don't know what Senior Sister Xiao means to me. What I can tell you is that Senior Sister Xiao is a good person. A kind person who cares about the world. Before, I suspected that you were someone to Senior Sister Xiao. But now that I think about it, Senior Sister Xiao probably doesn't want you, this gem, to be covered in dust. So she gave you a push. You didn't let her down. Pei Jinya was persuaded to accept the gift of the technique. Senior, let's talk about the matter. You have helped me a lot. Pei Jinya had a complicated expression. After experiencing all the things in the old god society, his heart has now cooled like an iceberg. But now, don't be hypocritical. A real man should not be so hesitant. Just accept what I give you and practice well. Not only for Senior Xiao and my expectations, but also for your own success. Then I won't be polite. If you need me in the future, please tell me. Pei Jinya said seriously. Li Xiaoyong took him to a nearby restaurant. Tang Huiyang was ordering food, and immediately came up with a smile. Sister Xiaoyong. Looking at Pei Jinya, he nodded politely, and took the initiative to extend his hand. Tang Huiyang, you can call me Old Tang, Huiyang is fine. Pei Jinya, greetings to meet you. Brother Yang. Haha. Nice to meet you. Li Xiaoyong smiled and gestured. You two are a similar age, each of you has your own way. This time, I asked you to come here to introduce you. Tang Huiyang, you always say that you can defeat all opponents in the world. I have found an opponent for you. Tang Huiyang blushed. Don't take jokes seriously, don't take them seriously. Pei Jinya smiled softly. This old Tang is interesting. Tang Huiyang seems to have known Li Xiaoyong for a long time. Sister Xiaoyong, have you visited Sister Han these days? We talked on the phone. What happened? Li Xiaoyong looked over. Tang Huiyang hesitated and said, didn't she meet Lan Fong twice before? Now it revealed that Lan Fong is a member of the Old God Society, and she is now locked up at home. Li Xiaoyong shook his head. Although the Old God Society is not sure about her purpose, it may be a matter of genes. It's good to have someone watching over her at home. Tang Huiyang sighed and said nothing. Pei Jinya ate quietly, and did not make any comments on this. Old Pei, have you reached the stage of skin grinding in your physical training now? Not yet, I'm preparing to grind my skin. Hee. So that how it is? Tang Huiyang suddenly smiled slyly. Li Xiaoyong looked at him jokingly, and explained to Pei Jinya. He has polished his skin now. So he thinks he has you at his hands. You two can practice your skills when you have time, so that someone won't be confused. Pei Jinya chuckled. Tang Huiyang was stunned. Sister Xiaoyong. What you said doesn't make sense. Can it be that I can't beat old Pei even if I grind my skin? Li Xiaoyong just smiled and said nothing. Tang Huiyang became even more curious. Old Pei. Do you have any unique skills? Pei Jinya shook his head and laughed. Senior sister is praising me too much. Tang Huiyang didn't believe it. Based on his understanding of Li Xiaoyong, to be valued by her, he must be an extraordinary person. Old Pei, do you want to practice tonight? Sure, I have no problem. An hour later. In the martial arts arena. Li Xiaoyong watched the two put on martial arts robes and started fighting. Tang Huiyang used only the strength of training for the first punch. His clothes fluttered as he walked. And his arms were like powerful crossbows. Bang! However, this punch was blocked steadily by Pei Jinya. Tang Huiyang grinned. Oh Pei, you are really not weak. Be careful next. I'm going to be serious. Come on! Pei Jinya was not afraid at all. Tang Huiyang was stunned, moved his feet, and released his cannon fist. Under the stimulation of qi and blood, his muscles bulged slightly. Pei Jinya heart moved. Is this grinding the skin? I heard a brief introduction from Li Xiaoyong in the afternoon. Grinding the skin will make the skin of the whole body tight. The legendary invulnerability is a bit exaggerated, but when it is practiced to a high level, it does have such an effect. Bang! The two of them collided with each other. Pei Jinya raised his knees and hit him with his knees. Tang Huiyang laughed loudly, and his legs were tense, blocking the attack. The two of them fought frequently in the moonlight. One was training his strength, and the other was grinding the skin. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who was stronger. Tang Huiyang was getting more and more frightened as he fought. Didn't Pei Jinya just start training? He was actually able to fight on equal terms with a cultivator at the skin polishing stage. It was not until Tang Huiyang used his extraordinary ability and strengthened his body that Pei Jinya attacks were completely blocked and suppressed. Pei Jinya did not intend to fight head-on. Originally, relying on the attribute light ball, he had already made some achievements in the technique shock. Compared with Tang Huiyang's shock, which was just getting started, it was naturally not good enough. But his skin resurfacing did make Pei Jinya's eyes light up. Combined with Tang Huiyang's own extraordinary ability, Pei Jinya already felt exhausted. Not long after, a dull sound came. Pei Jinya staggered back a step, and this step back even collapsed 3 centimeters on the mud, and he stepped on it to stabilize his body. He panted a few times, looking at his red arm. As expected of Brother Yang, I lost. The scattered dust gradually settled down. Tang Huiyang laughed and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. I am just grinding my skin. You have forced me to use my ability just by practicing strength. If this is grinding my skin, I will probably be chased and beaten by you." Tang Huiyang patted the dust off his body, but asked curiously, "I haven't asked you yet. What extraordinary system did you awaken? If it inconvenient, forget it." Pei Jinya shook his head and said indifferently, "Spiritual system. Anyway, Master Chong had already promoted it to him last night, so there was no need to hide it. Instead, it seems hypocritical and too cautious. Psychological system? Damn!" Tang Huiyang screamed. "Who told me that all spiritual systems are fragile? You are even more powerful than any physical system I have ever seen." Pei Jinya laughed. "Brother Yang, you are too kind to me. It's just that my senior sister trained me some time ago, which helped me learn the tricks of the technique. Otherwise, I would not be your opponent. Old Pei, you are really modest." Tang Huiyang pointed to the fist mark on his arm. "Is this a psychic type of squishy? No one would believe it if I told him." He suddenly realized it. No wonder Li Xiaoyong is so optimistic about Lao Pei. If it were him, he would definitely make a bet in advance to make such a friend. By the way, where is the senior sister? The two looked at each other, and suddenly realized that they were the only two left in the martial arts arena. Li Xiaoyong is gone. Tang Huiyang smiled bitterly and said, "The senior sister probably couldn't bear to see the two of us fighting each other, so she left early." Not long after, Pei Jinya saw the message Li Xiaoyong sent him, and confirmed the fact. Senior sister said she went back first, and sent it 15 minutes ago. "Do you have anything to do tonight? If you don't, I take you to take a bath. I tell you, this place I mentioned is a rare and good place." Tang Huiyang smiled mysteriously. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Lingsu actually came. She came to find Pei Jinya. Tang Huiyang was stunned. "Senior sister." Jiang Lingsu looked at him, nodding, also a little surprised. "Do you know each other?" Tang Huiyang did not explain too much, just smiled and nodded. Jiang Lingsu's beautiful eyes fell on Pei Jinya, and handed over the VIP card in her hand. "Junior Pei, this is the VIP card of Jiang business. I dealt with some things during the day, so I came a little late." Pei Jinya took the VIP card and smiled. Senior Jiang. What are you talking about? It seemed that because Tang Huiyang was here, Jiang Lingsu did not say anything else. After talking to Pei Jinya for a few words, he left alone. Tang Huiyang took a closer look at the VIP card and said meaningfully, "It only a silver VIP card with a 15% discount. It too small. She wanted to give me a card with a 35% discount before, but I didn't take it. If Jiang Lingsu knew that the card she gave was devalued to nothing, she would probably want to kill Tang Huiyang now." Pei Jinya laughed. "You are a bit slapping in the face." Tang Huiyang also smiled. "Don't you dare to say it behind someone's back? But, to be honest, I just want to remind you. It is said that we just met, so we should not talk about intimate things. But you and Lao Pei really hit it off right away. Besides, Xiao Yong asked me to take care of you, so I have to say something. The situation of the Jiang family is a bit special, so you should be careful when dealing with the person just now." Pei Jinya looked at him silently. Tang Huiyang laughed and said he would take him to a place. After leaving the Bronze Club, he said one thing. It was probably that Jiang Lingsu had used the same method to recruit a student from the Bronze Club, and then showed concern for him, making the student mistakenly believe that he had found love, and willingly worked for Jiang Lingsu. But in fact, he was working for the family behind Jiang Lingsu, and was a free laborer. "What happened to him later?" Pei Jinya asked. "What happened later?" Tang Huiyang said with regret. "He was destroyed by the rival of the Jiang family eldest branch. And Jiang Lingsu gave up directly, and didn't even look at him. That person was sitting in a wheelchair guarding the door of the Jiang family. It was raining heavily, and he was soaked in the rain. The people from the Jiang family first house were unwilling to give him an umbrella, and they threw it away. Later, I heard that he was upset. Alas, so I don't like dealing with people from the first house." At 8 o'clock that night, Pei Jinya was abducted by Tang Huiyang to a place called Yue Tang Palace. The girls with good figures wore white fox masks with red stripes, which only covered half of their faces, and wore loose white robes and plain brocade. The curves are unique, but not too revealing to avoid being vulgar. When the young girls saw Tang Huiyang appear, they gathered around him with a sweet smile. "This is my brother. Treat him well." With Tang Huiyang greeting, the girls' joyful voices became even louder, and they wanted to let loose and show off their unique skills to Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya looked at Tang Huiyang in astonishment. Tang Huiyang gave a smile that all men understand. "Don't worry. This is a serious place." "Really? Really?" Pei Jinya was disappointed. Soon, he was surrounded by the girls. He could clearly sense the light and unique fragrance from these girls. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand, and the girl panicked and stretched out her hand to protect him. He looked at her in astonishment. "I didn't mean that. Do you believe me?" The girl gave him a look that said, "You are so annoying." "Master." Pei Jinya couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Pretending to tease the girl hair, his fingers touched the attribute light ball floating in the air for other purposes. "Power type extraordinary gene fragment +1 power type?" Pei Jinya eyes lit up slightly. The next second, a body with a fragrant scent came up to him. "Little boss, you are really bad." A question mark slowly appeared on Pei Jinya's forehead. 10 minutes later, like fairy mist, Pei Jinya and Tang Huiyang were each soaked in a spacious porcelain bucket, petals floating. The refreshing fragrance dispelled Pei Jinya's fatigue in the past few days, under the steaming hot air. The masked young girls used their skilled techniques to remove the fatigue of their customers. Their movements were powerful and gentle. "Old Pei, the water in the Yue Tang Palace is not ordinary water. It is a special water refined by a supernatural being. It can remove fatigue. This is your first time here, and the effect is most obvious. It is inevitable that your blood and energy and physical strength will increase." Tang Huiyang explained with a smile on the opposite side. Pei Jinya has noticed that his blood and energy and physical strength are recovering rapidly. However, out of good intentions, he still taught the girl behind him a few massage tips. Under the girl blushing massage, Pei Jinya became even happier. Tang Huiyang was stunned. He quickly signaled the technician behind him to learn a few tricks. After a while, he also made a comfortable sound. "Old Pei, you can't be so experienced without 5 years of bathing life. I have to admire you." "Old Pei, did you go to the healthcare center often before? How can you slander me for no reason?" I understand everything." Tang Huiyang laughed. "Next time I take you to play something fancy?" Pei Jinya sneered, but exchanged contact information. At 10 o'clock that night, Pei Jinya returned home, and the first thing he did was to check the traces in the room. After confirming that everything was correct, he breathed a sigh of relief. In order to be an ordinary person who is greedy for money and stingy, I really sacrifice too much. No one understands. In the night, Pei Jinya did not rest, but stared at the computer screen and placed an order. The price of spiritual power techniques was too expensive, he could not afford it. Moreover, the old God Association could exchange it with merits, and Pei Jinya did not want to spend all his money for a technique. Besides, what he needed most now was to restore his blood. Blood Chi Powder X10, Blood Spirit Fruit sounds good too, but 50,000 is too expensive, but you can try one first to see the effect. After entering the VIP card serial number, the order was completed. Pei Jinya turned off the computer, and then took out the spiritual technique that Li Xiaoyong gave him. At that time, Tang Huiyang was there, so he had not been able to check it. Spiritual locking technique. Treat the spiritual world of the practitioner as a lock to prevent others from checking, hypnotizing or attacking with spiritual power. Pei Jinya read this technique carefully. Although it is not a technique to improve spiritual power, it does make up for his gaps. Subjectively, he often thinks about how to hypnotize others, but on the contrary, his mental power is not as good as others, so he is more likely to be invaded by others. He immediately began to practice cross-legged. There was no conversation all night. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. Skills. Basic breathing method minor success 97%. The upper limit of the blood value is still 3 cards, and the upper limit of the physical strength is still 9. Whether it can be recovered depends on whether the next big tonic is useful. Who let out a long breath. Pei Jinya felt it carefully. He had a vaguely different feeling about his spiritual power. It was as if his brain recognized that it was a part of his body, but he still had a long way to go before he could be as flexible as his fingers. After finishing his vegetable breakfast leisurely, Pei Jinya set off for the Bronze Club. He had not yet reached the final breakthrough in his training, so he did not rush to ask Master Chong for the training method of grinding his skin. At about 9:40 in the morning, Tang Huiyang finally arrived. Seeing Pei Jinya doing a handstand with 2 fingers, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. No way, you are so stubborn. Pei Jinya patted the dust off his palms. Let's continue the fight later? Tang Huiyang raised his eyebrows, pulled off his coat. Okay. Soon, the dull sound of fighting came from the martial arts field. No more fighting. Tang Huiyang waved his hands breathlessly. Pei Jinya was also out of breath, not using extraordinary power, just using physical strength to fight hard. It was indeed too much for him. Tang Huiyang sat on the ground with his hands up without caring about his image. I ate the black blood beast meat when I got home last night, and I ate it this morning to replenish my blood and energy, but I still couldn't beat you. Black blood beast meat? Is this thing very good for replenishing blood and energy? Pei Jinya asked curiously. Tang Huiyang chuckled. It's not just a normal supplement, the black blood beast stuff is even more of a tonic. Pei Jinya seemed to be thinking about something. What he needed now was a big blood supplement. Senior Pei, someone is looking for you outside. An outer sex student in a light blue martial arts robe came over respectfully. Pei Jinya looked over. The other party was cautious and a little flattering, looking at the clothes. He looks like someone from the trading company. Pei Jinya remembered that. The things he bought from Jiang Trading Company last night have arrived. Tang Huiyang followed him. Excuse me. Are you Mr. Pei? The clerk of the trading company looked polite. Pei Jinya nodded. Is the goods I want here? Yes. Mr. Pei, please count them. If there is no problem, sign and accept here. The guy was holding an electronic tablet in his hand. Tang Huiyang looked curious. What did you buy? Blood supplement? Fuck, is this the blood spirit fruit? Old Pei. You really spent a lot of money to defeat me. Pei Jinya. Hee hee. Sneered. After signing, Pei Jinya asked again, does your company have the flesh and blood of the black blood beast? Yes. Mr. Pei, do you need to order it? I can help you place the order here. The clerk was delighted. He could also enjoy commissions for selling items from the business. Do you have any introduction? Let me see. Pei Jinya was not in a hurry to place an order. The clerk quickly swiped a few times on the electronic tablet, finding items from the Black Blood Beast series. A pound of Black Blood Beast meat costs 10,000 star coins, Black Blood Beast skin decorations cost 50,000 star coins, and the Black Blood Beast Holy Root costs 100,000 star coins. Holy Root? Pei Jinya was stunned, turned his head to look. Just then he saw a certain sly smile. After placing an order for 5 caddies of animal meat, the clerk smiled happily. Mr. Pei, when do you want the goods? You are a VIP of our bank. It will be delivered in 30 minutes, and it is absolutely guaranteed to be the freshest. Then send it here. Okay, Mr. Pei. The other party took the Jiang Company hovercraft and left quickly. Pei Jinya returned to the martial arts field with the blood powder and the blood spirit fruit. He played with the blood spirit fruit. Is this thing really useful for replenishing blood? Tang Huiyang said frivolously. It is definitely not as good as the holy root. Pei Jinya. He really had no interest in eating the stuff of a fierce beast. After washing it with water, Pei Jinya had no intention of appreciating it. After swallowing it in one gulp, 50,000 yuan was gone. On the attribute panel, the upper limit of the qi and blood value instantly increased by 1 card, and the corresponding physical strength also directly exceeded 10, but the growth rate slowed down afterwards. In the end, qi and blood value, 4/5.5 card. Physical strength, 8/10.5, as soon as he opened his eyes. Tang Huiyang asked with a smile, how is it? But you absorb it very quickly. I had to sit for more than 3 hours to digest the energy of the blood spirit fruit. Not bad. The blood value increased by 2.5 calories. And the physical strength increased by 1.5. Even so, the blood value still did not recover to its peak value of 6.2 calories. Not bad? Tang Huiyang was stunned when he heard it, and felt a little uncomfortable. Pei Jinya's reaction was much calmer than his original reaction. Suddenly, Pei Jinya asked, will the effect of this thing be less obvious if you take it again in the future? Not completely, but the increase will be much slower. I remember when I tested it, the first time the blood value increased by about 0.7 calories, and the second time it was only 0.4 calories. 0.7 calories? Pei Jinya's heart skipped a beat. He increased it by 2.5 calories. Even if the effect is halved, it still has a 1 calorie increase. Everyone's absorption effect is different. Just like the food you eat, you can't absorb all the nutrients in the food. Generally absorbing 70% is considered good, Tang Huiyang said. Pei Jinya nodded thoughtfully. Have you used blood qi powder? I have used it, but the effect is really not good. However, you are in the stage of training now. You can use it to break through. Tang Huiyang instructed Pei Jinya to use blood qi powder. After applying it on his body, Pei Jinya immediately felt a burning pain, and his blood began to surge involuntarily. He raised his head and looked at it with burning eyes. Tang Huiyang laughed loudly, threw away his coat, and revealed his strong arms. Come on. Let's fight again. Come on. After saying that, the two figures rushed towards each other. In the sunlight, dust waves rose up and rolled away. Senior, take care. In front of the station, Pei Jinya bid farewell to Li Xiaoyong. Tang Huiyang was there too. Don't worry. Xiaoyong, I'm here. No one dares to bully him, but he seems to be more powerful than me. Uh-huh. Li Xiaoyong laughed dumbly, waved his hand. Go back. I should get on the bus. I hope I can hear your names in Longcheng in the future. Senior, when will you come back? Not recently. Longcheng is full of hidden talents. I have to catch up with them as soon as possible. A whistle rang through the station. Li Xiaoyong waved his hand, took a backpack and boarded the suspended train. Pei Jinya and Tang Huiyang watched the train leave. A moment. Tang Huiyang asked, are you going to the martial arts arena? Not today. Pei Jinya shook his head. Tang Huiyang looked over. Pei Jinya made an excuse. Something happened at home, but I will go in the afternoon. Are you coming? Come! I wait for you then. After Tang Huiyang made an appointment with Pei Jinya, the two separated. Pei Jinya got on the car alone, drove around the slums of Daping City for a long time, and finally changed his clothes, put on a mask and appeared in an abandoned factory. Just this morning, Inshu suddenly sent him a message, saying that he wanted to meet at a place alone. The place was chosen by Pei Jinya, and it was also for safety reasons. There was no surveillance, and it was easy to escape. When Pei Jinya arrived, he did not see anyone. Suddenly a stone fell. He looked up. A figure on the second floor of the factory waved. Pei Jinya walked over. Another mission? He glanced around casually, as if trying to identify something. Inshu took out a book from his arms. No mission. I will contact you alone. Pei Jinya was stunned. What is this? Inshu did not speak, and seemed a little shy. He stuffed the book in his hand into Pei Jinya's arms without saying anything. Pei Jinya opened it and looked at it, with a strange look on his face. The art of consolidating the origin, taking the heaven and earth as the origin, and mental power as the bridge. This secret method is practiced at the beginning of the sun and moon, and accumulated day by day. It can improve mental power. Pei Jinya was stunned. This is actually a method to improve mental power. He looked up in surprise. Inshu scratched his hair. Can I practice it? My merits are only enough to buy it. Pei Jinya was silent. Old In, you gave me all the merits. What are you going to do? Inshu pulled his hair into the shape of a unicorn. Tianjin Wuhai said, I don't need it. My skills seem to be in my head. Although I have lost my memory, it doesn't prevent me from using them. Pei Jinya envied him. He held the skill book. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, Thank you. You helped me a lot. Inshu smiled foolishly. It's good to be able to help you. I said, You are my teammate. Pei Jinya looked at his naive appearance and felt very complicated. He couldn't help but test him. Inshu, why did you join the Old God Society? Why? Inshu was stunned. Do I need to know why? When I woke up, they told me that I was a member of the Old God Society. Pei Jinya frowned. Was he abducted? Are you happy now? Happy? What? Inshu tilted his head and looked at it in confusion. Pei Jinya paused. It was when I said thank you, your state. No. Inshu shook his head hesitantly, but still didn't understand. Why do we need to be happy? Because this is the most basic emotion of human beings. Inshu's brain seemed unable to understand such words. But Pei Jinya didn't say much. Even with Lan Fong memory, he didn't communicate much with Inshu. This member of the Old God Society named Inshu seemed extremely mysterious. But no matter who he was, at least now, he did help me a lot. Old In, I'm not being polite to you. But thank you very much. Demon King, what do you mean by being polite? Yes, that it. On the open-air terrace of the abandoned factory, Inshu poked his head and asked curiously. Pei Jinya held his head and looked constipated. Old In, stop talking, I have a headache. Why? Shut up. Huh? Inside the hotel, Pei Jinya let out a light breath. After returning from the abandoned factory, he has been studying the technique of Gu Yuan Shu. Pull out the attribute panel. There is still a long way to go. Pei Jinya had a complicated expression. The spiritual locking technique is mainly for defense. The solidification technique is to improve spiritual power. With a thought, Pei Jinya found that a line of words slowly appeared on the attribute panel. Spiritual power, 5/5. Is this the amount of my spiritual power? What the hell is wrong with Black Shark? His identification technique is the slowest. Disdain. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Bronze meeting. Pei Jinya came as promised. Tang Huiyang didn't know what time he came. He was chatting with a tall female student in the martial arts arena. When he saw Pei Jinya appear, Tang Huiyang waved his hand. Oh Pei. The tall female student on the side also looked over. As soon as Pei Jinya approached, Tang Huiyang introduced them enthusiastically. Old Pei. This is the beautiful Sun Rufan. Also from your number 2 middle school. You are also from number 2 middle school? Sun Rufan looked over in surprise. Pei Jinya nodded. Hello. Sun Rufan was generous and took the initiative to extend her hand. Sun Rufan. I'm from class 1. And you? Class 17. Pei Jinya shook hands with her. The two just shook hands for greeting and then let go. Sun Rufan thought about it carefully, and she didn't have any impression of Pei Jinya. She nodded to Tang Huiyang very tactfully and said, Then you guys go ahead. I have something else to do. After saying that, she also nodded to Pei Jinya. As soon as she left, Tang Huiyang hooked Pei Jinya's shoulder and said slyly, How is it? What do you mean? Pei Jinya looked at him in confusion. Sun Rufan. I heard that she is from the same school as you, and she specially designed this encounter. Brother, I can only help you so much. It's up to you from now on. Tang Huiyang sneered. Pei Jinya was very upset. Tang Huiyang whispered again. Sun Rufan family really has a mind. She is usually very low-key. If I hadn't told you, you probably wouldn't know how rich her family is. And you see, she wearing the clothes of an intersect student, but in fact she hasn't awakened yet. Can she join the intersect without awakening? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Tang Huiyang chuckled. This is where Lao Chong's social skills come from. Pei Jinya was stunned. Tang Huiyang whispered, Not many people know Sun Rufan background, and she doesn't have the same surname as her father, and her circle of friends is very friendly. She is not promiscuous. She is a quiet and generous girl. You will graduate next year, during this period. Cultivate your relationship when you go to college. Hee. Pei Jinya, Brother Yang, at this moment. Your image in my mind is shattered. Tang Huiyang was stunned. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and waved. No woman in your heart. Cultivate the natural God. Fuck. You are the one pretending to be a saint. Right. The day came to an end in a hurry. The days of practice in the Bronze Society were extremely fulfilling, and there was no disturbance from the old God Society. The weekend days were completely over. Pei Jinya vacation also ended. Monday, 8 o'clock in the morning. Senior grade 317 class. The fat classmates saw Pei Jinya again after a few days, and immediately rushed over to him. Brother Yi, I miss you so much. Do you know how hard it is for me without you? A girl in front of him smiled and exposed his hypocrisy. Pei Jinya. You don't know, you haven't been here for a few days. The teacher picked someone to answer the question. Every time he called your name, he would say at the end, "Did it the fat kid next to you?" Pei Jinya said, I am not responsible for this matter. The second class was Sister Bing class. As if she had forgotten what happened before. Sister Bing didn't look at Pei Jinya deliberately. Until after class, she signaled with her eyes. There are big sycamore trees planted on both sides of the school road, rustling in the wind. Where did you take Lan Fong? Sister Bing asked in a low voice. Pei Jinya looked over calmly. What happened? Sister Bing whispered. Lan Hua recently issued a bounty on the black market. Is it safe for you? The people in the black market are all villains who kill without blinking an eye. Pei Jinya nodded thoughtfully. Don't worry. It won't be traced to me. Sister Bing paused. You seem to have become much stronger. Pei Jinya looked over eagerly. Sister Bing curled her lips. You are very confident. A punch was thrown. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand to block. With a dull bang, Pei Jinya felt a vast force. Step back. And rush forward again. I will hit your right shoulder. Sister Bing reminded him. Pei Jinya eyes blurred. And he suddenly lost Sister Bing figure. With the accumulation of blood and energy, his spiritual perception quickly covered him. Found it. The technique shock was suddenly launched. But the next moment, Sister Bing's fist had already hit his right shoulder. With a pop, Pei Jinya staggered and rolled into the jungle on one side. Pei Jinya spat out the dirt in his mouth, stood up from the jungle, and smiled bitterly. Sister Bing, how strong are you? Was that punch just now even 10% strong? Yes. Sister Bing had a slight smile under her cold expression, and she reached out to pick up the fallen leaf on Pei Jinya's head. You are already very good. She paused, her eyes slightly thoughtful. I thought you would awaken by the end of the year. But you surprised me in just 1 week. And now, you are stronger than those transcendents who have just awakened. Is the teaching level of the Bronze Club so good now? Pei Jinya shook his head. It all thanks to senior sister Li Xiaoyong. She gave me a lot of guidance on cultivation. And now she has arranged someone to practice with me. Sister Bing said bluntly. Old man Chong is still as lazy as ever. Pei Jinya laughed dryly. Although Master Chong didn't come out to guide much, but it did help him gain face. I heard from Zhao Xusi that you registered for the Awakening certification. Pei Jinya nodded and hesitated. What does Sister Bing have to say? Not really. But do you know that the Awakening certification is divided into different levels of difficulty? Sister Bing looked over. Pei Jinya shook his head. He only knew that the education department was not a good person. Sister Bing said as she walked, generally speaking, what everyone applies to participate in is the normal assessment. After verification, the data will be saved by the intelligent computer. But for special talents, they don't take this path. 19 years ago, the Federal Conference passed Atom Operation. The 5 continents allocate authority every year, arrange an elite assessment for special talents, but there is a 1% casualty rate. What are the benefits? Hearing Pei Jinya words, Sister Bing looked over and seemed to smile at this moment. Anyone who passes the assessment will get extra points in the college entrance examination and can also get monetary rewards from the Federation, or in exchange for a chance to improve yourself. Opportunity? Yes, for example, you want a medium-quality technique, or training materials worth 3 million, or in exchange for a 3-day teaching from a high-level extraordinary person. Pei Jinya took a breath. What a big deal. Sister Bing looked calm. Are you interested? I want to ask, are the rewards issued in time? Sister Bing was stunned. What kind of question is this? As far as I know, the results are issued on the same day. It will be distributed on the same day. Pei Jinya eyes lit up. But there are also taboos. Sister Bing. Can I ask again? Will there be genetic verification when participating in this kind of assessment? He didn't want to expose the fact that he was pregnant with 3 series when he participated. I'm afraid that people all over the world will be interested in him by then. You only need to verify your identity with the iris. If you are worried about your biological information being stolen, you can relax. This will not happen. Pei Jinya asked a few more questions carefully, and after ensuring that he would not be exposed in the future, he immediately expressed great interest. How do I sign up? Sister Bing just thought that he had great concerns, and didn't think much about it. I recommend it. When does it start? Pei Jinya asked again. Sister Bing tilted her head and thought for a while. According to the practice of previous years, it will be around mid-November. So you probably have about 10 or 20 days to prepare. So soon? Pei Jinya said in surprise. Sister Bing, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. The implication is that I didn't intend to recommend him. What is the content of the assessment? Pei Jinya asked again. Sister Bing shook her head. The content of the assessment is not fixed every year, but according to the relevant regulations of the Federal Education Department, each assessment must meet 50% of the extraordinary basic application, 30% of the assessor own hardware conditions. More than 10 days. Pei Jinya pondered. Do you have any suggestions for practice? Sister Bing pinched his arm. Have you used the blood energy dispersion? Pei Jinya nodded. Sister Bing released her hand and said, You are a spiritual system. It would be best if you can strengthen your spiritual power. It may be a bit difficult for you to polish your skin for 10 days. You still have a chance to pass the test with your peak level of strength training. Pei Jinya was thoughtful. There is the solid origin technique to improve spiritual power. As for the improvement of physical strength, pull up the blood energy first. School was over that afternoon. Pei Jinya had just gotten up to pack his luggage when he received a message from Tang Huiyang. Something happened. I'd be there around 5. Got it. Pei Jinya put away his phone and got up to leave. When he passed by the podium, a figure who was packing a bag in the first row near the door seemed to notice him and was about to speak. But before he could even say Pei Jinya, wait a minute. Pei Jinya had already walked out of the classroom quickly. Wang Jing secretly regretted her dawdling. On the first staircase, Pei Jinya was about to pass through the crowd, when a familiar voice came. Pei Jinya? Pei Jinya looked up. Under the corridor, beside the locust tree, a tall girl with waist-length hair was holding a pile of books in her arms. The morning glow reflected her clean smile, and she waved at him. Pei Jinya rarely saw such clear eyes, and was stunned for a moment. Sun Rufan? He seemed to have almost forgotten this name. Pei Jinya didn't think much about the active communication with Sun Rufan. Caught in the vortex of the old god society, he was thinking about how to become stronger all the time. As for the love between men and women, there is nothing more refreshing than beating the enemy to death with one fist. In the evening, at 17:21, Tang Huiyang arrived late. As soon as he arrived at the martial arts field, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Fuck, the iron tree bloomed? He wiped his eyes hurriedly and took a step back cautiously. Yes, keep this action. Brother Young, you are here? Pei Jinya was instructing Sun Rufan to practice strength. He turned his head and saw someone who was about to crouch down. Pei Jinya obviously thought of something, and his face turned black. Sun Rufan also saw Tang Huiyang, and her pretty face turned red. She was generous. Senior Tang. Ahem. I didn't disturb you. Did I? I mean, how about you continue? Tang Huiyang blinked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya stepped forward and grabbed him. We agreed to practice tonight. Do you want to be lazy? He was so worried. How did this girl practice before? Why did she have so many questions that she didn't understand? She was even more verbose than the silver technique. Now that Tang Huiyang had finally arrived, Pei Jinya was not willing to let him go, and he completely ignored Tang Huiyang winks. Sun Rufan asked in a low voice, Senior Tang, I won't disturb you here. Right? No. No. But it seems that classmate Sun rarely came to the guild hall to practice before? Tang Huiyang asked casually. Sun Rufan smiled, blinked and said, Senior Tang seems to come less often. Tang Huiyang smiled awkwardly. Before he could say anything else, Pei Jinya pulled him over. Stop talking nonsense, fight. Brother, I thought you were a jack of all trades. Stop talking nonsense. Fuck, can you be more polite? The two men fought, while whispering something in a low voice. I don't know how long it took. Sun Rufan yawned several times. Tang Huiyang saw it and hurriedly stopped. Oh, Pei. That enough? You are too fierce today. Is it because there is a beautiful woman next to you that your fighting power is so strong? Pei Jinya was speechless. Sun Rufan covered his mouth and laughed beside him. Pei Jinya sighed in his heart. He admitted that he was handsome, but he was not so handsome that he could make people fall in love with him just because they met once. He was never willing to guess the worst of others, but being vigilant by nature was his talent. So, he had actually been wary of Sun Rufan. Let's have dinner together tonight, Tang Huiyang suggested. Looking at the two of them, Pei Jinya didn't say anything. Sun Rufan stood up and apologized. I won't go. I've already made an appointment with friends to go shopping tonight. I treat you next time if I have time. Haha. Okay. Next time you're free. Just let old Pei notify me. After watching Sun Rufan leave, Tang Huiyang looked at Pei Jinya with a look of disappointment. You don't even want to see him off? Pei Jinya said helplessly. Brother Yang, a forced melon is not sweet. I don't have any romantic feelings in my heart now, so don't knock yourself down. Tang Huiyang sighed. I have been fighting with you for so long, and I have exposed my flaws several times and asked you to perform well in front of Sun Rufan, but you turned a blind eye to it. What can I say about you? Pei Jinya pretended not to hear, and changed the subject and asked, what is the boundary between strength training and skin grinding? I have been stuck in strength training for too long. Tang Huiyang paused. He felt helpless. Knowing that old Pei was devoted to Empress Wu, he did not say anything more, and said in silence, in my opinion, it is a qualitative change. You can train your strength by doing fitness or weightlifting. If you want to polish your skin, you can actually stimulate it through external objects. Have you heard of iron sand palm? Pei Jinya was stunned. It couldn't be the iron sand palm he was thinking of. Right? Sure enough. The key point of iron sand palm is to release the qi from dantian, and focus all your strength on the palm. Press firmly before exerting force. Exhale with a sound. Is it really effective? Don't worry. Control the strength. Otherwise, you will end up like me. Both hands were broken for half a month, but the skin was finally smoothed successfully. You can definitely control the strength. When he got home that night, Pei Jinya looked at the walk at home and was eager to try it. How about giving it a try? But he gave up. This method sounds a bit unconventional. He practiced the spirit locking technique and solidifying origin technique one by one. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Pei Jinya woke up refreshed. The improvement of his mental strength seemed to shorten his sleep time. To be precise, he successfully entered a state of deep sleep during his practice. So Pei Jinya not only ensured his rest, but also successfully practiced and improved himself, killing two birds with one stone. Buzz. This morning, Black Shark sent a message. The thing you want is at number 18 US Street, on the third stone slab at the third alley from the third sycamore tree on the left. Pei Jinya put away his phone silently. The identification technique is here. Pei Jinya quietly went there. After coming out of the slums, he had changed his clothes and put on a baseball cap, big sunglasses, and a black mask. Even if Tang Huiyang came at this moment, he would not recognize that this person was Pei Jinya. Not long after, Pei Jinya came to the designated location according to Black Shark instructions. He was very careful to wear special gloves, and carefully lifted the stone slab, and saw a roll of cowhide lying in it at a glance. He quickly picked it up, and put it in his arms. Just as he was about to stand up, boy, hand over the things. Suddenly, a vicious voice came from behind. Pei Jinya stood up calmly, turned his head and looked. A gangster with a wolf tattoo on his arm was approaching with a switchblade in his hand. He was obviously stunned when he saw Pei Jinya fully armed. In broad daylight, who would dress like this? The moment his brain crashed, the gangster turned around and ran. But suddenly a sigh sounded in his ears, but at this moment it was like a spring thunder. His hair stood up, and then a hand was placed on his shoulder, and instantly his arm was covered with goosebumps. Before he could make any sound, an emotionless voice sounded in his ears. Go to sleep. It seemed that no one noticed that a gangster disappeared from the world at this moment. Probably except for the boss, who was shaking people. Where is the damn calm queen? Where the hell did you go to whorehouse again? Damn. He was late again even though he was told to come on time. 8 a.m. Outside the rental house. The landlady was slightly startled when she saw Pei Jinya. Shaoli, good morning. Good morning, Auntie Wei. Pei Jinya looked easygoing and modest, nodded, and walked into his room. The landlady hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything, and went back to her room after throwing away the garbage. Mom, what are you mumbling about? A girl voice came from the living room. Nothing, I just ran into Shaoli next door. I don't seem to run into him much recently. What the big deal? By the way, Mom, I need some blood pills to replenish my blood recently. I should be able to awaken and determine my level by the end of the month. Nan is great. Okay. Mom, stop pulling my face. I don't know if Shaoli has ever determined his level. If he has, I might as well ask him. Identification technique, entry 0.1%. Just after Pei Jinya entered, he immediately noticed an extra line of words on the attribute panel. Mental power, 5.2/5.2, he specifically checked the internal network of the Old God Association. Identification technique price, 5,800 original price 10,000 TSK, Old Black is even more stingy than I thought. The merits of Pei Jinya 2 accounts added up to 4,000, which means that the huge compensation that Black Shark mentioned was actually mostly due to Pei Jinya himself. Let's take a look at solid origin technique, priced at 78,000. Inshu kindness is obvious. People hearts are not the same as they used to be. Black Shark heart is really black. On the way to school, Pei Jinya kept performing the identification technique. The numbers 1/1, 0.3/1, 1.3/1.3 floated over the heads of passers-by from time to time. The proficiency of this technique also rose unknowingly. I never thought. The first step to reach the school. An identification technique was thrown. A row of numbers appeared above the head of the black-faced middle-aged man. 10/. Fuck. I met the sweeping monk? The dark-faced middle-aged man looked suspiciously at Pei Jinya being taken away by Sister Bing. This kid. He just felt like he was being spied on. Could he be an awakener? Sister Bing. Why are you here? Pei Jinya looked over in doubt. Sister Bing looked at the road ahead calmly. Because of Fong Hai matter, the school is currently in a state of great grief. I will take you to see the principal now. Sister Bing, I don't want everyone to know. Pei Jinya shook his head in a low voice. Don't worry, the school doesn't know about your awakening yet. Besides, this time you will meet the principal alone. You can't pass this level. No matter it is a normal level assessment or an elite assessment, the school will know it at that time. Giving a heads up now will make it easier to hide the information for you. Sister Bing words made Pei Jinya think deeply. Because of Master Chong words, he almost became the target of public criticism in the Bronze Club. But everyone was just doing it for Master Chong's sake. For those students with prominent family backgrounds, he was just an awakener, and his spiritual department was slightly worth noting. But it was not to the point where they needed to lower their face to make friends. If everyone in the school knew about it, Sister Bing said meaningfully. Regarding the confidentiality of your identity, with Fong Hai's previous experience, the principal will definitely cherish you more this time. Pei Jinya paused. 10 minutes later. The principal office. A terrifying aura suddenly vented out. Principal Wang, with gray hair, could not hide his excitement. You mean you have awakened? Or the mental system? Pei Jinya nodded calmly. Do you need me to demonstrate? Principal Wang looked forward to it. Pei Jinya pointed at Principal Wang's cup. The next second, suddenly the cup shook. A few drops of tea splashed out. Under Principal Wang's frozen expression, Pei Jinya explained calmly, I awakened mental attack. It can only exert such power against soulless entities. Principal Wang reacted, yes. That right. How long have you been awakened? Pei Jinya thought for a while. A week ago. I forgot the exact time. It felt like only a few days. But it seemed like a long time. After all, who would have thought that he, a low-key high school student with a simple background and ordinary identity, would be related to the notorious Old God Society? So long? Principal Wang was stunned. He looked at Sister Bing. Teacher Xiao. What? Sister Bing also said calmly. What happened to Fong Hai shows the seriousness of confidentiality. So Principal Wang, I hope that Pei Jinya awakening this time will be kept secret. Principal Wang came back to his senses and slammed the table excitedly. Yes. Keep it secret. This matter must be kept secret. Pei Pei is indeed a rare talent. He was able to awaken the extraordinary before the big exam. And it was mental power. You will have a promising future. And our number 2 middle school will be proud of you. Pei Jinya was not very happy about Principal Wang's empty praise. He went straight to the point and said, I want to know what number 2 middle school can do for me. Principal Wang was stunned. He seemed to have never seen such a direct student. However, this is a good seedling who can bring honor to their number 2 middle school. He quickly came to his senses. Of course, you will have all the treatment of Fong Hai. For the next course, I can personally arrange a teacher for you. It's not easy to find a spiritual supernatural being. I try my best to find one for you. Sister Bing said calmly beside him. I signed him up for this year elite assessment. Elite assessment? Principal Wang was even stunned for a moment. His brain didn't even associate this concept with anything. But the next moment, his eyes widened, staring at Sister Bing. You mean, he signed up for this year national elite assessment? Yes. Sister Bing was as calm as ever. Principal Wang looked at Pei Jinya fiercely. She looked at Sister Bing again. Excited but a little hesitant. You think he... She didn't say the rest of the words in front of Pei Jinya. She changed the subject and looked at Pei Jinya. Smiling warmly, Mr. Pei, you can directly make a request. What do you want? As far as I know, according to the practice of previous years, the time for the elite assessment is around November. Pei Jinya was not polite, and smiled and said, there is no need to arrange tutoring. I have my own training plan. What is urgently needed now is something that can greatly replenish qi and blood. He has all the mental techniques, both for defense and attack, and has no energy to learn other techniques for the time being. Principal Wang was very decisive. Okay. I will take care of this matter personally. You can take the exam with peace of mind. Thank you very much for your support. Principal Wang. Haha. It is a great honor for our school to have such an excellent student like you. Principal Wang's smile became brighter and brighter. If this student Pei can really succeed, then his act of adding icing on the cake can also be a timely help. Even if he didn't pass the assessment, he was at least an awakener, and he still had a chance to enter a prestigious school when he took the exam next year, and he could still bring unlimited glory to their number 2 middle school. Not long after, Principal Wang explained what he had heard about the elite assessment. After all, no one in Daping City had participated in the elite assessment for many years. So the specific news was also known to Principal Wang through his old friend. What he said was similar to what Sister Bing said, which was the assessment of the proportion of 3 abilities. After a while, Pei Jinya stood up and said goodbye, holding the note signed by Principal Wang in his hand. Under the shocked eyes of his fat classmate, he watched the grumpy dean of teaching let him go. Fuck. What wrong with Brother Yi? Why do you keep asking for leave recently? Has your body become so weak? In the office, Principal Wang finally asked what was in his heart. Do you think he is sure? Sister Bing neither denied nor confirmed, but said calmly, he is different from others. Principal Wang frowned. This was not the answer he wanted. He said in a deep voice, you should not have forgotten that. There is a casualty rate in the elite assessment, aren't you afraid? This is the future hope of number 2 middle school. I don't want Fong Hai incident to happen again. Sister Bing looked slowly. What if it succeeds? Principal Wang was silent. Sister Bing said slowly, he has joined the Bronze Club. It took less than 2 weeks to become that person inner disciple. Principal Wang was stunned. Sister Bing said faintly, I don't believe your vision is worse than that person. Principal Wang immediately snorted. The vision of Chong is not as good as mine. He was also suspicious. Is Pei Jinya really so valuable? Can he make that old guy fall in love? Sister Bing was just about to leave the room. Principal Wang suddenly said, are you planning to recruit him into the military in the future? I hope you won't interfere with his choice. I also know your difficulties. But I hope to give him a little more freedom. Sister Bing stopped. You think too much. Squeak. The door opened and closed again. Everything returned to peace. Principal Wang fumbled for a long time, and then remembered that he had quit smoking a long time ago. But this time, he was more excited than when Fong Hai awakened. This is a little monster who has awakened the mental attack system. I agreed with Principal Wang that every subsequent shipment of supplies would be delivered to his home. This home refers to the home where Pei father and mother live. After leaving number 2 middle school today, Pei Jinya went back specially. But Pei father and mother were not there. Following the route of memory, Pei Jinya looked for them. Qintang Road, East Street, commonly known as the Food Street. Pei father and mother were busy at the stall at the moment, and the shouting of vendors could be heard all around. Xiao Yi? Pei father saw Pei Jinya. Have you eaten? I make you a meat pie. Pei Jinya shook his head. I've eaten. I came to see you on the way. Are you going to school today? Pei mother looked over suspiciously. Pei Jinya took out the leave note approved by the principal himself, and said hello. The school allows me to practice on my own. When the time comes, a batch of supplies will be sent to my home regularly. They will contact me in advance. I will tell you when the time comes. And you can collect it for me. The school also sent supplies? Father Pei and Mother Pei had never heard of this, but seeing that Pei Jinya was in good condition, the two elders felt relieved. After the customers left, Pei Jinya started to clean up the table. Not long after, a group of people came over with murderous intent. Father Pei saw the other party and said inwardly that it was bad luck, but he still politely took out a pack of cigarettes. Third brother, why are you here today? Pei Jinya did not stop wiping the table. He just turned his head suspiciously and took a look. The fat man was wearing the uniform of the street management committee, and he was followed by 3 subordinates, who were also wearing the uniform, but were thin. The third brother opened Pei Father's hand to offer him a cigarette, and said impatiently, I say, Old Pei, you have been here for so long, the third brother has taken good care of you. You said that you want to pay the stall fee half a month later, I agreed. Right. But you can't treat the third brother as a fool. Right. Pei Mother was obviously angry. Why is everyone 600 a month? Our family has to pay 10,000 per month. After working hard for a month, we only get more than 3,000 yuan. If they ask for 1,200 yuan for nothing, who can bear it? Too much? The third brother sneered. Your table is the biggest. It's right to charge you more. I'm leaving it here today. Third brother. Right? Suddenly a calm voice came. Everyone looked over. Pei Father. Pei Mother face changed. Xiao Yi. Pei Father hurried forward to hold Pei Jinya, who was walking over. Pei Jinya patted his shoulder and said with a faint smile on his face, Don't worry. Dad. Third brother is a reasonable person, and he won't embarrass me. Pei Father hesitated. Pei Jinya had already passed by him. Third brother raised his eyebrows and looked at Pei Jinya. Who are you? Pei Jinya chuckled. Third brother. You are not afraid of a high school student like me. Right? Joke before third brother finished sneering. Pei Jinya said lightly, Then let's chat over there. Third brother frowned. The next moment, Pei Jinya reached out and grabbed his arm. The subordinates beside him frowned and wanted to reprimand Pei Jinya for his disrespectful behavior, who knew that their captain would actually follow him obediently. The subordinates looked at each other in confusion. When Pei Jinya pulled the third brother over, he did not forget to look back and smiled at his parents. You continue to do business. I will tell the third brother about my school affairs. He will understand. After that, he took the third brother to the alley not far away. Pei Father and Mother looked at each other hesitantly. Do you want to go and take a look? Shall ye he? The 3 subordinates, who looked like monkeys, looked at each other in bewilderment, and then quickly followed. Just arrived at the alley entrance. Swoosh! A fist hit down. The first person to be hit was hit directly in the face. His eyes widened, and the whole person fell against the wall in fear. Before the other 2 people could come to their senses, they had been dragged in. If it weren't for the consideration of the 2 elders at home, he couldn't hold back and wanted to do it. Why wait until now? You want money? I'm from the street management committee. Bang! Pei Jinya punched him directly in the stomach, and the other party opened his mouth in pain and vomited acid. And the whole person was like a small shrimp bent in the air. Bang, bang, bang. After a few punches, the 3 people fell to the ground. One of them was terrified. We are from the street management committee. You dare to attack us, it's illegal. Pei Jinya ignored him, but looked coldly at the bruised and swollen third brother. Kneel down and talk. The third brother knelt down tremblingly. The subordinates, who were curled up on the ground holding their stomachs, were stunned. Third brother. Who asked you to come? The third brother kowtowed and begged for mercy with snot and tears. Awakener. The other party turned out to be an awakener. If he knew this, he would never dare to offend the awakener even if he was beaten to death. He hated Zhou Dehai in his heart now. He said quickly, It's Zhou Dehai, the owner of the stall next door, at number 36. He is jealous of your business, and thinks that your business has taken away his business. So he gave me 10,000 yuan to punish your family. Where the money? Pei Jinya asked calmly. It all spent. The third brother stammered. Very scared. Pei Jinya looked at him expressionlessly. I don't want to embarrass you either. You should do double to them, the way you did to my family. I promise I will kill their family. The third brother knelt on the ground, looking like a lackey. Pei Jinya frowned, feeling unlucky that his family worked so hard to run a small business, but still people were jealous of them. He kicked him impatiently. What do you say when you go out later? I don't need to teach you. Right? I know, don't worry. Pei Jinya turned around, sighed. I wanted to live in peace with you as an ordinary person. It's a pity that you don't cherish it. I beat you up. You won't hate me, will you? I heard that you are very reasonable. The third brother quickly fell to the ground, crying and begging, don't worry, I won't say anything, I promise. I swear. His predecessor provoked an awakener, and was beaten to death directly. But the other party was not hurt. Instead, all the crimes committed by the predecessor were found out, and he didn't even get the benefit of dying in the line of duty, and was defined as a criminal. Thinking of this, the third brother. How dared he offend Pei Jinya? He cursed Zhou Dahai countless times in his heart. On his face, he was cautious, fearing that he might accidentally offend the ancestor in front of him again. When he thought about the horrible world he had just experienced, if there was a hell in this world, then the ancestor in front of him had already taken him through it. He swore that he didn't want to experience it again in his life. Pei Jinya returned to the stall with an innocent look on his face. It all solved. How did you solve it? Pei father asked hesitantly. Pei Jinya scratched his head and said embarrassedly, our principal's surname is Wang. He has been their superior. I scared them with Principal Wang, and they dared not show off. What if Principal Wang finds out in the future? Pei Jinya waved his hand. He won't care about these things. Even if he knows, he would like me to use his name more. Now he is counting on me to practice hard and bring honor to number 2 middle school. Not long after, the motorcade of the street management committee arrived. Father Pei thought the other party was coming for revenge, and he was so scared that he quickly looked for a kitchen knife. As a result, just 10 meters away, Zhou Dahai from stall number 36 had an argument with members of the street management committee. After a loud quarrel, he was beaten up and taken away. The third brother looked at the crowd with a serious face. I emphasize again. Food safety issues must be punished, and no one should have any luck. Father Pei and Mother Pei looked at each other. Is it Zhou Dahai? It him? This scourge was finally caught. Pei Jinya sat on a chair nearby, watching the pretentious performance of the third brother of the street management committee with interest. He didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of the extraordinary before, but now he understands. No matter how strong an ordinary person is, he dare not offend the extraordinary rashly, because no one thinks life is long. Even if the Sun San wants to take revenge on him, and find his boss, then his boss will also weigh the cost of offending an extraordinary. He didn't mind his slightly rough handling method this time, as long as it was effective. To deal with an ordinary person, killing him openly would bring a lot of trouble. Pei Jinya looked at the other party cautious gaze. His eyes were calm. Unconsciously, it turned out that he had become someone who could intimidate others. Proficiency plus 100% bronze hallway. Pei Jinya obtained the attribute light ball again. Pull out the attribute panel. Pei Jinya pondered for a while. The improvement of mental power is too slow. Although his physical quality seems okay now, but when it comes to fighting, he still relies on the ability of the mental system. Entering the dream to kill, simple and direct. So improving mental power is the most important thing. There are more than 10 days before the elite assessment. That means, he still has at least 5 more chances to obtain attribute light balls. If all the techniques are upgraded to minor success, there is still hope. The next second. Solidification technique. The column is updated. A large number of memories of practicing solidification technique came to him, and his understanding of mental power began to deepen rapidly. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene. Spirit Shadow Spear 1/3, Body Withdraw 1/3, Strength Fragment 1/3. Pei Jinya was satisfied. However, looking at the column of Super Gene, he hesitated for a while. It takes 3 fragments of extraordinary genes to synthesize an extraordinary gene. When the extraordinary gene of the power system is formed, it will be able to be smoothly integrated into the body King Kong. I don't know what unexpected changes will be brought about after the integration. Pei Jinya calmed down. He had an appointment with Tang Huiyang in the evening. It was only a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He simply found a quiet place by himself and began to practice the solid origin technique by himself. This morning, he and Sister Bing talked about the upper limit issue on the roadside. Sister Bing was silent for a long time. The upper limit is determined by talent, and it is difficult to increase it significantly. Some people practice martial arts, and they can increase their blood and chi by 1 or 2 cards after breaking through a level. But some people can only increase it by 0.2 cards at most. This is determined by talent. Moreover, after middle age, if people cannot make further progress in practice, their blood and chi will decline. So it is difficult to increase the upper limit? It is very difficult. Not everyone is a genius. It may take a lifetime for ordinary people to get started. Inside the pavilion, the weeds bent under the breeze. The sunset in the sky continued to spread. Pei Jinya was the only one in this deserted pavilion who was practicing with great concentration. The minor success of the solid yuan technique was indeed much stronger than the entry-level one. Pei Jinya practice was over. More than 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Pei Jinya practiced motionlessly. His body was already a little stiff. But the effect was very good. At this moment, his mental power limit was raised by 1 card. Spiritual power, 5.9/6.4. I just feel a little hungry all of a sudden. Pei Jinya got up and went to a small restaurant outside and brought black blood beast meat with him and asked the restaurant to stir-fry a portion. The restaurant knew that he came from the Bronze Club deep in the alley, so they didn't dare to neglect him. Besides, Pei Jinya was very happy to pay these 2 days, and the couple of the restaurant owner also hoped that Pei Jinya would come more often every day. After eating a plate of black blood beast meat, the blood and chi were restored. The hunger in the stomach finally subsided a little. Buzz! The phone on the table vibrated. After Pei Jinya drank the medicine in the bowl, he picked up the phone. He returned to Tang Huiyang Place. In less than 3 minutes, Tang Huiyang came over and saw the pile of plates on the table. He was surprised and said, "Brother, are you okay? You eat so much?" Pei Jinya didn't even raise his head. "Do you want one?" Tang Huiyang opened his mouth, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "No. I'm not hungry." "You? How much did you eat?" Pei Jinya ate all the dishes on the table, burped loudly, and then stood up to pay the bill. He spent nearly 400 yuan on the meal. He guessed that it was because of the new skills he practiced, but as long as it was useful to the body, Pei Jinya would accept anything. In the evening, Tang Huiyang took a few deep breaths and waved his hand and said, "No, I can't do it anymore. Did you awaken a perpetual motion machine? Why don't you know how to get tired?" Pei Jinya shook his numb arms. "Your talent is too strong." Tang Huiyang laughed at himself. "Otherwise, people say that I am born to be a sandbag." He lay on the ground, suddenly shook his legs to signal Pei Jinya to look over, then said, "Are you free tomorrow at noon?" "What wrong?" Pei Jinya thought for a while and said, "It shouldn't be anything." Tang Huiyang said, "It's my birthday tomorrow, 12 o'clock noon, room 307 of Swan Lake Hotel. They are all my friends. There is no one else. Are you coming?" Pei Jinya was stunned. "Your birthday? What do you want?" Tang Huiyang chuckled. "I appreciate your kindness. You just need to come." "No, tell me if there is anything you want." Pei Jinya shook his head. Tang Huiyang suddenly blinked. "How about you bring me a younger brother or sister?" Pei Jinya gave him a finger. Tang Huiyang laughed. After the fight, the two fought for more than half an hour. A phone call came in. Tang Huiyang nodded and said a few words, then looked at Pei Jinya. "Old Pei, my friend is heartbroken. Now she is crying and wants to jump off the building. I will go to comfort her first." "Do you need me to go with you?" Pei Jinya was stunned when he heard that. Tang Huiyang waved his hand. "It's okay, then we talk about it tomorrow. I wait for you at noon." "Don't worry." After Tang Huiyang left, Pei Jinya continued to practice in the martial arts field. At about 8 o'clock that evening, Pei Jinya opened his eyes. Then he checked the message calmly. "In Shu, see you at the same place at 9 o'clock tonight." Pei Jinya deleted the message. Another job. In the secret room of the Red Rose Bar. Tonight, only Black Shark and Ian Shu were in the room. Red Rose and the others are busy with other tasks. Tonight is a temporary task. The superiors asked us to pick up a guest from the Seaport Silver Grid at 10 o'clock tonight. The other party codename is Ceres. Black Shark issued the task seriously. Ian Shu was dazed with his cheek in his hand. Pei Jinya had a calm, indifferent expression, and said, "No strangers allowed." Black Shark sighed. He was so tired. "I need to remind you that this guest is actually our spy in the Federation. However, his identity is suspected to be exposed. Therefore, sending a distress signal to the nearest unit does not rule out the possibility of using force. Therefore, Inshu will cooperate with you to fight quickly. In addition, Kinswan has already calculated the evacuation route for you." Pei Jinya suddenly spoke, and said in a voice changer, "Can you ensure that the other party has not surrendered to the Federation? I need to know the risk level of this operation." Black Shark was silent for a while. "Because the incident happened suddenly, I don't know the specific situation of the other party. However, the risk level given by the headquarters is slight." What I know is that the other party is involved in the core plan of the headquarters, and the possibility of defection is very small. If he defected, I allow you to kill him. But I need to remind you that once you kill him, you will go to the headquarters for inspection, and make a detailed report, and explain your reasons, because the other party is a participant in the core plan, which is of great significance, so I hope you can understand. The sound of waves kept coming from the shore of the harbor. Under the bright moonlight, this thrilling sound of waves somewhat spoiled the scenery. Fong held a briefcase in his left hand, and his right hand was tightly pressed on his black hat. Under the thick lenses, he kept looking at the pedestrians in front and behind him, as if he was worried that someone would discover his escape. He boarded a ship temporarily tonight. If he was lucky, he would have to wait until 11 o'clock tonight, and the Federal Institute would not discover his escape. But if you are unlucky, Professor Xiao. Suddenly a voice sounded not far behind him. Fong's face changed, and he secretly called out, "Damn it." Pretending not to hear anything, he quickened his pace and left, not caring about his hat being blown to the ground by the fierce night wind, and ran away in an instant. I don't know how long he ran. He plunged into the jungle. He kept groping for the tree trunk, and kept running forward. He heard the laughter of young men and women soon. Several tents were seen. Under the campfire, his sudden appearance made everyone slightly stunned. The fog unconsciously enveloped the area. Some biting cold winds blew. The footsteps behind him kept coming, and seemed to be getting closer and closer. Fong's face was pale. It was over. His guess was right. The people in the institute really found that there was something wrong with him. If he hadn't discovered the investigation team while chatting with the cleaning staff in the parking lot, he was afraid that he would pass on information to the old gods without knowing it, and then be caught and tortured. With a stumble, Fong fell to the ground. Before he could get up, a vine suddenly sprang out from behind and directly wrapped around his hind legs. Fong was horrified. No! No! Let me go! In the mist, two men in black suits and sunglasses appeared, and one of them turned his arm into a vine, connecting to Fong's leg. He raised his hand. Fong's body was grabbed by his left leg and lifted directly into the air. The young men and women not far away were startled and screamed. What should we do? The vine man looked over. I take care of it. The long-haired and sunglasses man next to him said coldly, holding a long knife in his hand, and disappeared on the spot. Amid the screams, the vine man walked over calmly, looking at Fong hanging in the air, with a faint smile on his face. Professor Xiao, why didn't you do experiments in the institute at night? Why did you take a 2-hour ferry to come to Doping City? Fong's face turned pale, especially when he saw that the other party did not even let ordinary people go, and directly killed people to silence them. He was even more shocked. He stepped back repeatedly, and said in horror, Who are you? I just came here to purchase materials. Let me go. If you don't let me, I will make you pay for it. The vine man showed his teeth. Professor Xiao, at this point, what are you still pretending to be? Come with us. I hope that you can still maintain your innocence even after being crucified. Countless vines turned into silkworm pupae, gradually wrapping up Fong. Beside him, the long-haired man in sunglasses wiped the blood off his sword, frowning and saying, There are no wild animals around here, it really troublesome. I came out for a trip, and encountered such a mess. If the supervisor finds out that we are not supervising properly, then we will be in big trouble. Fortunately, we caught a traitor, enough to make up for the past. Not far away, Inshu looked at Pei Jinya, waiting for his opinion. Pei Jinya said calmly, It seems that we thought too much. The other party did not surrender. Save people first, and let the higher-ups do the review. Inshu nodded. Then shall I start? Yes. After Pei Jinya nodded in agreement, Inshu rushed out quickly. Silver light shone. In an instant, the forest was as bright as day. Pei Jinya. Damn, don't use your ultimate skill and just kill Professor Xiao. He glanced at the direction, and then he rushed out. He didn't forget to cast 2 mental power identification spells. 6.7/7. 6/7.1 Fuck. Your upper limit is higher than mine. Pei Jinya cursed inwardly, pulled out a titanium alloy knife from his waist, and slashed directly at the vine that was wrapped around Fong. Who? The vine man suddenly caught a glimpse of the sword light, and exclaimed. He grabbed it with his other hand. But the next second, Inshu stretched out his hand in front of him, and the silver light tore through the void, directly slashing the countless vines in front of him. Oh no! It him! Inshu. Number 17 on the black list. The vine man exclaimed. The long-haired man with sunglasses next to him sneered. It related to the old gods. He swung the long sword at his waist. The figure disappeared instantly. Only one sentence was left floating in the air. You come to entangle him, and I take care of the rest. The vine man quickly grew new vines. Like a tree dragon, split into two groups. One attacked Inshu, the other attacked Pei-Jinya, who was close to the silkworm pupa. Pei-Jinya's wrist was entangled by the vine. He chopped it off with a knife. Just halfway through, new vines appeared, with an extremely fast speed, and a large number. Pei-Jinya couldn't help but frown. It really hard to deal with. Throw away the identification technique. 5 meters away, the opponent mental power dropped by 0.1, leaving 6.6. If we keep waiting like this, it's not a solution to just fight hard. A thought came to his mind. Golden armor. Jin Wuji ability was quietly used, which was inconspicuous under the dazzling light of the silver technique. Besides, he wore long sleeves specially, to avoid exposing Jin Wuji's unpresentable body. Pei-Jinya felt the sudden burst of power, and pulled hard. Rip, the vine on his wrist was torn on the spot. What? The vine man was shocked. The next moment, Pei-Jinya gave up Xiao Fengchen, and raised his knife to cut him directly. The technique shock was activated at the same time. The wind of the knife surged out, and fell on the vines that blocked the attack in front of him. The clean and dripping slashing force was hindered, and it was not as fierce as a fist. So the next moment, Pei-Jinya directly abandoned the knife, and pounced like a dragon, with a gust of wind and thunder. After fighting Tang Huiyang purely, with the strength of his flesh for so many days, he had already honed a lot of experience. Now using the extraordinary power of the body Vajra, it is equivalent to directly breaking the previous limit. The physical strength rapidly increased several times. Recalling the terrifying record of Jin Wuji's undefeated physical body after he used the golden armor, it was enough to imagine the terrifying potential of this extraordinary Jin. The vines in front of him were directly crushed mercilessly, as if everything was like paper in his hands. The vine man's eyes were wide open. Fuck this physical strength. He turned around without hesitation and shouted for help. Light sword, help me. Dang! A string of sparks sounded beside Inshu. The figure that suddenly appeared in the shadow quickly dissipated after the sword was drawn. Just like an uncertain shadow, with no entity, and quickly fled, running to where the vine man was. Come here! Within 3 feet, Pei-Jinya grabbed the vine man with his hand, and with great force, he directly pulled the vine man in front of him, and punched the terrified face with his huge fist. Bang! A figure suddenly fell to the ground. A pit was blown out of the ground. The vine man's head sank more than 10 centimeters into the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and twitching all over. Bang! The sword light suddenly fell. In an instant, Pei-Jinya was knocked back 3 or 5 steps. He looked down. A blood mark appeared on his shoulder. But there was no bleeding. Fortunately, he had the golden armor for protection. Otherwise the sword just now would have been enough to penetrate half of his body. Pei-Jinya's eyes fixed. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared. Inshu's voice came quickly. It is shadow type extraordinary, he can transform himself into a shadow. In the night, he is the main force. You use your ultimate to shine. I will sense and report the location. Let's work together to kill him, Pei-Jinya said decisively. Inshu rushed forward and instantly used his ultimate. The silver light burst out even more violently this time. A shadow quickly swept up, grabbed the still twitching vine man, and quickly fled into the darkness behind. Pei-Jinya hurriedly chased after him. Then, the forest shook, like the earth was shaking. The rolling dust waves rose several meters high, rolling in all directions. Inshu opened his mouth wide. Is the Demon King thinking that I am a nuclear-powered boxing god? The long-haired man in sunglasses leaned against the tree roots and gasped heavily, blood flowing down his cheeks. But when he looked up, his pupils suddenly shrank and his expression suddenly became gloomy. Not dead yet. Pei-Jinya knelt on the ground, coughing painfully, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and finally felt relieved. Just now, he was holding the man in sunglasses opposite him, facing the big move of Inshu. If it weren't for the extraordinary Jin Jia and the indestructible technique, he might really be dead now. He was betting. But obviously he was right. Wipe the blood off his chin, reach out to straighten the mask, get up from the ground with difficulty, and then walk over. You go find that vine man, I take care of this man, Pei-Jinya said with his back to Inshu. Just in the battle just now, the vine man ran away, taking Xiao Fengchen with him to an unknown place. Inshu nodded and left quickly. Xiao Fengshan is missing. Pei Jinya is not worried. The Vine Man was beaten like that by him, even if he could run. He couldn't run far. Besides, he let the other person go on purpose. Because he had set his sights on the extraordinary ability of the long-haired man in sunglasses in front of him. Throw away the identification technique. 1.3/7.1 Pei Jinya smiled. The bloody smile was like a demon in purgatory. The long-haired man in sunglasses was terrified instinctively. He tried his best to activate his ability. The figure crouched on the ground, trying to blend into the shadows, but the man opposite was faster. The long-haired man in sunglasses was hysterical, but the next second, he was stunned. It seemed that he never figured out how a person could be both a physical and spiritual person. At the same time, Pei Jinya, two inexplicable words rang in his ears. Enter the dream. When he was 5 years old. Shuji. What is your dream? What is a dream? Grandmother. What does a dream mean? Dreams are a gift from God. Once you put them into action, you will become powerful. Then I want to be like my father. You mean to become a soldier? Yes. Xiaoji wants to become a soldier. When I was 10 years old. Xiaoji, your father betrayed the Federation. He led your brother and your sister astray. Child, from today on, you should hate your father. Hate. Father? Why did he betray? You don't need to know why he betrayed, you just need to know that he degenerates. Betraying the trust of the Federation, this is a shame for the family. From today on, you will be affected by your father and lose all benefits. I hate him. I hate everything. Hate all the happy people. I will curse them. Curse them. Die. Pei Jinya opened his eyes, and they were bloodshot. The resentment accumulated by the long-haired and sunglasses man since childhood almost made him lose his mind. Fortunately, the solid origin technique has reached a small success, which helped him regain his sanity at the critical moment. So he a madman. Pei Jinya dragged his exhausted body and sat up. The whole place was in ruins. The potholes, big and small, were all traces of the battle just now. While waiting for the silver magic to return, he swiped out the attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene, Spirit Shadow Spear 1 of 3. Body Withdrawal 1/3. Spirit Shadow 1 of 3. Strength Fragment 1 out of 3. Pei Jinya suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The blood value and the decline in physical strength were within his expectations. The improvement in mental strength was a little unexpected. But what surprised him most was that the column of extraordinary genes had changed. Fusion? Is it because there is a new system, which makes it possible to merge everything now? Pei Jinya was moved. But he suddenly hesitated. If I choose fusion, will the extraordinary ability change? Without thinking for long, Pei Jinya decisively chose fusion. He had nothing to fear. He could strip off other people's extraordinary genes and fuse them into his own body. So what was there for him to fear? His mind moved, and the next moment, the entire attribute panel underwent a drastic change. Pei Jinya also felt all the cells in his body boiling at once, and the blood in his body seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, constantly breaking and then regenerating. This state lasted for more than 2 minutes. Pei Jinya's whole body seemed to have been washed by water. The skin was a little dry and cracked. He ignored the skin under the mask, but immediately pulled out the attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene, Devouring First Form 1 out of 100. Spirit Shadow Spear 1/3. Body Withdrawal 1/3. Spirit Shadow 1/3. Strength Fragment 1/3. Strength Fragment January 3rd. Super Ability, Blood Spear, Backtracking, Gold Armor, Shadow Flickers. Chi and Blood Value, 1.6/5.7. Physical Strength, 4.6/12. Average Value of Ordinary People 1. Swallow a Power Gene Fragment. Physical Strength Limit +1. Mental Strength, 1.7/7.4. Skills, Basic Breathing Method Great Success 1.6%. Shock Minor Success 6.6%. Dream Hypnosis Minor Success 14.5%. Solidification Technique Minor Success 1.3%. Blood Drawing Technique Minor Success 0.3%. Identification Beginner 11%. Indestructible Beginner 3.1%. Spiritual Locking Beginner 0.3%. Shadow Sword Beginner 0.1%. Swallow? But what surprised Pei Jinya more was the 4 words first form. In other words, as long as there are 99 more fragments, he can enter the second form? It a long way to go. But it just a name, it doesn't affect the ability. Pei Jinya didn't bother to study it. At this time, Demon King, Are you still okay? Inshu came from a distance, carrying a guy who had fainted in his hand. After approaching, he carefully looked at Pei Jinya's condition, and then looked at the corpse next to him with a horrified face, and was stunned. Pei Jinya supported himself on a broken tree on the side, and stood up. I'm fine. Is he dead? No, he made a big noise just now, and I knocked him unconscious. Inshu said nonchalantly. Pei Jinya nodded. Notify Black Shark to arrange for someone to deal with the scene. We will go and hand over the person. Inshu nodded. After Black Shark got the location, quickly arranged for someone to deal with the scene. On the hovercraft, hearing Pei Jinya cough, Inshu couldn't help but said, Are you really okay? Pei Jinya shook his head, closed his eyes, and said, It okay. That guy is too difficult to deal with. Inshu agreed. Indeed, the shadow system is a special system, and it is more difficult to deal with. But you are also very strong. If I had missed the target a little, I might have killed you too. Pei Jinya knew that he was talking about the time when he hugged the long-haired man with sunglasses and died together. He whispered, I know what I am doing. Pei Jinya and Inshu brought Fong to the Red Rose Bar. Do you think he has? Black Shark words were not so clear. Pei Jinya just sent the live video. This is the video of tracking him all the way. As for whether he betrayed, you make the decision. Black Shark saw how decisive he was, nodded, with a smile on his face. Well done. Pei Jinya ignored this hypocritical praise. The merits will be deposited into my account. Don't worry, you guys will be there. Black Shark watched Pei Jinya leave. Inshu wanted to leave too, but he stayed. Inshu, wait a minute, I have something else to tell you. Inshu looked at Pei Jinya back, but he stayed anyway. A muffled voice said, What the matter? You are to write a review of tonight's actions. Write it in detail. What's so detailed about this? For example, what did you and the Demon King say, and what did you do? Are you doubting the Demon King? Don't you think the Demon King has changed a lot recently? No. Coming out of the alley at the back door of the bar, Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. The smell in the bar was too turbid. With the smell of cigarettes, alcohol, perfume, and air freshener mixed together. For Pei Jinya, whose perception was enhanced, it was really hard to breathe. When he walked out of the alley, the ground was already a little wet. A light drizzle fell on Pei Jinya's mask. But it didn't make people want to dodge like a heavy rain. After walking forward for a while, Pei Jinya suddenly reached out and lowered the brim of his hat. After walking to the shadow on one side, the whole person suddenly disappeared. 3 seconds later, 2 figures hurriedly chased after him. Where is the person? He was just here. The next second. Bang! The first man in black was hit on the left face by a punch, and his whole body flew backwards and hit the wall at the entrance of the alley. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The fat man in black next to him was stunned for a moment, and his hair stood on end. He reacted quickly. Fire. But just as a small flame rose on his fist, a huge fist suddenly hit his stomach. Ugh! The fat man in black immediately widened his eyes, like a shrimp with its thread removed, half bent his body, and almost vomited out everything he had eaten today. What he didn't expect was that the other party was even more ruthless and decisive than he had imagined. Enter the dream. A cold voice suddenly sounded. In the dream, the fat man raised his head with horror on his face. In the rolling sea of blood, a ladder connected to the sky, there sat a figure, like a king high above. Who asked you to come? Yes. The little fat man was terrified, and stammered. It was Lord Huanling. Who is he? Pei Jinya said expressionlessly. He is one of the 13 guardians of Tianshan International. In the evening, our people saw you and the silver-faced mask at the door, and he asked us to follow you. The little fat man knelt on the ground. Tell the truth. Pei Jinya frowned slightly and muttered to himself, The gods are here? What a trouble. Before he could ask any more questions, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. His consciousness returned to reality. In the shadows on the opposite side of the alley, Inshu came over and seemed very anxious. What happened? I was followed. Pei Jinya looked over suspiciously. Why are you here? I forgot to tell you something. But who are they? Inshu walked over and did not look at the 2 black-clothed men on the ground whose lives and deaths were unknown. Pei Jinya said indifferently, I haven't interrogated them yet. By the way, I just happened to forget to tell you something. The boss came to me today to talk about something. The voice behind him became smaller and smaller. What do you want to do? Inshu was stunned and seemed a little curious. He said, 3 feet away. Pei Jinya figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, a strong wind suddenly rose. Technique shock. Technique, indestructible diamond. Technique, shadow sword technique. In an instant, 3 techniques were activated at the same time. The roar directly covered the sound of the wind pouring into the alley. Inshu's expression froze. He had never expected that everything would change so quickly. But even if he wanted to dodge, he could never be faster than Pei Jinya. Because Pei Jinya had made the decision to take action the first time he saw him. Crack! The mask shattered. Then a series of crashing sounds rang out. Under the drizzle, this punch directly knocked Inshu away. Under the broken mask, a strange face was full of horror. He had completely lost Pei Jinya figure in his sight. But the opponent fist landed on his face again. Bang! 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 It was the sound of bones breaking. The mysterious man half knelt on the ground, blood mixed with raindrops and fell, incredibly. How did you find me? Pei Jinya grabbed the man's hair without saying a word. Next time, do more homework before pretending to be someone else. He stared at the figure in his hand, his eyes flickering. A ghost mask looked like a ferocious ghost king in the night. Pei Jinya was curious whether this man's ability was disguise. It was undeniable. If there was no flaw in the man-walking posture, he really thought it was Inshu. Enter the dream. Who are you? Huanling. So you are Huanling. What do you gods want to do? Revenge the old gods association. Because of that researcher Sun Lei? Yes. Why did you arrest him? I don't know. This is what the headquarters wants. After hearing this, Pei Jinya lost interest in exploring and asked the question that interested him the most. What is your ability? Mutation. I can turn into anyone I have ever seen. The more detailed, the shorter the duration. If fingerprints and irises are not taken into account, I can only last for 3 days at most. Pei Jinya nodded with satisfaction. Very good in mind now. Before dying, Huanling looked at Pei Jinya with disbelief. Who are you? How can there be someone in this world who can deprive others of their extraordinary abilities? However, what responded to him was a knife in Pei Jinya's heart. Puff! After that, Pei Jinya called Black Shark. I was ambushed. You were ambushed too? Black Shark was a little surprised. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you mean there are others? Yes, Hong Qiangwei and Tai Yuan were ambushed on the way and were slightly injured. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm in Kapok Lane. Please arrange for someone to deal with the scene. I'm glad you're okay. I arranged for someone to go there right away. Pei Jinya took Huanling's body away and sank it into the river secretly. Only the bodies of the 2 secret members of Tianshan International were left at the scene. He didn't want others to know that another one of Tianshan 13 guardians had died in his hands. Only by staying alive can you catch bigger fish. On the light rail train, Pei Jinya closed his eyes and rested on the bench. He was actually looking at his attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene, devouring first form 4 out of 100. Pei Jinya had a faint smile on his lips. A complete super ability directly brought 3 progress values, very good. This also diluted some of the sense of crisis of the decline in chi and blood value. However, Huanling is really weak in terms of skills. In addition to the basic breathing method that brought some proficiency, it nothing more than a small step in firearms. I really don't know how he survived until now. Recalling Huanling's account in his mind. As for the long-haired and sunglasses man named Xiaoji, Pei Jinya would not touch him. The other party is a member of the Federal Special Operations Team. Once the account is triggered, it will attract the attention of the intelligent brain. He doesn't want to get burned. But Huanling is different. As one of the 13 guardians of Tianshan International, he has certain freedom and authority. So no one would be surprised if he disappeared for a day or 2. After all, they often have to lead the team to perform tasks and disappear for a few days. The treatment of Tianshan International is really exciting. That night, Pei Jinya net worth soared by 1.8 million. Tianshan International, in a laboratory. Are you saying that there was a fight at the harbor tonight? Yes, Mr. Sang. We checked. There is a Yinggu ship from Dunlin City arriving at Dapeng at the harbor tonight. It is suspected that there are special department members of the Federal Research Institute. In the nutrition cabin, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance said, thoughtfully, Who do you suspect? The young man paused for a moment. The old god society. Mr. Sang narrowed his eyes and said softly, I think it is them too. When I think of Wuji dying in their hands, I feel very sad. Tell me what I should do. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. The young man said decisively. Mr. Sang suddenly asked. Wanling reported that he suspected that the traces of the old god society were found. Is he back? Lord Wanling has not come back yet. He said that the other party anti-reconnaissance ability is very strong, so we should not disturb him. The young man replied respectfully. Mr. Sang nodded, then wait for his news. Have you found the person I asked you to check before? When did a stranger appear in the old gods? The young man shook his head and said, sorry. Mr. Sang, as for the identity of the Demon King, we have no clues yet. He just appeared out of thin air. So is Lan Fong really a member of the old gods? Based on the current clues, Lan Fong is most likely a subordinate member of the old gods' Pride development. Of course, there is a 10% chance that it is Pride, but Pride only started public activities 2 months ago. There is very little information about him. Mr. Sang heard this and rubbed his brows in annoyance. We know nothing about the old god society. The young man bowed his head respectfully. The old god society has revived and is coming with great force. I think they must have been prepared. Having learned from past experience, they are now more cautious than before. Everyone is an individual and does not know each other's identity. It is also a whole. It is said that the headquarters has all their identity information, but few people know about it. Mr. Sang snorted coldly. Daping City is not their world yet. Early the next morning, after Pei Jinya had a big meal with black blood beast meat, his blood and she finally recovered 1 card. There is a long way to go. He went home to get the blood and meat sent by number 2 middle school. But he didn't expect that Pei father and mother didn't go to business today. It turned out that relatives from the family came to collect debts. Pei father and mother were very embarrassed. Including Pei Jinya 200,000 renovation funds, there are only 290,000 yuan in the family. Old Pei, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. My kid is getting married this year and really needs money. Didn't you borrow 300,000 yuan from my family before? I give you a lower interest rate. 320,000 yuan is okay? We agreed before that. Whether it been a year or not, it's 10% interest. I've saved you 10,000 yuan, and I've done my best. Third uncle. Pei Jinya suddenly shouted. Everyone turned around and looked. The other party was not very polite either. Nodding, he continued to talk to Pei father. Pei mother, I heard that your family is looking for a decoration company. You made money, right? We are all relatives. You have to think of me when you make money. When I borrowed money from your family, your sister didn't hesitate. Pei father nodded. I know. But I really can't take out so much money in a short time. How much can you take? The middle-aged man asked. Pei Jinya stepped forward and pulled Pei father, who was in trouble. Said, did you bring the IOU? The middle-aged man was stunned, touched his pocket, with a hesitant expression. Seeing this, Pei Jinya said directly, go back and get the IOU, I give you the money. You? The middle-aged man suddenly didn't understand. Pei Jinya didn't give him a chance to ask, urging, if you want the money? Don't ask so many questions, hurry up. Okay, but we've agreed you must pay today. The middle-aged man turned around and called directly, bring the IOU from the drawer, and stop talking nonsense, come on. I'm here with your brother. Pei mother pulled Pei Jinya. Her eyes worried. Pei Jinya smiled and said, don't worry. I have money. Pay back whatever money you owe to others. It's not easy for everyone to make money in this world. I understand. He glanced at his third uncle and name. The money was borrowed by the third aunt. And the third uncle complained the most at that time. But it was borrowed money after all. So Pei Jinya didn't say anything. Although he had received money before, it was still tight. So Pei Jinya didn't mention this matter. It was said before that the loan would be for 1 year. So in fact, Pei Jinya family didn't expect the other party to come so soon. But since they are here, let's settle it all. Father Pei hesitated and whispered, and your uncle family borrowed 100,000. The aunt family is 100,000, and your uncle owes. Pei Jinya nodded. Notify them all, get the IOU, pay them all back. You two old people won't have to work so hard in the future. I make more money here, I make up for you all. A total of 720,000 yuan. He could afford it. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the living room was in complete silence. Soon, Pei Jinya third aunt brought the IOU, seemingly a little embarrassed, glared at her husband, and then said that she didn't want the 20,000 yuan interest, but her husband refused to lose face, and yelled, why not? Pei Jinya didn't say anything, received the IOU, and transferred the money directly after confirming that it was correct. The 500,000 in the account shrunk by 320,000. But Wanling still has more than 1 million, so there is nothing to worry about. Seeing him so direct, the third uncle hesitated at first, wondering if he had gone too far, and asked indirectly, Xiao Yi, have you awakened? Even if you have awakened, you shouldn't have made so much money? Don't go the wrong way, there are black-hearted businessmen in Doping City, who specialize in deceiving young children like you who are not well-versed in the world. Pei Jinya raised his eyes, and glanced at him. It's none of your business. You? The third uncle was immediately furious. He was mocked by a junior in person. The third aunt was ashamed, and she grabbed him and left. The third uncle went downstairs. He was much happier when he saw the money coming into the account. He whispered, What did your little nephew do? Where did you get so much money? Upstairs. Pei father and mother looked over. Xiao Yi, you have this money. Pei Jinya smiled. Didn't I say I went to a training hall? Now I am practicing there, serving as a sparring partner 10,000 a day. Father Pei, Mother Pei looked at each other. Pei Jinya said, The people there are either rich or noble. Take my senior sister for example. Last time she took me to drink tea, a cup of tea cost 28,000. There is also blood spirit fruit, a high-end fruit that replenishes blood. Father Pei nodded. I have heard of it, it seems very expensive. He looked over uncertainly. Pei Jinya nodded. Yes, 50,000 yuan a piece, I ate two, really good, I buy some to take home next time. This little money in their eyes is like a few dollars in your eyes. We don't need it. Father Pei, Mother Pei refused immediately. Father Pei couldn't help but sighed after saying, Too rich. Then you have to be more careful. Don't worry. Pei Jinya smiled. I will definitely be careful. Take the blood replenishing herbs, and go to the Bronze Club. There is a place for boiling medicine in the Bronze Club. Pei Jinya boiled the medicine, and went to the martial arts arena to practice. After 2 hours, he finished drinking the medicine soup, and his blood value recovered to 0.8 calories. Although it is still a long way from the peak. At least everything is moving in a good direction. Find some time to withdraw some money in the evening. Not long after, Pei Jinya received a call from Tang Huiyang. Where are you? Lao Pei? I asked the driver to pick you up. No need to be so troublesome. It okay. Is it in the club? I guess you were in the club, my driver went there, and will be there in 10 minutes. Pei Jinya hung up the phone with a smile on his face. He took a hot shower in the bathroom of the club, and then changed into a set of clean clothes. Pei Jinya brought the gifts he prepared this morning to the door of the club. Mr. Pei, the master asked me to pick you up. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a shrewd face, and spoke very politely and carefully. He took the initiative to open the back door for Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya didn't put on airs, he thanked him, and got into the car quickly. 10 minutes later. Swan Lake Hotel. The driver took Pei Jinya to the door of the box, and then politely said, Mr. Pei, you go in, I won't go in. Thank you. You're too polite. The door opened at this time, and a short-haired young man was stunned when he saw Pei Jinya. Just at this time, Tang Huiyang called from behind the door, Old Pei. He got up, and came over to greet him. I told you not to bring gifts. Did you really bring it? Pei Jinya shook his head. Just don't be disgusted. How could that be possible? Tang Huiyang happily accepted the gift. Then put his arm around Pei Jinya and introduced him to the young men and women sitting at the round table. My brother. Pei Jinya. Everyone here today is one of our own. I'm telling you in advance that old Pei has a good relationship with Sister Xiaoyong. If anyone provokes Sister Xiaoyong back, you should kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But don't come to me. When everyone heard that this unfamiliar young man was related to Li Xiaoyong, his attitude changed immediately. Leo, call me Lao Li, or Lao Lu is fine. Wang Chong. Are you Xiaoyong boyfriend? The girl next to him asked with her big eyes blinking with curiosity. She is my senior. Hello, my name is Lan Ranran. After meeting them, everyone was quite curious about Pei Jinya. These young men and women had similar family backgrounds to Tang Huiyang, but Pei Jinya could sense that some of them were just ordinary people who had not yet awakened. But we have been friends since childhood, so we have a good relationship. Old Pei, which school are you from? Pei Jinya looked at the girl who asked. Her name was Lan. Number 2 middle school. Do you know Sun Rufan? I took a painting class with her before. The curly-haired girl asked closer. A faint smell of perfume wafted into her nose. Pei Jinya calmly changed his sitting position. I have met her several times. The curly-haired girl seemed to be thinking about something. No one asked about awakening. After all, many people present were ordinary people, so no one mentioned this matter, to avoid hurting other people's self-esteem. Bang! The door of the box was suddenly knocked open. A drunkard came in. Everyone looked up. The drunkard was talking nonsense, and then realized that he had walked into the wrong room, and closed the door, and went back. Everyone didn't take it seriously, and continued to quarrel. Tang Huiyang also drank a little wine, his face flushed, and he was in high spirits. He even talked about some interesting things about his battle with Pei Jinya. Old Pei is very hard, really hard. The boys were laughing, and the girls who understood lowered their heads in shame. Pei Jinya was in a state of confusion. Tang Huiyang stood up to go to the bathroom, and several boys nearby followed him with laughter. Pei Jinya did not go, and continued to eat the meat on the table, eating as much as he could. There were many empty seats in the room, and the girl surnamed Lan came over again. Mr. Pei, how did you know Sister Xiaoyong? I met her during practice. Pei Jinya was not interested in the little girl thoughts. Sister Xiaoyong has never taken such good care of a boy, you won't really? The curly-haired girl asked curiously. Pei Jinya shook his head, and continued to eat meat. The curly-haired girl asked curiously, do you exercise regularly? I see that the muscles on your arms are so big. Pei Jinya glanced at her and said awkwardly, you can have it too. The curly-haired girl smiled awkwardly, that not necessary. The door opened again. However, it was not Tang Huiyang and the others who came back, but the drunkard who had left earlier. His face was a little cautious, but soon someone behind him pushed him away. Pei Jinya looked up. It was an old acquaintance. When the third brother saw Pei Jinya, he shuddered. Pei Jinya looked at him sideways, chewing the meat in his mouth expressionlessly. The girls around him frowned, a little panicked, but the curly-haired girl was brave, and stood up and asked, who are you looking for? I'm looking for. The third brother looked at Pei Jinya, and found that he didn't know the name of this ancestor at all. I could only politely stand at the door and gesture, do you have time? Or I can wait until you finish your meal. Pei Jinya wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue calmly, and was about to get up. The curly-haired girl suddenly pulled the corner of his clothes. Pei Jinya was stunned. The curly-haired girl whispered, do you want to call the police? I don't think they are good people. Pei Jinya chuckled. No need. They are from the street management committee. I have dealt with them once. They must want to find me to understand something. After saying that, he left. The curly-haired girl watched his back, and was a little confused for a moment. Do the people in the street management committee follow this procedure now? The girls next to him were a little worried. What should I do? Miss Lan? Should I find Brother Yang and the others? Lan Ran hesitated. It should be fine. They look like they know each other. The girls began to chatter. Does Pei Jinya know such people? They don't seem to be good people. Pei Jinya looks so decent. How could you know such a person? Isn't he a gangster? In a corner of the hotel lobby, Sun Sen humbly handed over a pack of cigarettes. Brother, you take one. This is a special supply in the city. If you like it, I will send you a few more next time. Pei Jinya didn't extend his hand, and said lightly, just get to the point. Sun Sen laughed dryly, originally wanted to take a cigarette, but noticing Pei Jinya's expressionless eyes, he put the cigarette back awkwardly. Brother, I be frank. It like this. I have a relative who is in trouble. His client money was intercepted. I know you are a superhuman, so I wonder if you can show up for me. Don't worry. The other party is just an ordinary person, just making a scene. The other party is a debt collection company, and they have made an appointment with my relative to negotiate. He is worried that he will be tricked by the other party, so he wants to find a big boss to help him. My relative is willing to pay this amount of tea money. Sun San raised a finger. 1 million. I just want cash, Pei Jinya said quickly. Sun San opened his mouth. Fuck you. I said 100,000. He was silent for a moment. Smirking, he said, Brother, cash is a bit troublesome. I make a phone call now. Do you think it okay? Pei Jinya nodded, letting him make the call. Soon, Sun Sen hung up the phone and rushed back. Brother, what your name? My last name is Pei. Brother Pei. Sun San is of course older than Pei Jinya, but this world does not judge by age, so he can call him brother. My relative said, 1 million is no problem, but if he really does it, I hope you can guarantee his safety. Tonight at the food stall at the bridge head, I wait for you, and the other 300,000 in cash will be delivered immediately. Pei Jinya was as calm as ever. Let me say this first. If your friend refuses to pay, It won't be a matter of 700,000. If he dares to default on his debt, I bring my head to you. Pei Jinya heard his solemn promise, chuckled, and gave his contact information. Don't talk nonsense about my identity. Don't worry, Brother Pei. I know the rules of the underworld. Sun San assured him again and again. Pei Jinya, you know nothing. Not long after, Tang Huiyang came over. Looking at Sun San, old Pei. Are you okay? Pei Jinya saw him coming, and smiled and said, what can happen to me? Tang Huiyang looked at Sun San suspiciously, and then whispered to Pei Jinya, if you really have something to say, tell me. We have people in the night patrol as well. His voice was not loud, but Sun San could definitely hear it. This guy immediately broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, and laughed awkwardly beside him. He seemed to be thankful that he had not done anything to pay good parents. Otherwise he would definitely be in trouble. Pei Jinya also knew Tang Huiyang's good intentions, and smiled and sent him away. It was at this time, at the entrance of the hotel, a hovercraft stopped. The young man, with a crew cut, was holding a black sports bag. Third brother. The young man handed over the sports bag, and asked curiously in a low voice, third brother, where is the person you are looking for? Sun San took the package, and said in a deep voice, go back and tell your brother that the money must be paid, otherwise I, Sun San, will be the first to not let him go. The young man smiled and said, third brother, this is not the first time we have dealt with each other. My brother still has a good reputation, but is the person you found really useful? Those people on the other side are not easy to get along with. Sun San thought of what Tang Huiyang mentioned, and he was proud. If he could establish a good relationship with Brother Pei, he would have to mention it to everyone in the future, saying that we have someone in the night patrol division. Of course, he only dared to think about it in his heart. He had experienced Pei Jinya methods. He is definitely a ruthless man. If you provoke him, you will definitely lose a layer of skin. When he turned around, he saw Pei Jinya coming. Sun San hurriedly handed over the package. Please take a look, this is the deposit. Pei Jinya didn't look at it, but just waited. He wasn't afraid that the other party would play tricks and give fake money. Pei Jinya was the kind of person who would do what you did on the first day, and I do it on the 15th. It not the first time for him to rob others. Then Brother Pei, I wait for you tonight. Yes. Pei Jinya picked up his bag and left. After waiting for a while, the young man whispered curiously, Brother San, the person you are looking for is not him. Right? He doesn't look older than me. You know shit, he is extraordinary, and he can shake the world with just a flick of his finger. What are you? Sun San said unhappily. The young man was not angry, but just looked curiously in the direction where Pei Jinya left. Inside the box, everyone saw a black package in Pei Jinya's hand. Although they were a little curious, no one said anything. Tang Huiyang waved his hand to signal Pei Jinya to come over and sit down. After he sat down, he lowered his voice and asked, is it really okay? What the big deal? Pei Jinya chuckled. Tang Huiyang understood what was going on when he saw this. He joked, I saw you didn't come just now, and thought some girl called you away alone, but I really thought too much. Pei Jinya sneered. A fragrance wafted over, and before Pei Jinya could look over, a girl came over. Pei Jinya, are you okay? No, thank you for your concern. Tang Huiyang secretly winked at Pei Jinya. Her father works in the construction department, but he is about to retire. Pei Jinya pretended not to hear. The meal was almost over, and it was finally time to end. Going to sing songs in the afternoon? Tang Huiyang looked at everyone. Everyone responded. But Pei Jinya picked up his bag and talked to Tang Huiyang alone for a while. Are you not going? No. I continue to practice in the afternoon. I feel like my skin is about to be worn out. You are too hard. Can't you take a short break today? No. Fuck. You work so hard that I thought you signed up for the annual elite assessment. Brother Yang signed up this year? Bullshit. I don't dare to go again. Tang Huiyang was scared when he said this. I got a spot from the neighboring city last year. It was so scary. A buddy who was traveling with me at the time didn't have time to activate the emergency rescue device and was bitten to death. I was also fleeing all the way at the time, but I didn't make it to the end. That's not what a human being would do. So exciting? Exciting? It was so scary at the time. I was assigned to the agility group by lottery. Just imagine that 10 mad dogs suddenly jumped out from behind you and chased you. Can't you kill them? You have to be able to beat them. Right? Those things are mutant monsters, with extraordinary abilities, and they won't use their abilities unless you take action. Tang Huiyong paused, seemingly understood something, and lowered his voice and said, Old Pei. I can probably guess it, don't worry. I will keep it a secret. But I don't advise you to quit, but think twice before you act. There are casualties in this matter, I've experienced it, so I'm scared. I know. Pei Jinya nodded. Seeing this, Tang Huiyong understood his intention. Okay, I will continue to play with you starting tomorrow, and I will increase the difficulty. Pei Jinya smiled. No problem. I asked the driver to take you. The place where you sing is next door, so you don't need to take a car. Without saying anything, he pushed Pei Jinya into the car. Lan Ranran looked at Tang Huiyong coming back alone, and was obviously stunned. Is Pei Jinya not going? He not going? He has something to do in the afternoon. Tang Huiyong stepped forward. She said with a smile, Xiao Lan. You are not interested in my buddy. Are you? The girls next to her also joked, Yes. You are in love with him. I saw you always peeking at him when we were eating. Who is peeking at me? Stop slandering me. Lan Ranran said unhappily. Then why do you always talk to him? I just think he looks familiar. Lan Ranran tilted her head and fell into thought. She really felt that she had seen Pei Jinya somewhere. The girls next to her misunderstood her meaning. I think I have seen you before, in the dream of the previous life. I smashed your mouths. Lan Ranran was immediately embarrassed and angry. The girls laughed and played together. The boys smiled at each other. Pei Jinya went back home first. He handed over 300,000 in cash to the two elders at home. With the remaining 100,000 for decoration, this money is enough to pay off the debt. Do you have any more? Pei Mother asked worriedly. Pei Jinya smiled. Don't worry, the seniors in the club are willing to give me an advance in advance, if it not enough. Tell me again. Father Pei. Mother Pei still felt like they were dreaming. At the beginning of the month, their family suddenly lost their house and lived in a difficult situation. In just 20 days, they not only had a new house, but also had money to pay off their debts. This was unbelievable. Pei Jinya tried his best to act ordinary. Outsiders would not pay attention to their family. However, this disguise would not last long, but as long as they did not make a big deal about it, it would be enough for the time being. Strength is the only truth. I have to become stronger. Whether it was Li Xiaoyong from the guild hall, Black Shark from the Old Gods Club, Silver Art, or Sister Bing from the school, the sweeping monk told Pei Jinya that there were many strong people in this world. So he always maintained a humble attitude on the road of cultivation, and wished he could immerse himself in cultivation for 24 hours. Around 4:20 p.m. Bronze Club. Martial Arts Arena. Pei Jinya was practicing. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded in the sky above Daping City. Pei Jinya looked over suspiciously. With light feet, he quickly jumped to the roof. In the K-pop district, about 10 kilometers away, flames rose to the sky. Explosion? When I went to dinner in the evening, I vaguely heard someone mention the explosion in the K-pop district. I heard that two groups of people suddenly started a war. Gang? No. It doesn't seem like it. There are extraordinary people dispatched. The nearby residential buildings were blown up. I heard that innocent people died in the explosion. This is so arrogant, they really don't take human life seriously. Some people say it was done by the old gods. Fuck, these guys deserve to die. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Who did the old gods go to war with? But he had never heard Black Shark mention it. He kept silent and ate quietly. The blood value is recovered to 6.1 calories. The physical strength has also returned to 11. Maybe if I work hard tomorrow, I can recover everything. Buzz. The phone in the inner layer suddenly vibrated. Pei Jinya looked at the people around him calmly, and then checked the information under the table. In Shu, we are being targeted. In Gong is seriously injured. Black Shark asked us to meet at the old place at 8:30 tonight. Do you need me to pick you up? Pei Jinya replied with a no. Then he deleted the message. Is it really the old gods? But who did they fight with? He instinctively thought it was someone from Tianshan International. According to the memory provided by Huanling, since the sacrifice of Jin Wuji, the hatred of the god of heaven creatures towards the old god society has reached an unprecedented height. Of course, this hatred is also closely related to the loss of Sun Lei. Pei Jinya thinks that the reason why God of Heaven International targets the old god society is more inclined to the latter. They are a bunch of hypocritical guys. It really a troubled time. After dinner, Pei Jinya returned to the martial arts field to continue practicing. At about 7:35 that night, Sun San sent a message saying that his relative and the other party agreed to meet at the Bridgehead food stall at 8 o'clock. Pei Jinya changed into a Loki outfit, put on a mask, pulled down his cap, and left the Bronze Club. Bridge. The heavy rain was falling, disturbing people. Sun Sen looked at the time. 1956. There were still 4 minutes to the agreed time, but Pei Jinya, the ancestor, had not appeared yet. The 2 Su brothers looked at him. The younger brother was the one who sent the money at noon. Frowning, he said, "Third brother, that person won't come." "Right." Sun Sam looked unhappy. The eldest brother of the Su family was sympathetic and said, "Maybe he on the way. Don't worry. There's still time." "Old Su. It not convenient for me to show up for this matter. I contact Brother Pei. If anything goes wrong, I take care of it," Sun San said in a deep voice. After that, he left through the back door. Su Lachi looked at his eldest brother. "Will it happen?" The eldest brother of the Su family shook his head. "This is not the first time we have cooperated with Sun San. Don't ruin the relationship. We need him later." As he was talking, 3 7-seat hovercrafts drove over. A dozen burly men came down. Su Lachi's face changed slightly. "Big brother. Be patient." The eldest brother of the Su family raised his hand and looked over calmly. A bald man wearing a big gold necklace said with a smile on his face, "Boss Su. I have heard of your name for a long time." The eldest brother of the Su family stood up. "Boss Wei. Please sit down." The bald man glanced at him sideways and said with a fake smile, "Let's get straight to the point. I don't plan to pay the money, and Boss Su wants to give me another sum of money, the one you took away earlier." "What the logic?" Su Lachi slammed the table immediately. The eldest brother of the Su family also frowned and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wei, please give me an explanation." "Explanation? Zhuang Lao owed me 3 million yuan, and the one you took away from him." The bald man finished speaking. A dozen burly men tore open the cloth strips in their hands, revealing the newly sharpened machetes. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door. The man shook his umbrella. He said as if no one was around, 8 o'clock, I'm not late. Am I? The moment Su Lachi saw Pei Jinya appear, his face lit up, and he hurriedly looked at his eldest brother. He recognized Pei Jinya. Although Pei Jinya was wearing a hat and a mask, he was still wearing the same clothes he wore at noon. So he recognized him. The eldest brother of the Su family had just experienced the shock and anger, but he was still able to maintain some composure. He looked at Pei Jinya in doubt, and for a moment, he could not judge what was so special about Pei Jinya. However, when the bald man saw Pei Jinya, he sneered at the 2 brothers of the Su family and said, "I thought you had some ability, so this is the helper you called?" He thought the other party had invited some big shot from the city hall, or some boss in this neighborhood. It turned out to be just a stranger who had never met and didn't dare to show his true face. This small body was probably not strong enough for him to punch. "Did you bring the money I asked for?" Pei Jinya ignored the bald man, and his eyes fell on the Su brothers. "I brought it," Su Lachi said hurriedly, gesturing to the 2 black bags in his hand. "Not a cent less." Pei Jinya nodded and looked at the bald man calmly. He glanced at the thugs holding machetes in front of him with interest. "Is this your trouble?" The eldest brother of the Su family hesitated and wanted to speak, but Su Lachi spoke straightforwardly. "It them. The original money from the supplier belonged to us, but it was robbed by these bastards from the Black Mountain Society. Now they want us to spit out the money from the previous supplier. There is no such truth in the world." Pei Jinya nodded. "I agree with this point." He turned his head and looked at the bald man. "Spit out the money, and I will let you leave alive." The bald man laughed out loud on the spot. Pei Jinya also laughed. He stretched out his hand. The light was turned off with a snap. Instantly, it was pitch black. The moment the bald man's eyes went dark, the left side of his face suddenly sank. Several teeth were mixed in the blood and left his mouth in a rotating manner. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull noises came instantly. The entire store hall was dead silent. The Su brothers still stood still, not daring to move. In the dim room, they vaguely saw figures flying around. The harsh sound of the tables and chairs flying was like the hot-blooded BGM at night. While the Su brothers were shocked, they also felt their scalps tingling. "This man is so strong." Snap! The lights came on again. The incandescent light flashed instantly, causing the 2 brothers of the Su family to subconsciously reach out to block their sight. They slowly opened their eyes, and then their eyes widened. The bald man who was so arrogant just now fell to the ground with a bruised face. And the mysterious helper, who arrived no more than a minute ago, was holding an umbrella with blood on the tip. Pei Jinya walked forward without paying attention. And the tip of the umbrella fell on the bald man's face. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Give the money back to them. It will save you trouble, and it will save me trouble too. You are a superhuman. The bald man's words were leaking, but his eyes were full of shock and anger. Pei Jinya looked down at him. You don't accept it? The bald man's mouth was bleeding. He avoided his gaze fearfully. I accept it. But this matter has nothing to do with me. I am just a running errand boy. The one who really wants the money is my boss behind me. Pei Jinya frowned. Trouble. Poked him with an umbrella. Call him now. The bald man didn't dare to refuse in front of everyone. He called the boss behind him. The speakerphone was turned on. Did you get the money? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. The bald man said vaguely, No. Boss Su called a supernatural person to intervene. We were all dealt with. He is right next to me. The man on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. Pei Jinya took the phone and said lightly, I don't care about the bad things you do, but I will take care of this matter today. Either pay the money, or I will come to you. The other party was obviously panicked. You are. Where are you now? Pei Jinya didn't give anyone time to be polite. This straightforward attitude, as if he was going to kill someone in the next second, made the other party hurriedly say, Senior, you misunderstood. I will pay back Xuan Lao money now. Just to give you face. Old Wei. Let right off the matter with the Su family tonight. I understand. Boss Kai. The phone was hung up. The bald man looked at Pei Jinya with fear. Pei Jinya ignored him and walked in front of Su Luchi without paying any attention. Extend your hand. Su Luchi was stunned. After coming to his senses, he quickly handed over the 2 packages respectfully. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts as before. His attitude was extremely respectful. Do you want to count them? No need. Pei Jinya said casually. He had no intention of saying anything harsh. If the Su brothers were smart, they would never dare to play tricks after seeing the fate of the bald man and others. Because between ordinary people and extraordinary people, that is an insurmountable chasm. Soon, the boss of the Su family received a call. It was the company finance department. Boss, the money has arrived. The boss of the Su family was delighted. This senior. Pei Jinya interrupted. No need to say thank you. You pay. I do the work. Now we are done. After saying that, he walked to the door with his bag, opened the umbrella in his hand, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The food stall fell into an awkward silence. Pei Jinya didn't care what the other party wanted to do. There was no intention to make close friends. Otherwise, he would not have disguised himself. Now that he had given 300,000 yuan to his parents, he had 700,000 yuan more in his hand, so he could buy some blood spirit fruit for later use. Sun San was confused. He did not receive Pei Jinya. When he received a call from the eldest brother of the Su family, he realized that everything was settled. Brother Sun, who is that person? The eldest brother of the Su family had other ideas. Sun San felt nervous. Although he was able to meet Pei Jinya because of a misunderstanding, this was his only chance to get close to the big thick legs. So he was not willing to give it up. He kept it a secret and said, Old Su. Not that I don't want to say it, but that person clearly said that this matter ends here. I can't even pay a visit? The eldest brother of the Su family said in a deep voice. Sun Sen rolled his eyes and said, Old Su. If that person is willing, why do you call me now? Even I dare not disturb him rashly. The head of the Su family sighed inwardly, and could only give up for the time being. At the same time, in a clubhouse, the bald man appeared in front of Boss Kai with a group of bruised brothers. You are so heavy-handed? Boss Kai heart tightened. What the background? The bald man shook his head. The other party covered his face, and refused to show up. Unwilling to show up? Boss Kai frowned. What ability? I don't know. The bald man lowered his head and whispered. Boss Kai immediately raised his eyebrows. The bald man said quickly. He suddenly turned off the lights. And then I was knocked out without seeing anything. It either the power type, or the attack speed type. Are you going to take revenge on him? Revenge? Bullshit. I'm an ordinary person with nothing to do. If I go to trouble the extraordinary, if I can't get rid of him, we will all die, Boss Kai said unhappily, but then asked, is it someone from the Su family? The bald man thought of something and said quickly, no, From what I heard from their conversation, it seemed that the Su family had used their connections to find this person to calm the situation. And the person who was paid didn't want to have anything to do with them. Boss Kai eyes lit up. If the person is willing to take the money, it will be easy to do things. The thing Kai lacks the least is money. If we can make a good relationship with that person, our Black Mountain Association business will definitely double again. He took out a few stacks of money and gestured, "Take the brothers to see the injuries, and the extra money will be divided. This matter ends here tonight." The bald man was immediately touched. Boss Kai waved his hand indifferently. His mind was full of how to make friends with the mysterious extraordinary person. At the same time, Peijinha used his shadow ability and ran quickly. After putting the 2 bags of money back home and hiding them, before the rain got heavier, he finally arrived at the Red Rose Bar. The door of the bar was pushed open, and the wind chimes rang. A strange man walked in. After entering the inner passage skillfully, he put on a mask and turned the door handle. Biological information has been confirmed. The lock core is unlocked. Peijinha calmly withdrew his hand and used Wanling ability. He briefly changed his palm fingerprint into Lan Fong appearance and successfully passed the verification left earlier. This also confirmed his identity. Iron door ding. It opened with a sound. Inshu, Hong Qiangwei, and Tai Yuan were all there. Peijinha walked in, Inshu waved, he nodded, and sat over. Hong Qiangwei and Tai Yuan were not in good condition, they were both bandaged. Inshu approached and said, "You didn't encounter an ambush when you came here?" Peijinha glanced at the 2 people opposite. "No, what are they doing?" Inshu sighed, lowered his voice and said, "We were ambushed by the gods in the suburbs an hour ago. If Black Shark hadn't arrived in time, it would have been very bad. Why has Tianxin been so active recently?" Peijinha frowned. He hadn't withdrawn all of Wanling money yet, because he didn't want the people of Tianxin International to suddenly notice the problem in his account. In this case, he had to withdraw the money quickly while the chaos was going on. Delays would lead to changes. Black Shark appeared soon after. Peijinha raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that he rarely saw Black Shark so angry. Black Shark looked around at everyone as soon as he entered the door. "The current situation is not friendly to us. I got the latest intelligence. The gods have reached a cooperation with the City Hall. Borrowing the authority of the intelligent brain Xingtian, they are now conducting big data comparisons, trying to find out everyone in our old god society. We must not sit and wait for death." Hong Qiangwei and others looked at it together, with hatred flashing in their eyes. Inshu held his chin. He only cared about what the mission was. Peijinha had a calm face, sitting on the side in a low-key manner. Black Shark said in a deep voice, "I have reported this matter to the headquarters, according to the Elder's instructions. We will have a group of 30 Class C warriors coming to help. They are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. As he spoke, a virtual screen appeared on the desktop in front of Peijinha and others. Black Shark explained, "This is our target person tonight. The gods must pay their debts with blood." Peijinha looked at the target person in front of him, paying special attention to his ability Lin Yi, one of the 13 guardians, a master of swordsmanship. Black Shark continued, "Lin Yi is the main target. There is a high-ranking god in his convoy tonight. The target will appear from Ningxuan Road tonight. Tianxuan will communicate with you in time. There is only one mission tonight. No one should be left alive." "Understood. The weapons library has been updated. You can choose." Hong Qiangwei and Tai Yuan stood up first. Peijinha just stood up when he heard Inshu poking his head and asking, "Black Shark, is Ingong okay? Shu Lai is rescuing. Hope is slim." Black Shark sighed. As he said that, he looked at Peijinha. "Demon King, how is your technique training going? You are a spiritual type. Will close combat be difficult?" Peijinha said calmly, "General characters are no problem. The strong ones are left to Inshu. My hypnosis has improved a lot recently." "That good?" Black Shark nodded gently, watching Peijinha and Inshu enter the armory. 10 minutes later, in the spacious underground base, 30 black-armored warriors wearing mechanical helmets. He carried a long sword about 1.3 meters long on his back. Peijinha looked at the black-armored warrior in front of him with interest. "Is this the death warrior cultivated by the headquarters?" Inshu approached and touched the other party armor. "Special metal. Very hard." Black Shark looked at them and said in a deep voice, "The action route and personal assignment tasks have been sent to your internal mailbox. Remember to check on the way. I will also participate in this operation." "How to deal with the Federation?" Hong Qiangwei suddenly asked. Black Shark said in a deep voice, The bait has been thrown out, and it can only stop them for 10 minutes at most. So the god side should make a quick decision. It was raining continuously. It turned into a violent storm in an instant. The convoy gradually slowed down. In the low-altitude hovering car in the middle, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo was holding a mobile phone. Smiling brightly, Secretary Zhou. Don't worry. The people of the Old God Society can't escape. You mean? The new person in the Old God Society is codenamed Demon King? Okay. I got it. I will arrange for someone to try to find out his true identity. Also, say hello to the governor for me. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the short-haired man beside him with his eyes closed. Lin Yi, tell Mr. Sang that the new member of the Old God Society has been named Devil King. Devil King? What a big tone. Lin Yi sneered. The middle-aged man pondered and said, this person has a mysterious origin, don't underestimate the enemy. Also, this black shark is more powerful than we thought, otherwise the two guys would definitely be left behind this afternoon. Black shark. Lin Yi opened his eyes flickered. By the way, is Huan Ling still out of reach recently? The middle-aged man asked. Lin Yi shook his head and said indifferently, you know Huan Ling ability, he often goes on missions and disappears for a few days. Didn't Xing Tian see him appear in Muqian Lane before? He probably caught a big fish. The middle-aged man pressed his brows. This is a time of trouble. I felt a little uneasy. What are you afraid of? I will protect you. Boom. There was an explosion on the road where the convoy was running. The flames directly engulfed the hovercraft where Lin Yi and Zhongye were. The fierce air wave even blew away several hovercrafts around. Enemy attack. There is an ambush. In the heavy rain at night, the roars and screams were endless. The dim lights flashed with countless sword lights. Before the security personnel of the gods could see the person coming, he was cut in the throat by a sword. And he didn't even have time to scream. The middle-aged man in the car was dizzy and dazed. Lin Yi hurriedly pulled him up, side, and after confirming that he was fine, he immediately broke the seatbelt. Go. Get out. The two had just climbed out of the hovercraft. A silver light came. Lin Yi's hand suddenly flashed a sword light and directly killed the silver light. It the Old God Society. He gritted his teeth and looked over. Inshu wore a silver mask. He tilted his head to look over. The security guard, who reacted nearby, took out a gun from his arms, but the next second a black-armored warrior came close to him and cut off his gun and hand. Ah! Blood splattered. Inshu rushed towards Lin Yi. He reached out and wiped it again. Silver light flashed. You bunch of bastards from the Old God Society. Lin Yi was angry, and two long swords appeared in his hands. White light flashed. The black-armored warrior, who was close to him, didn't even have the strength to fight against him, and was pierced through the heart on the spot. Kicked the corpse in front of him. Lin Yi did not leave the spot, but stood in front of the middle-aged man, and kept dealing with the black-armored warriors, who rushed over. Swish. The muddy path in front of Inshu suddenly exploded. He dodged, and suddenly a figure attacked from the ground. Inshu exclaimed in surprise. Then he heard Lin Yi shouting loudly, 13, I leave this to you, I will take Mr. Chu away. Leave it to me. The figure who suddenly jumped out stretched out his hands and closed them. The ground in front of Lin Yi instantly shook like an earthquake, and almost everyone could not stand. Inshu nimbly stepped on the shattered stone slabs, flashing in the air continuously. Before the battle began, Pei Jinya had already left quietly. The two of them were in tacit understanding. One bright and one dark. Inshu stretched out his hand, and burst out silver light to kill the figure half hidden underground. The opponent nimbly drilled into the ground, and the attack missed. Inshu frowned. Such a familiar ability. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Not far away. Tai Yuan roared. Get out of my way. He cleared the way with his pure flesh, and directly pushed the exploding earth in front of him. Red Rose followed closely behind. She shouted from behind. Kill that Chu guy. Tai Yuan rushed directly towards Lin Yi and Mr. Chu. Lin Yi noticed the movement behind him. He narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, You run first, I follow. Mr. Chu's custom-made high-end suit was now covered with mud and blood. He hurriedly ran forward, and the heavy rain blurred his vision. The fierce fighting behind him was like a preview of the coming of the demon tonight. Lin Yi crossed his swords with both hands. He gritted his teeth and said, Go to hell. The next second, the blood in his body roared. He stepped forward. With one step, the ground within 1 meter around him seemed to be oppressed by the powerful sword intent, exploding on the spot, rolling, The extremely sharp sword energy swept away completely as he raised his swords with both hands. In a flash, Lin Yi disappeared in front of everyone. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of Taiyuan. With a terrifying force, like a mountain torrent, wrapped in the thunderous sword, and chopped down Taiyuan's head in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming roaring gale even crushed all the rain in this area. Taiyuan roared hysterically, and raised his hands with armed guards to block. Swish! The explosion sounded in an instant. The next second, Taiyuan's heart-wrenching scream came, and the whole person was like being hit by a flying mountain. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices, and he flew backwards. Even after landing on the ground, he rolled for dozens of meters, until he hit the thick stone wall and barely stopped. Hong Qiangwei, who had dodged the sword early, was stunned. Your swordsmanship! She turned around and tried to run for her life. Lin Yi's sword was like a poisonous snake, biting at her instantly. Hong Qiangwei was so scared that she was scared to death, and dodged in a hurry. Although she dodged the fatal blow in her heart, her entire left arm was pierced. The bones were exposed. Hong Qiangwei screamed. A whistle sounded inexplicably behind him. Lin Yi stopped delivering the fatal blow and turned his head to see that Mr. Chu, who had just escaped, was caught by someone. Give it back to you. The man grabbed Mr. Chu, who had fainted, with one hand and threw him to another direction. Damn it! Lin Yi hurried to catch it. The mysterious man was no longer visible in his peripheral vision. Suddenly, a warning sounded in his heart. Mr. Chu's body was instantly engulfed by the flames. The raging fire wave even blew Lin Yi away more than 10 meters. Mr. Chu! Lin Yi was so angry that he lost his voice. Mr. Chu, whom his boss arranged for him to protect personally, actually died in front of him. He looked back suddenly. The mysterious man and the woman codenamed Red Rose had disappeared. In the forest, Red Rose kept coughing up blood, laughing miserably. Demon King, I didn't expect that you would come to save me in the end. The Demon King carried her on his back, and shuttled quickly through the rain. Can you still hold on? I won't die now, but I'm bleeding too much. I'm afraid I can't join the battle. Hong Qiangwei vomited blood again. I didn't expect Lin Yi's swordsmanship to be so strong. His sword energy even hurt my internal organs. Taiyuan might. Hong Qiangwei didn't say the rest of the words. She witnessed Taiyuan being chopped off by a sword, the blood splattered, the bone shattered and exploded. And it really scared her. The possibility of Taiyuan surviving is almost zero. I have informed Black Shark. He is on his way. Take care. Pei Jinya hid Red Rose in a big tree, and then quickly went back into the rain. He had to admit that after seeing the power of Lin Yi's swordsmanship, he was very tempted. He only learned one Shadow swordsmanship. He didn't mind learning some more of this crushing swordsmanship. But the opponent's mental strength is much higher than his own. I'm afraid I can't eat tonight. Voila! The rubble on the ground formed a stone dragon and rushed towards Yin Shu fiercely. Bang! The next moment, the stone dragon was chopped into pieces by Yin Shu. He moved quickly in the air. His eyes suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked in the direction where Taiyuan and Hong Qiangwei left. The rolling fire blurred the vision of that area. He couldn't judge for a while, but he felt a very strong sword intent. So strong. Yin Shu bombarded the ground, shattering the opponent's hiding place. He didn't believe that the opponent could hide like this forever. But somehow, the other party seemed to have received some signal and evacuated quickly. Yin Shu was concerned about the safety of his teammates, so he did not chase after them, but turned back to Lin Yi. He just saw the back of Lin Yi driving away in the hovercraft with Mr. Chu's body. He materialized silver light in his hand and slashed directly. In midair, the hovercraft exploded directly. He ran quickly, but he lost the trace of Lin Yi. There was only a mutilated body lying in a pool of blood with flames. Yin Shu looked around. Demon King? He called out hesitantly. There was a noise from the side. He ran over quickly. Taiyuan sat against the wall, with his head tilted, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Taiyuan you? Taiyuan could no longer speak, his fingers only slightly raised. That was the direction Pei Jinya left with Hong Qiangwei. Black Shark, get out. Lin Yi's angry voice came from a distance. An explosion suddenly sounded in the forest 10 miles away. This horrible explosion lasted for a full half-minute. The entire forest had collapsed by nearly half. When Yin Shu arrived, only Black Shark, the Demon King, and the dying Red Rose were left at the scene. Where Lin Yi? He ran away. Black Shark looked at the bloody wound on his palm, and his tone was very bad. He looked at Inshu. How are you doing? Inshu shook his head. Tai Yuan was dying, I just bandaged him simply. Except for Lin Yi, the rest of the targets were all dead. Damn it! Black Shark's face was extremely ugly. The main target was Lin Yi. But he didn't kill him. And almost lost 2 of his generals. Boss Black Shark. Someone is coming from the night patrol. You guys should retreat quickly. At this time, everyone earphones received a reminder from Tian Swan. Black Shark arranged for the death squad to take their teammates with them, regardless of death or injury, and take them all away. Pei Jinya sat in the car with his eyes closed to rest. He contributed the least in this battle, but everyone could understand that he was a spiritual type, not a close combat type. And strictly speaking, he also killed a senior executive of Tianshan, and got the highest merit value. It's just a pity that even Black Shark couldn't keep Lin Yi. Guys, it seems that we underestimated the foundation of Tianshan International. Black Shark looked ugly, and he wanted to blow up the building of Tianshan International right now. In the car, Red Rose came to Pei Jinya, stuck to him tightly, and whispered, Demon King, I will remember this favor. Pei Jinya still closed his eyes to rest. Inshu looked at the two suspiciously, and then stuck to the other side of Pei Jinya. The old god society is going to fight us to the death. The middle-aged man looked calm. He already knew about Mr. Chu's death, but he didn't make much of a fuss. Lin Yi lowered his head. Mr. Chu's death is my fault. I didn't do my job well. Please punish me. Mr. Sang, you do have your reasons, but the bigger reason is the old god society. They can accurately track your whereabouts. Maybe we need to clean up our internal affairs. The middle-aged man called Mr. Sang said calmly. Lin Yi said thoughtfully, do you think someone inside is colluding with the enemy? Mr. Sang did not answer this question, but asked, you said before that the mysterious man in the old god society was codenamed Demon King? What about his ability? For now, there is almost no information about him. Mr. Chu died in his hands. When he thought of the guy called Demon King at the end, who hid the grenade in Mr. Chu's clothes, Lin Yi wanted to kill the Demon King right now. Do you think it is possible that Huan Ling is targeting him? Mr. Sang said slowly. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Maybe. But maybe not. Huan Ling always likes to take credit, so he won't tell me about the target. Mr. Sang suddenly looked at the reminder on his phone. There was silence for a long time. Lin Yi asked carefully, Mr. Sang, what wrong? The middle-aged man turned around, stood in front of the French window, looking at Daping City covered by heavy rain. Just now, I received an internal reminder that Huan Ling account was completely cleared. You arranged for someone to check where Huan Ling lives. Yes. Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, do you think Huan Ling might have betrayed the group? Find evidence first. Mr. Sang said lightly. Lin Yi nodded, but for some reason, when he turned around and left, he whispered, he left for too long this time. The moment the door closed, Mr. Sang stopped picking up the wine glass in midair. At 9:45 p.m. that night, Pei Jinya arrived at the accommodation with a suitcase just then. The landlord house across the street opened its door. The landlord wife, who was dressed in thin but elegant clothes, seemed to have just taken a shower. She bent down and threw a bag of garbage at the door. She was also surprised to see Pei Jinya coming back. Just back? Pei Jinya calmly carried the suitcase and smiled honestly. The weather is getting colder, and I brought some winter clothes. The landlord wife agreed. There have been too many autumn rains recently, and it's time to prepare thicker clothes. He hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't help but lower his voice and said, the Daping City is not peaceful now. Just now, the TV was saying that there was an explosion on Ningxuan Road. Next time, try not to come back so late at night. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Pei Jinya saw that the landlady looked frightened, and nodded with a gentle smile. It seemed that the evening breeze was a bit cold, and the landlady just greeted and closed the door. Pei Jinya also opened the door, and walked in with the suitcase. As soon as the door was closed, the zipper of the suitcase suddenly burst. The bundles of banknotes in the suitcase were scattered all over the floor. Pei Jinya turned on the light calmly, and picked up the banknotes. After the operation tonight, he changed his appearance, and crossed the city to take away all of Huan Ling property. If the gods found something and searched Huan Ling residence, there might be some unexpected surprises. In the opposite room, a high school girl with a bun in her hair was wearing pajamas, holding a furry doll in her arms, and sitting in the living room watching TV. She turned around and asked, Mom, who are you talking to? Xiaoli, the new tenant next door. Oh! The girl didn't take it seriously and continued to look back at the TV. The landlady came closer and saw the live photos of Mingshan Road being reported on TV and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened here? How come the whole road looks like it has been plowed?" The girl said mysteriously, "More than that. I saw what was posted in the class group. Many people died at the scene. And the fragments of the hovercraft were found 5 kilometers away. It is said that the top executives of Tianshan International were assassinated. Oh my God, is there still law in this world?" The landlady could not help but exclaim. The girl said, "I have a classmate who lives nearby. It is said that a supernatural person went to their community to investigate the news, but was directly injured by a sword. The battle was fought by strong people." The girl's tone was somewhat yearning and admiring. The landlady cursed, saying that life was not easy to begin with, and now there are so many things that it is almost killing people. Tianlu District. Wanling Residence. Lin Yi came with his men, but he did not go up, but sat in a car, wearing a headset, and a pile of peanuts on the small table in front of him, and he put them into his mouth one by one without any hurry. His subordinates had already touched the door. "Captain Lin, we knocked on the door, but no one responded." Lin Yi chewed the peanuts in his mouth, and said simply, "Unlock, and feel in." "Understood." 3 seconds later, a group of people sneaked into Wanling home. "Captain Lin, there is no one in the house. There are signs of being looted." Lin Yi frowned slightly. "Keep looking for a hair, and don't let it go. There is dust on the table. It looks like no one has been back for a while." "Wait!" the subordinates exclaimed in the headset. "What?" Lin Yi asked. The subordinates hurriedly reported, "We found a secret compartment in the floor. There is a photo of you leaving the group in it." Lin Yi's expression was solemn on the spot. Before he could ask, he suddenly heard a sound of a pull ring being torn off. He was stunned at first. Then his expression suddenly changed. Boom! The huge flames directly engulfed the entire room of Wanling, and countless glass exploded and shattered in all directions. Even though Lin Yi was sitting in the car, he had a tinnitus at this moment. The hover car was directly blown away by the huge air wave. There was blood on his forehead, and he kicked the car door hard and climbed out. The ruthless flames looked particularly arrogant in the night. At this moment, Lin Yi's expression was extremely ugly. "Boss, I suspect Wanling has betrayed the group." Another explosion occurred. Doping City is destined to be sleepless tonight. The entire night patrol division is extremely busy. But all this has nothing to do with Pei Jinya. He cleared Wanling account. Even if the gods found the relevant surveillance, they would only think that Wanling himself transferred all the assets. What Wanling did, what does it have to do with me? Pei Jinya. The next morning, Bronze Club. As soon as Tang Huiyang arrived, he couldn't help but share the big events of last night with Pei Jinya. "Too crazy. You don't know, I have been in Doping City for so many years. This is the first time I see the people of Tianshan International fall so hard. I have to say, the Old God Club is awesome." Pei Jinya looked over with a strange look on his face. "If this word gets out, you might be invited over for tea." Tang Huiyang said indifferently, "I'm just chatting with you alone. Tianshan International is not a good thing. They are the representatives of capital. They pushed the federal government to amend the law. During that time, many businesses including my family were affected. Wanjia almost went bankrupt overnight. Now the old god will come out to cause trouble for them. I am happy." He whispered, "I heard that there is a traitor in the god of heaven." Pei Jinya was stunned. Tang Huiyang smiled and showed off the news he got. The god of heaven has 13 guardians, all of whom are the best among the extraordinary people. Among them is a great man named Wanling. You probably don't know that his ability can transform into other people. It is said that he colluded with the old god of heaven and created the bombing last night. Pei Jinya drank the medicine soup silently. "You see, I am a bit like before. It is said that Tianshan International has called the police, and the investigation team has also begun to intervene, preparing to find Wanling. But it is hard to say. It has been so long. If I were Wanling, I would have run away long ago." Tang Huiyang shook his head and said. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. "You know all these secrets?" Tang Huiyang chuckled. "Only the outside world doesn't know. And now it has spread all over the small circle. It is said that Wanling could have been promoted to a seat on the board of directors, but was rejected by the top management. So he holds a grudge. Some people also say that Wanling met a receptionist girl in Tianshan and fell in love with her. But the girl was seduced by the top management. It turns out that details determine success or failure." Pei Jinya. Fortunately, Huanling has disappeared from this world. Otherwise, if he knew that someone was making up stories about him, he would have crawled over the internet by now. Listening to these jokes, Pei Jinya drank the medicine soup. Fight? Tang Huiyang waved his hand. I just got here. Let me rest for a while. Let's talk about something trivial first. Do you think the gods will take revenge on the old gods? How should I know? Pei Jinya said unhappily, and smeared the blood powder on his body like it was free. Tang Huiyang stroked his chin. If I were a high-ranking member of the gods, I would definitely take revenge. However, with the shameless style of the gods, I would definitely go to the city hall and use Xingtian authority to track down the old gods. However, if I were a high-ranking member of the old gods, I would do it in one go. With the support of Huanling intelligence, give the god a fatal blow. What do you think? Old Pei? Pei Jinya said unhappily, I think it useless. Besides, the god knows Huanling has defected, and he must have strengthened the defense. That right. Tang Huiyang regretted. I don't know if the boss of the old god will dare to withstand the pressure and come up with a big one. At this moment, Red Rose Bar. Black Shark was confused. Huanling defected and joined our old god. When did this happen? Red Rose hesitated and said, Are you sure? Now the outside world has spread it. The Federation has also issued a wanted order for Huanling. Black Shark looked strange. Of course I am sure. It is difficult for the gods to arrange spies, not to mention the rebellion of such a high-level talent. There must be some misunderstanding here? Red Rose gestured, otherwise. You can ask the headquarters. Could it be the headquarters who rebelled? This possibility cannot be ruled out. But if Huanling really joins us, he wouldn't have come to us until now. Right? The headquarters must have told him the secret contact code, but I didn't find it at all. The old gods were also confused. It was as if a dark hand had quietly played everyone around. In fact, it was indeed the case. Bronze Society. Bang! Pei Jinya blocked Tang Huiyang's fist. His body shape changed, and he threw a swinging punch with his right hand. The fist seemed to hit a steel wall. The two of them fought back and forth. Sometimes they punched quickly, and sometimes they moved their bodies and used their arms to confront each other. Under the training of Qi and blood, the fighting between the two was much more sophisticated than before. Not long after, Pei Jinya was knocked away by Tang Huiyang, and he jumped back a step in the air, and his hands were already red from the beating. No more. No more. Your Qi and blood are too fierce now, and your strength has increased a lot, Tang Huiyang also said with heavy breath, and picked up a bottle of water and poured it on his head. Today, Pei Jinya has undergone a qualitative change compared to before. His punches are much more ferocious, and his strength has also increased a lot. Many times, the timing of his attacks gave him a sharp and impressive feeling. If he hadn't already polished his skin, and if the extraordinary was not enhanced, he would have been beaten down by the monster old Pei at this moment. They fought many times today, and at least 70% of the time, he was suppressed by Pei Jinya offensive. This kind of fight where he couldn't figure out Pei Jinya attack rhythm made Tang Huiyang very uncomfortable. You work too hard. Tang Huiyang sighed in his heart. Watching Pei Jinya improve faster than himself, it would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious, but he couldn't give up his good life and accompany Pei Jinya in training every moment. Pei Jinya took a few sips of cold water. In this world, if you don't expect yourself to become stronger, do you expect the other party to show mercy? Tang Huiyang opened his mouth. I can't say you. You and Sister Xiaoyong are both training maniacs. It's terrible. Pei Jinya shook his head. The two took a break and continued to fight. The dust around them was constantly floating in the air because of the collision between the two. What going on? Who is fighting in the martial arts arena? A figure stood in front of the martial arts arena gate, curiously leaning over to look. Is that Tang Huiyang? Someone nearby glanced at him and said in doubt. It's just that I often see him running to the guild hall recently. He wasn't like this before. Someone glanced at him and didn't take it seriously. A girl next to him said, recently, he has been very close to the guy named Pei. They often hang out together. Is Pei Jinya planning to follow the path of the Tang family? Hasn't Senior Jiang expressed her goodwill? It better to cling to the Jiang family than to the Tang family. Right. The Tang family is just rich, but they don't have much power. Someone looked at Jiang Lingsu behind him. Jiang Lingsu just glanced at Pei Jinya. Junior Pei has made rapid progress in his practice recently. I remember correctly that he has just been practicing Jin for a while. Right? It's just a basic technique. What good can you do if you learn it? Suddenly, an impolite voice came. Everyone looked over. They were all stunned. Fong Tianjian? Old Fong? You've been missing for so many days, and you're finally back. About Lan Fong. The investigation team didn't do anything to you. Did they? When Lan Fong was mentioned, Fong Tianjian's face suddenly turned ugly. And he glared at the person who asked the question. I say it again. Lan Fong and I are not that familiar. I was also used by him. Some people didn't care, but some people were afraid of the Fong family behind Fong Tianjian. Okay, Chu Tian didn't mean to say this. Why are you so anxious? Jiang Lingsu frowned and scolded. Fong Tianjian smiled coldly, turned and left. After he left, some people couldn't help but mutter, why is he so arrogant? Hey, please be considerate. I heard that when the investigation team came to him, old Fong had a conflict with the other party. He was beaten when he was locked up. If it weren't for Mr. Fong's intervention, he would have been beaten to a pulp. He must be furious now. But we didn't force him to make friends with Lan Fong. Everyone left the martial arts arena while talking. The noise outside the door was too far away. So Pei Jinya and Tang Huiyang didn't care. At this moment, no one dared to be distracted by the two fighting. After about half an hour, even though Tang Huiyang used his ability, he was exhausted at this moment. He sat on the ground, looking at Pei Jinya, who was sweating but still full of energy, and couldn't help saying, you didn't eat the holy root today? This blood is too fierce. Pei Jinya now spends several thousand yuan on blood every day. Would you like to play together tonight? Lan Ranran is also here. After taking a shower, Tang Huiyang changed into a new set of clothes and invited him. Pei Jinya looked over with a puzzled look. Who is Lan Ranran? Tang Huiyang was stunned. Good fellow, you really have no interest in her. Lan Ranran is the girl you were chatting with at the beginning, curly hair. Pei Jinya didn't even bother to think about it. Not going tonight. I still need to practice the mind method. Tang Huiyang opened his mouth, smiled bitterly. Zhao, you are so hard that I am so scared. Really not going? No. I will take you to Yuhua Tang Palace to take a bath in the evening. Next time for sure. It seems that you have really lost interest in girls. I said I was a little flustered. Pei Jinya pointed back. Tang Huiyang laughed, then got into the car alone. Pei Jinya stood at the door, walked to the corner, and seemed to be admiring the flowers there. This is a calla lily. The flower opens into a boat shape, hidden in the open green leaves, very pure. Do you also like to study flowers? A voice suddenly came from behind. Pei Jinya retracted his finger calmly. Just in his mind came a voice of proficiency plus 100%. Proficiency plus 100%. The moment the voice came to his mind, Pei Jinya had already turned around and looked at the person who spoke. You? The name on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. What was her name? Sun Rufan smiled, came to the side and squatted, looking at the calla lily in front of him. They say that the leaves of the calla lily will drip water from top to bottom, just like lotus leaves. Water drops tilt down from the leaves, and can scatter a little pearl light. Pei Jinya silently withdrew his gaze. After not seeing her for a few days, he was a little unfamiliar with the girl name. He was smart enough to change the subject. Are you here to practice as well? I had a painting class nearby, and I came to see you right after it ended. I didn't expect you to be here too. You don't seem to have been to school for a while. I asked for leave. Sun Rufan was slightly stunned when he heard Pei Jinya words. Are you sick? Is it serious? Pei Jinya shook his head and said lightly, it's just a minor illness. He didn't explain too much. Sun Rufan hesitated for a while, and the two stood in silence. Sun Rufan then asked hesitantly, are you not going to school recently? Pei Jinya nodded. It depends on the situation. By the way, have you started to polish your skin? No. Pei Jinya was a little regretful. How about the strength training? He vaguely had some new ideas for his moves, but Tang Huiyang was gone, and he was now in need of a sandbag. Just getting started. Sun Rufan said weakly. Is that so? Pei Jinya stood up, unable to hide his disappointment. Sun Rufan. Did I say something wrong? Why did I suddenly feel guilty for him? Pei Jinya stood up, saw Sun Rufan leaving, and said calmly, are you going back too? Yes. Sun Rufan replied carefully. There were not many people on the light rail train back to the city. Pei Jinya saw that she didn't say anything, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. Sun Rufan glanced at him secretly. She couldn't help but be curious about what the relationship was between Pei, the student who was devoted to cultivation, and Li, Since she was young, she had heard about many of Li Xiaoyong's deeds. To some extent, she admired Li Xiaoyong. In fact, it was not just her. There were many young second-generation people in this small circle who admired Li Xiaoyong. This admiration was not necessarily a love between men and women, but admiration for the courage to pursue their ideals. It was like a sparrow in a cage watching someone break through the cage. Spread your wings and fly, transform into an eagle. Of course, these are all Sun Rufan external statements. On one side, Pei Jinya seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually studying his attribute panel. He gained 100% proficiency again. He didn't know which skill he should add to yet. Pei Jinya stared at the skill proficiency, and suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. Before 50% could be added, then can 100% be split and added? He controlled his thoughts. His eyes were fixed on indestructible diamond. The 100% proficiency was quickly reduced. Instead, the proficiency of the skill indestructible diamond increased rapidly. Beginner 18.1%, beginner 25.1%, beginner 35.1%, beginner 95.1%, minor success 0.1%. The proficiency came to an abrupt end. The remaining available proficiency was 15%. Pei Jinya's face lit up. Sure enough, he suddenly had another idea. Can I take back the proficiency that has been added? Pei Jinya locked his eyes. The proficiency of the skill column indestructible diamond paused for a moment, and suddenly refreshed. Entry 90% instantly. It dropped by 10% according to Pei Jinya's thoughts. It works. Pei Jinya was very surprised. For him now, the basic breathing method seems a bit cumbersome. Before, he needed the breathing method to enter the state of concentration to enhance the effect of blood drawing technique. But now, as his mental power continues to improve, he doesn't need the breathing method to guide him into the state of concentration. A thought came to his mind. Skills: Shock grade 15%, Dream Hypnosis grade 1%, Essence Solidification Technique grade 1%, Blood Drawing Technique minor 1%, Shadow Sword Technique minor 1%, Withdraw Indestructibility minor 0.1%, Spirit Locking Technique entry 28.9%, Appraisal Technique entry 11%, Firearms entry 8%, Basic Breathing Technique entry 1%. Shock, Dream Hypnosis, Solid Origin Technique was directly upgraded to the Great Success realm. And countless cultivation information instantly appeared in Pei Jinya's mind. At the same time, Shadow Sword Technique, as an offensive technique, was upgraded to the Small Success realm. Indestructible Diamond was upgraded to the Small Success realm. Pei Jinya unloaded his firearm proficiency. With his current status, he had few opportunities to use a gun. Moreover, when dealing with those extraordinary people, firearms could only deal with some fragile skins. But it seemed that the extraordinary people that the old gods would encounter, for example, Jin Wuji, Lin Yi and the like, can't be defeated with a gun. So it better to put its proficiency in a useful place. After doing all this, Pei Jin was very satisfied. This is just his current state. In the future, when he really fights with others, he can use his proficiency to fill up the Withdraw Indestructible. So everything is used flexibly. Pei Jin calculated it. So far, he can use a total of 978% of his proficiency. He was also curious about the 900% plus. How powerful can a skill be? However, he held back for now in the car. Suddenly, Pei Jinya frowned. On a whim, he had a bad feeling. He opened his eyes and looked. A cold man came in from the car, raised his hand, and pointed the gun at him. No! Pei Jinya was shocked. The other party was not aiming at him, but at Sun Rufan beside him. But in an instant, he had reached out by mistake. Withdraw Indestructible, Shadow Sword Technique, 3 shock techniques were activated at the same time. The moment the gun went off, Sun Rufan was pushed away by Pei Jinya, like a leaf that was weak and fell to the ground on one side. The sudden assassination scared almost everyone. Screams were heard all over the carriage, and everyone fled. Pei Jinya felt his arm shake violently. He was shot. After all, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than a bullet. However, Indestructible Diamond took the bullet head-on. He was unharmed, but there was only a slight red mark from being hit. At the same time, he bent his right hand and fired the bullet. The yellow shell that fell from the air instantly hit the opponent gun. It was a pity that he didn't hit anyone. You? The opponent was also shocked by Pei Jinya's decisiveness. His eyes widened, and before he could react, a shadow covered him. The iron fist fell on the opponent's body instantly. His chest shattered, the other party screamed, spit out blood, and crashed hard against the iron wall of the carriage, creating a huge hole. Help! Sun Rufan suddenly called for help behind him. Two mysterious men wearing clown masks rushed out of another carriage, with a clear target, and rushed towards Sun Rufan. Pei Jinya frowned. On the ground, someone had left an umbrella. He raised his toes. The moment he flew over, the umbrella had already fallen into his hands. With a swing of his arm, he used the umbrella as a sword. Puff! The tip of the umbrella pierced the wrist of a clown mask killer. Pei Jinya's wrist turned suddenly. A stream of blood spurted out, and the other party screamed and retreated. Pei Jinya's other hand took Sun Rufan's outstretched arm and pulled her behind him. Are you okay? No. Sun Rufan's hair was messy, and her little face was panicked. Go! The clown mask killer heard the alarm and hurriedly gave up the assassination. Turn around and run away. But the next second, the two men suddenly flew out, fell heavily to the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. A young man in a black windbreaker appeared, and looked at the two killers on the ground with interest. What a dirty soul breath! He raised his head. Looking at Pei Jinya beside Sun Rufan, his brows slightly frowned. Pei Jinya held a black umbrella in his hand, and his eyes were alert. For some reason, he didn't like the look of the guy in front of him. This was a playful look that was aggressive and condescending. But Pei Jinya did not show any difference. You are very interesting. When the man in the windbreaker passed by Pei Jinya, he suddenly stopped and said something meaningful. Pei Jinya was alert. The spirit locking technique quietly increased, blocking the spiritual world. Fortunately, the man in the windbreaker did not stay for long, and walked to the gunman, who was previously shot away by Pei Jinya. The light rail train stopped where it was. 3 suspended police cars rushed over, and the night patrol team stationed nearby quickly arrived. Only Pei Jinya, Sun Rufan, and the mysterious windbreaker man, who was squatting on the ground to check the gunman's injuries, were left in the entire car. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. This is the speed of your night patrol department, the windbreaker man said lightly, then stood up and revealed his identity. Judgment Office. Su Tian. One of the night patrol team came forward to scan, and his attitude immediately became very respectful. Sir, Su Tian said indifferently, these 3 people are not extraordinary, but ordinary killers. You decide how to deal with them. As for... He looked at Pei Jinya. In his perception, Pei Jinya's soul breath seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, and it seemed that he had practiced mental defense techniques. When did such a little genius appear in Doping City? The corner of his mouth curled. They are the victims. The night patrol walked to Pei Jinya and Sun Rufan. The instrument on the arm scanned the 2 people, and the citizen information and identity were quickly released. Please go back with us to take a statement. Can I make a phone call? Sun Rufan gestured. The night patrolman who spoke did not stop him. Sun Rufan turned around and made a phone call. Someone wants to kill me. I'm at... She looked up at the arrival notice of the light rail train, and then said, I'm at Nanxiao Station. I'm going to the nearby night patrol station to take a statement. My classmates saved me. Yeah. After the call was hung up, Sun Rufan looked at Pei Jinya. It seemed that the little girl had just experienced a thrilling assassination, and she trusted Pei Jinya even more. Night Patrol District Station. Welcome. An intelligent robot stopped at the door and greeted, then moved away. The people in the Night Patrol were used to it, and were not surprised at all. However, this was Pei Jinya, first time to the Night Patrol. Soon the two were invited to a room next to it. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said in a dignified manner, regarding the incident on the light rail, can you two give us a detailed introduction? Sun Rufan took the initiative to describe it. The middle-aged man listened for a while, and looked at Pei Jinya in surprise. Are you an awakener? Pei Jinya nodded, yes. The middle-aged man's attitude softened a lot, and he smiled and asked as if he was chatting with family, you are not simple to deal with the weapon holder by yourself. This sounded strange. We practiced with Master Chong. Sun Rufan defended Pei Jinya. Master Chong? The middle-aged man was stunned, then he thought of something and said carefully, is it the Bronze Society? Sun Rufan nodded. The middle-aged man's attitude became more polite. So you were Master Chong's disciple, I'm sorry. I have already understood the details of the matter. Miss Sun, you still have to be careful next time. The other party is from a killer organization called the Masked Society. If it weren't for your classmate, you are really in danger. This masked group is full of vicious guys. Otherwise they would not openly attack on the light rail. Sun Rufen's face turned pale. Pei Jinya could see that the middle-aged man was very polite to Sun Rufen, and he probably knew the identity of this girl. Not long after, footsteps were heard in the corridor. A group of people appeared. The door opened. The middle-aged man who was admonishing Sun Rufen suddenly stood up and said politely, "Mr. Shi." The visitor ignored him, but walked quickly to Sun Rufen and asked with concern, "Fan, are you okay?" Sun Rufen called out Dad obediently, and then pulled him to Pei Jinya. "Dad, it was Pei Jinya who saved me. Those people are so scary." The visitor looked at Pei Jinya, who had the majesty of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. He did not put on airs at this moment, and said gratefully, "Little brother, thank you." He stretched out his hand. A man in a suit behind him, dressed like a butler, hurriedly handed over a bank card. Chi Hinkian handed over the bank card. "Please accept this little gift." Pei Jinya shook his head and declined. "Uncle Chi, you are too polite. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." He looked at the middle-aged man from the night patrol. The middle-aged man was stunned. Seeing that Pei Jinya actually rejected Chi Hinkian's kindness, he couldn't help but look at him with a higher opinion. "The record has been completed. Do you need a car to take you there?" "No need." Pei Jinya nodded to Sun Rufen, and then left the room. Chi Hinkian had no expression on his face, looking at Sun Rufen, then smiled and said, Fan, your classmate is really amazing." "Yes, he practices very hard. Master Chong has praised him." Sun Rufen seemed to say innocently, "Really?" Chi Hinkian smiled softly, raised his hand, and the housekeeper next to him took the bank card with both hands. "You go and take him there," Chi Hinkian ordered. "Yes, Chairman." The housekeeper left quickly. Walking on the roadside, Pei Jinya was holding up his cell phone and talking on the phone. Suddenly, a car stopped beside him, and someone was talking loudly inside. Pei Jinya looked at the other party suspiciously, then said something to the other end of the phone, and hung up the phone and looked over. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes." "You." The housekeeper got out of the car and said with a smile, "This is the first time I've seen someone dare to refuse Mr. Chi. Young man, I have to say, you have a lot of ideas, but unfortunately you use them in the wrong place. Don't think that no one can understand your little tricks. Do you think that by saving Miss Sun and refusing Mr. Chi thanks, Mr. Chi will feel that he owes you a huge favor? Are you sick?" Pei Jinya interrupted with 4 words, shook his head, turned around and was about to leave. "Okay, I said too much. You take the money now. Stay away from Miss in the future. If Mr. Chi wants to deal with you, he won't even lift a finger. Don't dream of reaching the sky overnight." The housekeeper had a faint smile on his face, and he stuffed the money into the house without saying anything. He had a completely superior attitude, and said meaningfully, "I checked your information before coming here. You are a senior student of Doping No. 2 Middle School. You got the Crescent Moon Order from Xiao Bingtan, and thus entered the Bronze Club. Then you relied on your senior sister in the sect and squeezed into the small circle with great effort. I heard that you were very close to the young master of the Tang family. Now you have set your sights on my young lady? I advise you not to waste your time. Your parents, including your ancestors, are just ordinary low-level farmers. The low-level scum should have the recognition of low-level scum. I may be a little blunt, but your little thought is to be honest." Pei Jinya stopped. He turned his head to look. The condescending expression on the housekeeper's face was somewhat dazzling. He tilted his head. "Then you watch it." Suddenly there was a burst of air. The moment Pei Jinya disappeared from the spot, the housekeeper's entire face was hit directly by a huge fist. The whole person was knocked away. He hit the luxury car next to him hard. With a bang, the bulletproof car body dented on the spot. Pei Jinya walked over slowly, stepped on the housekeeper's face with 1 foot, and said word by word, "See, I will never hide my intention to beat you up. Also, next time when the dog barks, please open your mouth smaller, you have bad breath. Do you know? I will help you cure it." He stepped hard a few times. It seemed that he was not satisfied. He raised his foot and kicked the 3-ton luxury car away. With a boom sound, the luxury car rolled over. The glass shattered, and scattered parts kept splashing everywhere. The housekeeper was shocked. "You?" Pei Jinya threw the bank card in his hand on his face. "Give it back to you." "What a piece of shit." He turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and left calmly. The housekeeper was shocked and speechless for a long time. In the rental house, Tang Huiyang called, Fuck. Old Pei. My brother Pei. I heard that you played a hero to save the beauty today. Pei Jinya leaned back in the bathtub filled with medicinal herbs, smoothed his brows, and said nonchalantly, "Where did you hear that?" "You forgot. I have someone in the night patrol." Tang Huiyang said with a chuckle. "So? Has the girl fallen in love with you?" "Bullshit. I get angry when you mention this." Pei Jinya was too lazy to talk about it. Tang Huiyang was stunned. "Why? There is something else here." Pei Jinya shook his head, stretched out his hand, picked up a cup of blood spirit fruit juice placed beside him, took a sip and said, "It nothing. It seems that I am too nosy if I mention it. Anyway, it up to you. Don't be like this. You have whetted my appetite. And then you didn't score the final goal. I am so disappointed." Tang Huiyang was curious and started to talk nonsense. Pei Jinya was very upset. He briefly said a few words about leaving the night patrol. Tang Huiyang immediately cursed after hearing this. Where the hell did this big sand wall come from? Damn, I really want to beat him up. But old Pei, you are really awesome. You even dare to beat up Sun Rufan father housekeeper. Pei Jinya said indifferently. If someone scolds your parents in front of you, you can tolerate it. Tang Huiyang paused. That right. Sighed. Hey, what the matter? He didn't dare to mention Sun Rufan in front of Pei Jinya. They really can't be forced. Don't come on, let's continue sparring tomorrow. I feel like I can break through to the strength training level right now. Pei Jinya said excitedly. Tang Huiyang immediately made a pig-killing sound on the other end of the phone. Fuck, can you wait for me? I'm having a hard time fighting you in the strength training level now. If you want to grind the skin, you won't be the one to hold me down and beat me. Right? When you say that, I suddenly start to look forward to it. Damn. After hanging up the phone, Pei Jinya put the empty cup aside. Lying in the bathtub, feeling the warmth brought by the steaming mist. Buzz. The encrypted phone on the table on the side suddenly vibrated. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. A sudden letter in the middle of the night. This must be another accident. Pei Jinya wiped the water droplets on his hands and picked up the phone calmly. Black Shark, come over. Pei Jinya frowned. He didn't say anything. He closed his eyes. He went through all his performance in the Old God Society during this period in his mind. 1 minute later, Pei Jinya changed his clothes and blended into the night. Are you here? Haisha tone carried some unknown meaning. Pei Jinya walked into the room and found that there was only Black Shark in the secret room besides him. Even Yin Shu was not there. What the matter? He asked in a deep voice. Black Shark smiled, didn't respond, but pressed a button. The next moment, the projection appeared. A faceless old man in a white cloak appeared. Being noticed by the other party eyes, Pei Jinya's heart was instantly shocked. The more important reason that almost made his blood freeze was that the faceless old man in front of him was the elder who brought Lan Fong into the Old God Society. The elder has something to ask you. You two can chat slowly. Black Shark respectfully gestured to the projection, and then left the room. Arrogant. Or the devil, long time no see. The faceless old man in the projection spoke slowly. His voice seemed to carry a kind of magic. Pei Jinya lowered his head, with his hands crossed at the knuckles. He made a greeting gesture. I am honored to meet you, Elder. I have heard from Black Shark about the situation in Doping City. Is your body recovered now? The faceless old man asked gently, as if he were an elder. But Pei Jinya knew that if the other party found out that he had any problems, he would kill him immediately. He paused, looked at the secret room, and after confirming that there was no surveillance equipment, he took off his mask and showed his true face. He faced the faceless old man. The other party concern for him might be due to suspicion. So he took off his mask without waiting for the other party to speak, revealing Lan Feng's face, but his face was a little pale, and he looked like he had lost too much blood. I will obey the will of God, and I will have nothing to worry about. The faceless old man stared at the face of Lan Feng and said slowly, as far as I know, your identity has been exposed. Have you contacted your family? The entire Old God Society, only this faceless old man knew the identity of Arrogant. So Pei Jinya was not surprised by the other party inquiry. What he had to do now was to completely dispel the other party concerns. He said in a deep voice, in the process of contacting the Jiang family target, I should have been plotted against by the gods. As for my public identity, I have completely abandoned it and changed my new identity to live in Doping City in a low-key manner. You did a good job. As far as I know, although the Federation has discovered your connection with the Old God Society, but I can't confirm your code identity yet. Next, I will mobilize your internal authority. From now on, you will act as a demon king, independent of the Black Shark team. I will instruct him to cooperate with you in the dark. I understand. May God go with us. May God go with us. The projection disappeared. Pejinia put on the mask again. His palms were actually sweaty. But at this moment, he was very clear in his mind that his identity crisis had been resolved. He narrowed his eyes. Who invited the elder? It must be Black Shark. Did this guy doubt himself? Damn. Pejinia opened the door expressionlessly. Black Shark showed a bright smile, obviously knowing that Pejinia had passed the test, and said in a relaxed tone, Demon King, I have received the notice from the elder. From now on, I will cooperate with you to complete the task together. Thank you for your trouble, Pejinia said indifferently. Black Shark smiled softly. To be honest, although you were taciturn before, you were like a fool who knew nothing. Now you are much more mature. Forgive me for thinking too much before. Everyone will grow up, Pejinia said indifferently. Black Shark shrugged. That right. Paused. He whispered, recently, we have completely torn our faces with the gods. I guess there will be friction in the future. In addition, regarding your identity as the Demon King, some people have begun to secretly inquire. Today, I have caught a spy who is from the god side. He flattered Pejinia. Pejinia glanced at him silently. Do you think Red Rose is still safe? Black Shark said in a deep voice. It is still safe at present. But the police have appeared in the number 5 base one after another. The other party has used Xingtian, which is quite tricky. Next, it depends on whether the sequence can complete the research on Sun Lei. Pejinia raised his eyebrows slightly. What is he studying? Sequence is Xiao Fengshen, who escaped from the Federal Research Institute before, and Sun Lei is the crazy researcher in the Guangming Research Institute who used himself as an experimental subject. Black Shark stopped when he heard this, but after a moment of hesitation, he said, Sun Lei is a bloodstained person. Sequence ability is related to genetic surgery. The higher-ups asked us to try to study Sun Lei to see if we can get useful genetic information. Pejinia nodded. He was not interested in these. Anything else? Nothing else. I will contact you only when there is a mission in the future. Take care. Pejinia nodded, turned and plunged into the darkness. Black Shark looked at Pejinia back. His face gradually relaxed, showing a relaxed smile. It seems that I thought too much. After leaving the secret house completely, Pejinia finally stopped suppressing himself. His heartbeat started to beat rapidly, and his blood and chi fluctuated. The faceless old man was a real high-ranking member of the old gods. His strength was terrifying. If he had shown any flaws at that time, he might have been killed by the other party. Fortunately, he took the initiative to show his honesty. This was also thanks to Lan Fong memory. However, they are still too weak. Otherwise, just kill them directly. In the night, Pejinia was like a shadow that was not easy to detect, disappearing in an instant. Early the next morning, Bronze Society. A breeze blew up the fallen leaves on the ground. Amid the rustling sound, Tang Huiyang cried out in a low voice as he stepped forward, raised his elbow, and rushed forward fiercely. This move of sticking to the mountain was the technique he had studied today, fast and fierce. Unexpectedly, Pejinia did not retreat but advanced, crossed his hands in front of him, rushed forward quickly, steadily grasped Tang Huiyang's elbow, and at the moment of releasing the force, activated the technique shock. Bang! The dust wave between the two men instantly dispersed. They quickly fought against each other, changing positions constantly, and a dazzling fight ensued. Tang Huiyang, who had strengthened his body, was like a mountain running rampant, heavy and surging. On the other hand, Pejinia used his pure body, his feet rooted to the ground. He had trained his lower body to be extremely stable during this period. Facing Tang Huiyang's fierce attack, he calmly resolved it. Old Pei is amazing. Your physical strength is even stronger than before, and you are better at responding to each move than me. If I don't use my ability, I really can't be your opponent. Tang Huiyang was full of emotion. Techniques are not something that can be learned by rote memorization. When fighting, it is necessary to adapt to the situation with the best moves and form a chain. This will prevent the opponent from predicting his next move, and will also give him a better momentum. At this moment, Pejinia is no longer the same as before. Especially in his adaptability, his moves are sharper and more stable than Tang Huiyang. And Tang Huiyang is convinced. Brother Yang, thank you for letting me. Pejinia smiled. Tang Huiyang handed over the unopened water supply on the steps beside him. I have heard some senior students in the club say before that the 3 stages of strength training, skin grinding and muscle strengthening, not everyone has the same limit. In other words, if my strength training limit is 1, breaking 1 can reach skin grinding, then your strength training limit may be 1.5 or 2, so you don't have to rush to grind your skin, just focus on building a solid foundation for strength training. The power exerted is no weaker than ordinary grinding. Pei Jinya guessed that his current physical strength may be related to the body golden armor. After swallowing and fusing this extraordinary gene, his body has indeed changed a lot. Besides, Jin Wuji also practiced Vidra Indestructible at that time. This technique has also been improved to the minor success level by Pei Jinya. If he can gain more proficiency in the future, he may be able to strengthen his body to a stronger level. By the way, have you ever driven piles before? Tang Huiyang asked. Pei Jinya shook his head. Tang Huiyang smiled. That's just right. There are tree stumps in the back mountain. They were left by a senior student. They are just right for you to practice strength. I specifically consulted a senior boxer who said that ironwood stumps are very good for practicing strength and grinding the skin. I only regret that I didn't know it at the beginning. Otherwise, I would definitely not practice iron sanpom. Pei Jinya chuckled. The two then came to the remaining tree stumps next to the grove in the back mountain. 3 dark brown tree stumps more than 1 meter high stood in this open area. Tang Huiyang patted one of the tree stumps, and the dust on it fell off immediately. It was obvious that it had not been used for a long time. Tang Huiyang smiled indifferently and explained, I will show you a set of moves first. That is, let each of your moves hit this iron wooden stump. There are several key points. First, when you make a move, can you understand your speed? Second, when you hit the iron wooden stump, can the strength of your force be reflected through the pain? The third point is, when you get used to this pain, it means that your skin and flesh have become tougher. He said. He quickly hit the iron stake. The dull sound of bang 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 came. Pei Jinya silently stepped back a few steps, looking at a figure covered in dust. Tang Huiyang was pretending to be cool, but he sneezed and left, patting his hair, and the loose dust fell down. How long has it been since anyone came to practice? Listening to him cursing, Pei Jinya was amused. The two returned to the martial arts arena, and took 2 basins of water to prepare for dust removal. Unexpectedly, someone came over. Senior Tang, I want to talk to Pei Jinya alone. You guys talk. Tang Huiyang looked at the two with a strange expression, feeling that the atmosphere was not right, and quickly slipped to the back mountain with a full basin of water. I'm sorry. Sun Rufan bit her lip tightly, and said cautiously, I didn't know Uncle Qin would do this. My father wanted him to send you back at that time, but he took the initiative and said those things he shouldn't have said. My father has fired him. If what he said made you feel uncomfortable, I apologize to you. And as for your family, my father said he could provide employment opportunities for uncle and aunt. Pei Jinya looked up at her, but he said calmly, I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry about my family affairs. I do come from a very ordinary family, but I have never felt inferior because of this identity, so you don't have to be so cautious and afraid of hurting me. Also, if I really saved you for the reward, I might as well just kidnap you. Sun Rufan was stunned, suddenly embarrassed. I'm sorry, I thought too much. Pei Jinya shook his head, and said indifferently, You really thought too much, but is there anything else? If not, I will go to practice. Sun Rufan looked over and said, Are you free this week? I want to treat you to a meal. Pei Jinya looked at her, slowly shook his head. Sorry, I want to spend more time on practice recently. Sun Rufan's expectant eyes suddenly dimmed. Forced a smile and said, It okay. Pei Jinya sighed in his heart, hesitated for a while, and said, Sun Rufan classmate. Sun Rufan suddenly raised her head again, seemingly expecting something. Pei Jinya said seriously, You are a good girl, very simple, very cute, well-educated, very sensible, so I believe your future will be bright, and you don't have to waste your time on meaningless things now. Sun Rufan's face. Swish. Turned red. Are you confessing to me? A question mark slowly appeared on Pei Jinya's forehead. She was stunned for a long time. Girl, did you not hear a word of my second half of the sentence? Sun Rufan lowered her head, and said shyly with her toes touching her toes, My father doesn't allow me to fall in love too early. Pei, you are also very good, really. Keep working hard. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, she hurried away like a shy quail. Pei Jinya was disheveled in the wind, and couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, he is a man who has no worries about food and clothing. Shaking his head, I didn't take it seriously. Pei Jinya turned and walked towards the back mountain, devoting himself to cultivation. It was meaningless to talk about feelings and resources now. They were all half-grown children, they didn't even have their own power, and they had to rely on their parents, so what resources could they talk about? Pei Jinya was straightforward, but not stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been safe and sound in the old gods, but instead, he was thriving, and now he had gone from being a soldier under Black Shark to an independent actor. Not far away. Several members looked at Sun Rufan suspiciously as he left, and immediately started to whisper to each other. When did Sun Rufan become so close to Pei Jinya? Does Fong Tianjian know about this? I heard that he pursued Sun Rufan for 2 months, but she didn't agree. This Pei guy got her right after he came? Bullshit, if he really got her, do you think Pei Jinya can still stay in the club? Sun Rufan father is not a kind man, otherwise why didn't Fong Tianjian dare to turn hostile when he was rejected? Okay. Stop talking. If old Fong hears you later, he get mad again. It a headache. Back mountain. Are you okay? Tang Huiyang stopped hitting the ironwood stake and asked curiously. What could be the problem? Pei Jinya shook his head and walked closer. Tang Huiyang paused and whispered. The fact that this girl can come and talk to you alone about this shows that she is not a bad person and is quite open-minded. Pei Jinya glanced at him and punched the stump with his fist. Tang Huiyang sighed softly. He also punched the tree stump. This wood is so damn hard. Pei Jinya's face darkened. Who is he implying? At the entrance of the Bronze Club, the female driver looked at her young lady with a red face and ran out quickly, and hurriedly asked, Young lady, are you okay? How many children? Ah, how many children? Sun Rufan looked at it blankly. The female driver was even more confused, and asked carefully, How many children do you mean? Sun Rufan reacted, her face turned even redder, and she quickly got into the car, hugging her legs and covering her face. Time passed quickly, and the red glow that stretched for dozens of miles in the sky disappeared in an instant. Let go, eat. I treat you. Tang Huiyang invited him. Pei Jinya wiped his face, nodded, eat beast meat. Tang Huiyang laughed. You really don't want to save money for me. What do you want to save? My brother Yang is destined to be the richest man in the Federation in the future. Ha ha, I treat you. An hour later, in front of the restaurant. Go get another foot massage? Tang Huiyang asked standing in front of the car. Pei Jinya shook his head, no. I have to go home. The cultivation resources in the rental house have been used up. I have to go back to get some. Let go, I take you. Then I won't be polite. Polite ass? Brother Yang? You are so rude. Damn, you are just pretending to be a saint. Right. The two of them had a fight. At this moment, the night is covering the Daping city, the traffic was busy. The building of Tianshan International projected a gorgeous advertisement of virtual stars. In a hotel not far away. The doors and windows were closed. Old 18 led the team personally, and 3 people failed to be taken down. Now our mask will be exposed. Damn, I said that Chi Hingtian daughter mission was a bit weird. A bearded man slammed the table hard. There were more than a dozen figures squatting on the beds, chairs, and the ground around him. A young man playing with a dagger on the bed had a white curly hair on his forehead, he said sinisterly. I heard that old 18 was defeated by a high school student. No matter how bad old 18 is, he can't even defeat a high school student. Right? Someone said in surprise. Yes, this is the information of that kid. The white-haired young man took the information, flipped through it casually, looked up with some surprise. So ordinary. The other party shrugged. So I didn't think clearly, how did old 18 fail? The white-haired young man threw Pei Jinya information on the table, looking up. An old man opposite him looked at him. He was the leader of the Mask Society, nicknamed Hai Lauda. Where are you going? Hai Lauda said in a deep voice. There is no problem with the timing and route arrangement of this assassination. It can only be said that Lao Shiba was unlucky. The white-haired young man shook his head. There is nothing to do anyway. I go out for some fresh air. Hai Lauda watched him leave, frowning and saying nothing. Someone asked, Hai Lauda, what should we do next? Hai Lauda retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, Lao Shiba doesn't know that we have changed places yet. Let wait for one night to avoid the limelight. The rest will be discussed tomorrow. The gate of the community. After Pei Jinya watched Tang Huiyang hovercraft leave, he withdrew his sight, turned around and returned home under the light of the street lamp. There was a surveillance camera every 100 meters along the way. Pei Jinya stopped and looked at the surveillance camera at the door of his house. Is this broken? Xiao Yi, why did you come back tonight? Have you eaten? Pei mother, who happened to be throwing away the garbage, saw him coming back and was very surprised. She asked and was about to go upstairs to heat up his meal. But he was stopped by Pei Jinya. He turned around and glanced at the surveillance camera on the roadside and said, I ate before I came here. By the way, Mom, how long has this camera been broken? Pei mother looked puzzled. Is it broken? I never noticed it. Pei Jinya nodded and called the community hotline of the city hall. Yes. It in XX community. The camera here is broken. Will it be repaired tomorrow? The emergency repair department is on call 24 hours a day. Don't you know? Okay. What your work number? After hanging up the phone, Pei Jinya had already arrived at the door, asked, Has the school express arrived today? Yes, it next to the sofa. Mother Pei opened the door and pointed to a location. Pei Jinya quickly found the unopened express box, which was the size of 2 school bags. Mother Pei handed over a utility knife. Pei Jinya took it and was about to cut the tape, but suddenly the light flickered and snapped, then fell into darkness. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Mother Pei's voice came from the side. Did the power outage occur? Old Pei, go and have a look. Okay, I find my phone first. In the darkness, Father Pei was just about to get up. But neither of the 2 elders noticed that their son figure had disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the tool knife also disappeared. Bai Xiaodao was wearing a baseball cap, with a tuft of white hair sticking up, and he had covered his face with a black mask before coming. He tilted his head and looked at the damaged electric box. He withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. He was very curious. How could an ordinary high school student fight against 3 people alone against old 18 and the others? Is he an awakener? It a pity. Bai Xiaodao's face was full of amusement, as if he had developed a kind of interest in playing cat and mouse. He stepped lightly on the steps and was about to move. But suddenly, the hairs on his body stood up. He caught a glimpse of a figure standing behind him. Swoosh! Almost instantly, the shadow of a knife flashed in Bai Xiaodao's sleeve. But what shocked him was that the knife hit nothing. Bai Xiaodao's scalp suddenly went numb. The vast moonlight shone in the corridor. The figure was like an erratic ghost. It was clearly right in front of him. But he disappeared in an instant. Fuck. They're a master in this neighborhood. I might not even be his opponent. Bai Xiaodao's attack failed, and he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Swish! A flash of white light passed by. It was like a thunderbolt exploding in the sky. The whole corridor was filled with a terrifying gale. Bai Xiaodao was so scared that he was scared to death. Like a thief whose tail was stepped on. The opponent's terror was beyond his imagination. With his heart pounding, he hurriedly urged his telekinesis to run faster. However, in the instant they met, he felt as if he had been hit by a small hill, and several blood arrows spurted out from his back. Senior, Bai Xiaodao was like seeing a ghost, begging for mercy instantly. However, the man did not stop at all, and his figure disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, a fist had already arrived in front of Bai Xiaodao's head with a fierce wind. Less than 3 inches. The bone-chilling coldness almost made Bai Xiaodao unable to breathe. Get out of here! With the roar of blood and qi, he burst out with an unimaginable will to survive. With a whistle, the shadow of the knife jumped towards the iron fist. Boom! The terrifying air wave of the explosion knocked both of them away. Bai Xiaodao spat out a mouthful of blood, got up and ran. Upstairs, Pei father turned on the light with his mobile phone, and suddenly froze. Where's the little savage? At this moment, Pei Jinya's voice came from the door. Dad, I go down and take a look. Close the door, and don't run around. After that, the door was closed. Pei Jinya's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Before he disappeared, his eyes were still thoughtful. It turns out that the next stage of the great accomplishment realm is called breaking limits. On the jungle trail, Bai Xiaodao looked back and saw that the ghost had not caught up. He immediately showed an expression of surviving a disaster, and his heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how long he had been running. Anyway, this place is far away from the city, which means it is out of the surveillance area. He himself naturally did not dare to go to places with many surveillance. However, when he thought of that ghost, Bai Xiaodao's scalp tingled. What the hell is going on? There is such a terrifying, extraordinary person in a broken community. Damn it. My internal organs are injured. Is it the peak of the first rank? No. At least the second rank? No. His body is too strong. I am no match for him. Damn, how could this Doping City be so weird? I was killing a high school student, and I encountered such a weird supernatural being. His mind was now in a mess, and he hadn't reacted completely yet. Now, he just wanted to escape from this hellhole. As for that high school student, damn, you're lucky. I kill you sooner or later. Suddenly, Bai Xiaodao's expression froze. Because, boom, the limit-breaking shock plus the limit-breaking withdraw indestructible, the terrifying force that erupted almost crushed the air in this area. Pei Jinya suddenly appeared in front of Bai Xiaodao. He did not use any mist, but simply used his body as a weapon, and instantly collided. He completely used Bai Xiaodao as a sandbag to hone his skills. Rip! The sound of gas explosion rang in Bai Xiaodao's ears. His eyes were wide open. His mind was blank. And he was almost scared silly by Pei Jinya, who appeared out of nowhere. He looked like he had seen a ghost. Fuck you. Who on earth is that? The next second, all his voices were drowned out by the terrifying sound waves. His body, which was stronger than that of an ordinary person, was like a fragile piece of paper in front of Pei Jinya. Bai Xiaodao tried his best to use his telekinesis to drive the knife in his sleeve to stab Pei Jinya. However, when the knife in his sleeve hit Pei Jinya, it only made a ding-dong sound like metal colliding. Bang! In a flash, Bai Xiaodao flew backwards. A bloody smell immediately came out of his throat, and his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. Ah! Why? Why is he so strong? At least 10 bones in his body have been broken. The injuries to his internal organs have seriously affected his strength. Senior, there must be a misunderstanding between us. Bai Xiaodao spat out blood and said hoarsely. I don't want to kill you. Really? Pei Jinya simply tried the shock, shadow sword, and withdraw indestructible of the breaking limit realm. Although the HP value dropped slightly by 1 or 2 cards, but he was very excited. He dared to say, in this state, if Tang Weiyang did not fight him as if it was a life and death battle, he would definitely be beaten to death by him. Senior, I didn't know you lived in this community, but the person I'm looking for could not be you. You? Bai Xiaodao was talking. Suddenly he saw Pei Jinya's face clearly. Why is this face so familiar? He suddenly thought of the information he had investigated. His pupils shrank suddenly. You are? That high school student. Under the dim moonlight, Pei Jinya looked at him calmly. He did not answer his question, but he uttered 2 words, which were full of coldness and ruthlessness. Enter the dream. The moment Bai Xiaodao lost control of his body, he vaguely saw a blood-red streak dividing the sky and the sea. Then, the blood spear descended. His consciousness completely sank. Kill him! What is good, what is evil? I don't care about that. I only know that as long as I am strong enough, I can decide the life and death of you guys. Leave me alone. I am a lunatic. So what? The goal this time is the 300 million yuan of Qi Hingtian daughter. 18, I accept you as my brother. I will avenge you. I don't want to die. He is a devil. I don't want to die. The masked club was planned by High Boss. The only extraordinary person is Bai Xiaodao. Are they in Siyuan Hotel now? Pei Jinya woke up faintly from Bai Xiaodao memory. He opened his eyes. Under the calmness of his eyes, he revealed a hint of coldness. It turned out that the other party came specifically for him. It was not only to avenge his death, but also to harm innocent people. Bai Xiaodao didn't care about the life and death of a high school student. He wanted to make a feint to the east and attack in the west in exchange for the huge reward for killing Sun Rufan. Pei Jinya sighed. He was very lucky. If he hadn't happened to go home today, it would be hard to say what would happen to his parents. Bai Xiaodao was a professional killer, and he had extraordinary telekinesis, so he could easily avoid surveillance. If he wanted to kill 2 ordinary people who were powerless, it would be easy. This mask it must be killed tonight. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. He thought for a moment. A new idea came to his mind. He called home. The electric box is broken. The old man in the room has called the property management to come and fix it. I met an old friend here. I go back after chatting for a while. He held Bai Xiaodao's body and called home gently. After hanging up, he skillfully began to clean up the body. At the same time, the attribute panel has also been updated. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene, devouring first form 7 out of 100. Pei Jinya was very fortunate, luckily. He had been training his blood and energy crazily during this period, so at the moment, his chi and blood, his physical strength is declining, and he still hasn't reached the danger line. Spirit Shadow Spear and Spirit Telekinesis merged instantly. Attribute panel updated. Spirit, Yao Spear. What a Chunivu name? But Pei Jinya didn't take it seriously. He still needed 93 extraordinary gene fragments to have a chance to enter the second form. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the spot. A villa area in Daping City. Qi Hingtian was on the phone in his study, and suddenly he heard something. He covered one end of the phone, listened carefully for a while, then said something to the other end of the phone, hung up the phone hastily, and walked out of the room. The bodyguard appeared with a note in his hand. Boss, this is the note I just found. Qi Hingtian opened the note. His eyes flickered, and he raised his head and asked, "Did you see who it was?" "No." Many bodyguards shook their heads. Qi Hingtian pondered and said, "Reinforce the manpower. I make a phone call first." After saying that, he hurried back to the study. He held the note he had just received in his hand. He thought for a while. He called the city hall. "Old Joe, help me. I need Xingtian authority to investigate a truth. It about the masked society, okay? I wait for you." In less than a minute, the comparison results came out. Qi Hingtian received the positive news. His heart was shocked, and looked at the note in his hand again. Who could it be? At 21:17 that night, the city hall issued an emergency order overnight, dispatching an elite team of night patrol officers to rush to CUN Hotel. 21:26. Has Lao Bai not come back yet? Is he in trouble? Not really, he just a high school student. Maybe he didn't find the opportunity. Boss Hai, what should we do next? Hiding here is not a solution either. Everyone looked at Boss Hai, who was smoking. But before he could say anything, the power switch was suddenly pulled. The 7 doors on this floor were broken open on the spot. "Don't move. Don't move. Hold your head and squat." Followed by a burst of gunfire. "Go and chase." There were roars and fighting sounds in the corridor. In a villa area, Qi Hingtian stood on the balcony, with a mobile phone at hand, waiting for something. Sun Rufan's voice came from behind. "Dad, what are you worried about?" Qi Hingtian turned around and looked. His face was a little warmer. "Even you can see it. But Daddy is not worried about anything. He is just thinking about a problem." "What problem? Can I know?" Sun Rufan asked cautiously. Qi Hingtian smiled. "Of course. Dad is thinking, which university will be chosen for you next? Do you want to stay here, or go to Longcheng? Is it too early to think about this now?" "Yes, it cool outside. Go to bed quickly." Qi Hingtian smiled gently. Just when Sun Rufan was about to go back to the house, he suddenly asked again, "By the way, Fan, did your classmate tell you that he knows any powerful extraordinary people?" Sun Rufan tilted his head. "Master Chong? Senior Li Xiaoyong? Although Senior Tang is better than me, he is not a powerful extraordinary person." "Dad? Why are you asking this?" "Nothing, I just asked casually. Go to bed quickly." After Sun Rufan left, Qi Hingtian's phone vibrated, and he answered it immediately. A report came from the confidant. Boss Hai ran away." "He can run away just like that? A bunch of good-for-nothings." Qi Hingtian was a little annoyed. The night was dark. In the rustling evening breeze, 3 figures entered the alley, and quickly fled to the suburbs. The leader was Boss Hai. What should Boss Hai do now? The person next to him couldn't help asking. Boss Hai's face was gloomy. He didn't know what to do. The night patrol came too quickly. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, he almost wiped out all his brothers. How did they get exposed? "Brother Xiao Dao." Suddenly someone shouted. When Hai Lao saw Bai Xiao Dao appear, he was also stunned. He put down the big gun in his hand after he came to his senses. His confidence rose in his heart. "Xiao Bai is a superhuman. Where have you been? The hotel was just taken down." "Damn. The night patrol is too fast. I thought it would take 2 days to find out the clues." The 3 people led by Hai Lao quickly approached Bai Xiao Dao. However, Bai Xiao Dao, who was also walking towards them, suddenly disappeared in the next moment. Within 3 feet, the sword light surged. Hai Lao was full of disbelief, and fell to the ground with his hands covering his neck. In a flash, 3 bodies fell in a pool of blood. Pei Jinya looked away expressionlessly, leaned over and began to search his body. "By the way, He glanced at his mental power consumption. Not bad. Not much consumption. He squatted on the ground, wearing professional gloves, unloaded the packages on the 3 people, threw away all the electronic devices, and searched for a total of 70,000 in cash, 3 guns, and a gold watch. 10 minutes later, Chi Hingtian narrowed his eyes and listened to the report from his confidant. Dead? The confidant on the other end of the phone said with certainty. The night patrol has confirmed that the 3 bodies are the 3 people led by the escaped Hai Lauda, all of whom were killed with a single sword. 1 sword to the throat. Chi Hingtian was stunned. Have you found the person who did it? No. Boss Hai avoided surveillance when he escaped. This place is deep in the mountains and forests, and there is no surveillance at all. The surveillance at the exit has been checked, and no suspicious person has been found. Chi Hingtian's doubts became more serious. Who is helping him secretly? He tapped his fingers on the table, and suddenly stopped. He suddenly recalled that the other party had been secretly observing him from the moment he handed over the note to the moment Boss Hai was killed. The other party didn't want Boss Hai to be alive. No. You shouldn't think like that. Chi Hingtian frowned and pondered. If the mysterious swordsman hadn't appeared, then Boss Hai might have really escaped from Doping City today. The other party didn't kill them to cover up the real culprit behind the scenes, but didn't want them to leave alive, so it was a personal vendetta? Chi Hingtian thought for a long time, exhaled a foul breath, with a gloomy face. Since the people from the old God Society came, this Doping City has become a foggy place. It really weird. When Pei Jinya returned home, the community had just received a call. Pei father and mother seemed to have no idea what had just happened, and thought that there was something wrong with the electric box. Pei Jinya chatted with the 2 elders for a while, and then washed up and returned to his room. By showdown tonight reminded him, there might be other people who would come to seek revenge in the future. Pei Jinya sighed. He was really low-key. But some people were used to taking human lives lightly. The next morning, Zhao Suzi, who was wearing pajamas, just opened the door and saw Pei Jinya holding a fruit basket. She was surprised for a moment, but she came to her senses and closed the door again with a click. Give me some time. Pei Jinya hit a wall, and a series of black lines on his forehead. After a moment, the door was reopened. Zhao Suzi, who was just sloppy and without makeup, has been completely refreshed. What wind blew you? A cultivation maniac. Here? Zhao Suzi said with a smile. Pei Jinya handed over 2 fruit baskets. I haven't seen you for a few days. Sister, she is getting more and more glamorous. Zhao Suzi looked like the sun was rising from the west. You haven't been practicing your mouth these days. Have you? You can practice your mouth? What the use of practicing it? This. Zhao Suzi blushed, changed the subject. Tell me, what the matter? You must not come here for no reason. Pei Jinya smiled calmly, and then told me one of his plans. Zhao Suzi said, thoughtfully. So you just want an early warning detector? Let me think about it. Is it technically difficult? Pei Jinya asked. Zhao Suzi shook his head. It no problem for me. But it too troublesome. I have a suggestion. If you are worried about the 2 elders at home, I will make 2 bracelets to detect blood and chi, heart rate and so on, avoiding the intelligent brain and sending you data separately. In addition, you can also install a hidden camera in your home. If a stranger appears, an early warning prompt will appear, and it will also be connected to your mobile phone separately. Is it troublesome? No trouble, it's just a thought for me, Zhao Suzi said confidently. Soon, she took Pei Jinya to her secret laboratory. Looking around, there were densely packed instruments. Many of the instruments were new to Pei Jinya. Zhao Suzi rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, find out 2 bracelets from the drawer, put on goggles and began to modify them. Mobile phone. Pei Jinya handed over his ordinary mobile phone. A silver thread in Zhao Suzi's hand was connected to the mobile phone. The probe suddenly asked, do you want me to upgrade your phone? Your phone has almost no firewall. A hacker can easily hack into it. Pei Jinya nodded, thank you. Sister Shi. You're welcome. In less than 3 minutes, Pei Jinya put on the bracelet to try, and a series of data such as heart rate appeared on the phone. How is it? Zhao Suzi asked. Sister, she is so good. Pei Jinya did not hesitate to praise. Zhao Suzi was immediately overjoyed by the praise. Pei Jinya took out a wad of money. Zhao Suzi's face changed slightly, but before she could refuse, Pei Jinya smiled and said, Sister Shi, to be honest, it is indeed too polite for me to give you money. But this is about my parents' safety. You have helped me a lot. If I don't give you something, I will feel bad. Zhao Xiaoxi was a little embarrassed. It really nothing. For you, these may be a little difficult. But for me, it like building a toy. I see. Sister, she thinks it too little. Pei Jinya joked. Stuffed the money in. And said with a smile, no kidding. You really helped me a lot this time. Apart from anything else. I owe you a favor. This little money is really not much. So just take it. Zhao Xiaoxi weighed the money in her hand. Okay. I won't be polite. If you have any network technology issues in the future, just look for your sister. I think it okay. Bronze Club. In front of the iron stake in the back mountain. Tang Huiyang hugged the tree stump and gossiped, oh Pei. Something big happened in Daping City last night. What big thing? Pei Jinya seemed to be completely unaware. It was the Mask Society. Last time on the light rail, you and Sun Rufan were assassinated. It was done by the Mask Society. I heard that the night patrol led a team to wipe out the entire team last night. Tang Huiyang looked so regretful that he wished he could be there in person. Pei Jinya just smiled. It was just a sneer. Wipe out all? If he hadn't finished it, the most critical core figure will definitely run away. Tang Huiyang continued, the masks will be caught in one fell swoop. You can rest assured in the future, these guys are all ruthless. I don't know how many lives they have committed. I heard before that in order to seek revenge, they even killed the neighbors of the other party, and even the babies. Pa, these guys deserve to die. Pei Jinya shook his head. It's true that they deserve to die. Interrogation room. Where is Bai Xiaodao? Don't say I didn't give you a chance based on what you, the Mask Society, have done. It not too much to shoot you 10,000 times. I really don't know. He said last night that he was going out to do something. I really don't know where he went. He is a superhuman, and he has always been moody. How dare I, an ordinary person, offend him? A little brother of the Mask Society said with tears and snot. He went out to do something last night. What did he do? I'm giving you a chance. Don't take it lightly. The interrogator of the night patrol slammed the table and said, I only know that he asked for the information of that high school student last night. The younger brother stuttered. High school student? What high school student? Speak clearly. It the high school student next to Sun Rufan. I really don't know the details, and those who know have been beaten to death by you. I just joined the organization not long ago. The younger brother said with tears in his eyes. The night patrol officers looked at each other. Then they left the interrogation room. Based on the clues we have now, Bai Xiaodao may go to trouble the boy named Pei Jinya. It makes sense. That day, Mr. Chi's daughter was saved by Pei Jinya, the young hero. But Bai Xiaodao is not ashamed to trouble Pei Jinya. It not certain yet. Let go to Pei Jinya first to ask if he has any clues. Make sure to catch Bai Xiaodao as soon as possible. Half an hour later. Bronze Society. When Tang Huiyang heard what the night patrol said, he was shocked. Fuck, there is only one extraordinary person in the Mask Society, and you lost him. What the hell? The young man from the night patrol couldn't stand it, glared at him and said, you can't blame us. Bai Xiaodao was not in the hotel at that time. Xiao, then blame me, you are so funny. It's been a long time since you came. What if my junior had an accident last night? It seems that you were busy resting, and didn't interrogate him last night. Tang Huiyang slammed the table without giving him face. The young members of the night patrol were angry and embarrassed. Speak politely to me. Please be polite, fuck you. That enough. The middle-aged night patrolman next to them used his superpowers to interrupt the quarrel between the two. He said angrily and helplessly, Xiao Tang, your brother, and I are old partners who have worked together. Can you give me some face? I came here today for Pei's safety. If you have anything to say, let's sit down and talk. What do you think? Pei? Everyone looked at the silent and calm Pei Jinya. Goodbye. Try to go back as early as possible in the next few days. We will find Bai Xiaodao as soon as possible. We will not put any innocent citizens in danger. In addition, Director Chi repeatedly emphasized that we should arrange personnel to protect your personal safety 24 hours a day, so if you find our people, don't worry. The middle-aged man promised solemnly, then stood up and clasped his fists, and left the Bronze Club with the young man next to him, who was full of indignation. After getting in the car, the middle-aged man looked at him and said with a smile, Are you still angry? The young man did not dare to get angry with him, and said with a breath held back, I am sorry to make you laugh. Brotherly. The middle-aged inspector surnamedly smiled and said indifferently, Tang Huiyang is a straightforward person. Just like his brother. Who is his brother? The young man asked curiously. The middle-aged man surnamedly smiled mysteriously. Aren't you curious about how the evil spirit of Black Demon Mountain was suppressed? It was just a knife from his brother. The young man's eyes widened instantly. Tang Woody. The middle-aged man smiled. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. In the room, Tang Huiyang was still cursing. Damn. He is really spoiled. He is used to being arrogant. You see? I don't care about him. Pei Jinya said with a smile. I am the one who is in trouble now. Why are you angrier than me? Tang Huiyang snorted. I just can't stand this kind of stuff. He is more cowardly than anyone else when facing gangsters. But he is arrogant when facing ordinary citizens. I'm not saying that they are all like this. But there are some. The guy just now was. I'm so angry just thinking about it. Pei Jinya shook his head and laughed. He didn't care about the night patrol at all. Bai Xiaodao was dead. And he was the only one who knew about it. However, he had a trick up his sleeve. So his body would be found soon. But thinking of Qi Hengtian arrangement, Pei Jinya felt angry and helpless. Being secretly protected by the night patrol. Then before Bai Xiaodao's body was found, he cannot have any contact with the old gods. At least on the surface. As the two chatted, they turned around and saw Master Chong walking slowly over with a pipe in hand. Master Chong? Hello. Master Chong. Pei Jinya and Tang Huiyang greeted him respectfully. Master Chong said casually, Little Tongzi, have you done something wrong again? Even the night patrol officer came to find you. Tang Huiyang was speechless. Master Chong, I didn't do that. It was junior brother Pei who saved the beauty, but he was targeted by a group of wanted criminals. The night patrol officer came to understand the situation. Hero saves the beauty? Tell me about it. Little Tongzi. Master Chong's cloudy eyes lit up slightly. Pei Jinya. Tang Huiyang looked at him jokingly, and then described everything that happened between Pei Jinya and Sun Rufan on the light rail train, without exaggerating. But Pei Jinya felt that this guy tone had the flavor of a sad love story. Was it an illusion? After hearing that Pei Jinya single-handedly repelled 3 bandits, Master Chong applauded. Xiao Yezi did a good job. He has some of my old style. Didn't Qi Hengtian show any appreciation? You saved his precious daughter. Pei Jinya shook his head helplessly and said, Master Chong, please stop teasing me. It enough for me to practice in peace. Tang Huiyang asked tentatively. Master Chong, there is still a supernatural person who escaped from the masked society. Do you have any powerful skills to teach him? It will also help him to have some self-protection ability. Master Chong was amused. The little wild boy didn't say anything, but you are so anxious. Tang Huiyang laughed like a scoundrel and said, My junior brother is shy. I am sure he is embarrassed to say it. Master Chong pointed it out directly. I think you want to learn a few tricks secretly. Tang Huiyang laughed shamelessly, rubbing his hands. You were the head coach of the night patrol division back then, and you were feared by the whole federation. A little bit of your knowledge is our lifelong pursuit, you. Stop. Stop. Master Chong was stunned, and hurriedly stopped him, fearing that if this kid continued to talk, he would become the hope of all mankind. You two follow me. Master Chong turned around and walked towards the back mountain. Tang Huiyang laughed and winked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya silently gave him a thumbs up. Master Chong rarely taught, and those young masters who wanted to learn had to pay and wait in line for this master. Pei Jinya had been in the Bronze Club for so many days, I can say responsibly that if Li Xiaolong had not been assigned to him, he would have been kicked out soon because he had no money and no background. Tang Huiyang could make Master Chong happy with just a few words. And it was probably that Master Chong really had some intentions. You go first. Master Chong pointed at Tang Huiyang. Tang Huiyang immediately used his abilities and skills to punch him. And then Master Chong just stretched out a hand and shook him out. Tang Huiyang fell flat on his face. Master Chong looked at Pei Jinya and said, Can you tell what technique I used? Pei Jinya said calmly. It's Jin. Yes. Master Chong looked at Tang Huiyang who got up from the ground again. I just used Jin at the minor success level. And you couldn't handle it. Your lower body is too weak. I really don't know what you usually practice. Tang Huiyang had a bitter face. He was beaten and scolded. Minor success? Pei Jinya was stunned. He was also at the minor success level of Jin. But he couldn't exert such power. You come. Master Chong looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya nodded. He didn't intend to hide his technique shock. He kept a low profile outside because he didn't want to attract too much attention. But in Master Chong place, the technique shock itself was learned from him. So many years of practice in the world plus a little exposure on the light rail. Showing his potential will make Master Chong look at him with a higher regard, and get some related support in the future. When the outside world notices him in the future, they will naturally think of Master Chong for his improvement in strength. Pei Jinya's mind turned quickly, and he acted quickly. However, when he acted, Master Chong exclaimed in surprise. He raised his hand. The speed was extremely fast. There was even a sound of breaking through the air. Pei Jinya instinctively felt a piercing sense of crisis, and quickly increased his strength. In an instant, the two of them collided with each other. The scene of Pei Jinya flying backwards as Tang Huiyang expected did not happen. He was shocked, and immediately complained, "Master Chong, you are too biased." Master Chong ignored him, let go of his hand, pinched Pei Jinya's arm, and showed an obvious smile on his face. "Good boy. You have mastered it. Right? If I remember correctly, you have only practiced this technique for less than half a month. Right?" Pei Jinya said modestly, "At that time, Senior Lee taught me a lot of skills. And I suddenly burst out on the light rail. And I found the trick all of a sudden." "Ha ha ha, good. Very good." Master Chong laughed heartily. "It seems that the old man, usually pay too little attention to you, and almost missed a good seedling like you." Pei Jinya was just humble like a junior, who was not familiar with the world. Master Chong suddenly said, "What system are you in?" "It seems to be a spiritual system." "Right?" "Yes, Master Chong." Pei Jinya nodded dutifully. Master Chong felt a little regretful. He was missing a successor for his inheritance, and finally met a good seedling like Pei Jinya. But it is not a physical technique. However, I can practice this technique. You are a spiritual technique, so you learn things faster than others. Master Chong, are you worried that I am multitasking and don't have time to practice spiritual techniques? Pei Jinya saw his concerns. Master Chong looked over and said, "What do you think?" Pei Jinya was like a student in ancient times, clasping his fists and bowing, saying, "Please teach me, Master Chong." Master Chong raised his eyebrows, nodded, and laughed heartily. "Not bad, I like the sharpness in you. In this case, I will teach you a method first. This method is called 12 lotuses. Tang Huiyang, what about me? What about me? Look at me. You must have noticed that the blood and qi in your body are condensed into 12 lotuses. The actual combat of the technique of Jin has a high threshold for blood and qi. Are you also curious why I can suppress your Deshang realm with Jin at the small success level?" Master Chong looked over with a smile. Pei Jinya asked humbly, "Yes. I was indeed curious before. But now I guess it is related to the volume of your blood and qi." Master Chong, "Yes. You can think of these, which shows that you are very quick-witted. As long as you don't go the wrong way in the future will be bright." Master Chong praised generously. Pei Jinya still said modestly, "Master Chong, you are too kind. I still have a lot to learn from you." Master Chong smiled heartily. He looked at Pei Jinya with satisfaction. Originally, he only had a little love for this disciple who had just entered the inner sect. But after getting to know him, he really appreciated him. He has a sharpness that ordinary people don't have. He is neither humble nor overbearing in words and deeds, and is polite and modest. He is really a good seedling. It a pity that he is not a physical training department. Master Chong sighed in his heart. It also because I am too greedy. He motioned Pei Jinya to sit down and began to personally guide him to practice 12 lotuses. With 12 lotuses, blood drawing art does not need to be practiced. Blood drawing art is just a general mental method, which is not even 1/10 of 12 lotuses. Pay attention to my fingers. Where I touch, you just guide the blood. Its template is actually similar to the blood guide, but the essence is very different. Yes, that it. In the blink of an eye, half a day of the morning passed. Pei Jinya finally successfully practiced 12 lotuses by himself. Attribute panel update, 12 lotuses, 1.08% for entry. Sure enough, his current strength is much stronger than when he was not awakened. So the improvement of proficiency is also much faster. More importantly, as he practiced, he realized more and more clearly that the 12 lotuses were much more complicated than the blood drawing art. If the blood drawing art was a linear function, then the 12 lotuses were already complex to the point of high-order partial derivatives. It was already very complex in terms of the circulation of qi in blood. You were able to find the trick in just half a day. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Master Chong praised again. Pei Jinya said modestly, it all thanks to Master Chong guidance. If he hadn't added 1% of the proficiency, God knows how long he has to wait. Of course, Master Chong is still here, and he dare not rashly upgrade, lest this old senior find out something fishy. That right. You practice 12 lotuses first. And when the time is right, I will teach you some techniques to conserve your energy. My technique is more about health preservation. Mostly techniques to increase chi and blood. And not many techniques for attacking. But in today's world, fighting and killing is not something that ordinary people can get involved in. Life is nothing more than living long. Master Chong patted Pei Jinya on the shoulder, then looked at the forest covered by sunlight, said faintly, techniques are enough to protect yourself, but killing too much will only make it worse. Students learn from you. Pei Jinya felt a little scared. Is he too startled? I always feel that Master Chong words have something to say. But he didn't think he had revealed anything. Master Chong. Just in the silence between Pei Jinya and Master Chong, a voice full of resentment floated faintly. Pei Jinya was stunned. He turned his head to look. Tang Huiyang was looking at him eagerly. Master Chong knocked his pipe twice, took a puff and said, why are you still here? Tang Huiyang. Master Chong turned his head and said to Pei Jinya, practice well these days. I will check on you from time to time. Yes, Master Chong. Pei Jinya nodded respectfully. Master Chong walked to Tang Huiyang, smoking without saying a word. Tang Huiyang felt uneasy when being looked at. He forced a smile and said, actually, you don't need to learn anything else. I can just learn the 12 lotuses. Hee. Master Chong sneered. How long have you been in the guild? You haven't even mastered a small technique. And now you want to learn the 12 lotuses? Little Tongzi. It not that I, as your master, am biased, but that your heart is not here. With your talent, you could have mastered the technique last year. But now a year has passed. What was the result? Tang Huiyang opened his mouth. Master Chong shook his head. I am not trying to discourage you. I have heard about your story. The word emotion is too heavy. You are still young. You don't have to limit yourself to a certain emotion. Wait for you to go out and see more of the outside world. One day you will understand it. Tang Huiyang lowered his head and said nothing. Master Chong sighed. Your brother came to me. I will not hide it from you. I told your brother at that time, when can you practice the blood drawing technique to the small success level? I can teach you the following mental method. Otherwise your small body can't bear it. Tang Huiyang was silent for a while, suddenly raised his head. As long as you can master the blood drawing technique? Yes. As long as it can master it. It a deal. Get out. Get out, I'm an old man. I don't have to play tricks with a junior like you. But you have to hurry up. I won't talk about Xiao Yezi, he is a talented person. Just look at your classmates Fong Tianjian, Jiangling Su, Wei Xia. Are they all better than you now? Tang Huiyang immediately covered his face. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. Stop giving my young mind a critical blow. Master Chong pulled the corner of his mouth. There's really nothing he can do with this funny guy. Baji. He took a puff of his cigarette and walked towards the door. When he passed by Tang Huiyang, he kicked him in the ass. What a bear. Tang Huiyang staggered, but he wasn't angry. Master. You kicked well, master. You kicked brilliantly, master. You kicked well. Master Chong swaggered away from the back mountain. Tang Huiyang patted the shoe prints behind him, not feeling any shame, smiling at Pei Jinya. Old Pei. You made a lot of money this time. Do you know how many people in the guild hall practice the 12 lotuses? Pei Jinya looked over. Tang Huiyang said mysteriously, there are only 2 in my group, Fong Tianjian and Wei Xia. This mental method can be said to be one of Master Chong's unique skills. If you can practice it, it means that you have really entered Master Chong's eyes. He was also very envious when he spoke, but he was more happy for Pei Jinya. His Tang family now had a fierce dragon, so in Daping City, Tang Huiyang had no worries about food and clothing. But after getting to know Pei Jinya, he knew that his close little brother was just an ordinary background, and it would be too difficult for him to make it. If Master Chong was willing to help him, it would be different. Master Chong was not an ordinary person, even his brother, the fierce dragon, had to politely call him senior. You have to treat me today, so that I can share in the good luck. Pei Jinya chuckled when he heard this. Let go, I treat you to a meal. Investigation Team, Technical Department. Sir, this is the surveillance video of the night of October 25th. The technician clicked the screen. In the picture, Pei Jinya and Sun Rufan walked onto the light rail one after the other, and they seemed to be talking with their heads down. In the car, Sun Rufan pointed at the scene outside the window. And Pei Jinya looked back out the window. Not long after, the two sat under the surveillance. Su Tian frowned and said, "Is this the only angle of view? Is there no clearer one?" Pei Jinya cannot be seen from this angle. His ability can sense the set of everyone's soul. He has been trained in the judgment office for many years, and has handled many cases. So when he first came into contact with Pei Jinya, he sensed some unusual smell from this high school student. It's hard to describe this smell. It's like a mixture of various smells. Maybe he has a problem. Maybe it's because the awakening of the extraordinary of this little guy named Pei Jinya has affected his judgment. Su Tian had no evidence to prove that Pei Jinya, a high school student, had problems. He just wanted to answer his doubts out of professional habit. After the technician checked the surveillance, he was also surprised that the surveillance of this light rail train had only a blind spot here. "Sir, this is the clearest angle." Su Tian stopped talking. On the screen, the light rail train arrived at the station. The door opened. The gunman at the door strode over and quickly took out his hand from his bosom. This angle of view can clearly see the gunman every move. Bang! Fire burst out. Almost instantly, the gunman gun was knocked away, and a figure rushed over quickly and smashed the gunman away with a hammer. "Wait, rewind 0.5 seconds. Su Tian said. The technician rewinded the video by 0.5 seconds. Su Tian began to stare at Pei Jinya movements carefully. Ding! The train door opened. Pei Jinya rushed towards Sun Rufan, then he rushed out, unable to see Pei Jinya's face. Su Tian frowned and asked, "Are there any bullet holes at the scene?" No, after questioning, it was indeed this student named Pei Jinya who blocked it. The technician replied. "Blocked it?" Su Tian raised his eyebrows. The technician did not think there was anything wrong. Maybe he practiced defensive techniques, after all. He is a student of the Bronze Society. Bronze Society? Su Tian frowned. What kind of organization is this? The technician remembered that this officer from the arbitration office had just come to Doping City, and was not familiar with some of the forces in Doping City. So he explained in a low voice. The training hall founded by the former chief instructor of the night patrol. Su Tian said in a deep voice, Article 131 of the federal law prohibits public officials from privately teaching special department techniques after retirement. How dare you allow it? The technician glanced at him and cursed him in his heart. Idiot. On the surface, he said dutifully, the Bronze Association had already reported it at the beginning. Who did you report to? Su Tian said aggressively. The technicians didn't dare to speak. Su Tian snorted coldly. It is because you have no respect for the law and act recklessly that the environment in Doping City is so bad. During this period, the most serious cases occurred in your Doping City. The technicians were speechless. I am just a small employee. What are you talking about? If you have the guts, go to the governor's office in the city hall and say hello to him. Shua. Old Su, I wonder why you are so angry. A burly young man walked in. Captain. The technician greeted him hurriedly. The man nodded, looked at Su Tian with a smile, and glanced at the monitoring screen calmly. The arbitration office sent a letter asking you to investigate the matter of the God of Heaven and the Old God Society. How? Is this kid related to them? Or is the Mask Society a puppet supported by the Old God Society? Su Tian said calmly. What is going on with the Bronze Society? How can such an organization appear? What do you want to do in Doping City? The sturdy man still had a faint smile on his face. Old Su, why are you so angry? Go to my office first. If you have any questions, I will explain them to you in person. Su Tian followed him. The office of the captain of the 9th Squad of the Night Patrol Division. After closing the door, Su Tian asked, Tell me, what the situation? The captain of the 9th Squad shook his head and smiled. You don't have to hold on to it. First, when the Bronze Club was founded, the City Hall voted to support it, and Xing Tian summarized it. There was no objection from the headquarters intelligent computer. Second, the founder was the first chief instructor of the Night Patrol Department of Doping City. Many of the senior executives of the Night Patrol Department are his disciples. Su Tian just frowned. How can the headquarters be indifferent? The captain of the 9th team shrugged. Who knows? Do you want tea? No. The captain of the 9th team smiled softly. He stood up and poured himself a cup of tea, and asked casually, Why did you want to watch the video of the light rail assassination case? Do you have any clues? No. I just watched it casually. Su Tian did not tell the truth. The captain of the 9th team looked back at him, still with that easygoing look, and silently poured himself a cup of tea. Have you arranged a place to stay? I am living in the dormitory of the Night Patrol Division now. How can this be done? I will ask them what is going on. It takes so long to arrange a place to stay. The captain of the 9th team pretended to make a phone call, but Su Tian said goodbye and left the office. The door closed. The smile on the face of the captain of the 9th team slowly faded. 12 Lotus. Great success 1%. Countless cultivation memories flowed into Pei Jinya's mind. It almost burst his head. As for breaking the limit, he didn't dare to try it at all, for fear that his small body couldn't bear it. He took a few breaths. After adjusting his state, Pei Jinya began to practice without hesitation. Master Chong said that practicing 12 lotuses could condense 12 blood lotuses, and each blood lotus condensed the purest blood. The next second, the blood in Pei Jinya's body surged frighteningly. His internal organs were vibrating at a certain frequency, and his blood was surging like waves. A round of practice of the mental method 12 lotuses was over. Pei Jinya let out a long breath. Without delay, quickly refreshed the attribute panel. Pei Jinya was very surprised. As expected, the effect of the 12 lotuses in the Great Perfection Realm is too strong. It a pity that the first lotus has not been successfully condensed. But Pei Jinya was not discouraged. This is only the first day. He has already added all his proficiency in blood drawing technique to 12 lotuses. Fortunately, proficiency can be transferred, otherwise this wave would be a big loss. Pei Jinya smiled softly. He even thought, wouldn't it be easy to pretend to be a martial arts genius in the future? Just add the proficiency, and then make the old monster amazed, so that he can be accepted as the successor, and everything will be at your fingertips in the future. However, this fantasy, Pei Jinya only thought about it in his mind. The deeper he came into contact with the old god society, the more he discovered the undercurrents of this world. Various human experiments are still emerging despite the explicit prohibition of federal laws. You can perform very well, but he must not show too much genius. Otherwise, if his background is not strong enough, the knife in the laboratory will cut him off. Pei Jinya did not dare to guarantee that Master Chong card was strong enough. Besides, with his current relationship with Master Chong, it was far better than if Master Chong would protect him at all costs. He was just using the tiger skin to intimidate the little guys in the outside world who had some dissent, so as to cover up his strength and arrogance. Although Tang Huiyang acted heartless, he was somewhat moved by Master Chong's exposure of the paper. So after lunch, he said goodbye to Pei Jinya and left in advance. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In front of the iron stakes in the back mountain, Pei Jinya was hitting continuously, and the dull sound of bang 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 was full of power. The students of the guild who came here were attracted by the sound, and they were frightened. Fuck. It's so scary. When did the hall still have iron stakes? I heard that they were left by a senior from previous classes. I haven't been to the back mountain for a long time. I didn't expect this place to be so deserted. Who is that person who is practicing? Pei Jinya, don't you know? He was originally our junior, but a few days ago, Master Chong made an exception and accepted him into the inner sect. We have to call him senior now. Exception? Oh my god, who is he? No background at all. His family has been farmers for 3 generations. Then why was he able to enter the inner gate? Relying on talent? I know about this. I don't know what kind of shit luck he had. He awakened the extraordinary in advance, and he was a spiritual system. As a result, he was appreciated by senior sisterly Xiaoyong by accident. Otherwise, think about how he could enter the inner gate by practicing strength. Damn, I'm so envious. By the way, someone said that he has been close to Sun Rufan recently. Isn't he afraid that senior Fong Tianjian will cause trouble for him? This kid is also cunning. As soon as Li Xiaoyong left, he immediately hooked up with Sun Rufan. He is a talent. Speculation will not end well. Pei Jinya noticed something. Looked up. The conversation stopped abruptly. The people at the entrance looked away, pretending nothing happened and leaving quickly. In the evening, Pei Jinya took a hot shower in the Bronze Club, slowly began to pack his clothes, and put on his sports bag to leave. Not long after leaving the bathroom, he ran into a well-dressed man with a crew cut. The other party looked at him, paused for a second, and then quickly looked away. Pei Jinya didn't know him, But that was normal. He was busy practicing all day, and the number of people he knew in the entire Bronze Club could be counted with one hand. As soon as the other party crossed the corridor, someone chased after him. Senior Xiao. After practicing for an afternoon, Pei Jinya was exhausted. Later, he would go to a restaurant to eat some black blood beast meat to replenish his energy. Old Lu, it's still the same. Pei Jinya greeted him. The couple in the small restaurant already knew Pei Jinya. The owner and chef Old Lu immediately took the bag honestly. Okay, Mr. Pei. Please wait. As soon as Pei Jinya sat down, a message came from his mobile phone. He stood up and went to the door, and a phone call was thrown over. What the matter? After hearing Pei Jinya's voice, Sun Sen hurriedly said politely, Brother Pei, I'm really sorry to bother you at this time. There is something I feel I need to tell you. Say. Sun Sen said hurriedly, it like this. The district wants to integrate the food street and drive away all the previous contractors and replace them with new ones. I am now a team leader, and I have some real power. I am responsible for the quota of East Street. I stayed here just to ask if you need it? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. What does this contractor do? Sun Sen said quickly, it just to collect rent. The street management committee only wants 2% commission, and the rest belongs to the contractor. According to the current commission, 8% can earn more than 30,000 yuan a month. This job looks tiring, but it is not busy in fact. Don't worry. In the area under my jurisdiction, there will be no problem of difficulty in collecting money. He promised to protect Pei Jinya parents. Although Pei Jinya didn't mind letting the two elders do this job, he didn't want them to be targeted for no reason. After all, he couldn't get out of the line anytime and anywhere, so he asked, why is this one being driven away now? Sun San lowered his voice and said, his brother-in-law committed a crime and just went to jail, so this position is vacant, Brother Pei. Don't worry, as long as you nod, all the procedures are legal and reasonable, and I promise, if anyone dares to cause trouble, even if they step on my dead body, they will never hurt the two elders at all. Before Pei Jinya could speak, some thugs with tigers and leopards tattooed on their arms walked into the restaurant. He glanced at it and didn't take it seriously. He said to Sun San on the other end of the phone, okay, I wait for you at East Street tomorrow. Sun San was very humble and said humbly, how can I let Brother Pei wait for me? I take the information with me tomorrow. You can talk to the two elders and then sign it, and it will be officially effective. Pei Jinya thought about it. This kind of thing is not a big deal. Although the monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 is a bit higher than that of ordinary people, it will not attract the attention of certain interest groups. Although Pei Jinya couldn't afford to offend big shots now, it was still easy to deal with some bad guys. He hung up the phone. Pei Jinya went back to the small hotel, sat down, and accidentally saw a gangster with a white leopard tattoo on his arm pointing at Lao Lu wife and cursing. Lao Lu wife dared not say anything, and went back to the counter to bring them a few bottles of wine to apologize. But the white leopard was still cursing. Pei Jinya was about to get up, but he saw Lao Lu wife shaking her head pleadingly at him. He sat back down. Businessmen don't want to offend him. He understands this kind of thing. Because his parents have been doing small stall business for more than 10 years, they know best how difficult it is to deal with little devils. Old Lu wife pretended nothing happened, left by Baozi, and handed Pei Jinya a plate of side dishes after a while. I'm used to it, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Mr. Pei. Pei Jinya shook his head and said nothing. Old Lu wife continued to work, and soon she came out from the kitchen with Pei Jinya meat dishes. From a few meters away, Pei Jinya could already smell the aroma. His throat rolled, and his mouth was watering. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after practicing 12 lotuses, he had a stronger desire to eat things that replenished his blood and qi. He had had this feeling before. Pei Jinya guessed that it was related to his excessive practice, which consumed his physical strength, so he needed to replenish his body. Suddenly, there was a noise in the kitchen. Pei Jinya didn't take it seriously, but suddenly he heard prepare your own ingredients. Beast meat. Inedible. In other words, his eyes suddenly changed. He stood up and glanced at the table of Bai Baozi. 2 people were missing. He walked towards the kitchen with a blank expression. Is it black-blooded beast meat? It is black-blooded beast meat. This stuff is very expensive outside. Damn, this lousy restaurant even has this stuff. It really underestimates its ability to make money. Bai Baozi looked at Lao Lu. Boss, can you cook another one for me? I keep the money first. I will definitely give it to you later. Old Lu said helplessly. This is really not our dish, it is the ingredients prepared by the boss. Can you please leave first? This is the important area of the kitchen. No one is allowed to come in. Before Bozy could say anything, he was grabbed by the back of his neck and taken out of the kitchen directly. You dare to have ideas about my things. Let go. Chow. Save me. The white leopard neck was clamped, and he felt that his spine was about to break in pain. Lao Huan, who was next to him, was about to say something, but Pei Jinya glared at him, and he didn't dare to say a word for a long time. Mr. Pei. I didn't expect him. Old Lu was very cautious. Pei Jinya held the leopard in one hand, and the tiger in the other, turned his head, without any intention of embarrassing him. You continue to cook, and tell me if anyone is causing trouble. After that, he strode out of the kitchen. In the hall, Bozy's friends saw this scene, and the beer he had just poured into his mouth sprayed out. Fuck. Brother Bao. Save me. You bastards. What are you looking at? Bozy shouted weakly, looking somewhat exasperated. Pei Jinya strode to the door. If there is a problem, go out and solve it. If you damage this place, I'm afraid you can't afford to pay. The three hooligans at the same table hurriedly got up and chased after him, holding beer bottles in their hands. 3 minutes later, Ali. Pei Jinya clapped his hands, and just turned around. He saw a familiar face. Although this face was the second time he saw it in his life, Pei Jinya was not unfamiliar with the other party, openly fighting each other, according to Article 12 of the Federal Law on Public Security, will be punished by Pei Jinya, looking at him expressionlessly, holding a gangster wallet in his hand, and took out 3 bills from it, and said slowly, if I remember correctly, it seems that every time you appear after the event, he is quite skilled in the business. He casually threw his wallet on the gangster. This is the meal money. Then he looked at Su Tian across from him. If you don't agree, call the police to arrest me. I forgot to tell you, I am still a minor. Su Tian choked on the spot. Watched Pei Jinya leave. This kid is very calm. This is not the performance of an ordinary high school student, but his family background is very clean. Did I make a wrong judgment? He looked down at the gangsters lying on the ground. Bozy said nervously, Big brother, we have already provoked him as you did the money you agreed on. Su Tian looked at him expressionlessly and uttered 2 words. Forget. A cool breeze swept by. Bozy and others' expressions changed, and the next second they looked at each other in bewilderment. Why are we here? Hiss, it hurts. Who the hell hit me? When they stood up cursing, Su Tian's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Back to the restaurant. Pei Jinya was in a heavy mood. He was targeted by the guy from the judgment office. His intuition told him that the other party was very difficult to deal with. He thought he had not revealed any flaws, but the problem was that the other party seemed to be very interested in him. Mr. Pei, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Old Lu came to apologize in person. Pei Jinya didn't take the matter of the gangster to heart, and immediately took out 3 bills. This is their meal money. This. Neither Old Lu nor his wife reacted. Pei Jinya looked up and asked, Is my meal ready? It ready. It ready. Old Lu hurried back to the kitchen, and took out the spicy stir-fried pork from the pot. Pei Jinya buried his head, and began to eat, without saying a word. Old Lu and his wife looked at each other, then took the money, bowed and said thank you, and soon made 2 more dishes. After taking all the black blood beast meat, Pei Jinya felt that his chi and blood, which had slipped during the day practice, rose again, but the upper limit has not been activated yet. I think it was because of the practice of 12 lotuses in the afternoon. The upper limit was raised too quickly. Now the body has not fully absorbed it. He glanced at the blood and chi value. 10. April 13th, he exhaled lightly. Pei Jinya stood up and left the small restaurant. Mr. Pei. Take care. In front of the light rail platform, Pei Jinya checked his mobile phone while walking, and there were no missed text messages. Blowing the cool night breeze, he walked quietly in the corridor of the platform, waiting for the train to arrive. After putting away his phone, he began to think about his situation. The attribute panel also appeared. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene, devouring first form 7 out of 100 since he found that proficiency can be replenished at any time. Pei Jinya technique matching has become easier. However, seeing the densely packed techniques, Pei Jinya also had a headache. It would be great if it could be integrated. As soon as the thought came up, the attribute panel changed. A line of small characters appeared at the bottom. And a formula appeared on a great dream hypnosis plus great solidification technique plus great spiritual locking technique equals unknown spiritual skill proficiency is irreversible. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you want to try it? Although it means that at least 600% of the proficiency will be permanently occupied. It does not mean that Pei Jinya only has these proficiency. There are more possibilities in the future. After thinking about it, Pei Jinya decisively began to allocate proficiency. After the fusion of the three great skills, countless memories flooded into his mind. A large number of memories about the improvement of mental power and defense, including various related practice memories of hypnosis, came into his mind. Pei Jinya's expression was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the effect of the fusion of these three skills would be much stronger than the other single use. Boom boom, the whistling light rail brought a gust of wind and waves, blowing Pei Jinya's hair and clothes. A moment. He opened his eyes. But he was afraid. If he hadn't recently improved his mental power, I'm afraid this new skill would be enough to destroy his entire spiritual world. Too scary. But I like it. He looked at the attribute panel. The Great Perfection Realm Dream Hypnosis, the Great Perfection Realm Solid Origin Technique, and the Great Perfection Realm Spirit Locking Technique have all disappeared, replaced by a Great Perfection Realm Technique that shows unnamed. Pei Jinya fell into thought. The new technique can take into account both cultivation and defense hypnosis. The effect of 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3. Pei Jinya had a hazy feeling, as if he was clearer than before. This is a kind of spiritual clarity. The whole person became much more relaxed, and his thinking was several times more agile than before. It is named the Great Dream of Thousands of Years, which is a wish to commemorate the past. Buzz. The secret phone vibrated. Soon, Pei Jinya's figure disappeared into the night. Black Shark shook people tonight. Hacked the gods. One of our bases was taken down by the God of Heaven and the investigation team this afternoon. This is the target information. This person is called Sunji. He is one of the 13 guardians of the God of Heaven. His ability is data analysis. He has a lot of information about the God of Heaven laboratory. Black Shark is introducing the target person tonight. Off stage, Inshu is sitting next to Pei Jinya, exploring and looking at Taiyuan titanium alloy mechanical arm. Since the last time Taiyuan was almost killed by Lin Yi of the God of Heaven, finally, Black Shark asked Sequence, and Dr. Xiao Fengchen, who escaped from the Federal Research Institute, to transform Taiyuan into a mechanical body. Wow! It's so tough. Inshu was amazed. Taiyuan seemed very proud. Black Shark face darkened, and he patted the table. Listen carefully. The higher-ups are very concerned about this operation. Because of the assassination some time ago, the gods have strengthened their defenses. I will personally lead the team to launch a feint attack, and leave the target to you. Must he be alive? Pei Jinya asked in a deep voice. Black Shark looked at him, nodded calmly. The data he has is very important. You will need to hypnotize him mentally when the time comes. It's not impossible to hypnotize him, but I need your help. His mental power is too high, and I can't hypnotize him by force. Pei Jinya didn't agree foolishly. I understand. So Silver Technique and Shadow Bow will help you consume it. Remember, after you sneak into the God of Heaven building, you only have 11 minutes to act. In 11 minutes, the monitoring equipment of the gods will be taken over by the intelligent brain of the city hall, and more difficult guys will appear at that time. Black Shark said solemnly. Why don't Hong Hong and I participate in this operation? Taiyuan said in a muffled voice, looking unwilling. Black Shark looked at his big guy. You are too obvious. Come with me to implement Plan B. Hong Qiangwei and Taiyuan nodded. Okay, get ready for action. It is 22:15 now, and the official action will be launched in 15 minutes. Keep in touch. Black Shark said, and got up first to leave. Pei Jinya and Inshu were still discussing the next action plan. The entrance given by Tianswan is the 7 turns of the ventilation duct. At our speed, it will take about 3 minutes. That means it may take 4 to 5 minutes for us to reach Sunji office through the entrance. The actual combat time is only 6 to 7 minutes. Inshu frowned and said. Pei Jinya suddenly asked, after the operation begins, is the monitoring of the building still effective? The sky will replace the previous safe scene. Inshu replied honestly. Pei Jinya nodded, and said thoughtfully, then attack directly through the front door. Inshu nodded, yes. Attack. After saying that, he suddenly realized, wait, what did you say? Attack directly through the front door? Pei Jinya said as a matter of course. Lin Yi? Such a powerful person has been led away by Black Shark. There should be no one in the building by then. You and Ingong are responsible for hiding in the dark. When you see the target, wait for my instructions. Then you... By the way, I forgot that you can hypnotize. Inshu suddenly realized. He turned around and went to find Ingong. Unexpectedly, Ingong was a little resistant. Listen to his instructions? I say, Olin, are you sure? We both listened to him. A new guy? Inshu said in a daze. What wrong with that? This. If they don't agree, Ingong turned around and left. Inshu stared at his back as he left, scratched his head, turned around and went to find Black Shark. Old Black, do you care about this matter? 10 minutes later. In the floating car, Peijinha sat in the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. Ingong sat in the driver's seat with a frustrated look on his face. Inshu sat in the co-pilot seat, glancing at him from time to time. Ingong finally couldn't help it. What do you want to do? Inshu didn't say anything, but he withdrew his gaze. Ingong snorted and continued to drive, but Peijinha's voice floated from the back. The elder personally ordered, I am on the same level as Black Shark. If you have any objections, you can go to the elders. If you don't have any objections, just drive obediently. Ingong's body stiffened. A certain manner. Linyi said solemnly, Mr. Sang, our research institute in the parish was attacked by a mysterious force. In Doping City. Who else can be our opponent? Mr. Sang narrowed his eyes. We must protect that experiment. There is a very important research going on there. It must not be disturbed. Take your people to deal with these bugs quickly. Yes. Linyi left quickly. The middle-aged man fell into thought. After a while, he opened the drawer, took out a mobile phone from more than 30 phones, and said after dialing, Institute number 3 was attacked by the old gods. I'm not sure if the other party has known about our deal with the Bright Institute. Got it, I've arranged for someone to go there. And hung up the phone. The middle-aged man always felt like he had forgotten something, holding the phone, rubbing his brows, and starting to close his eyes and think. Who are you? As soon as the security guard at the entrance of the Tianshan building headquarters spoke, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Enter the dream. With a click, the security guard fell to the ground. Closed the door. Peijinha, wearing a ghost mask, strode into the headquarters of the Tianshan building. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were not many people in the building. After dealing with the security guard, he went straight to the elevator. Inshu and Ingong each took a security guard and threw them into the spacious building. Tian Swan's voice reached Peijinha's ears. The elevator of Tianshan requires an access card. I can only hack their surveillance equipment. The elevator is expected to arrive in 2 seconds. There is someone. Ding. The elevator opened. A middle-aged man dressed as a manager came out with a briefcase and almost bumped into Peijinha's arms. I suddenly saw 3 masked weirdos appear. The middle-aged man's face changed, and he hurriedly reached out to press the alarm. However, someone was faster than him. Enter the dream. The middle-aged man's body suddenly froze in place. His finger only 1 centimeter away from the alarm button. Take us up. Peijinha ordered expressionlessly. Inshu and Ingong looked at each other and saw that the middle-aged man was like a puppet, swiping his access card. Go to the 15th floor. Tian Swan's voice came. Peijinha controlled the middle-aged man to press the 15th floor. Ingong, who was standing on the side, saw this scene and couldn't help rolling his throat. Just 1 sentence can turn a person into a puppet. If he offends the Demon King to death in the future, won't the other party be able to control him directly? Then, Ingong felt cold in his heart. Suddenly he understood why the woman Hong Qiangwei was so afraid of the Demon King. Tian Swan's voice suddenly came. I detected a call. Their boss arranged a master to come. You hurry up. There are only 2 security guards on the 15th floor. The direction is. The target is. The 15th floor. Many figures in white research suits were busy. The security guard at the entrance was watching a short video on his phone. Suddenly the door opened, and a silver light flashed. The 2 security guards didn't even see what happened clearly, and flew out directly. Catch them directly. Peijinha also rushed out, and all those who passed by fell down. Ingong followed closely behind, and his scalp tingled. None of them are human. A naked body was soaking in the petri dish. This person had no hair, no eyebrows. It was as if all the hair on his body did not exist. There were at least hundreds of data cables connected to him. He is Sun Ji, Ingong said in a deep voice. He frowned and looked at Peijinha and Inshu. What should we do? Just pull it out? Pull it out? Inshu stepped forward and was about to do it. As a result, the lights in the room suddenly turned off. A red skull appeared on the screen in front of him and made a mechanical voice. Who are you? Be careful of interference. Tian Swan suddenly exclaimed. The voice was cut off. Who do you care who I am? Inshu said unhappily. Silver light appeared on his fingers, like a light bulb illuminating the room, grasping one of the data tubes, quickly pulling it out. The red light flashed instantly. Tian Swan's voice came intermittently. Don't pull it out. Bring the instrument or he will. Zhao. What will happen? You tell me. Inshu cursed and quickly put it back. The landline on the side rang. The three looked over. Pei Jinya quickly reached out and pressed on Sun Ji's body, but found that he could not fall asleep. This guy. He did not dare to delay. Tian Swan's voice was still ringing intermittently at this time. 3 kilometers away. Come. Lin Yi and I are both second grade. Let go. Pei Jinya and In Gong each held a machine, and Inshu carried Sun Ji's smooth body with data cables. With a look of disgust. What that on this guy? Why is it so slippery? It smells like lubricant and active powder. It should be to ensure that his body does not lose water and dry up. In Gong said quickly from behind. The 3 of them left quickly with their things. Tian Swan issued a warning. The person who came has discovered the problem of the building. The call just now should be made by him. Don't take the elevator now. Go through the main entrance. Take the stairs. Pei Jinya said decisively. The 3 of them quickly turned into the staircase on the side. Tian Swan's voice kept coming. The other party has arrived at the door, and he is waiting in the elevator. How many people? Pei Jinya asked in a low voice. Tian Swan quickly replied, him and the driver. There are only 2. But Lin Jun is stronger than Lin Yi. You must not fight head-on. Otherwise you may end up here. Inshu turned his head to look at Pei Jinya. His eyes were inexplicably warm. What about him? Let fight 3 against 2. In Gong's face was a little dark. Old In. Don't mess around, think about Taiyuan, who was slashed by Lin Yi's sword, and 90% of his body was replaced by machines. You don't want me to burn paper money for you tomorrow, right? Lao Yin didn't say anything, but looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya looked calm. Retreat first. Put the overall situation first. Okay. Inshu felt a little sorry. In Gong saw that Pei Jinya didn't make any mistakes, and he was relieved. As a result, he heard Pei Jinya say, kill him and Lin Yi together another day. Okay. Inshu smiled again. In Gong cursed the 2 reckless men in his heart. Don't move. Tian Swan's voice suddenly sounded. Pei Jinya and the other 2 immediately stood still. Tian Swan, the driver he brought, can see through everything within 50 meters. One more step forward, he can see you. Wait a minute, I am taking over the monitoring authority here. In the corridor. The 3 people were motionless like sculptures, and the screen device in Pei Jinya's hand displayed a sentence. You want the data in my brain, right? Pei Jinya looked at him, his eyes calm. A sentence appeared on the screen again. Are you from the old gods? I have heard people talking about you these days. But it a pity. Even if you snatch me away, it useless. The real data is not with me. I have overused my brain over the years, and my ability has been greatly reduced. Now I am just a small processor. In Gong glanced at the words above, frowned, looked at Pei Jinya, and whispered, then we snatched the wrong person? Pei Jinya didn't say anything. Inshu lowered his voice and said irritably, who cares? Let complete the task first. In Gong saw this and whispered, Tian Swan, report the situation to Black Shark. Well, he can't contact Lin Yi for the time being, and he is fighting with him. He has contacted him. He said he listens to the devil. Don't bother him now. He wants to kill Lin Yi. Tian Swan replied truthfully. Inging's face suddenly turned black, and he looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya said expressionlessly, take him away. At the elevator door, Lin Jun looked indifferent, holding the phone in his hand, but found that he couldn't get through at all. This damn group of bugs completely blocked this place. He looked at the driver beside him. The driver shook his head. Boss Lin, I didn't find him. He should be hiding 50 meters away. I go find him. I report the location immediately after I find him. Lin Jun nodded. He looked at the elevator and the staircase in front of him with a cold face. He didn't believe that the other party could still escape. But a doubt flashed through his mind. His brother had already gone to the number 3 research institute. But why was the headquarters of the building invaded? What exactly did the old gods want to do? Suddenly, he saw the elevator move. It was constantly descending. He tightly grasped the long knife in his hand and waited expressionlessly. Boss Lin, they are on the 3rd floor. I found the control room and saw the surveillance footage. Now they are leaving the elevator and turning into the staircase. The driver voice suddenly came from the corridor upstairs. Lin Jun rushed into the stairs with a knife in hand. However, he did not meet the invaders from the Old God Society. Boss Lin, they ran to the 5th floor. The driver voice came again. Lin Jun chased after them with a knife in hand. He had just taken 2 steps and suddenly stopped. No! He turned back and went to the control room on the 3rd floor. Before he could walk in, a dazzling silver light suddenly engulfed him. Lin Jun's heart was alarmed, and he was hit by the thundering sound of the strong energy, and he slashed with a knife. In the blink of an eye, the area in front of the main control room was torn to pieces, and a large number of floor tiles were broken, like countless hidden weapons, hitting the wall and forming a lot of pits. Looking for death, Lin Jun reacted and rushed over immediately. But Pei Jinya and the other 2 had disappeared from the corner 100 meters away, and he hurriedly chased after them. Ding-dang, the sound of the grenade pull ring being torn off rang out. Lin Jun's face changed. Boom! Boom! 2 huge flames suddenly appeared on both sides of the control room, even more violent than the silver light just now, and instantly engulfed Lin Jun. Demon King, thanks to your 2 grenades. Inshu was delighted to see the scene upstairs that seemed to be swept by a fire dragon. Ingong looked at Pei Jinya with fear. He didn't even notice when the other party set the trap. This person is too insidious. Stop! In the sea of fire on the 3rd floor, a figure flew out, spanning more than 20 meters. He rushed towards Pei Jinya and the other 2 at the corner of the 2nd floor. Inshu took a step forward and drew his finger in front of him, and the silver light burst. Retreat! Old God Society bugs. Can you escape? In the silver light, Lin Jun's angry shout came, and the sword energy was everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the glass on the 2nd and 3rd floors exploded. Almost 2 seconds before and after, Lin Jun rushed into the corridor on the 2nd floor, and on the opposite side, Pei Jinya and the other 2 just turned into Lin Jun's blind spot. This is not a solution. I lead him. You guys run, Pei Jinya said hurriedly. Tian Xuan was giving a warning, but the problem was that they were being targeted by Lin Jun. If they couldn't get rid of this guy, the consequences would be disastrous. Maybe I should stay? I can fight, Inshu asked. Pei Jinya shook his head. Listen to me. He rushed out in the opposite direction. Inshu and Ingong were very decisive and hid. God son of a bitch, come and play hide-and-seek with Baba. Pei Jinya's voice came from the 3rd floor again. Lin Jun frowned. They ran to the 3rd floor again? His eyes fixed. At a corner on the 3rd floor, the man with a ghost mask raised a finger at him. Lin Jun was furious, like an ostrich in a rage, chasing after him with a knife in his hand. Let go, Inshu mouthed, and walked quickly. The driver who was coming down from the 7th floor saw that the cameras along the way had been smashed. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. The signal is coming. Come to the building, someone come quickly. We are under attack. At the staircase, Inshu and Ingong carried people and equipment and walked out of the door quickly. At this moment, they all heard Tian Xuan reminder to Pei Jinya, Demon King, you have the last 45 seconds, because I have invaded the authority. The intelligent brain of the city hall has already detected the abnormal fluctuations here, and is now requesting the takeover procedure here. I can't resist for long. I know. Inshu. Ingong. You take your people and run first. I will be there soon. Pei Jinya's voice was still as calm as ever. Tian Xuan said again, I can't determine the situation around you next, but I can create some firewalls to make Xingtian find you more slowly. Thank you. You're welcome. Pei Jinya destroyed all the cameras along the way. He was not selfless and dedicated to the old gods. First of all, the situation was tense. Lin Jun, the tiger, was searching for everyone with a covetous look. Without the target, they would be blocked by the other side like dumplings. Secondly, under the surveillance of Tian Xuan, it would be difficult for him to show his ability. Stop! The driver was startled by a roar, and saw the person clearly, and said hurriedly, Mr. Lin, I lost him. But I saw him disappear at the stairs just now. But it seems that I only saw one person. And I don't know where the other two went. Don't worry about it. Now you go to the 7th floor to chase, I go to guard the gate. General Lin said without question. That right. General Lin, I've already notified the security team, and called for reinforcements. They be here soon. Xing Tian is also taking over the authority of the building. But is it appropriate? Indeed, there are too many secrets here. Xing Tian will definitely not let this opportunity go. I didn't bring my phone with me, you notify them, and reject Xing Tian's request to take over. Yes. After parting, General Lin walked into the shadows on one side, quietly disappeared from the spot. The driver who rushed to the 7th floor suddenly received a call. Where are you? Lin Jun said angrily. Damn it, why did you refuse Xing Tian takeover? The driver was stunned. Didn't you ask me to refuse? The air on Lin Jun's side suddenly froze. After a while he said, Wanling, I know it you, don't pretend. The driver opened his mouth. Boss Lin, I'm Xiao Gao. Where are you? I find you. Lin Jun's voice was as calm as the tranquility before the thunder punishment was about to fall. The driver was so scared that he almost cried, Boss Lin. I really am Xiao Gao. 20 minutes later. Manner. Idiot. Mr. Sang, who was dressed in a tang suit, was so angry that he almost pointed his finger at Lin Jun's nose. Why can't you contact me? Why? It was electronically shielded there. And later my phone was broken in the battle. Lin Jun was wrapped in bandages. Although he was very good at swordsmanship, he was hit head-on by 2 high-explosive grenades. He was lucky to keep half of his hair. The middle-aged man in the tang suit didn't care about his words at all. He slammed the table in anger and said, Then don't you know to leave the building and call me? Now that Sun Ji has been taken away, our data may have been leaked. You idiot! Mr. Sang. I was wrong. But my driver said he saw another me. I suspect it was Huanling who appeared. Lin Jun hurriedly changed the subject. Huanling. Mr. Sang narrowed his eyes. And it seemed that when Huanling was mentioned, his anger dissipated a little. But he still snorted coldly. Our secret agents did not find Huanling in the old gods. Are you sure at him? I'm not sure about this. But in Dapeng City. Besides Huanling, who else has such extraordinary abilities? Lin Jun hesitated and said. Mr. Sang sighed. Until now, it's still unknown who Huanling works for. But the most urgent thing now is to find Sun Ji. They can't run far. The night patrol has accepted our request. Next, you will ambush and make sure that our affairs will not be discovered by the city hall. Use your brain for everything, and ask for instructions if you don't understand. Yes, I will keep it in mind. Before entering the secret room, Pei Jinya carefully recalled his actions tonight. After confirming that there were no omissions or mistakes, he held the door handle. Biological information has been confirmed. Please come in. The door opened. Yin Shu, who was taking care of the injured inside the door, immediately stood up and said, Demon King, I knew you could come back. Pei Jinya nodded. What happened? He looked at Tai Yuan, who had lost half of his arm, and was stunned. It was still Lin Yi. Tai Yuan did not believe in evil, and faced the opponent angry sword head-on. If it was not for the mechanical body, he would have died this time. Hong Qiangwei said beside him. Is this Lin Yi so strong? Pei Jinya heart tightened. He still underestimated the 13 guardians of the god. So, you are also lucky. If you met Lin Yi tonight, instead of that stupid big guy Lin Jun, you may not be able to escape. Black Shark walked in. His words attracted everyone's attention. Pei Jinya also looked over. Black Shark's arm was wrapped in a bandage. But this guy hit it very well. And it was hard to tell how much blood and chi he had lost. Injured? Pei Jinya said in a deep voice. Is this Lin Yi so strong? Black Shark smiled. And seemed to be very happy to have completed the task. It not entirely this Lin Yi, we accidentally attacked a secret base of the enemy, which resulted in the enemy sending out 5 guards. If you hadn't finished quickly, it would have been difficult for us to fight at that time. Pei Jinya fell into thought after hearing this. With the combat power of the Black Shark team, if they were surrounded by 5 masters of the gods, they could still escape in the zero-death state. This Black Shark is also very well hidden. Pei Jinya was secretly alert. Inshu was eager to try it this time. When can we take them down? Black Shark chuckled, shook his head, and said seriously, this god is more powerful than we thought. And he is very well hidden. I have reported this to the headquarters, and it is not something we consider. Besides, he looked around. He said in a deep voice, this mission was done very well. The superiors praised us very much. There should be nothing to do in the next period of time. Everyone should have a good rest. The god encountered a major ambush this time, and he must be very angry. Keep a low profile on your public identities, and try not to attract attention. Everyone nodded. Black Shark asked Pagenia to stay, old demon. According to the instructions from above, you and I are at the same level. You don't actually have to participate in this mission. I am very touched that you can come. Speak human language. Pagenia concise words made Black Shark chuckle. Sure enough. You are still so direct. It like this. After you upgrade, the commission for merit will be increased. Pagenia heard this. He immediately became alert, and said lightly, no need. My current identity should not be exposed too much. One inshu is enough. Seeing this, Black Shark smiled gently. Okay. If you need anything, just tell me. Yes. Anything else? Pagenia looked over. Black Shark was still gentle and elegant, no more. I wish you a good dream tonight. Pagenia opened the door and left the secret house. In the corridor, Inshu stood against the wall. His head against the wall, he looked like a student who was kept after school. Hearing the noise, he turned around and immediately jumped over. Demon King, are you okay? I'm fine. You are so awesome. You actually managed to attract Lin Jun away. Pagenia just smiled faintly when he saw this. It not that I'm awesome, it that the other party is too stupid. I took advantage of this, and was able to successfully attract his attention. How did you leave in the end? From the main gate. The two walked away while talking. Behind the secret house, Black Shark turned his back to the door, listening to the conversation between the two people gradually becoming quieter. No wonder the elders value him. This Demon King is very smart. After leaving the secret house, Pagenia followed the usual practice, and did not take the light rail nearby. He originally planned to cross the next district to take the light rail, but he accidentally encountered an open-air truck on the road, and he jumped into the open-air cargo hold of the truck. After confirming that he had completely left the area where the secret house was located, then he jumped off the train and went around to Mujin Lane to take the light rail. At 22:45, Pagenia waited for the last light rail. Since he left, the empty platform was filled with the sound of the wind. The projection TV on the light rail train was broadcasting news reports. The latest news: Tianshan International Group suffered 2 cross-regional attacks tonight. The governor of the city hall severely criticized this and strongly condemned the cruelty of some people. It is estimated that Tianshan International Group will lose up to 37 million star coins. After seeing this, the few passengers on the train, they all expressed their sympathy for the gods. Pagenia, on the other hand, had a calm face. Who would believe the filth beneath the beauty if they had not experienced it themselves? He did not deny that some of the actions of the old gods were indeed disregarding human life, but the gods were the same, they were just good at putting on a disguised cloak. The news report was interrupted by train advertisements. Pagenia retracted his gaze, looking at the scenery outside the window that clearly showed 2 kinds of life. Half was dark, and half was bright neon lights. Before getting off the train, what Pagenia did not expect was that Tang Huiyang sent a message. Contrary to his usual behavior, Old Pei, are you asleep? Is it convenient to call now? Old Pei. Ha ha ha. I guessed that you, a crazy cultivator, didn't sleep. Under the bleak evening breeze, Pagenia walked along the corridor of the station to the rental house. Tang Huiyang's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Pagenia was not as fierce as the devil. He was easygoing like a boy next door. He smiled softly and said, Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about so late? Tang Huiyang said seriously. It like this. My third uncle has been suffering from insomnia for almost 2 or 3 years. Every time, I can only rely on drugs to solve the problem. Now drugs are not very effective. The doctors can't treat it. I thought, aren't you a psychiatrist? Maybe there is a way to treat him. Pagenia pondered, but I have never practiced related medical skills. I don't have any experience. Tang Huiyang sighed. I am desperate and have tried all kinds of treatments. There are not many psychiatric extraordinary people in Doping City. My third uncle is unwilling to look for them. My family is also worried about letting those people with unknown backgrounds, so I want to find a way from you. Pagenia continued to ponder for a while, and said, Let do this. Let go, and take a look tomorrow. I have practiced the spiritual techniques, but I can't guarantee whether I can help. That okay? I can feel at ease when you take a look. Where should I pick you up tomorrow? I call you tomorrow morning. That fine. Good night. Moi. Ugh. Damn. Opposite the rental house, the mother and daughter, wearing the same pink pajamas, were sitting in the living room. The landlady urged, "It's so late. Why don't you go to bed?" The little girl pointed at the TV and said, "Mom, look, at the Tianshan International Building. Oh my God, someone got in and blew it up. The city hall sent a helicopter to rescue." The landlady sneered, "Tianshan again? Why is it always this? Why don't those criminals look for others, but this? It must have problems too." The little girl was stunned. "Mom, what you said makes sense. Go to bed quickly." As the landlady was speaking, she heard a scream outside the door, and the mother and daughter faces changed. The landlady hurried to the door and looked at the people. The little girl picked up a baseball bat beside her and said nervously, "What wrong with Mom? Don't make a sound." The landlady leaned in to take a closer look. Peijia saw a thief hiding at the door of the landlady and looked inside through the peephole. A slap was slapped directly. The other party screamed and quickly got up and ran away, but he bumped his head against the wall again and saw blood and was so scared that he staggered and ran away. Peijia did not stop him. He did not want to attract the night patrol because of this. Just at this time, the door of the opposite room opened. The landlady put on a coat, wrapped up her plump body, and asked, "Shaoli, what happened just now?" Peijia gestured. "I saw a person lying on your door with a sneaky look, but I chased him away. Go back and seal the cat eye from the inside." The landlady's face changed, and she turned pale with anger. "Disgusting." Peijia turned around to open the door, and the landlady quickly handed over a box of fruit drinks from the door. "This is for you. Shaoli, it a natural fruit drink." Peijia subconsciously declined. However, the landlady immediately started to chat with her, saying something about how difficult it was for an orphan and a widow, and that it was all thanks to Peijia help. Who knows what will happen in the future? Peijia took the fruit drink and gestured, "Next time, please leave a pair of men leather shoes at the door. They don't have to be too good, but something a little old will do." The landlady was stunned, and thanked him after she realized what was going on. Peijia shook his head, "You're welcome, and this is what I should do." As he spoke, a head with a ponytail appeared from the doorway opposite, and happened to look at Peijia. But no one knew each other. Besides, Peijia also disguised himself. After closing the door, Peijia vaguely heard the landlady angrily scolding hooligans. He shook his head, squatted down, and checked the trap he had set. Very good. No one has been here. He held the fruit drink in his hand, and instinctively checked if there was any problem. No problem. Then he opened a bottle, and tested the poison again. After confirming that it was non-toxic, Peijia began to drink it with confidence. "When you walk in the rivers and lakes, I have to be careful." Then I sat on the sofa in the living room. Peijia held a bottle of fruit drink in his hand. The TV in front of him was playing the press conference held by the city hall overnight on the Tianshan building explosion. The phone suddenly vibrated. Peijia was stunned. It was 11:40 p.m. The two elders were not asleep yet, and they wanted to call him. After he closed the doors and windows, he answered the phone, and did not forget to check on the physical condition of the two elders. "What wrong? Mom? Are you okay over there? Your dad just saw an explosion in the Tianshan building, and he worried that something might happen to you. Do you want to come back and live here?" Peijia turned down the volume of the TV, and said with a smile, "No need, I'm a million miles away from Tianshan, it okay." Mother Pei couldn't help but sigh. "The world is getting more and more complicated now. You must be careful, don't be the first to stand out, and be kind to others if you can." "Don't worry. Mom, people around me say I'm very kind." Peijia changed the subject and said, "By the way, Mom, the food court is looking for a new contractor. I plan to let you two take over." He took a sip of the fruit drink and said with a smile, "Don't worry. It all formal. The street management committee knew that I was backed by Principal Wang last time, so they plan to sell me a good person. It natural. If I don't accept it, they will probably feel uneasy. It's just right that they will be responsible for maintaining public order in the future. And you don't have to be exposed to the wind and sun like before." The two elders of the Pei family have seen many faces of officials at the bottom, especially some low-level public officials, who can abuse their power and show off their power. So they know better what it means to be a difficult little devil. Although they were a little surprised at the speed of the change of the face of Captain Sun of the Street Management Committee, Peijia persuaded them very well. The other party was afraid of Peijia's identity. If they were not given a chance to show their abilities, They would always feel uneasy, lest they would be desperate. But, Xiao Yi, you use the identity of Principal Wang when you are outside. If he knows about it then. Pei Mother said worriedly. Pei Genia smiled and said, I am also an awakener. This is true. You two elders can rest assured about Principal Wang. I have my own connections now. Sun San knows everything. Just don't tell anyone. I will say hello to Sun San. He won't dare to say anything. Then our family will make money in a low-key manner. If you encounter a difficult problem, you can tell Sun San or me. This kind of business is not valued by big shots. He is not someone we cannot afford to offend. He consoled the two elders. No more words were said on the phone, and they agreed to meet tomorrow. Pei Genia slapped his forehead. Forgot about Brother Yang. After thinking for a while, he quickly sent a message to Sun San. I will wait for you at the food court at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Sun San replied in seconds, okay. Brother Pei. Pei Genia did not reply, put down the phone, sipped a few sips of the fruit drink, and then sat cross-legged to practice. Qi and blood began to rise rapidly from slow to fast. The great dream of thousands of autumns was also running, and soon he fell into a deep sleep, reaching a mysterious state of concentration. The formalities were handled very quickly. Sun San obeyed Pei Genia words. And the two elders of the Pei family looked at him sideways, thinking that even if Captain Sun was concerned about Principal Wang, there was no need to be so concerned. Right? Uncle Pei, please keep these agreements. They are protected by federal laws. No one will dare to take them away by force in the future, or they will be sued. Sun Sen handed over one of the two copies of the agreement, and said politely, Pei Father is also an old actor. After signaling his wife to put away the agreement, he reached out to shake hands with a natural smile on his face. Captain Sun, I will really trouble you in the future. Uncle Pei, you are too kind. This is my job. Sun San held Pei Father's hand with both hands. His attitude was not as arrogant as before, and he wanted to smile like a flower. Then Sun San took Pei Genia family to the Street Management Committee office building of the food street. He introduced carefully, according to the regulations. The contractor has half of the jurisdiction, so an office will be arranged in the office building. I have specially selected a good location for you two elders. As he spoke, he made way and invited Pei Genia and his family to enter a luxurious office that had been cleaned overnight. It is connected to a large balcony, with clear sunlight. There is also a bedroom in the inner room. I have arranged for someone to buy a big bed. Uncle Pei, you can rest when you are tired. The cafeteria is on the third floor of the next building. This is the pass. I have prepared it for you two elders. Sun Sen prepared it very carefully. You can say that he almost knelt down and called Pei Father. Dear Father. This also made the old couple a little bit difficult to adapt to. Pei Father almost didn't even continue the performance. After leaving the office building, Sun San followed Pei Genia carefully and whispered, Brother Pei, do you think my arrangement is okay? Pei Genia looked around the artificial lake outside the food court. Sun San, you are a smart person, then I will tell you straight. As long as you take good care of my parents, I can guarantee that you will be safe. But let me be frank. If you rashly go looking for trouble with those big families, or do something dishonest in my name, they don't need to do anything. I will be the first to deal with you. Sun Sen hurriedly said with a smile, how can I do that? Brother Pei, I have only this much in my life, and I am lucky to be a small captain of the Street Management Committee. I will definitely not do anything that offends people. What more? It about offending you. I really understand your methods. He paused, and said with emotion, in fact, it enough to have your words. Brother Pei, in this world, it easy to dodge an open spear, but it hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. I'm also afraid of accidentally provoking someone, and one day I be dead on the street. It must be a blessing for me to know a master like Brother Pei. Pei Genia was amused by his words, and shook his head and whispered, no need to say more. I see how you perform. Brother Pei, don't worry. Pei Genia phone vibrated at this time. Sun San immediately shut up and stopped disturbing him. Pei Genia answered the phone and reported an address. Not long after, a luxury car worth more than 3 million appeared. Tang Huiyang waved his hand, and Pei Genia walked up and said unhappily, you are really more anxious than me. Hey, I heard that my third uncle didn't sleep last night, and he was so upset that he wanted to commit suicide. Is it so serious? Hey, it's hard to say, you will know when you go there. Then go now. somewhere in the food street. Sun San and his subordinates from the street management committee witnessed Pei Jinya getting into a luxury car. The subordinates were all stunned. Brother San, who is that kid? Sun San suddenly came to his senses, kicked him, glared at him fiercely. Speak with respect. What kid, that Brother Pei? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. The subordinate hurriedly smiled and apologized. Sun San snorted coldly, then he looked back at the luxury car that was leaving. His heart was in turmoil, because he recognized the license plate of the car. Sure enough, with Brother Pei ability, the young master of the Tang family is coming to call me brother. I think I made the right move. In a high-end villa area, Pei Jinya saw Tang Huiyang's third uncle, a middle-aged man who looked like a withered old man, but now seemed to be sitting in a wheelchair weakly. Although he was dressed luxuriously, he spoke weakly. His eyes were dark and sunken, and he looked like he was in a critical condition. Uncle San, let old Pei show you that my brother is a genius that even Master Chong praised. When Uncle San of the Tang family heard the name Master Chong, he couldn't help but look at Pei Jinya more. A polite smile appeared on his withered and haggard face. So you are Master Chong's favorite disciple? Pei Jinya shook his head and said, Senior, you are praising me too much. If Uncle Tang doesn't mind, I will hypnotize you later. Don't resist. At the same time, he gave the other party a mental power identification spell. 0.4/3 very fragile. I understand. Tang's third uncle looked indifferent. He had experienced this kind of thing too many times, and had long since become indifferent. It doesn't make sense from a medical point of view, and the extraordinary people couldn't find anything abnormal. It not that he intentionally doubted Pei Jinya's ability, but after all, Pei Jinya's age was there. Not to mention that it hard to offend his nephew, he didn't want to offend Master Chong. Tang Huiyang looked at Pei Jinya with expectation. Pei Jinya took out the pocket watch he bought on the roadside, and pretended to hypnotize him. Tang uncle stared at the pocket watch swinging in the air. He couldn't fall asleep. No matter how he was treated, it was useless. Especially since the beginning of the month, the condition seemed to have worsened, and even the prescriptions prescribed by the hospital were no longer effective. He saw Pei Jinya was well prepared, and he was vaguely looking forward to it. But after waiting for a long time, the sleepiness never appeared. Although his sunken eyes were half closed, he was very clear. He still couldn't fall asleep. He sighed in his heart. It seems that he failed again. You can fall asleep now. A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The third uncle of the Tang family was a little confused. He felt that the voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. He tried his best to think, judge, and find out everything. Tang Huiyang next to him suddenly looked shocked, because he watched his uncle fall asleep. He looked at Pei Jinya in a hurry. Pei Jinya frowned, and kept his eyes closed. The pocket watch in his hand was still swinging left and right. Tang Huiyang thought he was using his ability, and quickly closed his mouth and dared not make a sound. Endless darkness brought a sense of desolation. Pei Jinya descended into the dream of Tang uncle. He looked around, and found nothing except the biting cold wind. Where is he? Pei Jinya frowned. In the dream of Tang uncle, he was not there. Backtrack. Pei Jinya activated his ability. He wanted to find a clue from this dream. But after backtracking, there was still endless darkness. Then there was a possibility. It was too long ago. Tang Huiyang himself said that his uncle's symptoms had appeared for 2 or 3 years. Unless Pei Jinya went back to 2 or 3 years ago. But in this way, his mental strength would be greatly depleted. Besides, with his current ability, he couldn't support that level of retrospection. Is it a curse? What Pei Jinya didn't expect was that the blood spear was faintly jumping at this time. Pei Jinya was afraid that this guy would accidentally jump out and kill Tang Huiyang's uncle, which would be a big deal. He could only hold it tightly and test it carefully. A spearhead was exposed, and Pei Jinya was surprised to find that the blood spear seemed to be able to swallow the darkness. Endless darkness was swallowed, but it was far from knowing where the end was. The blood spear drilled into Pei Jinya's body again and stopped swallowing. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Noticing Pei Jinya opened his eyes, Tang Huiyang hurriedly looked over, fearing to wake up his uncle. Pei Jinya whispered, "Your uncle's condition is more complicated than I thought. I haven't found the cause yet. I can only let him sleep for the time being." Tang Huiyang looked at his uncle and sighed. It enough that he can sleep. He probably hasn't slept so well for a long time. I may have to trouble you more in the future. I'm fine. It's just that if I were stronger, there might be a way. Pei Jinya shook his head. But he was thinking about the endless darkness he saw in his dream. Tang Yulo opened his eyes. The last second in his mind was in midair. After he regained consciousness, he suddenly froze. An unprecedented sense of relief emerged in his heart. This feeling was like regaining life. Although it was far less healthy than before, he had not felt the state of reduced sleepiness for a long time. Even taking medicine could not achieve this state. He hurriedly got up. But he found that Tang Huiyang and the little Pei classmate had left. His young wife looked at him with surprise. "Are you okay? You slept for 10 hours today. You started sleeping since I came back. I called you, but you didn't wake up. I thought something was wrong with you. Luckily the doctor said you just entered a deep sleep." 10 hours? Tang Yulo was also stunned, thinking about it. This is longer than the time he slept after taking the medicine. "When did you get home?" "Around 10 o'clock. His wife thought for a while, and replied. Tang Yulo came to guide Tang Huiyang at around 8 o'clock. So he actually slept for 12 hours. His heart was pounding. He hadn't slept for such a long time in a long time. At this moment, he suddenly felt a huge hunger in his stomach. Tang Yulo said with all his strength, "By the way, where is that Xiaopei classmate?" "What Xiaopei classmate?" His wife was surprised. Tang Yulo remembered that when Tang Huiyang came this morning, his wife was not at home. So he immediately turned around and went back to the room. "I called Tang Huiyang. Huiyang, is your classmate here?" "Uncle San, you didn't just wake up. Did you?" Tang Huiyang was stunned for a moment, incredulous. Looking at the time, it was already evening. "I did just wake up, and now I feel like I've been reborn. It really no exaggeration. I haven't felt this way for a long time." "But how did your classmate do it?" Tang Yulo said excitedly and nervously. Tang Huiyang smiled. "Old Pei knows a little hypnosis. And he is a psychiatrist. I was talking to him about this morning. He said that the cause of your insomnia has not been found yet. He will help you fall asleep and find the cause at the same time. It would be best if the cause can be solved in one go." Tang Yulo's face was happy. "That great. But this is too much trouble for him." Tang Huiyang chuckled and said, "Third uncle. I'm not being mean. You didn't see that after old Pei helped you fall asleep, I couldn't bear to see him so exhausted." Tang Yulo was stunned. And said thoughtfully, "You are right. Our Tang family can't be stingy. He helped me so much. I have to thank him. Please send me his account number." "What about me?" Tang Huiyang asked immediately. Tang Yulo laughed. "What are you talking about? Ask Mr. Xiaopei if he has time. I will treat him to dinner tomorrow." He was Xiaopei's classmate before. Now Tang Yulo has changed his name. Pei Jinya has done what other famous doctors cannot do, so he deserves his respect. But he is also curious about how Pei Jinya did it. A spiritual awakener. It seems that Huiyang has made a very promising friend this time. In the back mountain of the Bronze Club. After Tang Huiyang hung up the phone, he found Pei Jinya, who was practicing his strength. "Old Pei, my third uncle has woken up and said he wants your contact information. Also, please give me a bank account number." "How is he now?" Pei Jinya turned his head and asked. "He is in great shape," Tang Huiyang said with a smile. Pei Jinya nodded. "This is the best. Forget the bank account number. I just did it casually. It's not a big deal." "Isn't this a big deal? You don't know how many famous doctors have seen my uncle and couldn't find any problems. He even invited some unconventional masters from the underworld, but none of them are as effective as your hypnosis. I really envy you, psychiatric department. It's a pity that I'm not. Otherwise, I would have made a fortune long ago." "Are you still short of money?" Pei Jinya laughed. Tang Huiyang chuckled. "Who would complain about not having enough money? But I'm serious. Old Pei, you'd better take my third uncle money. Don't feel embarrassed. He is him and I am me. We have our own relationship." Seeing that Pei Jinya gave the account number, Tang Huiyang said again, "My third uncle wants to treat you to dinner tomorrow. Are you free?" "Okay. It's a good time to show him again." Pei Jinya nodded. After such a long time, the blood spear should have digested what it had swallowed this morning. Not long after, a dull crash came from the back mountain. Dust flew up as fists and feet collided. Tang Huiyang suddenly took a step back, looking at his red fist, said in shock, "Have you broken through to the grinding stage?" Pei Jinya nodded. Just in the fight just now, his training reached the limit. He broke through the peak of his training, and naturally entered the grinding stage. Tang Huiyang took a breath of cold air. "Are you still a human? The power of this skin grinding burst is more than twice as strong as mine. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others." But he changed the subject. It a pity that you are a spiritual system. I dare say that if you were a physical system, Master Chong would have kept you for guidance. He actually felt sorry for Pei Jinya extraordinary system. An extraordinary person who awakened to the spiritual system is full of talent in physical techniques, which is somewhat out of place. Of course, no one would say anything after practicing physical skills. It is good to strengthen your body and have some self-protection ability. It's just that everyone feels it a pity that if Pei Jinya is a physical skill transcendent, then the power of his skills will be far more than that. Pei Jinya just smiled. Let's take it one step at a time. Tang Huiyang did not continue the topic. Will you continue to practice later? No. I have an appointment later. Pei Jinya shook his head. Tang Huiyang immediately became interested. Male or female? Male. Fuck. Go away. I'm just buying something. Oh. I'm scared. Pei Jinya raised a finger to show respect, and then left the bronze club. He had previously devoured the extraordinary metal telekinesis of the masked club by showdown. This is an extraordinary ability that can control metal within a certain range. It belongs to the spiritual system. By showdown's spiritual power is only 7 points, so the control range of telekinesis is limited to the body. This is how he practiced a hidden knife. But Pei Jinya mental power has now exceeded 10. He tried it, and it is estimated that the current telekinesis is controlled within a 1 meter range, and the weight that can be controlled does not exceed 3 kilograms. If a small dagger is hidden on the body, it will definitely be a killer move in close combat. The weapon refiner he contacted tonight was contacted by him from the black market. The matter of telekinesis cannot be known to people around him. Otherwise it will be difficult for him to explain it now. He did not find any techniques related to telekinesis, so he lacked an excuse to be exposed. But this did not prevent him from finding some defensive skills for himself. If it really came to this, it would be a fight to the death, and he would not care about being exposed or not. If the enemy was dead, there would be no such thing as being exposed. Busy streets? Pei Jinya looked at the noisy stalls with people coming and going calmly. He seemed to have become another person. He was wearing a black leather jacket, and he quickly disappeared into the crowd. Low-key and ordinary. Just 2 hours ago, Pei Jinya bank deposit arrived 500,000 yuan. Boss son? The gray-haired old man looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya nodded indifferently. Where is the thing I want? The gray-haired old man looked behind Pei Jinya, after confirming that there was no note, nodded and said, come in and talk. This is a small bungalow with a courtyard structure, but it is a bit shabby, and has nothing to do with grandeur. The old wooden door reveals a path that only one person can pass through. The lights are on in the house, but it is still a bit dim and dark from the outside. The gray-haired old man motioned Pei Jinya to come in. Pei Jinya then realized that the room was filled with densely packed weapons. Behind the counter, a strong man in a white vest with a short braid was wiping the red-tasseled spear in his hand. He turned his head and glanced at Pei Jinya, but didn't take it seriously. Boss son, this is the hidden weapon you want, about 12 centimeters long, weighing 500 grams. The weapon-making master opened the box, revealing a miniature black 3-edged military bayonet. Pei Jinya put on his gloves calmly, then he took it up for inspection. The reason why he wanted the 3-edged military bayonet was because of its lethal characteristics. The wounds caused by it were generally square holes, and the sides of the wound could not squeeze each other to achieve a certain hemostasis and healing effect. Moreover, it was not easy to do the initial emergency treatment for such wounds. Pei Jinya must have used it in a life-and-death confrontation, so he didn't care whether the other party had a chance to bandage. The master craftsman watched Pei Jinya put on his gloves. After a pause, he raised his eyebrows and smiled inexplicably. Boss son is really careful. No matter how careful I am not as careful as you. Masterly. Who would have thought that there is such a place hidden here? Pei Jinya's eyes were calm. He was not curious to ask why the other party wanted to sell weapons secretly. Of course, there may be some reasons for federal laws. But as far as Pei Jinya knows, federal laws do not restrict the sale of weapons. But why the other party is so careful? Pei Jinya doesn't care at all. The weapon-making master smiled cheerfully. It better to be careful. Boss son, what do you think of this hidden weapon? The material of this hidden weapon is titanium iron alloy, which is not easy to damage, and the quality is absolutely top grade. Not bad, it meets my requirements. As I said before, there are 6 in total. Pei Jinya nodded and weighed it in his hand. The weapon-making master just looked at him with a smile. Pei Jinya took out a stack of money, a total of 120,000 You count it. Shaoshan. The weapon master called out. And the big guy who was wiping the red tassel spear behind the counter came over, holding a money detector and another small wooden box. He skillfully checked Pei Jinya banknotes 3 times. The weapon master finally smiled brightly. Boss son. Please. Pei Jinya opened the wooden box with gloves. And there were 5 small 3-edged military bayonets. He checked them one by one, and then put them away with satisfaction. Boss son. Take care. The weapon refining master held a banknote in front of his nose and sniffed it, full of joy. The big guy had already turned back to continue wiping the red tassel spear. Outskirts. In the deserted forest, Pei Jinya used his telekinesis to control the 6 3-edged military bayonets on his body to quickly jump out. The tree in front of him fell down. There were several holes in the broken place. The explosive power is good, but the range is a little short. If the mental power is stronger, when the time comes, I will definitely be able to give the enemy the most unexpected fatal blow. Pei Jinya waved his hand with satisfaction. Within the range of his telekinesis, 6 3-edged military bayonets flew back to his hands. At the door of his house, Pei Jinya smiled a little more. A green ball of light was extremely tempting. Fingertips touched. Strength type extraordinary gene fragment +1. This was the second strength type extraordinary gene fragment he had obtained. If he got 3, then he would be able to successfully fuse into a complete extraordinary gene and then gain another extraordinary ability. Strength type extraordinary. He was still looking forward to it. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded not far from the community. Pei Jinya even felt the ground shaking violently. His face changed, and he hurriedly jumped out of the corridor and came to the flat ground outside the building. In the northwest, a sky-high flame shot up into the sky. It was hard to imagine how many tons of explosives caused this sensation. Pei Jinya's eyes were solemn. Could it be that the guys from the Old God Society did it? If so, then Black Shark is definitely a lunatic. Are you really not afraid that the city hall will investigate Doping City from top to bottom? Pei Jinya was thinking. The lights of the residential buildings behind him were turned on one after another, and many people hurriedly put on their clothes and fled from their homes. Is it an earthquake? No, I guess it another fight between 2 groups of people. What kind of world is this? Pei Jinya turned around. The bald old man on the first floor and the Mediterranean old man opposite were both cursing. The landlady also appeared. She put on a coat. What happened? The bald old man looked at her, shook his head and said, I don't know which bastard buried explosives in the middle of the night. The resident on the 7th floor was a young man. Blew on his lens and wiped it. Looked at the northwest direction as if to judge something. And soon hesitated. If I remember correctly. Is there a factory there? Factory? Yes. There is one. The Xinhua factory was built 30 years ago. But it closed down last year. It has been changing hands all the time. And it has not been sold yet. It is said that it was spotted by the Tianshan group. It is this Tianshan again. There has been no news about them in the past few days. When speaking, the floating police car of the night patrol department flashed its lights and sped away. Many residents who were watching the show seemed to feel the biting night wind. And they all returned to their residences cursing. Pei Jinya had already returned to the house. And he went back early when everyone was discussing it. So when the landlady came to her senses, she found that Shaoli was gone. Strange, did I see the wrong person before? Inside the room, there were 2 mobile phones in front of Pei Jinya. One was his own encrypted phone, and the other was the secret phone of the Old God Society. He took a sip of the fruit drink in his hand. Then he sat cross-legged and began to practice. It seemed that this night, except for the people who were awakened by the earthquake and the night patrol officers who put out the fire, no one paid attention to the explosion of the Xinhua construction factory. Early the next morning, the breakfast shop in front of the Bronze Society. Tang Huiyang was very excited. Last night, the factory of Xinhua construction exploded. He looked at Pei Jinya excitedly, his face full of ask me. Ask me quickly. Pei Jinya calmly finished the buns in his hand, and stretched out his hand and said, Boss, give me another basket. Tang Huiyang was very disappointed. But he still lowered his voice and said, This matter has completely exploded in the city hall. You will never think that it is because of this explosion that the city hall now knows that Xinhua construction has an amazing secret. Secret? Pei Jinya glanced at him. Don't tell me about this. I'm afraid of death. Tang Huiyang was stunned. Fuck. I'm a little confused when you say that. Then let be more obscure. The underground of Xinghuajian has been hollowed out. and there are fragments left over from human experiments inside. So it is enough to prove that someone is conducting biochemical experiments that are expressly prohibited by the federal government under this factory in Xinguajian. Pei Jinya looked at him speechlessly. This is also called obscure? After Pei Jinya finished eating the buns, he took Tang Huiyang back to the back mountain soon. Tang Huiyang was still chattering. Now everyone has two directions. First, this laboratory was secretly built by the old gods. Second, this laboratory was built by Tianshan International. Do you know why? Ask me quickly. Pei Jinya, he said perfunctorily. You tell me. He held a 100-gene boulder in one hand, as if he was not interested in these things at all. Tang Huiyang lowered his voice and said, I heard that. Now the gossip is spreading. The reason why Tianshan International and the Old God Society broke up is because of this taboo experiment. Before, it was a genetic experiment. And now it is a biochemical experiment. There may be some taboo experiments that we don't know about. Xinhua Construction originally declared bankruptcy last year. Tianshan International expressed interest at the beginning of this year. But surprisingly, it has not been able to reach an agreement. It is said that a senior executive of Xinhua Construction opposed it. But as far as I know, this senior executive died 2 months ago when he was hiking. It is hard to say whether it was an accident or not. Pei Jinya heard this and said in confusion, why are they so keen on this forbidden experiment? Tang Huiyang curled his lips. Apart from some people with ulterior motives, who want to destroy the world, there are also some pathetic people who want to change their own destiny. Most of these people are ordinary people. Pei Jinya seemed to have thought of something. Tang Huiyang said meaningfully, since the Federation Intelligent Brain Star Ring established a barrier for humans, the era of genes began. And the supernatural also came with it. However, not everyone can awaken the supernatural, which prompted some people to be unwilling to accept it. Even some animals can awaken, and they think it is unfair of the Creator. So they try to change themselves through genetic technology. I have heard of many such things, but almost no one succeeds. This kind of people either die on the spot in the experiment, or eventually sink into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. It is also sad. Pei Jinya fell into thought. According to your logic, both Tianshan International and the Old God Society want to conduct this experiment. But they are all extraordinary people. Right? Tang Huiyang fell into deep thought. And after a moment of thinking, he said, have you heard of the Sacred Ruins Mountain conversation? Pei Jinya shook his head. Seeing this, Tang Huiyang glanced around, pulled Pei Jinya to the grove at the back of the mountain, and whispered, the outside world doesn't know much about this matter. I also heard it from my brother. Many years ago, several big guys came to Xingshu Mountain, including senior officials of the Federation, representatives of various forces, and the leaders of the previous generations of Tianshan International, and the leaders of the Old God Society. They discussed a question at the time, whether humans can open up dual or multiple systems of transcendence. Pei Jinya's eyes suddenly became serious. So what did they say? What else can they say? They are all the best of mankind. And even they cannot open up dual or multiple systems of transcendence. Then the leader of the old gods brought up the topic of genetic experiments, and frankly admitted that their old gods had already started this kind of experiment, using death row prisoners for experiments. Tang Huiyang sighed. It is said that the head of Tianshan International at the time angrily denounced this behavior. The matter was finally reported to the intelligent computer Star Ring. Star Ring gave a result that it was almost impossible. I don't know what it said specifically, but after that, the old gods were besieged by the Federation. Pei Jinya fell into deep thought. If it is true that multiple supernatural powers can be opened in this world, and it is quite common, then he won't have to be so scared. But he is very clear now. Even if there is, he will not admit it rashly. A drop of ink falling into a glass of water is too eye-catching. Tang Huiyang is still talking about something, but Pei Jinya can't listen anymore. He doesn't know what his future will be like. But getting stronger is the hard truth. As for the intelligent brain Star Ring, Pei Jinya's biggest feeling now is, the distance between it and ordinary people is too far. What is the relationship between Xinghuan and Xingtian? Tang Huiyang was stunned for a moment, and then said without hesitation, when Xinghuan was upgraded, it installed its own subsystem in each of the 5 continents to protect humans. It stayed at the headquarters for upgrading and self-inspection. Over the years, the 5 subsystems including Xingtian have performed well, so it has never been recalled. Pei Jinya nodded thoughtfully. Tang Huiyang suddenly clicked his tongue. Pei Jinya looked over in confusion. Tang Huiyang whispered, I just remembered something. Someone exaggerated the contact between Sun Rufin and you these days, and told Fong Tianjin. Pei Jinya frowned. What do you mean? Tang Huiyang whispered, Fong Tianjin has been pursuing Sun Rufin, but the girl is not interested. Fong Tianjin did not dare to express it because of Sun Rufin's father status. Now someone seems to be targeting you. So he exaggerated this matter and told Fong Tianjin, this kid said a lot of inappropriate things last night. Pei Jinya looked over. Tang Huiyang chuckled. Who doesn't have a few friends these days? Someone can tell him about it. Someone will tell me about it. But to be honest, brother, I really can't beat Fong Tianjin. Pei Jinya looked at him silently. Tang Huiyang raised his hand. I'm a waste, okay. Stop scolding. Pei Jinya didn't take Fong Tianjin matter to heart. After grinding, his strength has increased dramatically. Of course, this is also inseparable from the acquisition of power attribute fragments. On the other hand, after he saw Master Chong take action with his own eyes, he found more and more that, after compressing the blood and chi purely, and using the technique shock, it can increase the explosive power generated by strength several times. At present, he is still studying how to materialize the first blood lotus. 11:30 noon. Pei Jinya and Tang Huiyang had just left the back mountain. The two boys guarding the entrance to the martial arts arena looked at each other and left. I talked to Uncle San, I'd be there soon. Do you have any dietary restrictions? I like this blood replenishing food. Okay. Tang Huiyang came to the entrance and did not find the car, so he immediately called the driver to ask him where he parked the car. But the driver phone was not connected. Tang Huiyang's expression changed. What wrong? Pei Jinya looked over. Tang Huiyang said in a deep voice, I can't get in touch with my driver. Wait, I make a phone call and ask. Pei Jinya nodded. Tang Huiyang called a public official friend, looked around and said, It in Mujin Lane. Look outside the lane. I wait for your news. He told me 5 minutes ago that he was almost there. It took almost 10 seconds. Tang Huiyang already knew that the reason why his driver didn't come was because he and his car were towed away by the people from the transportation department. Fuck. Tang Huiyang was furious. The friend on the other end of the phone said, Old Tang. This is a bit weird. Your driver has been here for less than 5 minutes. Strictly speaking, it's not a violation. It seems to be a time mess with you. Zhao, please help me find out which bastard is playing tricks on me. Coming out of the traffic department, the driver hung his head, followed carefully, and glanced at Tang Huiyang's expression from time to time. Master, I am responsible for what happened today. Tang Huiyang waved his hands, and was very upset. But he was well-mannered and didn't get angry at the driver. It's not your fault. But next time you encounter something, call me as soon as possible. Don't be stupid and let someone confiscate your phone. If anyone has the right to take your phone, you can beat him up. If something goes wrong, I will rescue you. Yes, Master. The driver was touched. Tang Huiyang circled his father's car several times to check carefully, raised his head and asked, Is there any problem? Did they hit anything when they towed the car? No. Master, I checked it all. The driver said hurriedly. Tang Huiyang snorted. They are sensible, otherwise I will blame this transportation department today. After speaking, he turned his head and said to Pei Jinya, This old car is the favorite of my old man. He said he didn't like hovercrafts, he just liked the ones that run on land. If something goes wrong, I guess I lose not only my home, but also my life tonight. Pei Jinya laughed, but whispered, Have you found out who it is? Tang Huiyang shook his head, Not yet. Damn. Let my brother come to check it out in person one day. I'm a playboy, and they don't care. I see my brother coming with a knife. What else can they do? The driver looked carefully. Master, the eldest master said, if you cause him trouble again, he will ask the master to cut off your card. Tang Huiyang's face fell. And he said unhappily, Damn. You can't even pretend to be cool. What a world. Stop talking nonsense. Drive. The driver was embarrassed and hurriedly started the car. The luxury car quickly drove away from the gate of the transportation department. In the car, Tang Yulo, the third uncle of the Tang family, made a special call. Tang Huiyang immediately reported it to others, and told others that the car was seized. Tang Yulo thought that the Tang family had offended someone. After carefully asking Tang Huiyang about the relevant matters, he turned around and called his friend in the city hall to personally inquire about the matter. More than 20 minutes. At 12:37 noon, Pei Jinya and Tang Huiyang finally arrived at Tang Yulo Villa. Mr. Pei. We meet again. I was sorry that I couldn't thank you in person yesterday. But you really brought back the dead. Tang Yulo couldn't express his excitement in words. He hasn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. This is not an exaggeration. For an insomniac like him, being able to sleep peacefully is even more intoxicating than beauty. What makes him equally nervous is that after leaving Pei Jinya, he had insomnia again last night. Mr. Pei. I had insomnia again last night. He looked at Pei Jinya expectantly. Pei Jinya said softly, Don't worry. Uncle San. I have some experience after the last success. Today. Follow your previous schedule. I hypnotize you again. Tang Yulo whispered, Are you sure you can find the cause of the disease? Pei Jinya shook his head. I haven't found it yet. Maybe before you had this symptom. Did you encounter anything special? Special things? Tang Yulo frowned. Tang Huiyang added, Many people have asked this question in the past 2 years. Some people suspect that my uncle has been in contact with cursed objects. But strangely, no ominous aura was sensed from him. Pei Jinya was thoughtful. Actually, I also suspected it was a curse yesterday. Pushing the door open. The servants were serving the dishes. And Tang Yulo third and was also helping. She looked very virtuous. After noticing Pei Jinya and Tang Huiyang, she immediately wiped her hands and greeted them with a smile. Xiaoang, I heard that you found a little miracle doctor for your uncle. Is that the one next to you? Hello. I am Lu Huilan, Xiaoyang third aunt. If you don't mind, you can just call me Aunt Lan. Hello. Aunt Lan. Pei Jinya shook her hand politely. Lu Huilan also asked about Tang Yulo's symptoms. But Pei Jinya could not answer because he could not find any cause. Lu Huilan felt a little regretful and said worriedly, I may have to trouble Jinya to come more often in the future. Old Tang body has been damaged by insomnia. The doctor even said that he could not last for a few years. Fortunately, you are here this time. The doctor came to check him this morning and said that as long as he can sleep well, if you take some nutrition supplements regularly, your body will recover. Don't worry, Aunt Lan. I will try my best. Pei Jinya nodded and said thoughtfully, I will come here in the near future to help Uncle Sen fall asleep and try to find the cause of the disease as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about this. Tang Yulo was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Lu Huilan said in a deep voice, In the future, you can tell us where you are, and we will send a car to pick you up and drop you off. I heard from Xiaoyang that you consume a lot of energy when you hypnotize each time. We can provide you with all the herbs you need. Yes. Yes. Yes, I can't let you make a wasted trip. I spent so much money on those quacks, but it was useless. I give you all the money. It all my property anyway. Don't refuse my kindness. Tang Yulo also said hurriedly. Pei Jinya looked at Tang Huiyang calmly. He consumed a lot? Tang Huiyang said calmly, Uncle and Aunt, we are here for a big meal. You come up and say this. If I were old Pei, he would be scared away by now. It's so stressful. Tang Yulo and his wife came to their senses and politely invited Pei Jinya to take a seat. Tang Huiyang also raised his eyebrows and looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya did not object to receiving money. If it was just a hypnosis session, he would certainly not care. But according to Tang Yulo's situation, it would probably take a long time to collect the money before he could do the job for the person. And the couple would feel at ease. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse it. Pei Jinya did not act pretentiously. Since we are here today, Pei Jinya might as well hypnotize Tang Yulo in advance. The third uncle of the Tang family was even a little excited. Lu Huilan and Tang Huiyang stood by, watching eagerly. Pei Jinya suddenly withdrew his hand, smiled bitterly, Relax, your blood and chi are fluctuating too much now, it's not easy to hypnotize. And Aunt Lan, seniors, please go out, I'm not used to being stared at like this. Tang Huiyang nodded in understanding. Lu Huilan took Tang Yulo's hand and patted it gently. Relax. After the two left, Pei Jinya started shaking his pocket watch again. He imitated the hypnotic gestures in the online video. Then he put a hand on Tang Yulo's shoulder. Now, you can fall asleep. Endless darkness enveloped again. The blood spear swallowed the darkness here with difficulty. Pei Jinya did not dare to relax. For him, Tang Yulo's spirit was extremely fragile. With his current power, he could kill this already weak man if he was not careful. This time, after the blood spear finished swallowing, Pei Jinya did not leave in a hurry. He looked aimlessly in one direction. It seemed that a faint fire was swaying in the night, and it was in danger, and would soon be completely extinguished. 3 minutes later, Pei Jinya walked out of the room. Tang Huiyang and Lu Huilan looked over. How is it? I'm asleep. I try again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Lu Huilan gratefully stuffed a card into Pei Jinya's hand. Pei Jinya did not refuse hypocritically. He put the bank card in his pocket and reminded, Uncle San is a little weak. What did the doctor say? The doctor said to replenish his blood. But not too much. What do you think? An San now believes in Pei Jinya's ability. Pei Jinya looked at her and shook his head slightly. Listen to the doctor. After leaving Uncle San's house, Tang Huiyang whispered, What wrong? You look so absent-minded? Pei Jinya thought for a while, and said, Let me ask a subtle question. Is your Aunt San your Uncle San's first wife? Pei Jinya didn't say anything about the memory fragments in Tang Yulo dream. Old classmate Tang seemed to still have a beautiful woman in his heart. But none of this had anything to do with him. When he left Tang Yulo Villa, he not only had an anonymous bank card, but also 2 bottles of red blood cell nutrient solution to replenish qi and blood. But Pei Jinya didn't consume much. Now he only eats black blood beast meat and blood spirit fruit. And he doesn't think much of the effect of red blood cell nutrient solution. But he didn't refuse. After receiving it, he exchanged it for 10 blue capsules specially used to restore spiritual power from the business Bronze Club in front of the ironwood pile in the back mountain. Pei Jinya swiped out the attribute panel. Name, Pei Jinya. Super Gene, devouring first form 8 out of 100. Pei Jinya let out a long breath. The higher he went, the more difficult it was to increase the upper limit. I always felt that something was missing. Maybe condensing the blood lotus will be different. Pei Jinya was just guessing. But he didn't waste time. After finishing his skin polishing in the back mountain in the afternoon, he didn't practice 12 lotuses in the Bronze Club, so as to avoid Master Chong detection of the blood and qi fluctuations caused by his points increasing to limit-breaking level. It not that he is targeting Master Chong, Pei Jinya is on guard against everyone. His golden finger must not be exposed. Abandoned factory. Pei Jinya sat down cross-legged. After setting up the early warning traps on the scene, he immediately began to distribute proficiency. He tried to hit points. 12 lotus. Great success 15%, great success 18%. 28%. Pei Jinya continued to hit points until great success 31%, and then he felt a high load state. Tinnitus attacked. In this case, he did not dare to continue adding points rashly, and slightly weakened his proficiency. However, with his current body, being able to withstand a load of 29% in just a few days is enough to show that his training during this period has not been in vain. He has become stronger again. The moment the mind method was running, Pei Jinya had already maintained a state of meditation. The blood and qi in his body surged like a big river in waves. These days, he dared not delay the practice of 12 lotuses. The condensation of blood lotus had a great attraction to him. Especially during this period of practice of 12 lotuses, he found that his blood and qi supplements, which seemed to be very high, were actually like a pile of bubbles, could not reach the pure blood and qi strength of Master Chong. Pei Jinya guessed, I have been replenishing so much blood and qi in this period of time. But I have not been able to increase it significantly. Perhaps it is because I am refining blood and qi. So it is constantly compressed. The fact that the amount has not dropped is enough to show that his blood and qi are replenished in time. 2 hours later, Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath. It almost there. The first blood lotus is condensed in front of me. He wanted to continue practicing in one go. However, the high-load operation of the Great Accomplishment Realm also consumed a lot of his mental energy. After swallowing a blue capsule, Pei Jinya's mental state finally improved. He checked his attribute panel. His mental strength declined a bit, but it has gradually recovered under the blue capsule. As for the upper limit of qi, blood and physical strength, it has increased slightly by 0.1 units. Pei Jinya has a hunch that if he can successfully condense the blood lotus, then qi and blood will definitely undergo a qualitative change. Jumping up, Pei Jinya performed a set of movements to stretch his muscles. 10 minutes later, Pei Jinya left the abandoned factory. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Pei Jinya glanced at the incoming call reminder. It turned out to be his desk mate at school. Brother Yi. Brother Yi, our class is organizing a reading club tomorrow, in the library next to the city hall. Are you going? Under the streetlights, people were coming and going beside Pei Jinya. He refused without even thinking. His fat desk mate looked regretful. Is the condition so serious? I didn't believe it when the class said so before. Pei Jinya had a puzzled look on his face. The fat classmate at the same table quickly said, "Which hospital are you in? I go see you. We agreed to be brothers in life and death. I can't abandon you." Pei Jinya, he said woodenly, "I'm not sick." The fat classmate was stunned, and then he quickly said, "You're not sick? Shit, it spread all over our grade that you're seriously ill. Even the principal was alarmed, and we approved your leave. We said we'd raise some money for your medical expenses." Pei Jinya, who spread this? Thank him for me. It great that you're not sick. It a pity that I don't have a reason to skip class. But are you really not coming? The fat guy hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone and said, "Do you still remember Wang Jing? This girl came to me several times and asked me secretly, and asked if you had awakened secretly." I laughed to death. How could I not know that you had awakened? Pei Jinya was silent. Sigh. My buddy really awakened. But will it be too depressing to tell you? The little fat man thought of something and changed the subject. By the way, Brother Yi, you know Sun Rufan from class 1. Right? Peking? Yes. What wrong? Fuck. You really know the beautiful Sun. I didn't believe it when it was spread before. Someone said that before you left school, you were seen chatting with Sun Rufan. Brother Yi, you are still so awesome. I didn't catch any female classmates in the class. Your eyes have turned to the school beauty. I Kaodao, can you teach me a couple of moves? Pei Jinya was very upset. Get lost. Can you please stop worrying now? Although it's only October. The exam is not long away. You should take advantage of the time to practice and review well. Don't stare at the pot all the time. Go outside and see the scenery. The fat classmate was stunned for a moment. And was a little surprised. Brother Yi, are you still the brother of our useless duo Long John and Yu Yi? But, thank you. I am touched. No more talking, I've started the game, let's chat later. Pei Jinya stood in front of the station holding his phone, noticing that the call was hung up, was startled for a moment, and then shook his head. In his memory, this desk mate was a good person, but a little eccentric. But Pei Jinya could understand, everyone has a second-year youth. It's good to be carefree. Unlike me, I'm walking on the edge of life and death. Pei Jinya's eyes suddenly turned cold. He saw a familiar figure coming towards him, standing across the street. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other from a distance. Pei Jinya, can you answer a question for me, and satisfy my curiosity a little bit? Su Tian instantly crossed the more than 10-meter wide road. He appeared in front of Pei Jinya, like a ghost. He leaned over and said calmly, Lan Fong, who is in collusion with the old God Society, has he ever looked for you? Pei Jinya slowly raised his head. Under the night, fireflies flickered, like flames. I don't know what you are talking about. Pei Jinya looked at him calmly. In the night, the wildfire was swaying. Like a ghost. You are lying. Su Tian was elegant and resolute. As if he had already defeated Pei Jinya. He said calmly, I have been to Lan Fong house. Fortunately, I found a hair that had not been processed yet. I have only felt this breath on you recently. So? Pei Jinya's expression did not change at all. He even slowly revealed a mocking smile. What do you want to express? Do you suspect that I killed him? Or do you suspect that I have colluded with him? Su Tian suddenly laughed. Your statement is very interesting, but I really suspected it. Unfortunately, compared with the original time period, you had just entered the Bronze Club not long ago, and you certainly didn't have the ability to deal with him. As for collusion, with your family relationship, I don't think you have any value that deserves the favor of an egoist like Lan Fong. Pei Jinya paused, and suddenly his self-esteem seemed to be hit, and looked coldly. So, Su Tian's smile spread a little. He is indeed a little boy. When it comes to value, his fragile self-esteem can't stand it. But don't be angry, reality is often so cruel. I just let you feel it in advance, you just need to tell me. Did Lan Fong look for you? Have you two ever been in contact? Tell me. A spiritual force invasion instantly enveloped Pei Jinya. He looked blank. In fact, he was indifferent. If it weren't for the 1818's mark on Su Tian's head, he would have probably taken action and solved the problem on the spot. No. He pretended to be hypnotized and answered honestly. Su Tian's smile froze. No. Am I overthinking? The next moment, he felt the other party mental resistance. The condescending smile on Su Tian's face spread again at the corners of his mouth. I forgot, you are also a spiritual power superhuman. You are such a pathetic little guy. Forget all this. Su Tian turned around and disappeared into the night. Pei Jinya stood there motionless. The wind and waves from the light rail train blew the hair on his forehead. He raised his head slowly, looking at the open train door. His eyes were dim. I know. I will attend the City Hall meeting tomorrow on time. Also, help me check Lan Fong and her personal relationships, and the Bronze Club. On the roadside, Su Tian was on the phone. Suddenly, a huge sound wave exploded, drowning out all the sounds here. The figure that suddenly rushed out of the darkness was like an ancient ferocious ape, like a wild dragon, punching Su Tian on the head. This punch was extremely fierce, stirring up a bad wind, along with a stream of burning blood. This sudden change startled Su Tian. He didn't even realize that there was such a fierce person hiding on this road. He couldn't even trace the other party's soul breath. Purification, he shouted, activating his ability. In terms of such a strong physical strength, he was no match for the other party. Only extraordinary. Bang! The figure of the person who came only paused for a moment. And then he broke through the invisible obstacles in an instant, and shouted like thunder. Boom! Su Tian's eyes were horrified. And the next second he activated the secret method. And suddenly it turned golden. Judgment is above. A mysterious power poured into his body. It was like light descending, golden light shone. Su Tian bent his left leg forward suddenly, and took a step back with his right leg, facing the fierce punch of the man, as if he was lifting a mountain. Boom! Almost instantly, the cement road under Su Tian's feet suddenly sank, and a lot of dust mixed with broken stones flew around like a cannonball. This guy power. Su Tian's eyes widened, and the blood in his body was violently trembling under the punch just now. Use me as a spear. Use light as a shield. And announce the verdict. Su Tian roared. There seemed to be golden light surrounding his pupils, and his blood suddenly roared like a furnace. The mysterious man's eyes were full of fierceness. He took a step forward, and the earth wave was lifted up. His 5 fingers were swung in the air and clenched tightly, and the airflow caused a shocking roar. Shock! 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 Boom! In an instant, the surrounding 10 meters was like the collapse of the sea. The mysterious man once again punched with a fierce gale that brought up ghosts and wolves howling. Ignoring the 10 pieces flying in front of him, he pushed forward in a straight line, with an extremely ruthless tyranny, as if he wanted to break the sky. God gift! Su Tian also let out a shocking roar. The next moment, it seemed that there were wings spread behind him, exuding a sacred, bright and sharp will that could judge everything, suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! It was like 2 violent forces collided with each other. And it was indeed the case. The mysterious man beat Su Tian to the ground with violence. But Su Tian seemed to be covered with a mysterious power. He spat out golden blood, and his fighting power did not dissipate at all. At this moment, he raised his head, and slowly stood up from the turbulent smoke and dust. His injuries were recovering rapidly. Who are you from the Bronze Club? The mysterious man stood 10 meters away, and the ground under his feet had already exploded. He stared expressionlessly. Su Tian's voice was full of mysterious nobility. I know that investigating Pei Jinya without authorization may anger you, but I didn't expect you to counterattack so quickly. I can tell you clearly, I will not hurt him, otherwise he would have died long ago with my methods, but you should not go too far. The mysterious man took a step forward. Su Tian narrowed his eyes, golden light shone, secretly gathering strength. I have no ill intentions. I have no intention of provoking you. It better to do so. In the night, dust waves filled the air. The figure of the mysterious man gradually disappeared into it. Su Tian looked around vigilantly, after a moment of confirming that the other party had disappeared. He could no longer hold back, and spat out a mouthful of blood. But this time it was no longer golden blood. His face was ugly and pale. Damn it! I wasted a bottle of divine blood. The Bronze Club. It even more powerful than I thought. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, he found that he had completely underestimated the Bronze Club. A member of an unknown identity could force him to use divine blood. However, he still had a trump card, and was glad that he didn't use it. Otherwise, the price would be too high. In a blink of an eye, in another forest, Pei Jinya took off his disguise, and a fishy and sweet taste rushed out of his throat. The guy in the judgment office was more difficult to deal with than he thought, and his methods were beyond his imagination. If he hadn't been able to use his proficiency to increase the deterrent effect tonight, the effect would have been greatly reduced. Sure enough, People in big cities know different things. Pei Jinya raised his head, and the face with blood on the corner of his mouth looked like a night demon under the moonlight. There was a hysterical and hideous smile on the corner of his mouth. He had thought of using all his abilities to kill Su Tian. However, the opponent was in the God-given state, and the injuries he had suffered were obviously recovering quickly. He was not sure that he could kill him. In order not to expose the secret of his multi-system abilities, Su Tian's life was saved tonight. Fortunately, this time he was able to test the opponent's strength. This guy should be afraid in the short term. You still have to hurry up and get stronger. Pei Jinya exhaled lightly and clicked his finger casually. The terrifying power of his fingertips fell on the dormant spotted venomous snake behind him. Pei Jinya didn't even look at it and left quickly. The moment he disappeared, with a click, the spotted venomous snake fell from the branch to the ground, blood oozing from its broken scales, and it couldn't die anymore. The Night Patrol Division team detected the battle information and arrived quickly. After Su Tianliang revealed his identity, the other parties seemed very cautious. "Sir, what happened here?" Su Tian's eyes flickered a few times, and finally shook his head. "It is a secret of the Judgment Office, and it cannot be disclosed. This is none of your business. Also, you drive me back." "Yes, sir." The Night Patrol Division team notified the personnel to repair the road surface, and the two hovercrafts quickly disappeared into the darkness. Su Tian sat back in the back seat and closed his eyes in deep thought. "We must apply to the Judgment Office for the God Blood Mad as soon as possible. This big tent is really weird." As soon as he got home, Pei Jinya received a call from Tang Huiyang. Hearing the voice inside, Pei Jinya couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "What wrong? You're so angry in the middle of the night." "Damn. I'm almost disgusted by this guy Fong Tianjin. I got the news that the car was towed away at noon because of the report call made by this bastard Fong Tianjin. This guy is really evil." "Right? He's so evil," Tang Huiyang said angrily. "Fong Tianjin?" Pei Jinya was stunned. "He has a grudge against you, or is he trying to retaliate against you because of my fabricated story?" Tang Huiyang paused, and was a little puzzled. "Both, I guess. When my brother was handling a case before, he didn't give his family any leniency, so he was hated. And I just called him. And this guy was so shameless that he directly admitted that he called because of illegal parking. Damn. Too arrogant." Pei Jinya lowered his gaze, and his other hand rubbed the edge of the fruit drink. "What do you want to do?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Tang Huiyang gritted his teeth. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why can't you just beat him up?" Tang Huiyang paused and said weakly, "I can't beat him. So let it go. I should be magnanimous and not argue with him." Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and said, "How about I help you fight back?" Tang Huiyang said quickly, "No. No. No. Let's forget about it. He is just arm wrestling with me now. He disgusts me. So I will disgust him too." Pei Jinya didn't say much when he saw this. He didn't take Fong Tianjin, a young man who only knew how to talk on paper, seriously. He didn't mind simply throwing the letter to the Old God Society to the other party, which would be enough to make the Fong family suffer. However, this move was too vicious, and Pei Jinya was afraid of shortening his life. The next morning, in the back mountain of the Bronze Society, Pei Jinya was grinding his skin in front of the iron stake, and a dull sound kept ringing. I heard someone coming. I looked up. It happened to be Sun Rufan. "What up?" "No. I'm going to the painting class next door later. I just happened to have time to come here. I heard the sound here and came to see." "You." Sun Rufan smiled sweetly. "Pei Jinya, why are you working so hard? Is it for the exam?" Pei Jinya looked over in confusion, rewrapped the bandage on his hand with blood powder, and said perfunctorily, "It about the same." Sun Rufan nodded thoughtfully, without interrupting him again, watching Pei Jinya start to pile seriously again, leaving a 3-layer insulated lunch box, and quietly leaving. "Rufan, you're here? Are you here to see me?" As soon as Fong Tianjin saw Sun Rufan coming out of the backyard, he immediately smiled brightly and hurriedly went to meet him. Sun Rufan kept a distance from him, and his expression became a little colder. "You think too much. I'm just taking a walk. Is there anything else? If not, I leave first. Are you free at noon? I treat you to a meal?" Fong Tianjin accompanied him as he left. The two walked away. Many students gathered together and whispered, "Senior Fong is really a passionate person. Fong Fei? He. Young, if he really caught the eye of Mr. Qi, His Fong family could at least move up a level. But I think Sun Rifan came from the back mountain, that not the place. Stop talking. It better to have less trouble than more. But suddenly Fong Tianjian's voice turned cold. What are you talking about? What happened in the back mountain? Everyone looked at each other, lowered their heads, and hid as far as they could. Fong Tianjian thought of a ridiculous rumor, narrowed his eyes, and looked in the direction of the back mountain. After a moment of silence, he walked quickly. Many eyes gathered again. What is Fong Tianjian doing? Damn. I told you to talk too much. If Fong Tianjian fights him, the guild hall will be in chaos again. Let them fight. It has nothing to do with us. Pei Jinya was beaten because he was weak. It's impossible for Li Xiaoyong to blame us for this. Besides, the guild hall is not her. Li Xiaoyong. World. I heard that Li Xiaoyong's father will be promoted this year. Is it true? If he really gets promoted, then the Li family will really enter the first tier. Then this. Go contact Tang Huiyang. It would be best if he could come forward to resolve this matter. Photo studio. Did you make contact? He seems very slow. Don't worry, being able to cultivate to this level in a short period of time, it means he is not an ordinary person. Maybe he is pretending to be with you. You should not look for him too often, lest you be misunderstood. After all, we are the embodiment of justice. Understood. Back mountain. Pei Jinya was hitting the iron with stake, and soon another person appeared. He did not look over distractedly. The other party spoke first. It's boring to practice alone. Would you like to have a fight? Fong Tianjian walked forward with a smile. Pei Jinya looked up. He was not familiar with Fong Tianjian. Looking at the crack on the iron stake, he nodded and said with a smile, "Come." Fong Tianjian pulled off his coat, revealing his bronze figure, and said with a deep breath, "Come." Almost at the same time, the two rushed forward, and the dust was raised. Fong Tianjian came up with a series of punches. The first punch was aimed at Pei Jinya's forehead, but the second punch was a real backhand, accumulating more power. He started practicing this boxing method in the 3rd month after he joined the club, and it has been more than a year now, and he has already practiced it thoroughly. But, bang, bang, both punches were blocked by Pei Jinya. He naturally would not use any other system extraordinary. He only relied on skills and skin grinding to block these two punches. Fong Tianjian was obviously stunned. These two punches were famous for sneak attacks. The frontal punch was fair and square, but the second punch that followed was the real killer move. He had already thought Pei Jinya would be a little embarrassed, but he never expected that Pei Jinya would block it with his body. While he was stunned, he heard a questioning voice from the opposite side. Your boxing is a bit special. What is it called? Double ring fist. After Fong Tianjian came to his senses, he hesitated slightly. Did you polish your skin? Not bad. It looks like the effect is good. But you didn't use your full strength. Did you? Pei Jinya waved the fist marks on his arm twice, and said indifferently. Fong Tianjian's heart sank. This guy is very strong. Not bad. I only used 30% of my strength. Come again? Come! After the two said this, they rushed towards each other at the same time. Pei Jinya's fierceness made Fong Tianjian's eyelids jump, and he felt the piercing feeling from his arm and cursed secretly. But unexpectedly, Pei Jinya caught the gap. A knee strike came head-on. Fong Tianjian hurriedly activated his ability, strengthened his attack speed, and his two legs twisted like a crocodile. Come on! Pei Jinya's eyes lit up, and he instantly retracted his legs, and used the posture of sticking to the mountain that he had mastered during this period to hit hard. Fong Tianjian's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly swung his legs to attack. Bang bang bang. Dust flew. The two of them fought quickly. Fong Tianjian's attack speed was indeed fast. After Pei Jinya punch, he had already thrown 3 or 4 punches, but in terms of strength, he was far inferior to Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya punch could make his blood vibrate, his bones ached. He couldn't do that. In a blink of an eye, a roar like beating drum sounded from the back mountain, attracting the attention of many students in the guild. Is that Senior Fong Tianjian and Pei Jinya? What are they doing? Isn't it because of that rumor? Getting angry for a beauty? What rumor? The girl Fong Tianjian likes is dating Pei Jinya. Fuck. Is it true? But Pei Jinya is so strong. He is evenly matched with Senior Fong Tianjian. Can't you see that Fong Tianjian is letting him win? He has been a student for 2 years. But he is just a new student who has been a student for less than a month. Thank you. Pei Jinya saw Fong Tianjin retreat and stop attacking. And he felt regretful. But he still bowed his hand. Fong Tianjin's face was gloomy. And it was dark for a long time before he showed a forced smile. You are very good. If you practice in the future, ordinary people will not be your opponent. Pei Jinya asked again, what is your name? Fong Tianjin. Pei Jinya. Nice to meet you. Pei Jinya? It a good name. I remember it. Fong Tianjin stared at Pei Jinya with deep meaning, confirming that he was not pretending not to know him. He nodded and turned to leave. However, when he passed the stairs, his eyes suddenly stopped on a blue and white lunchbox. His steps stopped subconsciously, and he paused for about 2 seconds, and then he left as if nothing had happened. The group of students guarding the entrance to the back mountain saw him coming out, and they all dispersed. Not long after leaving the back mountain, Fong Tianjin ran into Tang Huiyang, who was rushing over. Tang Huiyang's face became anxious, as if new and old hatreds were mixed together, and he didn't care about much. He immediately stepped forward to block Fong Tianjin's way, and warned in a low voice, Fong Tianjin, don't go too far. Fong Tianjin looked at Tang Huiyang with sarcasm, and said with disdain, if it was Li Xiaoyong threatening me at this time, I might still be afraid. But as for you, what confidence do you have to warn me? He shook his head. He said indifferently, wait until you can beat me. Passing by Tang Huiyang, the next sentence was heartbreaking. Pei Jinya is better than you. In terms of being an opponent, he is more qualified than you. Tang Huiyang frowned and looked at Fong Tianjin back in silence. The students who were surrounding him had all dispersed. Tang Huiyang snorted coldly, and quickly entered the back mountain, until he saw Pei Jinya still hitting the iron stakes as if no one was around. Seeing that he was fine, he was stunned. Old Pei, are you okay? I'm fine, what happened? Pei Jinya hit the iron stake with a heavy hammer. The fight just now gave him a little more understanding. Tang Huiyang saw that he had no injuries, and it didn't seem like he was forcing a smile. So he was even more confused. Based on his understanding of Fong Tianjin, Old Pei was actually unscathed. It couldn't be that Fong Tianjin couldn't beat Old Pei. Right? Impossible. Old Pei and I are equally matched. Tang Huiyang immediately shook off the idea. However, seeing Pei Jinya eager to try and hone his moves, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He thought to himself, I don't know what that guy is planning. In a tea house, not far from the Bronze Club, Fong Tianjin drank all the spiritual tea in one gulp, suppressing the rising and falling blood in his body. A young man with a crew cut opposite asked with interest, Old Fong, what happened today is not your style. Fong Tianjin glanced at him, and said indifferently, what my style? The young man with a crew cut laughed, revenge is needed, repay a favor with a favor. Everyone knows your name. Mr. Fong. But to be honest, I thought you would give that guy a beating when you went to the back mountain. Fong Tianjin said nothing with a cold face. Give him a beating? At first, he really wanted to teach Pei Jinya a lesson. But he thought about it more obscurely. If he did it too obviously, it would make him look like a petty person who would take revenge for any slight. But he never thought that the guy named Pei Jinya was stronger than he thought. And what made him even more uncomfortable was that, no matter how he increased his attack speed, the opponent's body was like a piece of iron. When did the defensive effect of grinding skin become so strong? I took a look at him at that time. I think that guy has practiced the technique of body training. He is also a ruthless person. How dare a spiritual type practice physical skills at the risk of his life? I heard that people who force their bodies to practice have a short lifespan. The young man, with a crew cut, narrowed his eyes and said. Fong Tianjin glanced at him. Do you know him well? The young man, with a crew cut, smiled. I was just idle before, seeing that the crazy woman Li Xiaoyong took good care of him. I got to know him briefly. If this kid really had our background, he might have a chance. It a pity. Fong Tianjin lowered his gaze and played with a jade porcelain teacup in his hand. Do you think he will be a short-lived ghost in the future? Who can say for sure about such things? The young man with a crew cut suddenly smiled and looked over. Why? Mr. Fong is thinking of recruiting talents? Fong Tianjin didn't say anything. The young man with a crew cut didn't hide it either. I always think that body training is very harmful to the physical body. Now it seems that he can recover by taking blood-replenishing herbs. But in the late stage of body refining. Not to mention that few people can reach this level. It is also a question whether he can reach it alive. I don't want to give him the resources of my family, and then cultivate a short-lived ghost. As he said, he looked at Fong Tianjin. If you want to try, you can. He can attract Li Xiaoyong's attention now. And he may also attract the attention of son Rufan father in the future. You place a bet in advance, it's not a loss. Then why don't you do it? Fong Tianjian looked at him calmly. The young man with a crew cut shook his head. My family is not like your Fong family. We are just a small family. The resources are not enough to be distributed to the blood brothers below, and it's not worth it to feed outsiders. Besides, I'm not sure whether Li Xiaoyong has told him about the Li family and my family, so as not to make myself unhappy. Fong Tianjian nodded in understanding. He knew about the Fong family and the Li family. After a moment of silence, he said, "What do you think if I recruit him, will he come?" The young man with a buzz cut took a sip of tea and said, "Old Fong, I am not an old god who knows everything. I don't know if he will be recruited by you. But I can tell you one thing for sure. If you get too close to him, Li Xiaoyong will notice you. Do you still remember Jianling Su?" Fong Tianjian raised his eyebrows. The other party said mischievously, "This young lady wanted to pick up another free volunteer like last time, but was warned by Li Xiaoyong. I heard that Miss Li deliberately asked before leaving, special lesson for Miss Jiang. Otherwise, why don't you see her dare to come to the clubhouse during this period?" Fong Tianjian frowned. Li Xiaoyong dares to be so high profile? Her father is going up. The young man with a buzz cut pointed upwards. Fong Tianjian suddenly realized, and suddenly hesitated. Looked up. Then what do you think Li Xiaoyong likes about him? Who knows? It's just that between men and women. The young man with a buzz cut shrugged. Fong Tianjian shook his head decisively and said, "I don't believe it. Li Xiaoyong is not that kind of person. What does she want?" The young man with a buzz cut asked Fong Tianjian a question that made him speechless. Yes, what does she want from him? The back mountain of the Bronze Club. After Pei Jinya improved a few skin grinding movements, his pounding technique became more and more proficient. A phone call interrupted his practice. "Sister Bing?" Pei Jinya was a little surprised by the call. "The time for the elite assessment has been determined, November 3rd. Sister Bing's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Number 3? Pei Jinya calculated in his mind. And blurted out, "Then there are only 5 days. "Yes. So I told you in advance. Remember to come to school on the 1st. Call me before you come. And I will personally issue you the admission ticket. Also, I heard that there are 2 other people who signed up in Doping City besides you this year." Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Sister Bing seemed to know what he was thinking, and said calmly, "The information about the participants in the elite assessment is top secret, and not many people know it. So don't worry. By the way, how is your practice now? I haven't seen you for a while. I have started to smooth my skin." "So soon?" Sister Bing was stunned. This kid gave her a surprise again. Participate in the assessment in 5 days. As for the assessment location, even Sister Bing doesn't know. It is said that the assessment will be conducted uniformly throughout Zhongzhou. It may be necessary to leave Doping City. Of course, it is best not to leave. If he leaves, I am afraid that the Old God Association will not be able to contact him for a few days. Will the other party contact his true identity because of the assessment? At present, he and Black Shark are at the same level, so Black Shark can't command him, but it does not rule out that the other party will use superiors to put pressure on him. Pei Jinya gathered his thoughts. Take it one step at a time. He must take the test in 5 days. If he can achieve excellent results in this test, he will have the opportunity to get in touch with a bigger world and a more powerful cultivation method. The qualitative change from blood drawing art to 12 lotuses has explained many problems, and the scarcity of advanced mental methods also proves its value. Both Sister Bing and Li Xiaoyong have mentioned that the means of cultivation in the top martial arts schools in those big places are of superior quality. It is far from being comparable to Doping City. Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. Don't be a frog in the well. Only by going out can you see more. But before going out, you must have enough strength. If he hadn't fought with Su Tian from a big place, Pei Jinya might have really had the illusion that he was already a master. But in fact, he couldn't even kill Su Tian. And there were also the brothers Lin Jun and Lin Yi from the gods. It's still too weak. Otherwise, everything would be solved. Why would there be so many troubles? Pei Jinya looked up at the sky. A deafening roar suddenly came from the overcast sky. In a blink of an eye, a sudden heavy rain swept across the entire Doping City. Why are you here? Xie? In the East District, in the office building of the food street. When Pei Jinya came out, Pei Mother, who was busy cleaning the room, was stunned. Pei Jinya was holding 2 bags of medicinal materials in his hand. I came by and looked at you. Where your dad? An old classmate of your dad came to see him. They were chatting somewhere. Mother Pei said, and suddenly she sighed. An old classmate who we didn't contact much before heard from somewhere that your dad is in charge of this place now, and brought local specialties here. Maybe he wants to get a job here. What do you think? Pei Jinya put the herbs on the table. You 2 elders can make the decision on these matters. Don't worry about my opinion. Mother Pei said thoughtfully. Then let's see what your father says. By the way, what is this? You can boil these herbs and drink them once every 3 days. It's good for your health. Pei Jinya didn't want the 2 elders to get worse, but it's too late for them to join the practice now. They have missed the best time, and their body functions have long deteriorated. If they want to make up for it now, it's all luck. Pei Jinya picked up a chair and sat down. Sun San just came with his people, each holding something in his hand. Brother Pei, you are here too. Seeing Pei Jinya was also here, Sun San's eyes immediately lit up. Pei Jinya didn't care if he was pretending or not. Nodded, and pointed to the thing in his hand. What is this? Sun San gestured to himself and his subordinates to put down the things, and said with a smile, these are all welfare benefits issued by the district. 1 for each person. Auntie, don't think too much. These rice, flour, oil and other things are all distributed uniformly by the district. I brought them here. There will be some during the holidays, so you 2 don't have to travel so far. Mother Pei took it half-heartedly and thanked her for her face. She was also very surprised. Pei Jinya looked over with a smile. Sun San immediately walked over with tact, bent down, and said with some embarrassment, Brother Pei, you are here. I have something to trouble you. Come out and tell me. Pei Jinya stood up. After saying something to Pei Mother, Sun San hurriedly followed. In the office of the captain of the street management committee, Sun San wanted to pour tea for Pei Jinya, but was stopped by Pei Jinya. Just get to the point. Seeing this, Sun San put down the tea box in his hand, smiled and said, Brother Pei, do you remember the boss Kai before? Who is he? Pei Jinya really forgot. Seeing this, Sun San hurriedly said, it's the boss of the debt collection company that the Su brothers asked you to settle before. I don't know where you found the channel. And he found me. He repeatedly requested to have a meal with you. I stopped him several times for you, but he insisted on seeing you. Pei Jinya said with a playful look on his face. How much bribe did you receive? Sun San was shocked and said hurriedly, Brother Pei, don't worry. I didn't do anything unfaithful to you. I just received a bracelet. If you like it, I will give it to you. Sun San showed the agate bracelet in his hand and hurriedly took it off. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand to block it. Take it. Take it. I didn't say you can't take it. But that person didn't go to collect the debt properly. Why did he ask me for it? Did he ask me to help him collect the debt? Sun San put the agate bracelet back on and laughed. How can that be possible? He also emphasized again and again that he always wanted to get to know you, just to make friends. And the gift for meeting was already prepared. I didn't agree immediately. It all depends on what you, Brother Pei, want to see me. If you want to meet, you can arrange the place temporarily. I call my brothers and make sure he doesn't have any bad intentions. Pei Jinya is the big leg he is holding on to now, and it concerns his future, so he naturally dares not let Pei Jinya get into trouble. Pei Jinya saw that he was thoughtful, and just smiled. He checked the time. Where is he now? Sun San was stunned. The heavy rain was pouring, like a rain curtain covering the entire Daping city. Kai Weiqian was leaning back in the boss chair, and the sadness between his eyebrows could not be concealed, and he seemed to be worried about something. The bald old Wei said in a deep voice, Boss, do you think Sun San can succeed? Kai Weiqian shook his head, but said calmly, everything depends on human effort. Old Wei seemed to be thinking, what if he thinks that we invited him to dinner to deal with him? He can't get rid of it even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Kai Weiqian opened the drawer calmly, picked up a cigar. No. Sun San is a smart man. He won't exaggerate. Although we didn't have a long conversation with him last time, but he is definitely a very rational and calm person. He must know that businessmen like me are not in need of enemies, but partners. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in from the outside. The curtains fluttered and rustled. Kai Weiqian and Lao Wei looked up subconsciously and were stunned, seeing a figure suddenly appear. Lao Wei was so scared that he almost died. Kai Weiqian's cigar fell to the ground in shock. After all, He is a boss who has seen the ups and downs of life. Kai Weiqian forced himself to calm down. With a cautious smile on his face, but Brother Pei? The man stood in the shadows, making it difficult to see his appearance. He looked like a black shadow, but inexplicably gave people a great sense of deterrence. A voice changed by a voice changer appeared. Boss Pei is busy. He asked me to come and ask you. Are you looking for death by disturbing him again and again? In the room, the temperature suddenly dropped to 0 degrees. Kai Weiqian was shocked. That Brother Pei was not alone? At this moment, it was as if a flame suddenly rose in his heart. As if he had thought of something, Boss Kai's fingers even trembled with excitement. Compared to the power of one person, the power of a group of extraordinary people is more awe-inspiring. No. 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 Your Excellency and Boss Pei have misunderstood. Kai Weiqian said quickly. I, Kai Weiqian, have no ill intentions. It was simply because of the misunderstanding that night. I admired Boss Pei, so I just wanted to make a friend. In addition, to express my apology for the last time, and to clear up the misunderstanding, I prepared some small gifts. He looked at Lao Wei. Lao Wei's throat rolled, and he just came back to his senses from the shock just now. He suddenly saw a person appear in the room without anyone noticing. Who wouldn't be scared? Fortunately, it was not at night, but it was scary enough. Lao Wei was not a good person, and his hands were stained with blood. So he knew too well how strong the deterrent power of the other party elusiveness was. If the other party really wanted to kill someone, who could find out? With the instruction of Boss Kai, Lao Wei stood up to get the gift, but even now, he still had goosebumps on his arms. A box half a person height was picked up without hesitation, and placed on the mahogany table in front of Kai Weiqian. Lao Wei did not dare to get too close to the Black Shadow Man, and raised his hands to show friendship then. In front of the other person, he opened it carefully. A pile of brand new banknotes came into view. Old Wei, go out first. Don't alarm the brothers. Yes, boss. Old Wei carefully left the room. Kai Weiqian looked at the visitor again. Regaining some composure, what do you think? The Shadow Man said lightly. Who believes this kind of nonsense? Do you believe it yourself? Kai Weiqian was not panicked when he was exposed on the spot. A smile appeared on his tense face. You are indeed a smart man. Indeed. I admit that what I said just now was a bit empty. But my good intentions are full. He picked up a stack of banknotes to prove the authenticity of the banknotes, and continued to gesture. I will not hide it from you. Please tell Boss Pei that I want to cooperate with Boss Pei. But it is just to help me to intimidate my opponent a little. The 2 million filial piety fee here will be available every month in the future. The bank card is in my wife's name. Absolutely safe, it can't be traced to you, nor to Boss Pei. Of course, if Boss Pei doesn't trust my wife, he can provide your account. The Black Shadow Man said nothing. Kai Weiqian's smile was a little stiff. He said in a deep voice, Sir, the heaven and earth can bear witness I, Kai Weiqian, have no ill intentions. To be honest, I dare not offend you extraordinary people. I am actually a businessman, and I just want to do business in peace, but in this world today, the rich and powerful are in power, and the extraordinary are at the top. Ordinary people like us can only survive by playing both sides. He put the banknotes into the box, sighed and said, Take the last time with the Su brothers. It really not that I bully them. Zhuang Laolu took the money from me, but didn't pay it back. I waived the interest for him out of kindness, but he still owed me millions. I kindly gave him time, but in the end, he didn't know how he got through the relationship with the Maritime Affairs Bureau. They also wanted to blame me. More than 10 of my brothers were regarded as wanted criminals of the old God society, and some died, and some were injured. Zhuang Laolu was probably afraid that I would do something bad, so he ran away. I spent 12 million to buy a peace of mind. But later I found out that Zhuang Laolu ran away in a hurry and left a sum of money. As a result, he was targeted by the Su brothers again. Ordinary people want to live with dignity. Either they work as dogs for those big shots, or they cling to the thighs of extraordinary people. Kai shook his head for money, he said with a bitter smile. The Shadow Man looked at him. You are so rich, why don't you look for a big shot? The bitterness on Kai Weiqian's face became more obvious. I have looked for one, but they don't look down on me. And my opponents are all related to major families. They have extraordinary people and money. Unlike me, I am a bastard from the bottom of society. He is not ashamed of it, but proud of it. I admit that I am a bit of a bastard, but I am forced by this world. There is no other way. You are extraordinary people. You still have the ability to protect yourself or find a new way of life, but we ordinary people are different. I am unwilling to let my business, which I built from scratch, be taken away by others, so I said that it was my luck to meet Boss Pei. I don't want to go to war with those big guys. I just want a trump card that can deter other lackeys, so that I can ensure that my own land will not be eaten by those vicious dogs. The Black Shadow Man walked out from the shadows, and a thin young man with a crew cut sat opposite Kai Weiqian. Kai Weiqian carefully looked at him, and he was relieved. The other party willingness to show up has already shown his attitude. On the other side, the young man with a crew cut was also looking at Kai Weiqian with interest. You are a smart man. But unfortunately, Boss Pei has no intention of becoming anyone umbrella. Kai Weiqian's face changed slightly, and he emphasized again and again, definitely not an umbrella. Let me be frank. For example, in Xieshan district, there are at least 7 gangs in the area. At least 5 times in a month. They found excuses to deduct the ransom money for the goods I brought in, which was even more expensive than the value of the goods themselves. Why don't you take it? I see you have a lot of subordinates. The crew-haired young man said casually. Kai Weiqian smiled awkwardly and said, I did. 3 years ago. When I just started my business, I was full of ambition and took people to rob the goods. But they were even more ruthless, and beat me directly downstairs of my company. If I hadn't given the then director of the inspection department 5 million yuan, I might have died under the Bailey River that day. These gangs are strong and weak, and basically there are extraordinary people behind them. I have observed that they all keep to themselves. So I want to establish a relationship with Boss Pei. With the extraordinary backing, the other party will not dare to mess around. Kai Weiqian carefully looked at the other party face, and said quickly, Don't worry. I can guarantee that I will not kill or burn anything. I have said before that I am a businessman. Just doing some resale business, and collecting debts for others. I dare not get involved in other businesses. What resale business? The young man with a crew cut asked. Kai Weiqian smiled awkwardly, and lowered his voice and said, basically, it's some mechanical parts for medicine or laboratories, and tobacco flavors and things like that, and sometimes, some organs are delivered to some laboratories. Are there organs of extraordinary people? The young man with a crew cut suddenly looked up. Kai Weiqian smiled awkwardly, and didn't dare to say anything. The young man with a crew cut also understood, and looked over calmly. Kai Weiqian quickly said, It's just borrowing the name of the extraordinary person of Boss Pei, with the support of the extraordinary. Others dare not act rashly. Do you know what kind of trouble this title will bring him? The young man with a buzz cut said faintly. Kai Weiqian was stunned. Doesn't Boss Pei know them? I heard that the extraordinary are connected to each other. You know you heard it yourself. And you still believe it? If that were the case, the Federation would have cleared out the criminals long ago. The young man with a buzz cut said unhappily. Kai Weiqian smiled awkwardly. But the young man with a buzz cut said, There is no need to trouble Boss Pei with this matter. But you can ask me for help. Kai Weiqian was stunned by what he said, but suddenly he reacted and said excitedly, Okay. Okay, it would be great if you can agree. But if Boss Pei finds out, will you be in trouble? He was actually worried that Boss Pei would cause him trouble. The crew cut you said with a smile, You are not naive enough to think that I will take all the money. Right? Kai Weiqian's eyes lit up slightly. The crew cut you said calmly, But Boss Pei really doesn't care about these things. He was too lazy to respond. You'd better not say anything to others. Otherwise, Boss Pei will feel embarrassed, and you will suffer. Kai Weiqian nodded quickly. I understand. I understand. Old Kai, am famous for my hard mouth. I understand Boss Pei low profile. Otherwise, the 2 brothers of the Su family would not have been turned away. What your name? Old Jia? Hearing the voice of the young man with a buzz cut, Kai Weiqian was stunned, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. Has any goods been robbed recently? Yes, a batch of valuable goods. The young man with a buzz cut thought for a while. Give me an address, I go and meet him. Kai Weiqian looked happy, but also a little worried. I heard that there is also a supernatural person behind him. You know when you meet him? Kai Weiqian felt that he was just stunned for a moment. Suddenly, the mysterious man named Lao Jia disappeared in front of him. His heart suddenly tensed up, and he was excited at the same time. He was in awe of the power of the extraordinary. But at the same time, he was very surprised to be able to establish friendship with the other party. Boss? The bald old Wei asked from the door. He was indeed worried that his boss might have an accident. Hearing a strong voice from inside the door, Lao Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the door carefully and walked in. Seeing that only Boss Kai was left in the room, he was stunned. Did he leave? Gone. Kai Weiqian looked over with a smile. Old Wei noticed that the box on the table also disappeared, and suddenly came to his senses. Boss, did he agree? Kai Weiqian still had that easygoing and smiling look. I hope my decision this time is right. Old Wei also sighed in frustration. Those gangs have been too much these days. Kai Weiqian turned his eyes to look at the fully open window. The wind and rain were blowing. And the sound of the rustling rustled. Old Wei, you take your people to the Caravan Chamber of Commerce, and be ready to respond at any time. Be smart. I understand. 20 minutes later. Kai Weiqian received a call from Old Wei, and stood up suddenly after hearing the content. Are you sure? Is the Caravan Chamber of Commerce really willing to hand over the things? His eyes lit up. Old Jia really did it. But this speed is too fast. He hurriedly asked, did the Caravan Chamber of Commerce say anything? Lao Wei hesitated and said, Boss Xiong wants to talk to you in person. After the call was changed to another person, Kai Weiqian soon heard a domineering voice. I say, Lao Kai, you are not kind. If you lost the goods, you should just call me and ask. This time, my men recognized the wrong goods. I have already added them for you. Kai Weiqian's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled and said, Boss Xiong, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. I will host a banquet another day and treat you to a meal. Haha. Of course. After hanging up the phone, Kai Weiqian couldn't hide the smile on his face, and he couldn't help but envy. Brother Sun San is so lucky. After watching Kai Weiqian then drive away, Xiongqi retracted his gaze, turned around, and slapped his men hard. Boss! The other party was so scared that he quickly admitted his mistake. You want to kill me? Next time. Can you check the other party background before you take action? When Xiongqi thought about opening his eyes and seeing a mysterious man standing in front of his bed, I almost got scared out of my wits. Fortunately, the other party just gave me a warning and didn't really do it, otherwise he wouldn't have died 100 times. He turned around and went to his office. Xiongqi received a call. A woman voice came. I just heard about your company. I told you not to be so high profile before. But you didn't listen. If the other party really wants to kill you, do you think you can defend yourself? Xiongqi looked embarrassed, a little ashamed, but he had nowhere to vent. I could only say gloomily, I know. I didn't expect Kai Weiqian to be able to win over a superhuman as his backer. This old guy is really sinister. Do you have any news? I don't know him. Maybe he came from another place. Such a person may have blood on his hands. Since he didn't touch you, it means he understands the rules here. We can live in peace in the future. But didn't you notice anything at the time? No, I checked it afterwards. There was no trace on the surveillance. There was no warning alarm. The other party was like a ghost. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Sister, what do you think of the other party level? I'm not sure. This ability is definitely a good assassination. Forget it, don't even think about revenge. I'm not around, I can't protect you at all. I understand. Xiongqi hung up the phone. When he thought of the scene when he woke up, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. Where did Kai Weiqian find this person? Soon, the news of the Horse Gang Chamber of Commerce spread throughout the Xieshan district. Basically, everyone knew that Kai Weiqian had found a superhuman as his backer. The power was so strong that even Xiongqi, the president of the Horse Gang Chamber of Commerce, had to bow his head. However, some people sneered at this matter, and some people tried every means to test Kai Weiqian. But Kai Weiqian kept silent, and instead used the influence created by Lao Jia today to quickly expand his business circle of friends. These 2 million are worth it. Shaoli, you came back early today? In the corridor, the landlady shook her umbrella and said with a smile, Come here to put something down. Peijia was holding a black package. The landlady didn't think much about it. She nodded politely and opened her door. Just then, a little girl voice came from inside. Mom, something big happened. My qualification verification assessment was rejected. The landlady face changed. She didn't care about anything and hurried into the room. What going on? The education department sent a notice saying that there are special arrangements. Now all general certifications across the country will be postponed for about 10 days. Special arrangements? What special arrangements? I don't know either. It's really strange. This has never happened before. Why did it happen to me this year? The mother and daughter voices gradually faded as the door closed. Peijia had already walked into his room at this time. He checked the traps as usual. After confirming everything, he walked into the house. He threw it casually. The package fell to the ground with a dull sound. Pei Jinya casually threw 500,000 cash on the ground. Pretending to be Lao Jia, this identity was his temporary uprising. He just called Lao Jia casually. Firstly, Pei Lao De identity has a surname, and it is easy to trace him. Secondly, if he pulls out another person, even if he is really investigated at that time, the other party will think that there is someone behind him. At that time, Pei Jinya will not even need to guide him. Naturally, someone would contact the Bronze Club. What Pei Jinya needs to do now is to speed up his practice and improve himself as soon as possible. Rather than trying to cover up, he prefers to rely on powerful force to directly eliminate the trouble. Outside the window, the rain is getting heavier. He will definitely not go to the Bronze Club. After talking to Tang Huiyang on the phone, Pei Jinya sat cross-legged on the ground and was about to practice, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of a green light. A tribute light ball? Let me see how many surprises you can give me, said, reaching out to touch it. The great dream lasted for thousands of years. What year is it now? Pei Jinya opened his eyes and exhaled. Thanks to the attribute light ball of 100% proficiency just now, he successfully upgraded the great dream lasted for thousands of years to breaking the limit level. With the help of countless memories of practice, his mental power skyrocketed in just 3 hours. Mental power, 15/15. Pei Jinya eyes lit up. I wonder if I can eat the 2 brothers of the Lin family who are gods now. The other party method of combining swordsmanship and physical body with blood, and she really made him envious. But whether it was Jiang business, or the internal maul of the old god association, he had never seen such a powerful technique. And the scene when Lin Yi almost cut off Tai Yuan's entire body with one sword was quite brutal. Buzz buzz, the phone suddenly vibrated. Pei Jinya then noticed that it was already evening. Tang Huiyang called, and the third Uncle Car was ready. He invited him to dinner and then hypnotized him to sleep. Pei Jinya reported a nearby location, changed into his clothes, quietly left. 15 minutes later, in the luxury car, Tang Huiyang looked at the heavy rain outside the window and frowned. It raining so hard today, the weather forecast clearly said it was a shower. It'd been shaking for 12 hours, and it not over yet. Pei Jinya got in the car, shook off the water droplets on the umbrella, and then closed the door. Tang Huiyang picked up a blue and white lunch box from his side and gestured. Here you go. Pei Jinya had a question mark on his face. This isn't mine. What are you doing for me? Tang Huiyang said helplessly. Brother, this is what Sun Rufan left for you. You didn't touch any of your food. Pei Jinya took it suspiciously. She didn't tell me. I didn't notice it. But are you sure it for me? Tang Huiyang said with regret. But it a waste of your looks, you just have a wooden heart. I think you're overthinking it. Alas, I guess she's still thinking about the last time I saved her on the light rail. Pei Jinya shook his head and said, opening the lunch box, 3 carefully matched meat and vegetable dishes. Tang Huiyang sighed. It's the hardest to accept the favor of a beauty. When I go to my third uncle place later, I ask the servant to heat it up. Even if she doesn't like it, she can still have a bite. I explain it to her when the time comes. Pei Jinya nodded. That what I mean? Chi Hingtian looked at his daughter helplessly. You sneaked out again? Sun Rufan lowered her head and looked at her toes. Chi Hingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that our Fan has grown up. Sun Rufan stole a glance at him. Chi Hingtian motioned her to sit down, and then said earnestly, I said it doesn't involve your feelings. I guess you don't believe it, but Dad has a special status now. I'm always worried that he will be used by others. This is why the Bronze Club didn't let you go there more often before. He saved me. I just want to repay him in my own way. In fact, I don't know him very well, but I think, since Xiao Yongjie recognizes someone, his character must not be too bad. Sun Rufan seemed to have mustered up the courage to speak out a lot of his inner thoughts. I don't know what kind of state the relationship between men and women has become. I am just grateful to him. If I have to say more, I just want to get closer to him. Chi Hingtian eyebrows twitched. Dad doesn't object to you making new friends, but there is one thing we should agree on. You should tell me when you go out. Don't sneak out. I don't want to wait for an accident one day. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Sun Rufan thought about it, and decided to admit her mistake. After Chi Hingtian saw her off to her room to do her homework, he sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. After a while, he sent a message to his secretary. Check Pei Jinya. Okay, Mr. Chi. In Tangulo Villa. Lu Huilan greeted her warmly. and Tang Yulo's face turned a little red. Pei Jinya knew that these were all health bought with money. If it were an ordinary person, there is no money to pay the healthy price in just 2 days. Tang Yulo was also very excited, and wanted to go out and do a set of boxing right now, but he was stopped by Tang Huiyang and his wife Lu Huilan. They treated him with delicious food and drinks. Tang Yulo mentioned the incident of the car being seized yesterday. The person in charge of the car seizure has been transferred to work in a nursing home. In addition, can you and the young master of the Fong family stop being so childish? An hour ago, an elder of the Fong family also sent a message. If he hadn't said so, the family wouldn't know you called the police so many times. Pei Jinya looked over in astonishment. Is this what you call an eye for an eye? Tang Huiyang shamelessly said, if someone offends me, I will pay him back tenfold. His third aunt Lu Huilan laughed beside him. Pay tenfold, the Fong family is narrow-minded, otherwise they wouldn't have told your second and third uncles. I guess your father will know about it soon, and he will have to punish you. When Tang Huiyang heard this, suddenly, he was a little angry. Fong Tianjin is such a bastard. For the matter between him and me, he actually asked his family to intervene. Tomorrow, I will let the whole Daping city know that he wet his pants in class when he was in elementary school. Virtue. Tang Yulo laughed and scolded. Tang Huiyang's phone rang at this time. Seeing the incoming call reminder, Tang Huiyang immediately shrank his head. Your dad called? Uh-huh. He here to call for punishment. Lu Huilan said mischievously beside him. Tang Huiyang had a headache. But the call was connected. Pei Jinya could hear the roar of a lion on the other end of the line even though he was standing a body away. Tang Huiyang stood up with a red face. And said something timidly. And then raised his voice, Old Tang. What are you afraid of? Can you show the courage of your Tang family? It's just the Fong family. We will crush them tonight. After that, he turned around and threw the phone on the table. Pretending to be calm and said, Old Tang is getting more and more unreasonable. Let not talk about him, let eat. He also gave Pei Jinya a look that said it a small matter. Pei Jinya was very upset. After finishing the meal, the four of them sat together and chatted. In order to take care of Pei Jinya, Tang Yulo and Lu Huilan also talked about some interesting things in cultivation, such as the celebrity stories that happened in Daping City a few years ago. At 9 o'clock that night, Lu Huilan took Tang Huiyang to the living room downstairs, while Pei Jinya and Tang Yulo went to the bedroom. Mr. Pei, about my sleep, is there still no solution? When they were the only two left, Tang Yulo's expression became much more serious. Pei Jinya paused and said thoughtfully, Actually, I have always been curious. When you sleep, have you ever dreamed about anything? Dream. Tang Yulo fell into thought. I am also very curious. It has happened twice. I feel like I have lost 12 hours of memory. There is no trace of dreaming at all. Pei Jinya asked calmly, Maybe, do you remember any people or objects that left a deep impression on you? I remember them very well. Tang Yulo frowned, and thought seriously. After a while, his expression was shocked. You mean there is such a person in your mind, but you can't remember who she is at all, and you suspect that your memory has been washed away? Pei Jinya looked over. Tang Yulo said solemnly, Do you have any way to help me recover? I can only use hypnosis to make you remember it yourself. I haven't practiced the specific techniques of restoring memory. Pei Jinya said sincerely. Is that so? Tang Yulo fell into thought, and put this matter in his heart for the time being. After entering the dream this time, Pei Jinya arrived in Tang Yulo's dark dream again. This time he observed carefully. But after the blood spear swallowed a small part of the darkness, it seemed that there was no change. Pei Jinya sighed. For the time being, everything can only be attributed to the mysterious effect brought by the universal gene fragment. Besides, he wandered in Tang Yulo's dream, and did not get any useful information tonight, and returned home disappointed. 10 minutes later, he left Tang Yulo's bedroom, and gently closed the door. Soon, Lu Huilan stood up to see him off. Outside the door, Tang Huiyang looked over and gestured, Are you full? Do you want to have a midnight snack together later? Let go. The shower in the weather forecast just stopped a few minutes ago. The air was now emitting a mixed smell of soil. Tang Huiyang's driver came to pick them up personally, so they didn't take Tang Yulo's car. 20 minutes after leaving the wealthy area, Pei Jinya and Tang Huiyang arrived in the downtown area and found a little-known food store. To be honest, with your current ability, you will definitely have no problem with the future exams. Have you decided where to go? Tang Huiyang picked up a skewer of meat and said while eating. I haven't thought about it that much. Pei was chewing slowly, looking up and said, "Actually, I've always been curious. Take the people in the clubhouse for example. They all awaken earlier than ordinary high school students. Do they still value the college entrance examination so much?" Old Pei. I don't know if what I'm going to say next will make you feel uncomfortable, but I have no ill intentions. Tang Huiyang paused and said, "The college entrance examination is really just a stepping stone for ordinary people. But for a small number of people, it's really just a formality. Their stage has always been those famous schools, not the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is a written test plus a physical test. Although everyone has the same test scope, but the requirements for our written test are relatively low. As for the physical test, let me say something unpleasant. We awakened ones are better than ordinary people in physical tests with our eyes closed, so it's meaningless to compare with them. The higher-ups also know this truth, so basically the awakened enrollment ends 1 or 2 months in advance, and the rest is the stage for ordinary people." Pei nodded in understanding. Tang Huiyang put down the string in his hand. "Take Fong Tianjian as an example. He is from number 1 middle school. He is in the same class as you this year. He had not awakened when he joined the club last year. He successfully awakened in March. He dares not stop practicing now. Because the real top schools are the ones that everyone wants to enter. There are so many geniuses in the country who want to enter. If he dares to relax, he will be surpassed soon. Didn't I say that we are in the early batch before? I said that the written test doesn't matter. That's an ordinary school. But for the top schools, the preferential treatment for awakened people is limited to early admission. He requires you to be excellent in all the exam contents that should be mastered. If you are a little bit worse, people will have the confidence to reject you. Unless you are a genius among geniuses, you can make the giants above change their minds. But the probability is too low. Also, why do people want to go to top schools? The resources of big places have advantages. If you have practiced 12 lotuses, you will definitely know the difference between it and blood drawing art. If I say that the top schools can see the skills of the 12 lotuses everywhere, do you believe it? I believe it." Pei and Tang Huiyang smiled at each other. Tang Huiyang nodded. "To be honest, I repeated a year and thought about a lot of things. In life, you can't choose the wrong path. By the way, Brother Yang, do you know about the judgment office?" "Fuck." Tang Huiyang woke up immediately. "You didn't provoke them, did you?" Pei smiled kindly. "How could that be?" Tang Huiyang nodded. "That right, you are usually low-key, you only know how to practice. How could you deal with them? I tell you, if you really meet someone from the judgment office in the future, if you can go as far as possible. Go as far as possible. Are they so scary?" Pei only believed 50% in his heart, and this 50% was also because he had fought with Su Tian. Tang Huiyang pondered and said, "The arbitration office is a special department of the Federation. The people in this department can be said to be the best among geniuses. Those who can enter are not ordinary people. Even my brother, the monster, said that. 9 out of 10 people here are monsters, and one is an ultimate monster. The people they target, regardless of whether they are wronged or not, they will most likely be tortured into madness. So while they are famous, they are also notorious." He picked up a skewer. The silver iron skewer reflected the light, and he said mysteriously, "Have you ever heard of this saying?" "What is it?" "Above the crown, it is for divine power. Under the sword, it is for judgment." Tang Huiyang whispered, "This is their faith. I know very little about them. I only know that they are generally active in big cities. No one should come to a small place like our Daping city. Right? If they really come, they must be provoked by the old gods." Pei The meal lasted until nearly 10 o'clock. Tang Huiyang wanted to send him back, but Pei wanted to enjoy the night breeze. The bustling city was still bustling with people, and the water on the road had dispersed a lot. It seemed that the heavy rain during the day did not have much impact on the residents of this city. On the way, Pei received a call from his father, regarding the old classmate who came this morning. Father Pei still wanted to hear what his son thought. Old Chong is a man with some tricks, otherwise he wouldn't have come here. He wanted a storefront in the food court, but I refused. Although our family is the contractor, the things inside belong to the Federation after all. I don't have the final say. But I didn't say it so absolutely. So I want to ask you what you think. If there is a suitable house, I will rent it to him. Do you think it okay?" Pei said with a smile. "You two elders can make the decision on this matter. No guarantee. No violation of the law. This is the principle. As for anything, Sun-san will keep an eye on it. Don't worry about it. Although your father is a good man, I am not stupid enough to do this. Pei father laughed and scolded on the phone. As soon as he hung up the phone, Pei Jinya saw a young man and woman tugging at the side of the viaduct. Let me go! Wei Xia. I won't go with you. Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya. Save me. The girl in the short skirt suddenly recognized Pei Jinya and struggled to rush over, but her wrist was pulled. The young man who pulled her was also obviously stunned. This gave the girl in the short skirt an opportunity, and she shook her hand to break free, ran to Pei Jinya quickly, grabbed his sleeve, and urged him in a low voice, "Take me away. Quickly." Pei Jinya obviously smelled a pungent smell of alcohol from this girl. He hesitated for a moment. Her face was somewhat familiar. He had seen her at Tang Huiyong's birthday party. Called Lan X? Lan Ranran endured the explosion of alcohol. What made her tremble all over was that she realized that there was something wrong with the last glass of wine that Wei Xia handed to her. She tightly grasped Pei Jinya's sleeve. Her face was pale, her body began to shake gradually, and she became weaker and weaker. Before losing consciousness, she was thinking about one thing in her mind. Pei Jinya, will he? Who are you? Who do you care who I am? Wei Xia was choked by the choking, just as he was about to step forward. He was surprised to find that the person opposite him had already taken out his cell phone. Is it the night patrol? I'm on the east road of the Cross River Bridge now. Seeing this, Wei Xia turned around and got into the car directly. Pei Jinya held Lan Ranran's slender waist with one hand and held the phone with the other. After watching Wei Xia hovercraft leave, he put down the phone and dialed Tang Huiyong number. Gao. The call didn't go through. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the delicate body in his arms. After hesitating for a long time, he finally reached out and pressed it. Lan Ranran moaned unconsciously on the spot, seemingly in pain, with a somewhat painful expression. You're still not awake? Pei Jinya looked strange. He reached out again, this time with more force. Lan Ranran's blood was trembling, and the pain in her body made her gradually more clear-headed. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Pei Jinya sitting on the side, with his eyes closed practicing. You? She suddenly came to her senses, and all her lost memories were restored at once. She remembered that she was drugged by Wei Xia. She accidentally ran into Pei Jinya, and then went to him for help. But the drug took effect, and she lost consciousness. Noticing that her clothes were intact, Lan Ranran came to her senses and hurriedly thanked him. Pei Jinya. Thank you for what you did just now. The night breeze on the Cross River Bridge blew her hair. Under the moonlight, her cheeks were rosy, and she didn't know whether the drug effect had not yet dissipated, or she was feeling ashamed at the moment. It okay. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. Lan Ranran barely moved her body, but suddenly I found that my waist was very painful. I couldn't help but look strange. Have you been waiting for me to wake up? Pei Jinya didn't take this matter to heart at all. He said casually, I couldn't get through to Brother Yang phone, and I don't know your other friends, so I just sat here and waited for a while, but you woke up much faster than I thought. Pei Jinya didn't complain about his interrupted practice, but this calm tone of narration made Lan Ranran look at him more. Unfortunately, Lan Ranran sighed in her heart, and sincerely begged, Pei Jinya, please don't tell anyone about what happened today. Pei Jinya looked at her, thinking that the girl would call the police herself. But her reaction was not completely unexpected. He nodded calmly. I understand. Lan Ranran looked at her gratefully, then lowered her head to open her messenger bag, took out her mobile phone from it, but found that the battery had already run out. Her face was even more embarrassed. Pei Jinya, can you lend me your phone? Taking the phone from Pei Jinya, Lan Ranran thanked him in a low voice, then called her best friend, reported an address, and returned the phone to Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya put away his phone. If there's nothing else, I leave first. Lan Ranran was stunned. Seeing Pei Jinya leave so resolutely, she felt bad for a moment. Pei Jinya. She suddenly spoke. Pei Jinya stopped, looked back in confusion, but his eyes were calm. Lan Ranran bit her lip. Please keep today's matter a secret. Thank you. Pei Jinya waved his hand. Got it. He quickly disappeared into the night. Lan Ranran kept staring at his back as he disappeared, her heart gradually becoming empty. She squatted on the side of the bridge, hugged her body tightly in the cold wind, and felt a faint pain in her waist. Just above her head, The federal camera monitored the situation in this area. A few minutes later, the roar of an engine came from the corner of the street. Ran. A girl in black leather with fiery red ponytails jumped out of the car first. Ran stood up, holding her waist. Send me to the hospital for a checkup first. What wrong? I ate something dirty. When Pei Jinya got home tonight, he happened to meet the landlady knocking on the door. Shaoli, you're not at home. Auntie, what wrong with you? Pei Jinya walked over with a puzzled look. The landlady handed over a box of fruit drinks in her hand. These are all produced by the child uncle. I can't finish drinking even if I give you more. I give you a box. Auntie, you're too polite. Thank you. This tastes good. I'm planning to buy some at the supermarket. Pei Jinya took the fruit drink. The landlady was very happy. This is pure natural. Drinking it can replenish vitamins. Just as the landlady was sharing her health tips, the door of her house opened, and a little girl with a ponytail popped her head out. Mom, the landlady said with disdain, what are you doing? Calling souls. The little girl with a ponytail saw Pei Jinya and swallowed back the spoiled words behind, pretending to be reserved. Mom, I have something to tell you, it a big deal. Seeing this, the landlady nodded politely to Pei Jinya, and then walked back home. What big deal? Do you know why our qualification appraisal was postponed? Our teacher said that this year, 3 proud children appeared in Doping City, and will participate in the federal elite assessment. The voices of the mother and daughter disappeared as the door closed. Pei Jinya paused, shook his head, and entered his home with a box of fruit drinks. As usual, check first. Then put on shoe covers, wash hands, continue to check the fruit drinks. After confirming that everything was correct, he took a sip with confidence. Lying on the sofa, looking at the light on the ceiling, muttering to himself, there are only 4 days left in the 5 days. I'm actually starting to get a little nervous. I mean, buzz. The secret phone suddenly vibrated. Pei Jinya paused in his thoughts and picked up his phone to check. Black Shark, Demon Lord. My branch is facing an emergency. Shadow Bao and Sequence are being hunted by the Federation Night Patrol. I am being entangled by the people of Tianshan International, and I can't spare any time. This matter has been approved by the superiors, and I will inform them. You rush to the collapsed area of North Ring Road for rescue. They are really important to our organization. In addition, this is Tianshan Contact Channel .4335. Pei Jinya sighed lightly. There is not a single worry-free day. He put on a ghost mask. He disappeared into the night. Not long after, he pressed the wireless headset. Tianshan, I am the devil. Devil, I have been waiting for you. There is a landslide area on the westernmost side of the North Ring Road. An accident happened here a few years ago. Coupled with the haze of the Midnight Legend, there are not many people visiting here on weekdays. Especially those who dare to go out late at night. Most of them are young people who pursue novelty. Fuck, why is there so much wind in this damn place? Somewhere in the collapsed area full of weeds, 3 young men sat around a campfire. Without the wind, is it still called a mountain ghost forest? Stop talking, set up the machine and start live broadcasting. Did you catch the signal over there? The long-haired young man in the middle said indifferently. The signal is relatively weak. I still suggest you go to the outskirts. Otherwise, if there is no signal, you can't broadcast. The glasses man on the right suggested. Who are you going to broadcast to if you go to the outskirts? It's not like you haven't tried it before. Hurry up. As the long-haired young man was talking, his expression suddenly froze. Where is the devil now? Ngong asked in a low voice with a serious look. The voice of Zhong Tianshan in the earphone sounded after a while. Just got in touch. He is now 13 kilometers away from you, and is expected to arrive in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Can you hold on? Ngong's face changed slightly when he heard it. I don't know. He cursed inwardly after saying that, because there were countless low-altitude flying sounds coming from not far behind him. It a federal unmanned detection aircraft. Shoot it down as soon as possible. It can scan your blood and chi fluctuations, if nothing unexpected happens. You and the sequence will be discovered soon. Be prepared, Tianshan reminded. Ngong looked grim. The sequence next to him was shrouded in a black robe. Shivering, footsteps were heard in the distant jungle. What surprised Ngong was that the drone suddenly turned around and left. Tianshan. What going on? In front of the campfire, the long-haired young man and others all lay on the ground with their heads in their hands. Their faces full of panic. I'm just shooting live. It not illegal. It not illegal. The members of the night patrol ignored them, and rudely put their knees on the necks of these people, and used instruments to verify their identities. Xiao Qingshan, male, 28 years old, was convicted of theft, 5th-class citizen. Su De, male, 26 years old, was detained for prostitution many times, 5th-class citizen. Mon Nilu, male, did you see any suspicious people? The members of the night patrol asked in a deep voice. No, really not. We really didn't do anything this time. The long-haired young man shouted loudly. Captain? Clear the area. The captain of the 9th squad said indifferently, turning his head to look at the figure next to him. Old Su, what do you think? Su Tian's face was indifferent. They can't run away. Soon, the night patrol squadron called. Captain, 2 suspicious persons have been found. We lost an unmanned detection aircraft. Confirm the other party identity. The Old God Society Shadow Bow. The captain of the 9th squad smiled and looked at Su Tian. Su Tian strode forward and left a message. Seal off this place. And take them alive. The captain of the 9th squad looked at his anxious look and shook his head slightly. It seems that the higher-ups are also very anxious. He waved his hand to signal his men to follow. We caught you. The bugs of the Old God Society. Su Tian showed a ferocious expression on his face. Purification. He shouted the 2 words. An invisible force quickly spread to the feet of Ngong and Shu Lai. The 2 people's faces changed, and their bodies seemed to be trapped in the air quagmire in an instant. It seemed that there were countless hands behind them pulling them. It's someone from the judgment office, Xiao Fengchen said in horror. Ngong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Damn it! It turned out to be a monster from the judgment office. In an emergency, he hurriedly summoned his shadow, forming a huge black shadow monster, and punched down with a terrifying fist like a boulder. Su Tian rushed over quickly with an expressionless face. Use me as a spear. Use light as a shield. And announced the verdict. His cold eyes were surrounded by golden light, and his blood suddenly roared like a furnace. Unlike the battle with Pei Jinya, for Su Tian, the 2 guys in front of him were no threat to him at all. Boom! In an instant, the 10-meter-high black shadow monster condensed by the shadow bow, with a body as huge as a meat mountain, dissipated in all directions like a punctured balloon. The terrifying gale swept the 3 people's hair and sleeves. Su Tian showed a sneer on his face. He was about to take a step forward and reach out to grab the 2 people. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came. Su Tian's expression changed instantly. Purification. The moment the voice fell, a small 3-edged military dagger emitting a faint light appeared out of thin air and pressed against his forehead. Su Tian was shocked. He retreated quickly. His face turned golden, as if it was made of gold. With a ding-dong sound, he blocked the 3-edged military dagger that was like a ghost. At the same time, a drop of blood flowed out from Su Tian's forehead and fell on the 3-edged military dagger with inertia. Su Tian felt a chill in his heart. If he hadn't just activated his ability, if he hadn't just practiced the special bodybuilding technique of the Judgment Hall, the 3-edged military dagger would have pierced his head. Another bug from the Old God Society has come. It's a good time to catch you all in one fell swoop. Su Tian stretched out his hand to wipe his forehead. The wound just now had healed. He looked around, but they didn't find out where the owner of the 3-edged military dagger was. Ngong and Shu Lai looked at each other. Both were shocked. Where is the Demon King? Tian Swan quickly said in the headset. Southwest direction, run. The Demon King will meet you here. The 2 hurried over. Su Tian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He stepped suddenly and rushed forward quickly, surrounded by some golden light, and shouted, Use me as a spear, use light as a shield, and announced the verdict. The terrifying golden light enveloped it. The ground shook, countless smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the rolling explosion airflow swept around with murderous aura. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air came. Another 3-edged military dagger disappeared into the dark night like a ghost, and went straight to Su Tian's throat. Su Tian smiled grimly, but his face suddenly changed. He clearly only heard a voice. But behind the 3-edged military dagger that attacked openly, there was another 3-edged military dagger. This hidden weapon throwing, Pei Jinya got the inspiration from Fong Tianjian double ring fist. One move in front of you, another move to attack you from behind. Now it seems that it is indeed useful. Su Tian dodged in a hurry. A 3-centimeter bloody wound was instantly cut on his waist and abdomen, and he staggered and fell into the jungle on one side. The captain of the 9th Squad of the Night Patrol Division, who came hurriedly saw the scene. His face was stunned. Let go! Pei Jinya appeared in front of Ngong and grabbed Shulai. Ngong and Shulai were very surprised. The two had been chasing for more than an hour and were already in a mess. Now seeing the Demon King appear was like seeing a life-saving straw. Demon King. You are finally here. Stop talking nonsense. Run! Pei Jinya noticed that the Night Patrol Division team had already caught up with him, and hurriedly set off, not forgetting to turn back and ask, "Do you have any more grenades?" "No. No." Ngong stuttered. Pei Jinya frowned. There were too many people on the other side, and now they were carrying Shulai. A burden. Xiao Fengchen obviously knew this problem, and he held Pei Jinya's hand tightly, not daring to let go. "I brought back some experimental data of the gods, which is very important. I can't die." Pei Jinya withdrew his gaze coldly, as if he was disgusted by his slow running. "Shadow Bao. Summon your shadow. Take the sequence with you, and run together. Don't think about keeping it now. Otherwise everyone will die." Shadow Bao quickly summoned the shadow and carried Xiao Fengchen. "Shoot!" A roar suddenly came from the jungle behind him. The next second, Pei Jinya and the other two changed their expressions. Endless firepower covered the area, and half of the jungle was as bright as day in an instant. "Demon King? Shadow Bao? Sequence? Are you still there?" Tian Xuan called anxiously in the headset. The area previously surrounded by dense forests had been razed to the ground. All was silent. It seemed that all life had been wiped out. Behind the crowd, Su Tian covered his waist and abdomen wounds that had not yet healed completely, and rudely pushed away the members of the night patrol who were blocking him. He stared at the flat ground in front of him with cold eyes. The captain of the 9th team said coldly, "Fire flares." Bang! A flare was launched into the air. The entire collapsed area became brighter. However, no bodies were found in the area covered by firepower just now. The captain of the 9th team was a little surprised. "The opponent is so tenacious?" Su Tian sneered. "The opponent has been active in your territory for so long. Don't you have any expectations in your mind?" The captain of the 9th team was choked and felt helpless, however. He did not dare to offend the member from the judgment office, and waved his hand and said, "Advance." The unmanned detection aircraft led the way. The fully armed members of the night patrol raised their firepower weapons, and were ready to pull the trigger at any time. Not long after, rustling sounds came from all directions. The captain of the 9th team frowned and signaled to stop. He raised his flashlight and shone it into the dense forest in front of him. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the night of the dense forest. Immediately afterwards, 10 pairs, 20 pairs, 50 pairs, densely packed blood-red eyes appeared. Su Tian was stunned. "Fallen Blood Wolf? Why didn't you report this news in Doping City?" The captain of the 9th team felt his scalp tingling. Fallen Blood Wolf is not a high-level monster, but a pack monster, and the key problem is that they are poisonous all over: hair, claws, blood. Corpses are all poisonous. If you are not careful during the fight, you will be infected. So extraordinary people are generally unwilling to provoke these things. This collapsed area was roughly swept away. At least 100 fallen blood wolves. Who knows where the lair is? Whether there are more fallen blood wolves hiding there? Everyone, stop shooting. Retreat slowly. You want to retreat? Su Tian immediately objected. "We haven't found anyone from the Old God Society yet." The captain of the 9th squad frowned and looked over. "Do you think they can hide in here?" Su Tian narrowed his eyes, turned his head, and left angrily. A mission that couldn't be simpler, but the other party escaped like this. This idiot, how did he become the captain? Report, the unmanned detection aircraft sent a warning. A suspicious target was found at the southwest entrance. Chase! Everyone chased after him. Su Tian was even one step ahead. "Damn it, they are chasing us again." Ngong saw the unmanned detection aircraft being shot down. His face was extremely ugly. He was covered with scratches at this moment. If he hadn't been kicked by the devil at the critical moment, he would probably have died now. Pei Jinya's face was also ugly. Tian Xuan's voice came. "Demon King, I have good news for you. Yin Shu is on his way. You only need to hold on for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Ngong laughed bitterly. That guy from the judgment office was like an immortal monster. Not to mention the fully armed night patrol team. He suddenly regretted coming to support the stupid Shu Lai. Just for an experimental data, but it brought him so much trouble. But suddenly Pei Jinya said, "Tian Xuan, tell Yin Shu, the highway intersection at 3 o'clock, go there to meet me." He turned his head to look at Ngong and Shuli. You retreat according to the original route. I will cover the rear and attract the enemy. Gong said straightforwardly, okay, take care. He took Shuli and left quickly. Pei Jinya withdrew his gaze expressionlessly. Tian's one hesitant question came from the earphone. Demon King, are you sure?